This should be the best that I can hope for with my current experience. Noah thought, analyzing the breath in his sea of consciousness. Let's try to forge with this. Another bone of sun tiger appeared in his hand. Noah carefully manipulated a small part of the breath in his mental sphere and slowly inserted it in the bone. It immediately started cracking. The piece of the magical beast was opposing that foreign substance. However, Noah controlled the breath to force the item to stay still, using his mental energy and breath in the dantian to envelop the bone. A black membrane appeared around the item in his hand. That was one of the incubating methods described in the forging procedures. With the membrane around it, the bone could not break toward the outside and was forced to mix with Noah's breath. Its color changed. From a pale white with shades of red, it became darker, turning gray with purple tones. Noah then controlled it to change shape. Inside the incubating membrane, its form slowly transformed. It became thinner and denser, and its edges sharpened little by little. However, Noah lost control of the breath inside the item for an instant, causing a chain reaction that destabilized the precarious equilibrium between the two different substances. Fuck! Noah hastily dissolved the membrane and launched the bone in one corner of the basement. Before it could reach the wall, the bone exploded, making the whole room tremble. Well, the power contained in the item definitely increased due to the improved purity of breath that I managed to refine. Yet, I still can't force it together with other materials. It wasn't just a matter of different elements between his ink and the material that he was using. His control during the process was still lacking. It was similar to when he had to imbue with his breath the blood of the magical beast to create a blood companion, only way harder and more profound. He was changing the structural design of a bone after all. He had to find the right way to do it without causing an irreversible destruction of the item. The worst part is that every item has a different conformation, so it has to be treated in a different way. My experience with the bones of the sun tigers can't be applied to my future materials. It seems that in order to create something stable, one needs to experiment a lot on each of the materials that he wants to use. Different materials would lead to different products, even with the same will imprinted on the breath used in the forging. Basically, I can only keep trying until I create something adequate. More than 1 month passed from that moment. Noah had stayed in the basement for 2 months already. The sound of explosions never stopped coming from there, and Ivor had become used to that by then. It's almost night. There should be 2 more explosions before he begins to cultivate. Ivor thought. He had lived together with his student for quite some time already. He had completely memorized his routine. Time passed, but no more explosions rang out from the basement. Did he give up for today? He can't be blamed. Forging takes a heavy toll on the mind. However, more time passed and the night arrived without any other noise coming from the underground room. Don't tell me that he is injured? Ivor became worried and hastily descended the stairs to check Noah's situation. When he arrived in the basement, though, his eyes widened in surprise. Noah was standing and looked with a radiant smile at a dark piece of bone in his hand. It had many cracks on its surface, and it seemed so fragile that a simple movement from Noah could break it. Nevertheless, a faint sharpness was exuded by it. Ivor immediately jumped toward his student, fixing his eyes on the item. He inspected it from various angles. He even carefully picked it up to control its weight. Noah observed him standing still on his position. He didn't really know how to judge the power or the quality of what he had created, so he was waiting for Ivor's judgment. It was the first item that didn't explode. It was needless to say how excited he was to learn about its actual power. Not bad. Ivor broke the silence without moving his eyes from the dark bone. You managed to create something on the level of the liquid stage. It seems that you have improved in refining the breath. It doesn't reach the apex of that stage, though, due to the conflicting element of its material and your lack of control during the forging. Noah attentively listened to his explanation and nodded in his mind. Everything he had said was true. It is also highly unstable and frail. It will break after 1 use if you are lucky, or as soon as you power it up with breath if you aren't. It will definitely shatter soon then. As always, Noah considered the worst possible option. Most of this result is due to your rank 2C of consciousness. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to replicate the power of the breath that you have accumulated. Ivor handed the bone back to Noah and moved behind him. Try it. Noah held the bone as if he was holding his usual sabers. It was rectangular with smooth angles and only a slightly pointy tip. He knew that he had completely failed in shaping it correctly. He lightly swung it using a small amount of breath in the process. The item immediately shattered and only dust remained in Noah's hand. Yet, from its tip, a small wind slash was released before it was reduced into pieces. The slash was dark, with faint red shades in its color. It hit the wall at the end of the room and the inscriptions on it slightly flickered. The power of that blow was on the gaseous stage. It has lost some energy as it broke. Yet, a success is a success, Ivor said, handing a small book to Noah. You are now the last cultivator practicing the elemental forging method. As your master, I'm officially passing down the entire legacy of our school to you. May your creations shatter the earth and defy the heaven. Noah took the book and inspected it. Inside, there was the description of all the procedures that Ivor went through to create his knife. Sword creation with the elemental forging method. As soon as he read the title, though, he turned his head to look at Ivor and smiled awkwardly. Don't you have something that describes how to forge sabers? I'm not that into swords. Ivor's eyes widened and he took a long sip from his jar before snorting and rebuking his student. Who cares about the name that you give to something? If a piece of wood can cut a tree, then it's a sword. If you stretch your fingers and use them to cut a man, then your fingers are a sword. Don't dwell on useless things and remember that it's the core of the item that matters. Its external shape can be whatever you want it to be. Noah still didn't completely believe in Ivor's words. So, you are saying that I should just forge a sword with the shape of a saber? Precisely. It took me 2 years to figure out the perfect composition of those materials to create my knife. Of course, you can't just copy it. Your element is different, so you will need different items, but my experiences will definitely help you avoid useless mistakes. If he says that, it should be true. Noah could trust Ivor since he understood that the only wish of the ruined cultivator was to see his method passed down. I have more magical beasts' bodies, but none of them are of the darkness element. I've created something almost stable, but even if I had hundreds of those items, they won't be useful to me at my current level. I should raise the stakes. Also, 2 months have already passed from my last mission, so it's time to gather materials. He had a vague idea of which had to be the materials for his first serious creation, but he preferred to wait until his Danteon had a breakthrough to attempt on that. Also, there was a lot of testing involved in that plan. He didn't want to neglect his training because of his experiments. Ivor, I'm heading out. I need to gather materials. Ivor opened his mouth to complain but was silenced by Noah throwing 1,000 credits in his direction before exiting the house. Noah went for the board at the center of the right area of the academy and read through the various missions affixed on it. He was looking for something specific at that time. He didn't want a common hunting mission. Pack of night panthers disrupting the environment in the perimeter of Aroliac Forest bordering with the Narare country. Exterminate the pack to obtain 50 merit points. Bring back the bodies to obtain 100 merit points as a bonus. Perfect. Noah picked up the table from the board and moved toward the exit of the academy. The streets of the academy were mostly empty. All the students were busy with their specialization or outside doing mission. However, there was still someone that used his free time to improve his social network. One of those students was Samuel Mullows, and, at that time, he was loudly mocking Noah right in front of the passage for the outside. I'm telling you, that match was completely rigged. My poor friend Manuel is still recovering from his injury. You must know that he was that close from matching Lord Daniel in his rate of growth, but, due to that immoral fiend, all his hard work has been wasted. If it wasn't for Lord Thaddeus, I don't know what Vance could have done to him. A group of young students was attentively listening to him. They were the new batches of students that had arrived during the last year and were mostly from important families. It was natural for them to engage in those kinds of recreational activities. I can confirm Senior Samuel's words. I was in the audience looking at their fight. That Vance has surely cheated. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive Manuel's last attack. Also, do you want to know the most deplorable thing that Vance has done? He took Manuel's mansion, the symbol of the strongest student of the academy, and isolated himself inside it for 2 whole months. If this isn't the behavior of a quack, then I don't know which it is. The young students showed disgusted expression as they continued in their stories. Don't worry though. Samuel Mullows, will publicly challenge him once he stops hiding. What the fuck are they doing there? Noah thought. His earring had vastly improved since he became a rank 2 mage. He had heard the whole conversation as he neared the exit. Why do they even use that area to loiter around? Are they afraid that I might hear them from my accommodation? His current house was directly on the opposite side of where the students were grouping. He could not help but find some connections between the two things. I don't really care about my reputation, but I should stop them before I find a horde of angry students at my doorsteps. Breaking all their limbs would be too troublesome. Noah slowly walked toward Samuel's group, surrounded by his usual cold aura. It was impossible to not notice him. His presence was overwhelming unless he forcefully suppressed it. Yet, what he needed at that moment was exactly that, showing the immense difference between him and the other students. As the students turned to look at him, they were slightly mesmerized by his figure. He was of medium stature, but his body was slender and harmonious. The daintiness of his features was enhanced by his white and clean skin, and his eyes shone during the daylight due to the power of his mental sphere. The girls in the group lowered their heads, too embarrassed to continue to look at his piercing gaze. Vance, why you came out of your lodging? Samuel stuttered, seeing him, and the new students showed confused gazes. They could not match his pure and cold appearance with the one that they had envisioned due to Samuel's stories. I never thought that you would still be around, trying to taint my reputation. I believed that what happened to your friends was enough as a lesson. Samuel remembered the poor state in which the students that tried to ambush him returned and immediately panicked. That's a misunderstanding. I will never dare His words were interrupted by Noah directly jumping on him, grabbing his head, and slamming it on the ground. It's not that Samuel didn't have techniques or spells to avoid the attack, but the surprise effect paired with the fear that he felt due to Noah's presence left him defenseless for a moment. And that moment was exactly what Noah exploited. The head of the noble dug the terrain, and a faint trace of blood came out of it. Noah raised Samuel's head from its hair and waited for his reaction. Why did you do this? Who the fuck do you to? His phrase was interrupted since Noah smashed the head back in the ground. He raised it again and waited. You better be care. Noah slammed it back in the pit and pulled it out. Wait. I'm sorry. I will never talk behind your back again. Samuel's face was covered with blood and terrain with some trace of tears in his eyes. Noah released his hair and smiled toward him, lightly patting his shoulder. Was that so hard? Next time I catch you doing something like this, I will gladly test at what depth the ground becomes harder than your head. Samuel shivered to hear those words. He knew that Noah wasn't exaggerating things. That won't happen again, I swear. Noah nodded at him and stood up, turning his gaze toward the other student that joined Samuel in his stories. I didn't know that juniors could make fun of their seniors. Noah slowly walked toward the other youth. His gaze never left him as the distance between them shrunk. The student trembled. He was petrified due to Noah's pressure focused on him. He didn't even realize that Noah had already moved past him while softly whispering in his ear. Be careful of who you call a quack. One day the academy rules might not protect you. As he said that, he left through the exit and went inside a Roliac forest. The atmosphere in the group had greatly changed due to Noah's brief appearance. The youth that favored Samuel fell on the ground, incapable of stopping his trembling. Samuel stood up and left the area without even saying goodbye to his other friends. He had lost too much face that day. The other male students had their heads lowered. They didn't dare to raise them for fear that Noah could notice them. The girls, instead, had a dreaming expression, like they were captivated by what had happened. Meanwhile, Noah was running at high speed toward the area in which the panthers had been seen, uncaring of the situation that he had created. His wings unfolded and he rose in the air to pick up speed. He wasn't doing it only because he would arrive faster at his destination but also as a form of training. His flight technique was good, but there were many aspects where he could improve. That's why he would rather use every free moment to train in it. It took him a couple of days to reach the border with the Narration continent. He could have reached the area sooner, but he preferred to do many different flight exercises along the way, without forgetting his usual training schedule, of course. He arrived at the border during the afternoon and calmly waited on one of the branches of the trees for the night to come. The night panthers came out of their hideouts only during the night, as the name suggested. They were fast beasts with the ability to become momentarily immaterial. It wasn't exactly the strongest beast to choose when creating another blood companion, but what piqued Noah's interest were their body parts. Due to their innate ability to enter an ethereal state, their bones and skin were highly adaptable to multiple treatments. They were the perfect material for Noah's needs at the moment. Well, darkness beasts are not so common in this environment. I can always change it for a stronger one later. As the night arrived, the fauna changed and the nocturnal beasts came out of their lairs. Noah waited until he found what he was looking for. 30 or so black panthers 3 meters tall slowly came out of the terrain. To think that they actually sleep in the ground during the day, there are sure peculiarities in this world. The night panthers used the hours under the daylight to sleep, but they never chose a fixed spot to create a den. They directly turned in their immaterial form and emerged in the terrain. Blood drain should be enough. I also want to see if I manage to learn more about the strengthening process. He had trained in his new spells, so he was quite sure of their actual power. His mental energy was expended and both his hands morphed into demonic claws. His wings spread in the night and he jumped from his branch to fly over the pack. The panthers were moving fast, looking for some prey. They were completely unaware that they were hunted themselves. Only 2 peak rank 3, they really seem weak though. Noah shook his head internally and dove on the pack. His 2 claws stuck 1 panther each and immediately drained them of the blood in their bodies. Noah felt a wave of warmth coming from his hands and accumulating on his back, right below his acupoints. The other panthers finally noticed the intruder and pounced at him, but Noah simply flew back in the air to avoid the assault. He dove again as soon as he found an opening in their formation, but when he was about to stab his claw on the beast, it became ethereal and his arm hit nothing but air. I need to take them by surprise or expend their breath. Noah flew again and dove in another part of the pack. That time, though, a small black cloud formed over the heads of 2 of them, momentarily blocking their vision. Blind! Since the panthers could not see when the attack would arrive, Noah could easily finish them off. The battle continued for a few minutes with Noah expending almost no breath or mental energy. At some point, when only 5 specimens remained, the leader of the pack roared to make them retreat. Looking at the panthers running away, Noah nodded in understanding. So, it's true that it takes a lot for them to sink in the ground. It's not something immediate. Black flames covered him and, when he exited them, he was right in front of the escaping creatures. In the end, the whole pack was vanquished. Noah used the blood drain spell to kill all the beasts except for the strongest one. He needed its blood for the body inscription spell. He then went looking for an empty cave and calmly made preparations for the creation of his new blood companion. I have 30 magical beasts' bodies of the darkness element. They should be more than enough for 2 months of testing. He thought as he watched the blood of the night panther slowly accumulating on an empty bucket. As he looked at the blood, though, an idea popped in his mind. What if I used the breath in my sea of consciousness instead of the one in my dantian to fill the blood of the panther? Theoretically, the breath had to be used to prevent any rejection from the tattoo. Yet, what changes there would be if he used the one that he personally refined? Noah was curious, so he decided to give it a try. There was no need to train in the drawing of the creature since his rank 2 mental sphere had perfectly memorized the appearance of the panther. Noah simply did a couple of sketches to be sure of his capability. I don't have time to absorb more breath, or the ingredients for the spell would go to waste. I will use the liquid one that I have already stored. He had some breath left in his sea of consciousness which was already refined, so he decided to use it. The heart of the panther had already been seized by him, so, as the bucket was full, He immediately started filling the blood of the creature with his breath. A couple of hours passed and the breath in his mental sphere was completely expended to fill the blood in the bucket. The process had taken even less than the last time, even if the stage of the breath was the same. This is already an improvement. It has reached the standards for the technique so fast. It's probably due to my will inside the breath. He was already satisfied with the results obtained by applying part of the processes of the elemental forging in the creation of the companion. He neatly washed with some water in his space ring and then began to draw the figure of the panther on his body. His saber cut precise lines on his skin, leaving black marks due to the refined blood of the beast. As the drawing was completed, Noah ate the heart of the creature in 2 bites. He then focused on his sea of consciousness. The ethereal figure of a night panther appeared over the sea. It pounced toward the walls of the sphere, but as soon as Noah's figure opened its eyes, it felt a force blocking its every movement. The Xianxia runes didn't emit any humming. Noah was simply using the faint connection that he felt coming from the beast's figure to keep it still. Interesting. It seems that part of my mental energy was fused into the core of the panther since I used my personal breath to create it. The taming part has become vastly easier. Noah's figure neared the panther and immersed it in the sea. In a few seconds, the image of the panther appeared next Echo's one and the roots of the demonic form spell entangled around it. So easy! Noah exclaimed in his mind as he opened his material eyes. This is amazing! Even though I would have had no difficulty in taming a rank 3 beast, that doesn't strictly apply for magical beasts of higher ranks. I wonder if I could make a blood companion with a rank 4 beast with my current level. He thought about it for a while before tossing that idea away. Even if I were to find the blood and the core of a rank 4 beast and use this method to create the drawing, I don't believe that I could tame it in my sea of consciousness. They reached the heroic ranks after all. Their will can't be that weak. I should just wait till I'm able to kill one. He focused and a panther appeared in front of him. It had the same size as the original beast, but there was a faint sharpness exuded by it. He tested its power for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Its ability to become ethereal is quite useful, and it seems that its attack power increased by a bit. Is it due to my will inside the breath used? If that's the case, I just fused together an inscription method and a spell. Noah pondered for a bit before finding his answer. The body inscription spell is already a simplified form of inscription. Since the elemental forging is an inscription method, it was obvious that I could mix together those 2 powers. I should never use again the breath of heaven and earth to create a blood companion, and it would be better if I refine the breath specifically for each companion that I want to create. His ability still didn't allow him much flexibility in the will that he gave to the breath. Yet that didn't mean that it would always be like that. I should have given it my meaning of speed or something in line with its innate abilities. Well, it has the power of a peak rank 3 beast anyway, so I can't say that I wasted it. The added pressure on his mental sphere wasn't much either, so he considered the experiment a success. I should go back to my accommodation now. I need to begin the forging with the solid breath, and I should also focus more on my dantian. I feel that I'm reaching its limit. He was about to call back the panther when he remembered something. Right, your name should be Shadow due to your ability. He thought, patting the companion's head and absorbing it back on his body. As he returned to the academy, he visited the management building to retrieve the merits points for his mission. He kept the bodies of the beasts, of course. However, when he reached his accommodation, he was met by a strange scene. 20 or so female students were calmly waiting in front of the entrance door. As they noticed his presence, they turned and exclaimed happily, "The Dark Prince came back! What the fuck is that?" The girls had an excited smile when they looked at him. One of them gathered her courage and stepped toward him. Lord Vance, would you like to accompany me on a trip to Aroliac Forest? I'm willing to give all my merit dash. She couldn't finish her phrase since Noah interrupted her with a cold answer. No. Silence enveloped the area. Noah uncaringly passed the girl and moved through the crowd to reach his habitation. Yet, he couldn't help but hear the whispers of the girls as he walked through them. Kaya, Have you seen how cool he is? It's the complete opposite of Lord Daniel. Yes, but Daniel was unreachable for us. Lord Vance doesn't care about noble status. I want him to scold me so badly, but I can't even face him. I feel like fainting every time I look into his eyes. These girls are crazy. Noah thought as they unlocked the door of his house. Dark Prince. Would you mind if I came inside and served you some tea? My family is famous for dash. Noah didn't wait for the girl to finish her speech and closed the door behind him. His irritation grew as he heard the girls screaming again in excitement and commenting on his last rejection. Ah, you youths are so lucky to be able to savor these moments. Ivor looked at him with a complacent smile and nodded proudly. My disciple took everything from his master. Your charm is irresistible to such naive girls. Old man, if you don't stop, I will throw you outside with them. Ivor paled and shut his mouth while turning to leave the room. Wait! I want you to see something. Noah stopped him and took out a diary from his space ring. It was Uriah's diary, the one describing the body inscription spell. I applied the theories behind the elemental forging method on this spell. Can I have your opinion about it? Ivor's interest was immediately piqued. Not only it was the first time that Noah explicitly asked for his help, but he was also interested in the experiments of his student. Ivor sat on a couch and began to read the diary with interest. Meanwhile, Noah sat in a corner of the room and focused on the energy accumulated by his blood drain spell. He manipulated that energy to near his dantian according to the in-body technique. His dantian refined the energy and redirected part of it on his bones. When the process was over, he analyzed his body to understand his advancements. The breath, absorbed this way, equals to less than an hour of actual meditation. The spell is really not fit to strengthen my body. He was quite disappointed by the results, but he expected much. If there was really a spell that could use magical beasts to increase the rank of the body of a cultivator, the magical beasts would be already extinct. This is really interesting. Ivor finished reading through the diary and handed it back to Noah. What do you think? Ivor pondered for a while before giving his honest opinion. It definitely resembles an inscription method, but it is used as a spell with heavy requirements to be activated. Can I see the companion that you created? Shadow came out of Noah's body and Ivor inspected it with interest. What changes did you notice? Faster refinement of its blood, easier to tame in the sea of consciousness, and some of my will remained in the companion. Ivor nodded, hearing Noah's words before turning to his student. I think that there is a lot of room for improvement. Once you become more skilled in inserting your will in the breath, you should be able to empower their innate abilities. He had my same thought. Have you tried forging its center of power? Noah's eyes widened, hearing Ivor's words. Should I? Ivor nodded, moving his gaze back on the panther. If you can obtain these results just by refining its blood, what would happen if you directly refine its core? You should obtain more evident results. That makes sense. However, I don't think I have the ability to handle the center of power of a beast yet. I should go back to forge. Noah stood up and retracted Shadow. At that moment, though, a loud knock sounded from the entrance door. Don't tell me that it's still those girls. Noah went to open the door and was surprised to find June looking at him with her brows furrowed. Can you put a leash on those girls before I end up killing them? Noah moved his gaze behind her and found the same crowd of girls staring at him in silence. He then noticed that he was shirtless due to the exposure of Shadow to Ivor. Damn it! Come inside before I do that. He dragged June inside his accommodation and hastily closed the door. He wasn't fast enough, though, and an excited scream reached his ears. When did you become so famous? June asked after sitting on one of the couches. How should I know? It's not that I enjoy the situation. What happened to you? June had never come to his accommodation before, which made Noah curious. June snorted and moved her gaze away from him. Apparently, since we have been sparring partners for over 2 years, they thought that we were in a relationship. Once they knew that, they harassed me to no end. It didn't matter how much I denied that. I even asked Master for advice, but she just said that it was normal for the strongest student to have followers. Noah sighed and massaged his temples. He didn't really care about the crowd in front of his door, but he didn't think that the people that he knew would be involved. He sighed again before coming up with a solution. You can take the first floor. The scrounger usually sleeps on the ground one while I'm always in the basement. Just don't disturb me during my training. He then turned toward the stairs that led underground. Wait, what do you mean by that? Noah shrugged his shoulders as he replied to her. I can't really kick them away and they don't have concerns when bothering you. So you can just live here. But they will be even more confused about our relationship like this. June complained, standing from his seat. Do you prefer to go through their harassment every day? June was silenced by Noah's retort. Anyway, it's just temporary. As soon as I leave the academy, things should calm down. Wait, will you leave soon? Ivor appeared from one of the adjacent rooms and shouted at Noah in confusion. June too seemed surprised by his statement and waited attentively for his answer. Noah shrugged his shoulders. We can't stay here much longer. It's already our 3rd year. Instead of remaining here for the whole year, it's better to take a profession in the royal city and stabilize our position. Noah was already thinking about his job in the Hunters Guild. He was constantly in need of materials for his experiments with the forging method, and the position of a hunter could provide him with a wider assortment of resources. Also, there was a problem with his power. He was attracting too much attention on himself. He wanted to loosen the control that the royals had on him inside the academy. I'm losing sight of my situation too. The academy is a peaceful place, but the real world isn't. Here I feel that my hands are always tied. I'm just accumulating problems without solving any of them. All the troubles he had with Daniel's followers could be solved by simply killing the students. However, that was prohibited due to his status as a student, and all those noble youths were left alive harboring hatred toward him. Once I become a rank 2 cultivator, I will leave. The faculties of the academy can't offer me much more at that level anyway. Places like the Sulfur Domain lost their effectiveness on stronger cultivators. After all, if they really could be useful at each rank, cultivators in the divine ranks would be a common sight. June lowered her head in thought. Noah's words made sense. They had to secure a position in order to ensure that their journey as a cultivator won't stop due to the lack of resources. Also, leaving the academy didn't mean that they would lose access to the inventory. Their status as students would be removed, but they could still contact the royals to make transactions. It had to be said, though, that her situation was more complex than Noah's one. He had to take care only of himself while June had a family full of expectations behind her. I think I won't stay much in Elba's city. I'm not really good at anything except for fighting, and I can't be a royal guard or I will neglect my family. Maybe, with the help of my master, I might ensure a friendly relationship with the royal dynasty and appoint my family in one of the areas near the capital, but that's as much as I can do. Noah understood the meaning of her words. She could not freely cultivate like him. Every noble heir that managed to be enrolled in the academy would have to shoulder enormous expectations. They would become the pillars on which build the future of their families. Most of them would aim for the position of patriarch. However, in Noah's eyes, those things were pointless. He couldn't care less about his status. He wanted only to become strong. So, will you stop trying to surpass me? I really can't imagine you as a calm person managing the Balor family. Noah mocked her lightly. June snorted and returned to her usual wild nature. You will see. I will raise my family's status to the large-size one and take all the resources for me. I will definitely beat you then. That means that you've given up on beating me while we are still students? Shut up. June yelled and climbed the stairs for the first floor. The sound of slamming doors clearly resounded from there. Noah shook his head and turned to Ivor. We have a new roommate. Ivor sighed and sat on the floor, slowly sipping his wine. Noah moved toward the basement, but a strange sensation emerging on his right arm made him stop. He checked the area and noticed that a faint orange rune was slowly moving toward his torso from under his skin. What are you doing? Ivor saw his strange behavior and asked in a curious voice. It's nothing. Noah didn't explain and hastily went into the basement. When he arrived there, he carefully inspected the slowly moving rune with cold eyes. Is it because I kind of trust June? He had already considered giving Eccentric's inheritance to June. She was honest and had a straightforward character. She seemed quite friendly with him as well. He was also quite sure that he could manage to be always stronger than her. Yet, he never thought that he had to decide so soon. He wasn't even 18 after all. I will wait a bit more, then I'll decide. June is surely the best candidate, but I would like to have more assurances regarding our future relationship. The rune was still on his arm. According to his deal with Eccentric Thunder, it had to reach his Dantian for their agreement to be broken, which meant that he had still time to carefully analyze the situation. He put those thoughts in the back of his mind and began to focus on the elemental forging method. He had the material required for his experiments. He just needed the breath to perform the inscription. Inside his Dantian, a small fragment of his solid breath detached itself from the amassed black crystals and moved through his body. As it reached Noah's head, his ethereal figure inside his sea of consciousness stretched its hands outside of his mental sphere and grabbed the small shard. The solid breath successfully entered his sphere and began to struggle madly. Nevertheless, Noah was used by then to the struggles of the breath. Mental energy immediately assaulted the shard, forcing away the will of heaven and earth from it. In a few minutes, the breath was inoffensive, ready to be refined. The pressure from the solid breath is quite strong, but I can bear it. The only problem is this damned headache. Of course, storing solid breath in his mental sphere caused his headache to return. It took Noah an entire day to reach the limit of what his mental sphere could handle. In the end, a big black boulder of breath was formed over the sea. Noah felt that his head was about to split. The pressure from that breath, coupled with the two blood companions, was stressing his mind to no end. Yet, taking the breath directly from his Dantian vastly increased the speed at which he accumulated it. Now, refinement. Noah focused. He endured the pain and forced his mental state to remember the image of the saber flying undisputed in the sky. When he felt that he was ready, he immersed the breath in the sea. It took a long time to refine it. The breath stayed in the sea for 4 entire days before coming out in a different form. It resembled again the blade of a saber, but its color had more shades of blue than the last time. The headache hindered my mental state. I should not force myself so much next time. Noah judged and prepared to start his forging. He first ate and rested. He had to stay completely still during those days in order to achieve the best refinement possible. As he restored his energies, the leg of a night panther appeared in his hands. Noah carefully ripped off the flesh from the leg until only the bone of the beast was left in his hands. A piece from the breath in his sea of consciousness detached from the saber form and slowly entered the bone. Noah immediately created an incubating membrane to contain the process. The bone seemed to accept the breath. There wasn't the same rejection as with the sun tiger's bones. The two substances began to merge and Noah manipulated them to transform their shapes. The bone became darker and denser. Its tip slowly morphed into a sharp pointy head. Then, a crack appeared on the body of the item which caused a chain reaction through the whole bone. Failure. Noah threw the item in his hands toward a corner of the basement where it exploded. The might of the explosion, though, was way stronger than when he used the liquid breath in the forging, and the inscriptions flickered to no end to contain the tremors of the room. What the fuck is happening? June appeared on top of the stairs leading to the underground room and was surprised by Noah's appearance. He had disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and a deep frown. "Are you okay?" June asked with a concerned voice. "Yeah, I just exaggerated a bit. Why did you come here?" Noah answered. He was so focused on the forging that he had almost forgotten that June was living with him. "Well, the explosion? Also, I wanted to ask if you were willing to resume our sparring. I feel that my technique is getting rusty." "That's not a bad idea. Solitary training has its limits after all." "Sure. Just give me a couple of weeks. I'm in the middle of something and I'd prefer to remain alone for that time." June nodded and returned to the upper floor. "I should reduce the time spent in the forging too. I'm neglecting my training." Noah checked the rune on his arm. During these days it had surpassed his elbow and was moving toward his shoulder. "It's getting faster. I should spend more time with her to be certain that she won't be an enemy in the future. As he thought of that, he stopped his experiments and rested. He resumed a normal pace of training, attempting to create only one inscribed item every day. That way, he could slowly reduce the pressure on his mental sphere without interrupting the growth of his other centers of power. There were no explicit improvements in his forgings, even though he felt that he was becoming better after each attempt. A new problem always appeared which made his creations explode. Even without the elemental rejection, I still can't manage to create something stable. And what is the deal with my Dantian? I should have reached the limit of the first rank by now, but there always seems to be more space. He had slowed his cultivation to focus on the inscription method, but that didn't mean that he had slacked off. He felt that he was close to reaching the peak of the first rank, but that time seemed to never arrive. Well, I'm not in a rush to leave anyway. He decided that it was time for his fight with June. Noah went to the first floor and found June calmly cultivating in one of the rooms. Her silver hair was everywhere over her face, and she seemed to have sweated a lot since her clothes were wet and stuck on her skin. Her toned form was clearly exposed by the state of her outfit. She must have just finished her training. I'll just go to sleep. Noah turned to leave, but then he sensed something with his mental energy. His hand shot out and firmly held a spear that aimed for his head. How can you never be surprised? June stood with a disappointed expression on the other extremity of the weapon. She had attacked him as soon as he had turned. How can you think of nothing but fighting me? You are clearly exhausted, and yet you attempted to sneak on me. Noah shook his head, but his grip stood firm on the spear, blocking it in its position. A hunter attacks when his prey is at its weakest. Am I a beast in your eyes? June then released a small laugh and retracted her weapon. Noah didn't let his guard down, though. You are right. I'm quite tired. I think I'm done for today. She sat on the floor and supported her back on the wall of the room. Noah stared at her for a while, lost in his thoughts. What? June didn't like his constant gaze and became irritated. Say, what kind of relationship do we have? Are we friends? Noah broke his silence and asked that question. June snorted and replied loudly. What friends? We are rivals. A rival should at least beat me in something. Shut up. Did you come here to mock me? Noah laughed a little. He had to admit that he had fun conversing with her. However, in the next moment his eyes became cold. Let's say that you manage to beat me, what will you do? Kill me? The atmosphere changed immediately in the room. June understood that Noah was being serious. Why do you ask? I have my own reasons. Silence fell between them. Took a while for June to finally speak. No, I will probably look for someone stronger. I don't have any reasons to kill you. What if you had them? Silence again, but that time it took less for Noah to receive an answer. I don't know, okay? What could you ever do to make me want to kill you? Why are you even so serious about this? She was visibly irritated by Noah's questions, so he decided to relax. His gaze returned to an indifferent one, and he sighed loudly. What could I even expect as an answer? I was a bit too pushy. He scratched his head looking at June and then sighed again. I'm sorry, that was too sudden. He then went to the lower floor to find Ivor and took one of his jars from his stash. As he returned to June's room, he lightly knocked on the door and showed the wine to her. Do you want a drink? Ivor's wine should be quite good. She nodded slightly, and Noah entered in the room and sat on the floor right in front of her. Then he took 2 simple glasses from his space ring and poured the contents of the jar in them. The aroma of the wine spread in the air. It was clearly a strong wine. June didn't waste time in ceremonies and began drinking from her glass. Noah wasn't slow in imitating her. They stayed in silence for a while, slowly appreciating the taste of Ivor's beverage. It was strong, but it had an immediate numbing effect on their mental sphere. Even Noah's headache diminished greatly. Why did you ask those things? Do you expect me to hunt you down in the future? June broke the silence without raising her gaze from the glass. It's good to be prepared for every situation. I have trust issues. Noah gave a vague answer. Do you ever tell the truth? Her words caused a small smirk to appear on his face. Do you want another lie? June shook her head and stared at the student in front of her. They had fought so much against each other, but she could never understand anything of his true nature. His image seemed to be constantly enveloped by fog. Such a genius appearing out of nowhere and taking the spot of the strongest student. His aptitude was of the darkness element, something that could create a wave of shock through the whole academy. Yet no one seemed to know about it. He had no noble ties either. All his resources and results came from his hard work. "Are you running away?" She couldn't help but ask. It was the guess that made more sense in her mind. Noah didn't answer. He limited himself to drink from his glass. "Are you a criminal looking for freedom?" Noah shook his head. "What freedom could you possibly have with our power? You know of the royal inheritance. It's safe to assume that the royals will try to tighten their leash on us. So, is it about that? Do you just want more power?" Noah raised his head too and returned the stare. "Aren't you the same? I know that your childhood mustn't have been easy, but that alone isn't enough to give birth to your addiction to battles." June lowered her eyes as she reviewed the memories from his life in her family mansion. "You saw me trapped in the illusion, right? Well, it was hard, but not in the way that you think of." She took a long sip before continuing in her story. "As you know, the Balor family is a small-sized noble one, a declining one to be precise. My grandfather once told me that our ancestors traded all their wealth to obtain access to an inheritance ground. Their luck, though, wasn't good. The inheritance only had spells and techniques related to the thunder element, and none of them had that aptitude. The contents of the inheritance were good, but they were useless in their hands. However, they could not sell that legacy since their losses would surpass their gains. Those that could buy it were medium-sized noble families or above, so my family could not set the selling price. In the end, they decided to wait for an heir of the thunder element to appear. Little did they know that the waiting had to last 100 years. They were really unlucky. Once my element was confirmed, I became the last hope of my family, and they resorted to all kinds of harsh training to improve my strength as much as they could. I stopped being lashed every night only after I managed to become a mage. You know, my father used to be gentle when I was little. After the discovery of my element, he began to throw me in the middle of magical beasts packs to increase the speed of my growth. In the beginning, I thought it was a punishment for something that I did, but then I understood. I don't blame them, though. They had to wait so much. Their expectations had to be met. No wonder she is like that." Noah thought, filling June's glass that had been emptied during her story. "What would have you done if you were in my place?" June honestly asked, looking at him. "Take what they gave me, leave, and then never return. My life can't be about fulfilling other people's dreams." Hearing those words, June laughed. "Yes, I wanted that too for a while. But then I was accepted in the academy and found out so many strong people coming from many powerful families. In comparison, I'm just a lone weakling. So I decided to use my family to become even stronger. I will be the heir that they waited so much for, and they will be the means to realize my dreams." She has a point. One of the biggest hindrances in the cultivation journey was the lack of resources. With a noble family as a backing and a friendly relationship with the royals, she would have access to both techniques and useful items. In comparison, Noah had to cover every expense with his own wealth. Just by thinking about the number of materials that he needed to experiment with the elemental forging method, one could imagine the wealth required to train an inscription master. However, if he had the backing of a family, he could simply focus on the experiments without the need to accumulate materials. "Well, I can't do anything about that. I also have to constantly hold back for fear of being discovered." They continued to drink more, exchanging some jokes from time to time before calling it a day. Noah returned to the basement deep in thought. Eccentric's rune was moving closer to his dantian, so he had to make a decision soon. She saw how those that loved her changed their behavior all of a sudden, so she began to rely only on her strength. "She is not evil nor ungrateful. She might actually give me a share of the inheritance in order to feel less indebted with me." Noah was analyzing June's personality to be sure of their future relationship. His most pressing question was, will she turn on me once I give her that power? The only answer he could find was, probably not. Yet, that probably was what held him back from giving it to her immediately. "I don't have a better candidate, though. The only other youth of the thunder element that I know is Manuel, and I don't think that we can become friends. In the end, he tossed those thoughts on the back of his mind and went to rest. He didn't really mind giving the inheritance to June, but he still had some time to know her better. Days passed slowly in the academy. Noah limited himself to one attempt in the forging each day and vastly reduced the quantity of breath absorbed in his mental sphere when he had to refill it. That allowed him to continue in his usual training without incurring in a splitting headache. The third Xianxia rune, his two blood companions, and the breath propelled the growth of his mental sphere at an unbelievable speed. Noah could feel that the internal pressure was diminishing continuously. The Yin body continued to nourish his body, slowly pushing it toward the peak of the third rank. The dark vortex cultivation technique enlarged his dantian to its limits. Noah felt that it wouldn't take much for him to reach the peak of the first rank. His free time was spent with June. They would fight twice a week and converse on the other days. They would talk about their dreams, their future projects, what they liked and disliked. Their relationship became vastly deeper compared to when they were only sparring partners. Noah began to appreciate his time spent with her. They had a similar nature in the first place, and, since she was quite straightforward, he could relax and enjoy their talks. They even did their bimestral mission together, dividing their gains equally, with Noah refilling his stash of darkness beasts' bodies. It was clear to her that Noah hid most of his personal information, but she became used to that and stopped being bothered by it. She understood that his situation was complicated, and that he wouldn't lie if it wasn't important to him. Noah was cold and indifferent. He wouldn't waste efforts to make up lies just for fun. His first success arrived after the 4th month of his stay in the new accommodation. Noah was in the basement, excitedly staring at a strange-looking item in his hands. It was originally the beak of a moon owl, a bird-type magical beast that he and June hunted down in their last mission. As a material, its element was darkness, so it was perfect for Noah's experiments. It was small and thin, only about 20 centimeters long, yet a clear sharpness was exuded from it. It seemed stable. There were no cracks on its body, and it looked quite sturdy. That was his first stable creation. The only problem was its form. Due to its length, it had to be used as a throwing knife, yet its tip was curved. Noah didn't manage to bend it during the forging. Ivor! Noah called for his master. When it came to inscriptions, his judgment was far more accurate than Noah's one. Ivor arrived after a few minutes and showed a surprised expression seeing the item in Noah's hands. He carefully took it and inspected it for a while. He would nod repeatedly every time he changed the angle of observation. This is not quite usable, but it's indeed an inscribed item. In the end, he gave his judgment. Its power couldn't reach the higher tier of the first rank, but it's not due to your breath. It was the original material that was lacking. Also, you clearly messed up when it was time to shape it. It's too short to be considered a small sword and too curved to be thrown successfully, but you have finally managed to create something stable. Noah nodded at his explanation. The conclusions that he had reached were the same as his. So, how do I improve? Noah asked. Familiarize with the process first. Continue with this material until you manage to shape it as you wish. Then it will be time to find better materials and mix them together in order to find a good composition. I used 4 different materials in various quantities in order to create my knife, and they were all from rank 4 magical beasts that fitted my needs. So much planning only for one item. I wonder what's the value of rank 4 beasts' bodies. He had sold a rank 3 beast once, but he only managed to gain 2 credits from it. However, that was because its body was ruined after Noah went through the requirements of the body inscription spell. What do I do with this then? Noah pointed at the inscribed owl beak. Just sell it. If it can't be useful to you, there is no point in keeping it. To create an inscribed item with the elemental forging method, there were many hurdles to surpass. The cultivator had to endure the absorption of the breath with his sea of consciousness that comported a big risk for that center of power. Then, he had to set his will on a specific meaning and imbue the breath with that. Otherwise, there would be no effect attached to the finished product. After that, it was time for the choice of the materials. The compound had to be something that didn't conflict with the element of the cultivator and that could sustain the activity that it was meant for. For example, you couldn't use a hard material to create a whip. It would simply conflict with the purpose of the item. At the same time, you couldn't use something too soft either. A whip forged that way would just fail to inflict any damage when wielded. The last hurdle was its form. The item had to be shaped according to its future usage. You could forge a sword, but if you didn't manage to shape it with sharp edges, then it couldn't be used properly. In Noah's case, with his last creation, the first 3 requirements were met. His mental sphere could store the breath. He managed to imprint it with a strong will, and the material used coincided with his element. However, simply the beak of a moon owl could not sustain many impacts, and its form made it unusable as a throwing weapon. I can't sell it directly, or the world will be informed that I'm training to be an inscription master. I'll just store it for now and maybe sell it in another place. He had no shortage of money. Keeping that item wasn't a burden. I will focus more on shaping it right. Only one of these items can't last much in battle, but if I make many of them, they might be useful. Ivor nodded. Yes, once the form is in its place, your creation will only lack the proper components. Don't worry though, it takes a lot of time to find the right mixture for your specific needs. Your progress so far is already above average. More days passed. Noah became focused on the form of the item, and he slowly improved in the process. First, he managed to make the beaks even thinner in order to increase their durability. Then he forced them to bend. When 2 weeks had passed, he stared at 3 thick needles laid in front of him. It's already the 3rd day in which I can't improve the quality of this item. It's probably the limit of the compound. Noah took one of the needles and injected breath in it before throwing it on the wall. The inscriptions lit up and flickered, but they still couldn't completely block the needle. It stuck in the wall for less than 1/10 of its body before being stopped by the sturdiness of the basement. Noah was surprised. Generally speaking, the students of the academy were all rank 1 cultivators. It made sense for the inscriptions of that room to be tuned to block that level of power. One of his sabers appeared in his hand, and he slashed the air. A wind slash ran across the room and smashed on the wall next to where the needle was, making the inscriptions flicker again. Noah stood up and neared the area of the impact. His attack left only a light mark on the wall, but there was no damage at all. However, the needle managed to create a small hole in it, which meant that its piercing ability had surpassed Noah's normal attack. To think that this small item could contain such power. It's not even at the peak of the 1st rank, but it's able to pierce the defenses of the basement. The elemental forging is amazing. Noah took out the item from the wall and inspected it carefully. Small cracks had appeared on its body. It seemed like it could be used only another time. So, it's a 2-use inscribed item. The material can't sustain the power injected in it. I don't know if it will be useful to me, but its value should be higher than my previous creations. He still had about 5 unused beaks. If he didn't count the needle that he had just used, he could forge a set of 7 needles to sell. 7 needles mean 14 attacks with the power of the solid stage. I don't know if a cultivator with a weak dantian can use their full power, but there shouldn't be much difference. Oh right, I should ask Ivor's opinion. He hastily went for the ground floor and asked Ivor to follow him in the basement. He then showed the needle that he had tested. Ivor became captivated by its sight and began to inspect it with interest. Can you use it? Ivor raised his head to make that request. Noah nodded and took the item from his hands to throw it on the wall. It happened the same thing as before. The needle lightly pierced the surface of the wall. However, since it was its 2nd usage, its cracks expanded, ultimately causing its breaking in many pieces. Ivor didn't mind that and went to inspect the little hole that had been created. You made it reach the high tier. Good job. He was happy that his disciple had managed to create something worthy of being called an inscribed weapon. Noah shrugged his shoulders. He was proud of his creation, but since it didn't increase his battle prowess, he didn't care much about it. It was just the result of his experiments after all, not something that had to be added to his arsenal. Do you understand that you are officially an inscription master now? You might be at the beginning, but you have successfully completed your first stable inscription. Noah was silenced. He really didn't consider that detail. Since it didn't increase your power, you didn't put much thought on it. Am I right? Ivor rebuked him while shaking his head. Give it a name at least. Noah thought for a while before finding a simple name. Moon Needle. Noah spent the following days forging the other moon needles, exhausting his stash of moon owl's beaks. The 7 inscribed weapons were then carefully laid in a casket and stored in his space ring. I will sell these once I move to Elba City. Now I should focus on my Danteon. He had some other random materials left, but he felt that it was pointless to experiment more on things that he didn't need. He would rather wait to reach the royal city and resume his forgings when he had access to better materials. Also, his Danteon was nearing its limit. Once he became a rank 2 cultivator, he would have access to a stronger breath, and rank 1 inscribed items would lose their appeal to him. Yet, no matter how much breath I absorb, I'm still unable to reach the limits of the first rank. Even if he had focused more on the forging during the last period, the increased density of breath of his new accommodation should have covered that diminished time spent in training. However, he seemed to have miscalculated the time required for his advancement, so he chose to momentarily focus on it. Noah began to cultivate even during the day with his dark vortex technique. Many of his future plans required for him to have a rank 2 Danteon, so he decided to hasten its enlargement. According to the teachings of the General Cultivation course, the differences in power between stages in the first rank were only marginal, while they would be more accentuated in the higher ranks. Vance, you are returning to the state when you had the breath blessing in front of you, June said with a smile as she peeked from the entrance of the basement. Noah opened his eyes and released a soft sigh before laying on the floor. You are right. Maybe what I need is just a bit of rest to stabilize my gains. Too much training could be detrimental. Rest was needed to maximize the growth. Maybe my Danteon is too stressed and keeps on enlarging without noticing that it has reached its limits. Now that I think about it, there were cases of cultivators that trained so much that their bodies fell apart due to the pressure applied to them. June saw that he had stopped his meditation and happily went down the stairs to stare at the youth on the floor. She then crouched next to him and pulled his arm. Come on, come upstairs. I found where Ivor keeps his wine. Since they began to spend more time together, Noah and June would appreciate being accompanied by Ivor's wine. Yet that didn't please the old cultivator, and he began to hide it in random places in the house. Why does he even hide it? I pay for it after all, Noah said, rising from the floor and letting June pull him upstairs. As their relationship improved, June slowly lost all her mental barriers and began to treat Noah in a friendly manner. Once she lowered her defenses, she became a simple young girl that didn't care about the behavior that a noble lady should have. She was not even 19, and she was already living together with 2 men after all. It was pointless to say the number of gossips that spread through the whole academy. Look, that geezer actually made a secret drawer in the wall. She brought Noah to one of the rooms and strongly pushed on one spot on the wall. The wood moved and a small hole was revealed behind it. I don't even know how he did that without us noticing, June exclaimed, looking at the hole. It was one of the accommodations of the academy. Its sturdiness couldn't be underestimated. That scrounger must have used his knife. He really cares so much about his wine. In the cavity there were about 5 jars carefully stored. Noah took 2 of them and smiled toward June. Let's just laze around for today. She giggled and moved to the first floor, followed by Noah. Your followers are becoming more daring. They actually waited for me outside of my master's building when I went out today, June complained as they arrived in one of the rooms. She sat on one of the couches and took out 2 glasses from her storage device. Why are they even bothering me? This is becoming annoying, Noah said while sighing, sitting next to her and pouring wine in the glasses. They had become used to conversing like that. There was no awkwardness in their actions. The strongest student in the academy who has no ties to any noble family. Did you really think that you would be ignored just because you act grumpy? I bet that if they knew your element, they would go crazy. Those girls are already crazy enough due to your presence here. Sadly, they don't realize that you are just a battle maniac. Humph. These words coming from someone addicted to cultivation have no value. For your information, I am rather popular among the male students. Master even said that there are girls interested in me. I bet that if Professor Megan didn't say that to you, you would still be ignorant about it. Poor students, idolizing a wild beast. Oh, shut up. Look at you with all the mysterious halo. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that you were shy for real. Noah snorted, but a slight smile was present on his face as he sipped the wine. June too seemed at ease and would lightly poke Noah every time he said something about her behavior. That was their usual conversation, simply spending time together and joking with each other. You know. June's smile vanished and was replaced with a bitter expression as she sat straight on the couch with both her hands on her glass. I know that you have your reasons for hiding your past, but it can't be too beneficial to keep everything in your mind. Noah's expression became complex as he reminisced his past. Are you saying that I can trust you? June nodded with her gaze fixed on her glass. Noah sighed. I believe you will know it at some point anyway. I'm just trying to avoid loose ends. You really like being mysterious. June sighed, giving up on probing more about his past. When you find out about me, you can give me your opinion on what I should have done, Noah said, receiving another poke from June. They continued to talk and drink for the whole night, enjoying their peaceful time together. As the first rays of the dawn entered the room, Noah interrupted his line of thought and focused back on his surroundings. June had long fallen asleep on the couch, uncaringly stretching her legs over Noah's waist. Is this a habit of her? She sure doesn't care about appearances. Noah shook his head, carefully moving her legs away in order to stand up. June didn't wake up. It seemed that the wine had relaxed her so much that she didn't even pay attention to the environment around her. A bitter smile appeared on Noah's face as he stared at the girl quietly sleeping in front of him. If my situation was different, I wonder how our relationship would have evolved. He then turned, going back to the basement to rest. He woke up in the middle of the night. It was the first time that he had taken a whole day of break from his training. Let's see if there are some changes. Noah sat in his usual cross-legged position and began to meditate in the dark vortex technique. Breath converged in his dantian through the vortex in his joint hands, and black crystals slowly amassed in that organ. However, after 2 hours spent cultivating, Noah felt that he could no longer absorb more breath. He opened his eyes and they shone with excitement. Finally, the limits of the first rank of the dantian. There was still 1 month before he became 18, but he had finally reached the breakthrough point. If I compare myself to the other nobles of the academy, my growth isn't that amazing. It had taken him 4 years and 5 months to cultivate all the way from the beginning of the gaseous stage to the peak of the solid one, which was only slightly above the average time used by noble cultivators to achieve that feat. However, since he had obtained his dantian at the age of 13 and a half, he wasn't even 18, and yet he was ready to become a rank 2 cultivator. To think that June actually helped. Well, it was almost time anyway. Noah checked his condition. He was virtually at peak form. He had only been awake for 2 hours after all. No reasons to waste time then. An item appeared in his hand. It was a small bottle with a silver liquid inside it. Just by holding it, Noah could feel the breath in his dantian tremble. I can finally use the silver reagent. The silver reagent was an item obtained in Eccentric Thunder's separate dimension. It was one of the most commonly used reagents for the breakthrough in the second rank of the dantian. Noah breathed deeply for a couple of times before drinking in one sip all the contents of the bottle. Immediately, the temperature on his low waist rose as the breath in his dantian heated up. The scorching sensation reached the walls of his dantian, causing immense pain to envelop Noah's body. Nevertheless, his focus never wavered. Noah enveloped his dantian with his mental energy and checked for problems in the procedure. Advancing from the first rank of the dantian to the second one wasn't strictly a difficult process, but it was a rather dangerous one. The reagent forced the breath to expel its impurities, refining it in a stronger form of energy. Yet, a simple dantian could not contain that much power. It had to be upgraded in order to allow higher types of energy to be stored inside it. What was used to increase its strength were exactly the impurities expelled by the solid breath. They were still a form of energy after all, and they were even in their most simple form, so they were easy to absorb. However, if the cultivator didn't manage to block them and let them disperse in the world, there was the chance that his dantian could break due to the internal pressure of the stronger energy that it contained. Noah's mental energy was strong and steady. It enveloped the dantian and didn't let any impurities reach the outside world. They stood on the walls of the dantian, slowly nourishing its matter. The organ then contracted. As its walls became sturdier and denser, it could not maintain the enlarged form that it had reached in the peak of the stage. Noah controlled that no impurity left the area of the dantian through the whole process. There were no problems, and after about 4 hours, his dantian had returned to the size of a quarter of a fingernail. Inside, a minute strand of gaseous breath shone with a dark light. That was easy. Being a rank 2 mage has its advantages. The process was smooth since all the impurities were contained in the walls of the dantian and managed to nourish it. The walls then seemed incredibly durable after the procedure was over. Noah activated the dark vortex technique. A small part of his breath was consumed and a vortex twice as wide as the previous times appeared and began to absorb the breath in the environment. The absorption speed was many times higher than when he was in the first rank, yet that didn't seem to matter for his dantian as it didn't enlarge at all. Only when the first light of the day arrived, Noah noticed that some improvement was happening. Noah stopped his meditation and exhaled loudly. About 2 hours of cultivation and my dantian almost didn't bulge. It will take a lot to reach the peak of the gaseous stage on this rank. He stood up and decided to test his new strength. A saber appeared in his hands and he casually slashed the air. A brilliant wind slash hit the wall of the basement, making the inscriptions flash to no end. In the end, they seemed to give up on blocking the attack and turned off. Noah inspected the area where his attack had crashed and noticed that a vertical cut had appeared on the wall. It wasn't that deep, only about 3 centimeters, yet Noah was extremely satisfied with the results. Just a casual attack has actually done all this damage. I can make 1,000 of these with the breath that I have now. At last, I am a rank 2 cultivator. Rank 3 body in the high tier. Rank 2C of consciousness. And, at last, rank 2 dantian in the gaseous stage. All Noah's centers of power had greatly benefited from his enrollment in the academy. In the 2 years and a half in which he had been a student, he had grown in all the fields where he was lacking. His knowledge about cultivation had vastly increased after receiving the instructions of his professors. All his techniques and spells had been upgraded according to his element and battle style. He wasn't the kid that had to accept anything that had a better rank than his current methods anymore. He had also found a way to become an inscription master, paving the way to his future improvements. I don't have enough money to buy techniques of higher ranks, and I'm not even sure that they would sell them to me without roping me in some deal. I've exhausted everything that the academy could have given me. Realization dawned upon him. He knew that it was time to leave. A token appeared in his hand. It was green and it depicted the image of a lion-type magical beast with its head severed. It was the token of the Hunters Guild that Thaddeus had sent to him a while ago. Then, he uncovered part of his chest area and looked at the orange rune that was slowly making its way toward his dantian. I need to stabilize my breakthrough before moving to the royal city. Also, I need to take care of the matter about eccentric thunder. Noah cultivated for 2 more weeks in his accommodation. His dantian only enlarged slightly. It seemed that it would take a long time before he could reach the liquid stage. He had sent Ivor to prepare a carriage for their trip toward Elba's city. Their coachman was already waiting in an area inside a Roliac forest. Go first, I have to take care of something, Noah said to Ivor in a soft voice. I still don't understand all your hurry. What's better than a peaceful life accompanied by a beautiful girl? Ivor complained, shaking his head. Noah moved his gaze on the stairs for the first floor and replied with a low voice. There is no peace for me. He climbed the stairs slowly. He had to admit that a part of him was reluctant to leave, but his first focus had to always be his personal strength. The faculties here are no longer useful for my rank, and I believe that the royal city will offer me many different possibilities to increase my strength. He arrived in front of June's room. She had picked up the clues about Noah's departure and became colder toward him in the last period. She must feel as if what happened in her childhood is reoccurring. Noah had probably become the only person she trusted after her family turned on her, and hearing of his departure raised again her mental barriers. June, I'm leaving. June was sitting cross-legged on the floor, and she opened her eyes hearing Noah speak. She snorted and spoke in an irritated voice. Then leave, what are you doing here? Noah sighed. It seems like our relationship regressed to when I first met her. I need to give you something first. I don't need it. Why is this so hard? Noah sighed again. Will you abandon the thought of surpassing me? She finally turned her head. Why would I do that? You know my plan. I will use your family and your relationship with the royals to gather resources in order to improve your personal power. I know. I can assure you that it won't be enough. Noah finished her phrase. June stood up and shouted angrily at him. How can you be so sure? Tell me the truth. Why did you become interested in me all of a sudden? What were your intentions? She has a point. I indeed approached her out of necessity. He sighed for the third time before staring June in her eyes. One day, they will find me. I need to move in order to obtain as many benefits as I can before I'm forced to run away again. June was silenced as soon as Noah began to reveal information about himself. Noah continued. Look, I needed to be sure of your character, and I have to admit that among all those that wanted to exploit me, your frankness is a breath of fresh air. June opened her mouth to speak, but Noah raised one hand to stop her. I can't have more enemies, and I have to be careful of my every move. I lie a lot to cover my tracks, and I don't care much about anything except for cultivating, yet you didn't mind it and have accepted me anyway. I thank you for that. I have to say that I honestly like your company. That was the truth. After losing his mother and abandoning William, the only people with whom he could stop pretending were Ivor and June. However, Ivor was mainly interested in keeping the elemental forging method alive, while June had no hidden meaning behind her actions. June blushed lightly and lowered her head. Noah's words resembled a confession of some sort, which made her embarrassed. Noah, though, had other intentions and stretched his right arm toward her. I trust you. If you feel the same, take my hand. You will understand part of my actions like this. June raised her head and stared at the hand pointed toward her. She hesitated for a few seconds before resolving her will and stretching her hand to reach Noah's one. As the two hands touched each other, Noah tightened his grip and spoke in a solemn voice. I declare you eccentric Thunder's heir. The conditions of his deal were met, and the orange rune moved from his torso toward his fingers before entering June's body. A torrent of information flowed into her sea of consciousness, and she released the handshake as she kneeled on the floor to support herself. This. She was speechless as the specifics of the inheritance ground became clear in her mind. Attached to them, there were the memories of Noah's trial from when he entered the second stage to when he exited after making the deal. Eccentric Thunder had secretly passed them down to warn his future heir about Noah's personality. He didn't know that those memories had the opposite effect to June. Noah's strenuous battle that ultimately led to a failure in obtaining the inheritance due to his aptitude only increased her admiration toward the mysterious man in front of her. One last thing. If you ever try to use that power to harm me, I will forsake all the good moments that we had together and kill you without hesitation. Noah gave her one last warning before smiling lightly and leaving the room. From that moment on, he was no longer a student of the academy. The capital of the Utra country was placed near the borders of the nation. As the city that held the highest power in the country, it was the best line of defense in case of an attack from enemy nations. The royal dynasty wasn't the only noble family that occupied it. There were many small and medium-sized families that were annexed in the borders of the capital. A single family could not have the power to rule over a nation for 2,000 years without accidents occurring. It needed to have a manpower that vastly surpassed the one of the other large-sized noble families. The Elbas family solved that issue by linking many smaller noble families to their rule, giving important positions to them and connecting their heirs with political marriages. Like that, the number of their descendants was largely increased, and they could rely on them to take care of important structures of the royal city. Thaddeus and Lisa were precisely two of those descendants with mixed blood. One was taking care of the matters of the academy while the other was a captain of the royal guards. In that way, The power of the Elbas family was never divided between their subjects but only with families carrying their same name. As for the succession to the throne, that was a complex matter. The stronger cultivators in their ranks would often retire from the political struggles of the mortal world and focus on their training, leaving the command of the continent to their weaker descendants. It was easy to imagine the many internal battles that happened in the royal mansion in order to obtain that position. However, none of that was of any importance to Noah. He was sitting in the carriage with Ivor, waiting to reach Elbas City. The Academy token was in his hands, and he looked at it with indecision clearly present in his eyes. "He will be in touch," he said. "The royal inheritance seems to really bother him." As he was about to leave his token to the management building, Thaddeus had shown up and urged him to keep it. "We have other ways to contact you, but the Academy token remains the best method. Keep it so that we will know when you are ready to work for us again." That was what he had said. Does this token keep tracks of my movements? No matter how he inspected it, he couldn't find anything wrong with the item, so he decided to ask Ivor for advice. "It might be possible to track you down through that token. It is linked to the network of the Academy after all. Though, if you keep it inside your space ring, it's almost impossible for them to pinpoint your position. Space rings are a sort of separate dimension themselves. Creating an item that can ignore that hurdle would require much more than an inscription on this level." Ivor judged, handing back the token to Noah. "I guess I should just keep it then." Their trip was peaceful and, in 2 days, they arrived at the gates of the royal city. "What's our move?" Ivor asked, staring at the tall defensive wall that encircled the city. "We first reach the Hunters' Guild. After I know more about my duties, we will look for a place where to stay," Noah said, looking in the distance to find where the wall ended. Nevertheless, the walls were too big. Being right under them made impossible for Noah to even see a part of it. "I wonder if the king of the valley could take down this city." The strongest being that he had ever seen was his meter of comparison regarding sheer power. He imagined the huge white snake crashing on the wall and destroying it, but then he refused that vision. "It's the royal city that I'm considering here. Bulvan Mansion had an inscribed defensive wall. How could Elbas City not have it too?" Ivor and Noah neared the gate and put themselves in line with the other people that wanted to enter the city. The inspections of the soldiers went smoothly and, in a few minutes, they were inside the city. Noah was exempted from paying for his identification token since the one from the Hunters Guild was considered as a formal invitation, but he still had to give 50 credits to the soldiers in order to allow Ivor's entry. "How can you not have an identification token?" The reason why Ivor didn't have it was simple. "I lost it." Noah cursed in his mind but still paid the required sum, and 2 golden tokens were delivered to them. They were quite simple in their design, with only the names Vance and Ivor on them. Right after the gate, there were many structures used for renting carriages led by magical beasts with loud people publicizing them. "East Gate's fastest transports right here. Our business has the lowest transportation cost in the whole city. Come to us. For a small sum, we offer the best services and comforts." There were more than 5 businesses dealing with transportations inside the city. From that, one could see how populated the capital was. "East Gate?" Noah asked Ivor in confusion. "There are 3 gates on the city walls. East, West, and South. The northern side faces the other countries, so they didn't build a gate in order to maximize the defenses of the city." Noah nodded in understanding. He moved toward the man that publicized the low prices. "How much to reach the Hunters Guild for 2 persons?" The man happily turned toward Noah and joined his hands in a friendly gesture. "A trip for 2 people would be 200 credits. We can ensure that you will reach your destination in less than 1 day." "The fuck? 100 credits for a 1-day trip?" Noah looked toward Ivor that sensed his amazement and nodded. "So these are really the normal prices here. The royal city sure is expensive." "Fine. But I want you to point out where I can find a map of the city." A carriage led by a rank 1 4-horned bull moved at a high speed through the streets of Elbas City. Inside, Noah was attentively studying a map while Ivor was snoring loudly. After quite some time, Noah raised his head from the drawing and put it back in his space ring. 20 credits just for this simple map. To live in the royal city, you would require a profitable profession. If he didn't consider the credits that he had obtained due to the 2 inheritance grounds, his gains would be limited to the 2 credits at which he had sold the body of the 3-eyed bat in Tutak Town. I wonder if I really can live here without spending all my resources. As for hunting down rank 4 magical beasts, I don't think I'm quite there yet. Based on his recent improvements, he was confident that if he met again the starved cloud eagle, he could make it bleed. Killing it, though, is another matter, and I don't even know what would be the situation with a rank 4 beast at its peak form. Unless his power advanced, he had to limit himself to hunt packs of rank 3 beasts. I'm overthinking. I don't even know how things will work in the guild. He had learnt the importance that rest had in his growth, so he had decided to not cultivate on his first day in the city. Yet, he didn't imagine that reaching the guild would have taken so much. It has already been half a day. Don't tell me that it will really take another half to arrive there. The royal city was enormous, more than 100 kilometers wide. For a country filled with small villages and sparse mansions, a city that big was an unusual sight. However, the capital wasn't only the place where the strongest cultivators of the country gathered. It was also the first line of defense if an enemy invasion was to happen. Most of the business in the city covered battle-related topics, from inscribed weapons and armors to training grounds for soldiers. There were even research facilities that, coupled with the academy, represented the apex of what the Nation could offer in the cultivation field. Also, many quarters belonged to the different families tied with the royal dynasty and to their different occupations. Thaddeus and Lisa's family mainly provided soldiers to the ranks of the capital, with Thaddeus being an exception since he was talented in inscriptions. These were information commonly known by the people in the royal city, and were also the best that Noah could learn from his short interaction with the attendant in the building renting carriages. This carriage mustn't be a normal one. I almost feel no movements from inside it. Noah thought, placing his attention on the transport. Maybe it's an inscribed item with rank 1 low-tier power. No wonder they just rent them. Noah was feeling nothing but amazement for every aspect regarding the royal city. From its width to the facilities present inside it, everything seemed to belong to an entirely different world. That's the result of gathering most of the wealth of a nation in one big area. Noah concluded before deciding to imitate Ivor in his sleep. As Noah predicted, it had to pass 11 more hours before they arrived at their destination. It wasn't due to the bull's speed, though, but rather to the many stops that it had to make along the way. Yet, a few hours after midday, Noah and Ivor jumped off their carriage, successfully arrived at their destination. The Hunters Guild entrance is right after turning that corner. I hope that you would advise our services to your friends, the coachman said with a wide smile on his face before going away. Noah found himself in an ample road with 3-story buildings at its sides. They had gaudy colors, and some of them had big banners in front of their entrances. 3,000 credits to rent for 1 month? Are they crazy? Noah looked at the prices listed on the banners, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is everything in this city so pricey? He asked Ivor. This is actually an average cost. The closer you get to the royal mansion, the more the prices will increase. Average, he says. Do you know the usual income of a hunter? Ivor shook his head. No idea, but with your forgings, you should be able to make quite a wealthy life. He still had the 7 moon needles to sell added to his 100,000 credits that remained from the rewards of the royal inheritance. Money wasn't an immediate problem for him. They began to walk toward the direction pointed by the coachman, and Noah asked more questions. Why is the density of breath still quite high? This should be a normal area. Since the capital is so pricey, it must have its benefits. There are breath blessings in every quarter of the city, and there are even special houses that have other features. As you near the central area of the city, the things that are offered surpass even my imagination. For the academy to create flying devices, there should be even stranger things produced. What about guilds? What can you tell me about them? They generally detain control over certain businesses. The Hunters Guild satisfies the need for magical beasts both alive and dead, for example. How do you know about that? I am an inscription master. The guild for that profession has a strict connection with the hunter's one due to its need for materials. You should pass there at some point to be acknowledged as an apprentice in that field. So, I also need some kind of certification. It makes sense, nobody would buy the products of a no one like me. They turned the corner, and they found themselves in front of a big wooden door, with a crest depicting a lion-type magical beast with its head severed. Noah took out the token with that same design and the door opened by itself. A wide room unfolded in front of his eyes, with many cultivators holding jugs full of wine. The smell of booze filled the room and the atmosphere seemed lively and happy. Yet, as they noticed the entrance door opening, all the cultivators turned and focused on the figure that was becoming visible. Noah felt more than 30 wary gazes on him as he crossed the ingress. This really suits my tastes, he thought, suppressing a smile from appearing on his face. The life as a student of the academy was peaceful but also extremely plain. Rules can help the weak but can also restrain the strong. A life in a cage was something that Noah had tried to avoid in both his lives. As the cultivators in the Hunters Guild looked at him, he knew that they weren't naive brats. They surely had their share of battles. That was his first thought when they began to inspect him. Noah didn't hesitate and walked steadily toward the end of the room. His eyes never lingered on any of the men staring him. As he was halfway through the chamber, though, a tall, burly man stood up and blocked his way. Noah stared at the man and he did the same. They were probing each other. He is stronger than me, Noah concluded in his mind, but his eyes never moved from him, enduring the pressure that the man applied to his mental sphere. But he is only a rank 2 mage. Seeing that he could not make the youth lower his head, the man retracted his pressure and crossed his arms. Who are you and why are you here? This is not a playground. He spoke in a deep voice. Noah raised the token still in his hands. I'm Vance, from the Academy. I believe that His Majesty Thaddeus Elbaz had warned the guild of my arrival. He explained calmly. The man stared at the token for a moment before moving his gaze back on the young man. Just because a royal gave you that token, it doesn't mean that you could join the guild for free. And how do I do that? Some of the other cultivators on the tables nodded in approval. They liked Noah's direct attitude. The man snorted before pointing toward Noah. You students of the academy are all spoiled nobles who know nothing about real-life struggles. We can't accept a useless kid as a hunter. As soon as he said those words, Noah understood his intentions and acted. His upper clothes tore and echo threw itself toward the tall man. Yet, he only waved his hand and destroyed the body of the bat. Before Echo reformed, though, Shadow appeared behind the man and pounced him. The cultivator strongly raised his elbow that clashed with the panther and destroyed its body in one hit. Noah didn't stay still and attacked without hesitation. His 2 blood companions gave him the time needed to wield his sabers. Shadow steps activated and Noah passed the cultivator, dealing 2 fast strikes on his torso. Clang! As his 2 sabers hit the man's ribs, a metallic sound resounded in the room. Noah was on guard on the opposite side of the room, looking at the back of the burly man. Rank 4 body. His attack didn't manage to pierce the natural defenses of the body of the cultivator. I wasn't being serious, but I still charged using a rank 0 spell. So, a rank 4 body can be this strong. His eyes shined as he became excited thinking about his next advancements. According to his calculations, it wouldn't take long for him to obtain a rank 4 body too. The man slowly turned himself, staring at the 2 cuts on his clothes before looking toward Noah. He was slightly surprised by the scene. The young man stood calmly on guard with his sabers crossed in front of him. A black bat and a black panther were on his sides with their empty eyes fixed on him. 4 additional arms were faintly materializing on the student's torso, and an aura of coldness enveloped his figure. He was ready to fight. He has seen that his attacks can't pierce my skin. Yet he didn't give up. It seems that the academy produced a battle genius. The man thought. Kurt, stop messing with the kid. He is clearly up for the job. A rough voice sounded from one of the tables at the end of the room. Vance, come here. Noah turned toward the voice only to see an old man with his arms stretched waving at him. Kurt shrugged his shoulders and returned to his seat, resuming his drinking and laughing with the others in his table. Noah moved toward the old cultivator and made a slight bow as he reached him. Come, come. Have a drink with us while you tell me about yourself. Noah sat in one of the free seats near him and calmly waited for the man to talk. You know, there aren't many nobles from the academy willing to join our guild. They prefer to become a royal guard and laze around all day instead of spending their lives in beasts' lairs. He spoke while signaling to one of the servants waiting at the sides of the room to bring a jug for Noah. I'm no noble, Noah said briefly. The other cultivators on the table were a bit surprised by his affirmation, but then they nodded in approval. Even if their status was high outside Elba's city, in the capital they were simple hunters. They were either talented soldiers from noble families residing in the city or of noble birth without any special connection to the royal family. In the capital, where a big part of the population was composed of nobles and wealthy cultivators, their status was only average. Knowing that Noah's status was similar to theirs made their attitudes more friendly toward him. He had been a student of the academy after all. If he wanted, there would be many families willing to hire him as a guard or attempting to rope him in with political marriages. The fact that he had entered the academy confirmed that his talent was extremely high, at the peak of his generation. Getting their hands of someone with such potential was a wise investment for the future power of their family. And how did someone without a noble status enter the academy? Noah shrugged his shoulders. Luck. The elder scoffed and shook his head. Not the talkative type, I see. Don't worry though. Here in the Hunters Guild we all have our secrets. Oh right. I am Ron Slassy. I manage the new arrivals. A jug full of wine was laid in front of Noah, and he took a sip from it after doing a quick inspection with his mental energy. It had become a habit by then to use his mental energy to look at everything before his eyes did. The wine was strong and dry, far from the quality of Ivor's one. I need to teach you some procedures before you can start hunting. I'd say to start with the activities of our guild. Noah raised his attention at Ron's words. We can hunt freely. There is a detailed map of the areas near the capital with the descriptions of the various faunas of each zone. Also, each magical beast had a different value, as do each of their body parts. You can look at their values on the first floor of the guild. They generally vary due to their need in the royal city. Noah nodded internally. That's pretty standard. The value of something is given by its demand in the market. We also sign the area where we are going to hunt, so that other hunters can decide if the competition for a certain beast is too high and switch to another target. We always try to avoid internal fights, and the rules are quite strict regarding the ownership of a certain beast's body. Ron then pointed toward the table where Kurt was drinking. That guy, Kurt, has been a hunter for more than 10 years. He usually hunts rank 4 beasts with the cultivators that are seating with him. We trust him a lot, so don't be mad at his behavior from earlier. He just wanted to be sure that you were worthy of the guild. Hunts rank 4 beasts in a group, so not even he can kill one alone. Noah thought and could not help but ask more about that. Are rank 4 beasts that strong? Ron drank from his jug before answering. Well, yes. They are entirely in the heroic ranks, while humans need all 3 centers of power in the 4th rank to be considered at that level. Kurt has a rank 4 body, but his other 2 centers of power are still in the human ranks. He has managed to kill a few rank 4 beasts alone though. It's just way safer if it's done in a group. So, it's doable. Noah lowered his head on the wine to hide the excitement that he felt. You can join or form a group, or even go alone. It's up to you. All this can be done on the 1st floor. The deposit is on the 2nd floor. You can sell or buy beasts' corpses and body parts there. You have discounts based on your hunt's quota. There isn't a maximum of the discounts that you can get, but you must meet a minimum quota. It's about 15 intact rank 3 beasts' corpses per month. That number varies on the type of magical beast that you deliver. Don't worry though, you will be paid for those beasts. The guild just does that to force its hunters to work and don't take advantage of our favorable prices. That is pretty lax. 15 rank 3 bodies are really easy to collect each month. Can you deliver 30 of them at the same time and then be free for 2 months? He was worried that his forging sessions could be interrupted. Ron laughed and nodded happily. Of course. Otherwise, everyone would just let their prey rot in their space rings in order to deliver them in the next month. Trust me, there was that issue once the higher-ups tried the strict monthly method. No wonder it takes a day just to get out of the city. By the time you reach the hunting area, kill the beasts and come back here, at least half a month would have passed. Noah shook his head internally. I should just get the quota for a few months done in my first mission and then focus on forging. He didn't forget his purpose. He needed to find a place suitable for cultivation and for his experiments. Since he finally had a rank 2 Danteon, he could begin the tests to forge a real weapon, useful for his current battle prowess. Oh, remember that you can also bring here alive beasts. We keep them in the underground rooms. Their value is way higher than the dead ones, of course. Noah's eyes lit up. Do those rooms have rank for beasts? Ron stood speechless for a moment before exploding in a sonorous laugh. The cultivators sitting near him that overheard Noah's question did the same and laughed to no end. Did I say something wrong? Noah was confused by their reaction and waited for them to explain. Ron forced himself to calm down and gulped a mouthful of wine before answering. Tell me, do you know of someone capable of dragging a rank 4 beast alive here? Do you also know of a cage capable of holding them? And, at last, if you really do know him, why would he lower himself on being a hunter? Noah realized how stupid his question was. Capturing a rank 4 beast alive was extremely difficult, far more than killing one. As for restraining it, that meant that its cage had to be an inscribed item with a rank surpassing the second one. Why would a cultivator with such capabilities choose to be a hunter? Someone with that strength could become the patriarch of a noble family or funding its own noble house. There was no reason to limit himself to work for a guild. I didn't think about it. His excitement had clouded his mind. If he could obtain the blood and the core of a rank 4 magical beast, he could attempt on creating a blood companion as his sea of consciousness became stronger. His 2 blood companions had the strength of a peak rank 3 magical beast. They could be only used as shields against cultivators on Noah's level. They were still useful in dealing with other magical beasts, but Noah was starting to rely less on them. I guess that, in my demonic form, they can cause some trouble to other cultivators. Yet, having a rank 4 beast as a blood companion would really boost my battle prowess once I reached the heroic ranks. That's about it. Go on the first floor, sign for a hunting area, and fill your monthly quota. The discounts on the second floor will be available to you after that. Ron spoke, ending his explanation. I need to complete a mission first then. What about accommodations? Does Senior have any advice about the houses in the capital? Noah asked, and Ron showed a bitter smile. The prices are high almost everywhere in the city. I advise you to learn the layout of the city so that you can avoid using the transports. Also, unless you are rich, you shouldn't rent places for a long time. Since we spend most of our time hunting, a fixed residence is only a monetary burden. Most nobles prefer to be enrolled in the royal army, so to obtain free lodgings, us hunters live by the day. Noah lowered his head and fell deep in thought. Money is not an immediate problem, but it will become one once I start experimenting with rank 4 materials. That scrounger is becoming a problem. He didn't mind not having a fixed residence, but he had to take care of Ivor. I still need him to clear my doubts on some aspects of the forging. I can also use him to run errands for me or to sell my creations. His certification as an inscription master should suffice, and I will also avoid the trouble of going through their examination. I don't think I can hide my aptitude from them. His choice of joining the Hunters Guild didn't solely come from his need for materials. There, he could continue to hide while still increasing his power. If he was to show his creations personally, it would be impossible to hide his element. After all his creations were made using his own breath. I need more time and more money. Thank you for your explanation. I will start to work immediately, Noah said as he stood up and bowed. There was no need for him to undergo examinations or enrollments, as Thaddeus had taken care of them after Noah had chosen his position. Noah went directly for the first floor, and a spacious room unfolded itself as he climbed the stairs. This is quite messy. There were more than 10 men and women, all looking at various boards on the walls. At the center of the room, a big table was placed. Over it, A detailed map depicted a large area near the royal city. Noah neared the table and inspected the map carefully. It reaches even the places on the other side of the border. The drawn area was huge. It covered at least 500,000 square kilometers of surface. It even reached hunting zones in nearby continents. It should work with mental energy, right? Noah found the picture of a Roliac forest on the map and used his mental energy to inspect it. As soon as his mind focused in that area, a long list of names and information appeared in his sea of consciousness. Whoa, that basically covers every possible beast of the forest. The list contained the names of every type of magical beast that could be found in the forest. There were also descriptions of the beasts, notes about their behavior, and the value of their body parts. Noah randomly moved his attention toward another area of the map. The list in his mind changed and a different fauna was shown to him. Amazing! Noah was honestly surprised. Not only the map was an inscribed item capable of storing an incredible amount of information, but he really admired how much work was put into it. To gather all this knowledge, one lifetime is not enough. There were hundreds of environments described with thousands of magical beasts listed. Noah knew that behind the creation of that map there was more than a century of researches. He raised his gaze from the map and looked at the various boards on the walls. There were the names of the various hunting zones, with cultivators either inspecting them or leaving a sign through their token. Noah randomly inspected one of the zones with many signs with his mental energy, and its information appeared in his mental sphere. Drainston Crag, Danger Zone. High number of toxic hyenas discovered recently. Hunters in the area. Orville, Lucian Aildwe. Oh, even these boards are pretty detailed. Noah nodded in satisfaction, seeing the organization of the guild. The disorder of the room didn't reflect at all the orderly arrangements of the various tools. He then turned toward the end of the room. The stairs for the second floor were there with the largest board of the room on their side. That one was the only panel that no hunter was inspecting. His curiosity was piqued and he neared it. As his mental energy scanned it, the information was shown in his mental sphere. Special missions of the royal family. There were several hunts ordered by the royal dynasty with special rewards attached to them. However, their difficulty was far higher than anything Noah had ever seen. 30 rank 4 mountain trolls have occupied Green Hill Mountain. Rewards? Hordes of golden dragons flying in the skies over crumbled plains. 10 rank 4 specimens confirmed. Rewards? Rank 5 albino snake found in Twilboya Cliff, near the domain of the Shasti family. Rewards? Noah stopped reading at that phrase and remembered the huge beast that resembled a small mountain when it slept. I wouldn't even look at that board. Most of the hunters that attempt in the missions of the royals end up dead. Ron appeared behind Noah. I forgot to warn you about that. There is the hidden rule of avoiding that board. I think that you can understand why is that. Noah nodded and looked again at the areas written there. If even the royal dynasty doesn't want to involve itself in these hunts, why would we even attempt in those? Ron nodded at his words and patted Noah's shoulder. Just stick to the other panels and to the areas at their bottom. The boards at the entrance of the floor have the names of the safer hunting zones on them, while toward the end of the room there are only danger zones. This one with royal missions is put here because of the incredible danger present in those areas. Noah came out of the Hunters Guild and found Ivor quietly waiting for him. He didn't enter the second floor. Since he still had to deliver his first monthly quote, he had no discounts on the materials, so he decided to complete a hunt before entering there. So? Ivor asked, seeing him come out. I've registered for a hunt. Let's find an accommodation now. He had signed for a danger zone mainly populated by swamp lizards and, as their name suggested, their location was inside a wide swamp in Mellow Forest. It was about 500 kilometers away from the royal city, not too far away, and there was only another hunter signed for that same area. Rank 3 swamp lizards' bodies were valued 35 credits if they were intact, quite a good price for a rank 3 beast, yet most of the hunters were scared by the presence of rank 4 specimens in the swamp to go there. If an area had rank for magical beasts in its environment, it would be branded as a danger zone so to warn those that wanted to cross it. However, Noah wasn't scared of their presence. Even if I'm not able to kill them, that doesn't mean that I have to fear them. Those were his thoughts when he signed for the hunting area. The reason was simple. None of the dangerous beasts in that environment could fly. Also, his power had greatly increased since the last time he faced a rank 4 beast. If there was the chance, he would gladly test the limits of his new strength. Where to? Somewhere near the West Gate. The rents should be more affordable there. Since the gates were the farthest places from the center of the capital, the concentration of breath was on a normal level. Nevertheless, Noah had to simply drop Ivor there while he did his mission. There was no reason to spend more for something that he didn't use. They requested for a carriage in one of the gathering spots and traveled for 1 day to reach the West Gate area. The situation was the same as the other gate, with transport businesses crowding the main street. They found a plain-looking building, renting rooms for 500 credits per month. The room was simple, 20 square meters wide with only a bed in it, but it was more than enough for Ivor. Here, I want you to sell these while I'm away. Noah handed the casket containing the 7 moon needles together with 2,000 credits to Ivor. Why don't you simply take the test and become accepted as a beginner inscription master? Noah shook his head. My element must remain hidden. If you don't want me to disappear, take care of this. Ivor saw the stern expression of his student and nodded, taking the casket and the credits in his hands. Try to gain something from that. I don't want to come back and find out that you spent everything in wine. He reminded him before stepping out of the room and exiting the city. Finally alone. As he exited through the West Gate and the vast prairie appeared in his line of sight, he felt like an enormous burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Most of the time, Ivor was a weight, and in the area of the academy he always felt like he was under strict observation. Now that he was off for a long mission, he felt like he regained some of the freedom that he had obtained when he escaped from Eccentric Thunder's dimension. She must have decided to go there by now. I don't believe she can resist the temptation of a complete inheritance with her character. He smiled a little thinking about Eccentric Thunder and June. He knew that if it wasn't for that fortuitous encounter, most of his current achievements would have been impossible. I can't slack off either. I wonder if I'll meet Doris once I reach the swamp. Doris was the other hunter signed for Mellow Forest. I hope she won't cause trouble for me. Well, I'm not in the academy anymore. As he thought of that, his eyes focused on a spot in the distance and his aura intensified. Some of the magical beasts nearby cried due to the fear that Noah's coldness caused them. Then he jumped ahead, shooting at high speed in the distance. 500 kilometers weren't a big distance for a cultivator with a rank 3 body, but Noah still took 3 days to cross them. He followed the general directions of the map on the first floor and, in the end, he reached Mellow Forest. It could have taken less, but he still decided to take many breaks to continue to train. Even if the concentration of breath was nowhere near the one of the academy, he still didn't want to completely stop his improvements. Also, the training with the 3rd Kezier rune didn't depend on the density of breath, so the enlargement of his mental sphere continued at a normal pace. Now, the swamp should be in the northern area of the forest. Noah didn't waste time and wielded his sabers as he entered the wood. The daylight illuminated the uncovered spots below the trees, and the environment was wet. That area seemed subject to frequent rains. A black figure jumped from branch to branch toward the more humid part of the forest. Noah had resumed his habit to move using the branches of the trees, and he used his mental energy to scan his surroundings. From time to time, a sound inaudible by humans was released from his back. Echo scanned the area around him looking for magical beasts. Yet, with the exception of a few rank 1 creatures, Noah didn't find anything valuable. So much for a danger zone. Even a kid could survive here. He didn't meet any danger in his few hours of exploration, and the swamp area was getting closer. Maybe the other beasts were eaten for the birth of rank 4 specimens. Noah ran for half a day before finding the first rank 3 creature. It was a poisonous toad, 1 meter tall and with yellow eyes. However, it was deeply injured with cuts all over its body and missing a leg. It was frantically trying to run away from the direction where Noah was going to, but its pitiful state made its movements extremely slow and clumsy. Noah jumped on it and directly severed its head before inspecting its body. The poisonous toads generally lived in swamps like the swamp lizards. it was reasonable to address its injuries to a conflict with the other species of magical beasts. These cuts are so small, they aren't caused by rank 4 creatures. The toad was only 1 meter tall, while the swamp lizard had an average height of 2.5 meters for their rank 3 version. Was it overwhelmed by rank 2 lizards? If that's the case, how many specimens are ahead? Noah stared in the direction where the toad came from with a bit of uncertainty. For a pack to be this big, it usually means one thing: they are expanding. Magical beasts were a mutation of normal creatures due to the breath in the environment. As time passed, each type of magical beast became a different species, giving birth to many peculiar creatures. At least, that was the most accepted theory about the birth of magical beasts. The breath could turn humans into cultivators and animals into magical beasts. Such mystical energy was indeed amazing. With the exception of mating, new magical beasts can be generated through the influence of high-level beings on the environment. A rank 4 swamp lizard could have turned an unimaginable number of normal lizards in magical specimens of its pack. Noah reviewed those pieces of information in his mind. His knowledge in the field of magical beasts was vast. The Academy had given him the best instruction in the entire country after all. How many creatures are there below rank 3? How many above it? He knew that killing a rank 3 creature using weaker beasts was a hard task, which meant that the pack ahead had to contain at least a few thousand beasts. Noah resolved himself and put the body of the toad in his space ring before continuing in his march. He had chosen that hunt because he was confident in his ability to escape if things became ugly. There was no reason to retreat before confirming the entity of the danger. As he continued in his advance, more bodies of poisonous toads appeared on the ground. These died because of their injuries. If they had remained in the range of the pack, they would have been eaten already. A large pack required a big quantity of food. The best food for magical beasts was, of course, other magical beasts. There was no way that they would have let go of rank 3 specimens like that. The quantity of breath remaining in their bodies was too alluring for them. Noah crossed another kilometer before reaching the borders of the swamp. There were no more corpses near it. This is wrong. According to the information about Mellow Forest, the swamp area had to be at a few kilometers north from his position, yet it had appeared already. The environment is mutating due to their presence. There is more than a single rank 4 lizard. Noah concluded. Magical beasts, like cultivators, emitted a strong aura, and the higher their level was, the more they could influence their surroundings. In Tulboya Cliff, that phenomenon hadn't happened because the rank 5 albino snake spent most of its time sleeping, and it prevented any rank 4 snake to live for long. In Mellow Forest instead, the swamp was advancing, which meant that there were strong beasts radiating their aura on the environment. However, to Noah that meant only one thing: more bodies to collect. As far as he was concerned, he would just fly away as soon as a dangerous situation presented itself. Noah uncovered his torso, and 2 pairs of wings came out of his back. He shot in the air and flew over the muddy waters of the swamp. Soon enough, he found the first lizards calmly swimming in the quagmire below him. Rank 1 and rank 2, they have no value to me. There were tens of lizards in his field of view. Noah thought for a bit before wielding one of his sabers. He launched 2 fuming wind slashes toward the crowded areas, which collided with the terrain and dispersed toxic smoke. 2 black clouds 20 meters wide were created in the swamp, devouring every living being that touched the smoke. Since he became a rank 2 mage, his demonic form increased in strength. Just with a casual attack, more than 50 magical beasts were killed. As for his expenditure of mental energy, it was negligible. It's better if I avoid being ganged up by them. I don't think they can do much to me, but it's better to be safe when dealing with rank 4 creatures. He wanted to avoid being encircled by hundreds of beasts. That's why he killed those weak creatures with no hesitation. The lizards that survived his attack dispersed and retreated toward a deeper area of the swamp. Noah continued to fly in that direction, launching attacks as soon as the number of beasts in one area increased. His advance was slow, but that allowed him to preserve most of his strength and be sure that there would be no attacks from his back. He was basically securing an escape route. Finally, when he had flown for another kilometer, the first rank 3 lizards appeared. They were lazily standing over 10 or so rank 2 lizards, and some of them emitted peculiar cries as they moved over them. They are indeed mating, Noah thought. If even their rank 3 versions are allowed to do that, that means that it's an order from their leaders. They are forcibly increasing the population of the pack to expand the swamp. The chain of command was quite strict in magical beasts packs. For weaker beasts to have their chance to reproduce indicated that the stronger ones in that pack allowed it. Only 3 of them, sadly. Better than nothing. Noah flew toward them, revealing his presence. The beasts roared, seeing an invader, but they had no time to react as the more powerful in their group were stabbed by black claws that drained every drop of their blood. Noah used the blood drain spell to deal with the rank 3 beasts in order to preserve their bodies, and then flew back into the air to clear the weaker specimens with fuming wind slashes. In less than 10 minutes, that area was emptied of swamp lizards. Noah had flown for about half a day over the swamp. He had met with 5 more groups of swamp lizards containing rank 3 creatures, and he had easily cleared them, storing the corpses of the rank 3 beasts in his space ring. 25 lizards and 1 poisonous toad. I'm nearing the required quota for 2 months. He didn't pick up the other bodies of the poisonous toads because their value was lower than the swamp lizard ones. The space of his storage devices was limited after all. He could already go back to Elba's city and obtain the discounts on the materials, but, since he was already in a hunting area, he decided to gather more bodies so to not be forced to hunt frequently. His experiments with the elemental forging method required a long time, so he would rather focus completely on them instead of being interrupted due to his duties as a hunter. I should rest now. I'm starting to feel some fatigue. He had used Echo's Wings, the Shadow Step spell, the Blood Drain spell, and the partial demonic form for the whole time. Even if he still had a lot of mental energy remaining, he chose to take a break in order to return to his peak form. The swamp occupied a vast area, and there were many small pieces of terrain not covered by the muddy waters. Noah randomly chose one of those spots and landed on the branch of a tree. The situation doesn't seem too out of control. Just with the damage that I've caused today, the advancement of the swamp should have been greatly slowed. Noah thought as he ate some of his stash of food. I should buy another space ring. 80 cubic meters are too few for my current needs. Noah trained shortly his centers of power before going to sleep. He woke up as the first light of the day shined over the environment. Yet, gray clouds immediately covered the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain soon. The rain should force more lizards out. Today I should be able to find enough of them to return to the city. Noah flew again in the air and resumed his search for magical beasts. It began to rain soon, and the number of groups containing rank 3 beasts increased. Noah vanquished each one of those groups with no hesitation. The number of corpses in his space ring rapidly increased to 33. I'm almost reaching the maximum capacity of what I can carry. I don't think that I can fit much more of them. However, at that point, Noah met the first hindrance in his hunt. It was a green lizard, 3.5 meters tall, with a scaled body and a long tail. Its head was triangular and its forelegs were thick and brawny. It seemed a small boulder placed in the middle of the swamp. Here is the rank 4. The giant lizard had its black forked tongue immersed in the water of the swamp, and its dark eyes moved continuously, inspecting everything in the area around it. Is it looking for me? Noah had unleashed quite a slaughter in the previous day, uncaringly killing a few hundred lizards in the perimetric parts of the swamp. Those magical beasts used their tongues as an investigative method, capable of extending the surface perceived if they used the water as a channel. They must have sensed their numbers decreasing, and they sent out this creature to explore. They are quite wary of external dangers. He knew that his actions couldn't go unnoticed. The whole swamp could be considered the lair of those beasts after all. Should I stop? Noah thought. The lizard hadn't found him, and, if he remained outside the water, it would be difficult to be discovered. I will just go around it. Noah changed the direction he was flying to and went looking for other rank 3 beasts. Instead of moving toward the center of the swamp, he was exploring its external area. He found more rank 3 beasts, and the number of corpses stored became 40. Nevertheless, he was forced to stop his hunt due to an unexpected encounter. On one of the trees in an area not covered by water, A middle-aged woman stood staring in the distance. Following her line of sight, Noah saw 2 rank 4 swamp lizards in the distance. That makes 3 already, Noah thought, moving his gaze back on the woman. The woman sensed something and turned in his way. She and Noah stared at each other for a while. Noah then took out the token from the Hunter's Guild, making her relax. She showed a token identical to Noah's one and pointed toward another area away from the rank 4 beasts. Does she want to talk? Noah nodded and flew where she indicated. The hunter followed him closely, making big leaps to jump on the sparse trees present in the swamp. She doesn't seem to be using spells, but that doesn't seem like a rank 4 body. Noah analyzed her strength as he flew. He wouldn't trust somebody just because they belonged to the same organization. Doris, right? He asked to the nearing figure as he landed on the muddy ground. The woman jumped off a tree and landed right in front of him. Yes, you must be new. She spoke in a friendly manner to Noah. Vance, Noah said, moving his gaze on the big creatures in the distance. How many rank 4 lizards did you meet? He asked in a plain voice. These are the first that I've met in a week that I explore the swamp. I've met another one. There has to be more of them. Doris nodded. They were in the center of the pack till now. Something must have happened in order to have rank 4 beasts patrolling. Wait, was that your fault? She realized that the only thing that changed since she had been there was Noah's presence, so there had to be a connection between his arrival and the new behavior of the beasts. Noah shrugged his shoulders before answering in a plain voice. If by fault you mean hunting them, then yes. I thought that the whole point of being a hunter was about collecting beasts' corpses. We are not supposed to spoil other hunters' work. You just disrupted my pace of killing. Doris angrily shouted at Noah. Water continued to pour from the sky. Noah watched coldly as the middle-aged woman rebuked him. So what? Noah answered. He wouldn't really care if his actions endangered other people. From his point of view, if you weren't strong enough to face situations with rank 4 beasts, then you shouldn't have come there in the first place. You have to compensate me for my losses. I'd say that 1 monthly quota is enough to pacify the situation. She smiled saying those words. Does she want me to pay her? I thought that only nobles could be so naive. His appearance was one of a young man, but he clearly exuded the aura of a strong cultivator. Asking for compensation in that way suggested that he was clearly being underestimated. Have fun with your remaining time here. I'm going in that direction. Noah didn't deign her of an answer and unfolded his wings again to continue in his hunt. Wait. The rules describe this situation perfectly. If a hunter is to spoil the hunting zone of other cultivators of the guild, he has to recompense them with his own wealth. Noah stopped. He didn't really read the rules of the guild. He didn't believe that they were so strict, so he didn't bother inspecting them. After a few seconds deep in thought, he raised his head to face the woman. I don't care. The rain poured nonstop and created large puddles on the terrain where they were standing. One of those puddles linked itself to the water of the swamp, and Doris stepped her foot in it to chase behind Noah that had turned to leave again. You newbie! You must follow the rules, otherwise Suru. A loud cry interrupted her words, and they both turned where the sound came from. The 2 rank 4 swamp lizards in the distance were viciously staring at them with their tongues still immersed in the swamp. Fuck! Noah knew that they had been discovered and shot in the air in order to leave the area. Hey, wait for me! Doris chose to retreat too and followed Noah in his escape. She stopped using the branches of the trees to move and directly ran through the water, uncaring of the muddy terrain. Mud could not hinder a rank 3 body. Cree! Another cry resounded from their side. The other rank 4 lizard that Noah had passed previously was attracted by the earlier roar and hastily ran for their position. Swamp lizards weren't extremely fast in their movements, but they could swim skillfully if the situation needed it. The other 2 lizards chased them, immersing half of their bodies in the swamp to pick up speed. They were clearly faster than the 2 hunters. However, Noah was at ease. He was in the sky flying freely. Those magical beasts had no long-distance attacks, so he could run away whenever he wanted. Doris, on the other hand, began to panic. She had approached the pack of beasts carefully, being extra cautious not to be discovered. Since she had no way to escape the stronger creatures, she had to take things slowly or it would have meant her demise. That was one of the reasons why she was so angry at Noah's behavior. She had planned things meticulously only to be ruined by his appearance. "Wait, help me," she yelled at the youth over her. Yet, no response came from Noah as he continued to fly, distancing himself from her. Doris knew that she was being abandoned. Her eyes became resolute and she gathered strength in her lower body. She then jumped, leaving a long trail of mud and murky water in the air as she rose to a height of 10 meters with her action. One of her arms stretched and reached for the right foot of the hunter that spoiled her preparations. "The fuck?" Noah turned to see Doris hanging from his leg with a smug smile on her face. He couldn't fly carrying another person with him, and his altitude diminished rapidly as both of them began to fall in the swamp. Noah's expression became dark and 2 sabers appeared in his hands. "Wait, we can escape together." Doris felt the incoming danger and tried to pacify the situation. However, Noah had already decided. The first form of the Ashura was executed, coupled with his partial demonic form that covered with toxic smoke all his material and ethereal attacks. 12 fuming sabers clashed on her, leaving deep marks on her body and consuming her flesh. Her arms were severed, her waist pierced, her throat cut. She stared with wide eyes as the distance with Noah increased due to her fall in the swamp. Noah hastily grabbed the 2 arms that were about to fall and stood in the air, coldly watching the scene progress. Doris fell on the water and the rank 4 lizards immediately reached for her body, biting and eating every piece of flesh that they managed to tear. Of Doris' figure, only a red spot remained that was quickly carried away by the waters of the swamp. She was dead. The lizards then raised their heads to look at the human in the air. Noah felt 3 pairs of eyes applying pressure on his mental sphere but incapable of doing any damage to it. "Not yet," Noah thought, replying to the stare of the beasts with one of his own. "I still can't face you." Rank 4 creatures generally had a higher intelligence compared to their weaker versions. Once they saw that Noah could fly, they decided not to waste time in his pursuit and simply looked at him. Noah felt that they were threatening him not to come again in their lair. He continued to stare at the creatures for quite some time, enjoying the sensation of looking down on stronger beings. Is this what Thomas felt when he exchanged gazes with that dragon? He shook his head and put that thought in the back of his mind as he turned to exit the swamp. 2 arms were in his hands, unceasingly dripping blood in the waters below. Noah flew for half a day before reaching the end of the swamp. He was back outside the lair of the magical beasts, on one of the trees of mellow forest. Rain continued to pour from the sky. It didn't seem like it was going to end soon. Yet, Noah didn't care about it and simply inspected the 2 severed arms in front of him. There was a space ring on each of them and he took them both before enveloping Doris' remains with black smoke. Of the hunter, only her storage devices remained. She had a slow pace of killing, but she had stayed for 1 week inside the swamp. Her gains couldn't have been small. Noah didn't want to go back in the lizard's lair, but he didn't even want to go back to the royal city with only 40 beasts' corpses. The rank 4 beasts were alerted by then, which meant that he couldn't hunt as freely as before. Yet, 2 months spent on foraging were way too short for what he was planning to do. He needed more corpses to fill more quotas. Noah inspected the first space ring, using his mental energy to wipe Doris' remaining one. The process was smooth. There were no added protections to the device and, since the previous owner was dead, Doris' imprint was faint and frail. That's not bad. She was actually quite prepared. The space ring was 50 cubic meters wide. It was at the same level as Noah's largest one. Inside, there were many situational potions and pills. They covered most of the possible dangerous situations in which a hunter could end up. Oh, this one can be used against poison. This one is very useful for burns. This can even immediately stop the bleeding. Good, good. Doris was indeed a prepared hunter. Noah wasn't an expert regarding potions and similar, but he had received a general education about them. The academy couldn't neglect the teaching of such important resources only because a student wasn't talented in alchemy. Together with those items and 10,000 credits, there were also items useful for her cultivation. Noah found another earth pill and something that made his eyes widen in surprise. Beast's quintessence. Doris probably wanted to reach the peak of the third rank of the body with this. The beast's quintessence was the more powerful version of the beast's essence, a liquid drug that he had obtained a long time ago. It makes sense, since this also derives from magical beasts. She must have bought it for a discounted price. Yet, its value is not low. She has probably saved for quite some time in order to buy it. Doris had a rank 3 body like Noah. However, her situation didn't seem that good. She was still in that rank after having lived for at least 50 years. Her growth was far below the average of other cultivators, especially considering the rich environment of the royal city. Couldn't be helped though, spells and techniques were controlled by the noble families. You could only obtain them by paying an overpriced sum or by submitting to the families. The academy was an exception since it sold those precious resources at a low price, allowing its students to improve steadily. It was no wonder that it was considered the best place where to train even for those with a noble status. The accessibility to cultivation methods had an enormous value. Yet, she was in the Hunter Guild, slowly accumulating the sum needed to improve her centers of power. As for enrolling in the guards of some noble family, there were hundreds of cultivators on her level in the capital. The competition was harsh. Pity she didn't keep her techniques. She must have sold them as soon as she learned them. There were no cultivation methods or spells in her space ring. It was understandable though. Diagrams and similar were almost unique in their kind. Copying them was hard and required the help of an expert. Most cultivators would just buy them to learn the described skill and then sell them at a lower price. Only people that had no immediate need for money would keep them as an insurance for unexpected situations, or to simply hide their powers. Noah, for example, would never sell the warp spell. He would rather avoid for another cultivator of the darkness element to appear in the future and be able to use it. And I have another weapon that I can't immediately sell. Wonderful. Doris' knife was in the space ring. It was an inscribed weapon, so its value wasn't low. Yet, Noah could not sell it or it would expose the fact that he had killed her. The other one should be the one containing the magical beast's corpses. Noah moved his focus on the other ring. As he had expected, the device contained 20 or so rank 3 lizards' bodies and was 50 cubic meters wide too. With these, I will fill my quota for 4 months, but I can't keep the bodies in this state. The lizards had clear knife cuts on their flesh. An expert would recognize the difference between the two hunting methods. Noah spent an entire day altering the signs left by Doris. He first used the blood drain spell to remove the remaining blood for their corpses, and then he made additional cuts on their skin, sometimes directly severing the limbs when the trace of the knife was too evident. Their value lowered like that, yet, when he had finished with each corpse, there was no evident difference between Noah's hunting method and Doris' one. This should be enough. Now how should I sort things out? He liked to keep his space rings orderly arranged in order to be more reactive in dangerous situations. In the end, he decided to keep all his personal stuff in one of his new storage devices, putting all his potions, techniques, spells, inscribed weapons, and cultivation resources in it. Since those items didn't occupy much space in the first place, there were still many cubic meters left for future usage. The other 3 rings were assigned for the momentary items like the corpses of magical beasts. When he finished his ordering, he had 2 rings on each hand, with a total space of 180 cubic meters. I guess my first hunt is over. Noah thought that, and a bottle containing a dark red liquid appeared in his hands. It was the beast's quintessence, and its usage was similar to the beast's essence that he had used in the past. I'm not in a hurry to go back. I should just use this and improve while no one is around me. Noah was still shirtless, so he only needed to apply the quintessence. He carefully opened the small bottle and smeared its contents on the spots where his 7 acupoints were. The liquid was dense and had a bad odor, but its effects were immediate. The acupoints reacted on their own and began to absorb breath at a fast pace. Noah immediately put away the bottle and focused on the body. He couldn't randomly absorb breath. He had to redirect it through the proper channels in order to obtain improvements rather than harm. 7 vortexes were created on his back. Their rotation speed was incredible. They absorbed breath at a fast pace. The beast's quintessence was a potion that momentarily allowed a cultivator to imitate the magical beast's ability to absorb breath, increasing the quantity of nourishment that their bodies received for a short amount of time. The breath entered his body and accumulated on his back. It was cold like he was used to. He knew that the medicine was working correctly. He then directed it to his dantian in order to refine it before it could nourish his bones. Since the breath absorbed that way was in such a higher quantity compared to its normal one, Noah could not cultivate in the dark vortex technique at the same time, or the stress on his dantian would be too much to withstand. Noah continued to cultivate like that for 1 week before emptying the bottle of quintessence. Phew! He exhaled loudly as soon as the effects of the potion expired, and he interrupted his cultivation. His skin had become even paler and his cold aura intensified. However, he felt that his strength had increased again. I'm still a bit away from the peak of the 3rd rank, but I've indeed made some progress. Noah concluded after inspecting his body. He wasn't really sure of how much it would take for his dantian to reach the peak of the gaseous stage, and his mental sphere was very far away from the 3rd rank, but he was sure that his body was nearing the breakthrough. 2 years at most, and I will face the pain tribulation. Since in the next rank his body would enter the heroic ranks, he would face the first tribulation. I should go back now. It took Noah 2 days to reach the west gate of the capital. He had learnt the route by then, which shortened the time needed to return to the royal city. When he returned to the room he had rented, he found Ivor sleeping in one corner surrounded by empty jars. So, how was your stay? Ivor opened his eyes after hearing Noah's words and, as always, it took a while for him to gain clarity. He didn't answer and simply handed Noah 3,000 credits. Noah was surprised. He had left him only 2,000 credits and the moon needles. What was the value of my creations? Ivor snorted softly and cleaned his nose with his sleeve. Those old geezers, they wanted to lower the price because they believed that the items were stolen. Yet, they shut up once they saw the element that the needles had. Noah waited for him to continue. 1,500 credits. Sadly, they were two-use weapons or their value would have skyrocketed. You should be proud of yourself. Not many inscribed items can silence those arrogant inscription masters. You might climb to a higher social status if you invest more time in the forging. Noah ignored his words and took out his sabers to inspect them carefully. He still didn't repair them after his last usage of the demonic form, and their shapes showed some slight cracks. My power has increased too much. My current weapons can barely withstand it. Every time he used the partial demonic form, his sabers would undergo a corrosion. The toxic smoke was too powerful and wild. It was impossible to completely control it even for its user. Luckily, the creator of the spell managed to consider my clothes as a part of my body, or I would end up naked every time I use it. Sadly, that's the best he could do. This feature can't be exploited in any way. Noah injected his breath in the sabers and the inscriptions lit up, fixing the broken spots and sharpening the blades again. Those are nice weapons. They might be worth a few thousand credits. Ivor judged, looking at the silver blades. Did they ask about me? Noah could not sell his sabers since they were his only weapons, so he changed the topic of their conversation. Yes, but I've only given vague answers. It won't be much before they find who you are, though. Your element is too rare to go unnoticed. Noah nodded. He expected that much too. After his sabers were fixed, he put them back in his space ring and stood up, signaling Ivor to follow him. Let's go back to the guild and find a new habitation. What? But we still have more than half a month of paid rent left. Ivor complained, but Noah just shook his head. You said that yourself. I won't be anonymous much longer. I need to start forging, and I'm afraid that this whole building might explode due to my failures in my new creation. Ivor's eyes widened and a big smile appeared on his face. Will you stop testing and attempt in something serious? Noah nodded and smiled too. He had to admit that he was quite excited by his idea. I can now have discounts on rank 4 materials. There is no reason to wait further. As he said that, he exited the room, followed by an excited scrounger. Noah was in a wide room, staring at a few items in front of him. He was deep in thought, sorting the events of the last day. Selling the magical beast's corpses earned me a bit more than 2,000 credits. their value was a bit higher than the moon needles. As soon as he had left his previous accommodation with Ivor, he had directly taken a carriage for the Hunters Guild in order to sell the bodies in his space ring. He had 60 rank 3 magical beasts. That amount filled 4 monthly quotas and awarded him with a 10% discount on the items deriving from magical beasts. No one asked him anything about Doris. Hunters would often disappear for a long time after all. The items in front of him were exactly what he had bought on the second floor of the guild, yet with just that discount their prices were still high. Bones of a rank 4 undead chameleon and 2 beasts quintessence for a total of 20,000 credits. If I'm not able to join hunts for rank 4 creatures, I will go broke soon. There were about 20 gray bones 80 centimeters long and 2 bottles with a dark red liquid in front of him. The undead chameleon was a magical beast of the darkness element with peculiar qualities. It could enter a state of apparent death when the environment lacked enough nourishment, only to revive as soon as a prey arrived or the density of breath increased. Its skeleton and internal organs were highly suitable for stressful procedures due to that quality and were easy to manipulate, which made them the perfect material for Noah's current level. They were body parts of a rank 4 creature after all. Weaker cultivators couldn't process them so easily. Just the price for those bones amounted to 10,000 credits, which meant that the value of a complete rank 4 beast would be much higher. As for the 2 bottles, their price was about 5,000 credits each. Noah had decided to buy them after testing the effects of the quintessence in Mellow Forest. This place is expensive too. Well, the density of breath is high at least. The chamber where he was at that moment was one of the 2 rooms of his new habitation. It was near the Hunters Guild and featured an area reinforced with inscriptions that met Noah's needs. The concentration of breath was also higher compared to the one on the streets of the capital. However, the price was 4,000 credits per month. 16,000 credits for 4 months of rent. Added to 20,000 for these items and deducting my gains, I have more than 70,000 credits left. They were still a lot of money, but Noah was worried anyway. 20 bones were enough only for 20 experiments after all. Noah wasn't so delusional to think that he could succeed just with that. I'll think about it later. Now I should focus. It's finally time to become serious. He closed his eyes and a small strand of the gaseous breath in his dantian rose from his waist and moved toward his head. Noah's ethereal figure appeared on the walls of his mental sphere and hastily took the strand of breath, using its body to connect the outside world with the interiors of Noah's sea of consciousness. As soon as the breath entered the sphere, it began to quiver madly, threatening to detonate right at the bottom of the sea of mental energy. Nevertheless, Noah expected that much and acted promptly. Mental energy was continuously expended as Noah forced away the will of heaven and earth from that minute amount of breath. The process took 1 hour and exhausted almost all of Noah's mental energy, but, in the end, the breath was rendered harmless. This will take a while, Noah thought as he laid on the floor to sleep. The breath in his dantian was in the 2nd rank. The difficulty in refining it had increased by a lot. Noah could only absorb a small piece of it before he was forced to rest. Yet, just that quantity wasn't his limit. His sea of consciousness had improved at a faster pace than his dantian and was also the first to break through between the 2. It could withstand the gaseous breath of a rank 2 cultivator. Noah rested and repeated that procedure as soon as he woke up before being forced to rest again. When the 3rd absorption ended, Noah felt that his headache had reached the point where it could hinder Noah's concentration during the forging, so he decided to stop accumulating breath. After another day of rest, it was time to inject his will. The black gas in his sea of consciousness was immersed in the sea, and Noah stood for 3 days imagining a saber cleaving the sky in 2. He had become better at imbuing his will on the breath. When the process was over, a small black blade stood in his mental sphere emitting a strong sharpness. It's time. He waited for his form to return to its peak and laid the bone of the undead chameleon in front of him. This will be the body of my creation. It will give it a sturdy composition and it will easily allow for the main material to fuse with it. The bone of the magical beast was not the main ingredient in Noah's design. There was one material that he knew was far stronger and destructive than anything he had seen in his life. a substance that made possible his escape from the Bulvan family. Mental energy was expended, as well as the breath that he had just refined. On his 2 Xianxia runes, the black roots lit up and black smoke was emitted in Noah's hand. Noah focused like never before, trying to control the smoke of the demonic form spell to stay still in his palm. He knew that the toxic gas was wild, almost impossible to restrain. However, if he used his own personal breath to produce it and then used the reinforced connection to manipulate it, will that be enough to make it his main material? Noah's eyes shone as his concentration reached its peak. The smoke on his palm stopped its expansion and gathered in the form of a small black sphere. Noah stared at the ball of smoke in his palm with an excited expression. It's doable. I can use my demonic form as a material. He wasn't sure that he could use the toxic smoke as part of the forging process until he managed to restrain it. The easy part is done. Now I need to fuse the smoke with the bone of the chameleon and shape it. Noah took the gray bone with his free hand and created an incubating membrane around the 2 materials. He focused, manipulating the black gas to enter the beast's body part. Since he had used his refined breath to activate the partial demonic form, the toxic gas could be used as if it was the breath itself in the elemental forging method. Of course, the difficulty in shaping the item would increase vastly that way. That method was described in Ivor's sword creation method. It consisted of defining one material as the core and using it to shape the other items. The notes about the elemental forging also explained how that was the most effective way to forge when using more than one material. Shaping 2 different ingredients at the same time would increase the difficulty of the inscription by many times. The smoke covered the bone and tried to enter it in order to fuse with its substance. However, it was a piece of a rank 4 magical beast. It was hard to shape and resisted the modifications that Noah wanted to apply. Noah stood still for a long time. His gaze never moved from the black membrane that encircled his hands. 2 hours had to pass for the bone to lose its defenses and allow the smoke inside its matter. The 2 ingredients began to combine and faint pressure was emitted as the item condensed according to Noah's will. I knew it, the undead chameleon is the perfect material to use for the first prototype. The bone morphed almost without resistance once it allowed the fusion with the toxic smoke. It didn't reject the new substance at all. Of course, what Noah was doing at that moment was just the initial phase of the experimentation for his masterpiece. Just 2 materials weren't enough to create something durable and powerful. There had to be a more intricate mixture in order for the inscribed item to reach a pleasing level in both those qualities. That difficulty was ignored by the other inscription methods as they only had to perform an inscription on an item to apply a powerful effect. Yet, the elemental forging method was renowned for the power held by its creations. The higher difficulty in creating a good product was balanced by the strength of every finished item. Just by looking at Noah's moon needles, one could understand the advantages of such a method. They had the power of the solid stage of a rank 1 cultivator and that with only a rank 3 material. They were indeed strong but lacked durability, something that items created with other inscription methods had by default as no one would choose to inscribe an item of poor quality. However, a problem appeared during the fusion of the 2 materials. There wasn't any mistake on Noah's side. He had maintained a perfect control over the process for the whole time. The issue was about the nature of the toxic smoke. As it originated from a spell that emphasized destruction, it was intrinsic in its nature to destroy everything that was not his user. The smoke began to corrode the bone. If even Noah's saber couldn't avoid being corroded, it was no wonder that the same happened with other materials. Noah tried his best to prevent the corrosion from happening, but all he could do was staring helplessly as the black gas reduced the bone to nothingness. The bone was devoured and the incubating membrane dispersed. The toxic smoke spread in the room before being blocked by the flickering inscriptions on the walls. It was a rank 4 material, coming from one of the most adaptive magical beasts in this world and with a matching element. Not even this could contain my spell, he sighed, laying on the floor under him. Well, at least I know that my demonic form can injure dead rank 4 beasts. When I obtain a rank 4 body, I should be able to deal with that starved cloud eagle. As for the forging, he sighed again. It's not that he didn't foresee that circumstance. He knew the proprieties of his spell better than anyone else. He had already found another way to use the smoke as a material without letting it consume the other ingredients. Noah stood up and two items appeared in front of him. One of them was his saber that he wielded with his left hand. The other one was a bucket, like the ones he used to collect the blood of the magical beasts when he had to prepare for the body inscription spell. If the demonic form hurts everything except me, then I have to use me as a material. The saber slashed his right wrist and Noah stretched his arm to make the blood drip in the bucket. His eyes were cold as he looked at his own blood coming out of his wrist. He was quite used to that scene by then. First the horned snake, second the three-eyed bat, and the night panther as the third one. Who would have thought that I would be the fourth? He laughed internally at that thought. He realized that he wasn't treating his body any differently from a beast's corpse. If this gets me what I need, I don't mind throwing away hundreds of liters of my blood. His body was alive though and had also excellent healing abilities. The wound on his wrist closed after a few seconds and Noah was forced to open it again. Little by little, the bucket began to fill. He had a rank 3 body. Spilling about 3 liters of blood made him dizzy and pale but didn't endanger his life. That was also due to the fact that his bones began to emit a cold halo that increased its production. In about 20 minutes, the bucket was full. Noah took out another chameleon's bone and immersed it in his blood before going to rest. Noah filled more buckets with his own blood in the following days and proceeded to sink the remaining 18 chameleon bones in them. After sealing them carefully, he stored the buckets in his space ring. According to Noah's calculations, those containers had to be sealed at least for a month in order for the bones to change their nature. The undead chameleon was a rare creature. Its adaptability was widely known between the experts in the magical beasts field. That was partly the reason behind its high price. I guess I'm 18 now, Noah thought, looking at the light coming from a window in his habitation. Since he had to wait for the treatment of the materials to be over, he had returned to focus on his training, especially his own body. One bottle of Beast's quintessence was already used and the other one was almost empty. He had enough liquid for only one more night of training. Noah wielded his sabers and practiced in his martial art. The ethereal additional arms became more real every time his power increased or his mastery of the art neared perfection. Once he became able to use the third form of the Ashura, his martial art would lose most of its ties with the nails of the Kamaitachi and transform into something different. It was already at the level of the 4th rank after all. His fighting style was mostly set. The time when he would have to create higher tier arts by himself was approaching. Generally speaking, martial arts are a weaker version of spells. Cultivators perform diagrams with their movements and manipulate the breath accordingly to obtain a similar effect. I wonder if it's too early to think about it. I still have to master my current art. His knowledge of the cultivation topic was vast. Most noble families would just rely on their accumulated techniques and spells to nurture their descendants. They had no clue on the theories behind their creation. Noah didn't realize it, but his foundation was really solid. If one didn't consider the specialized fields like alchemy and similar, there were really few aspects of cultivation where he had doubts about. That was one of the advantages of being instructed in the academy. Each of its students would have a smooth cultivation journey and avoid harmful practices. Night arrived again and Noah emptied the contents of his potion to hasten the improvements of his body. However, halfway through the night, the effects of the quintessence vanished. Noah focused on his back and noticed that some remains of the substance were still there, but his body seemed to be immune to it. I've developed a tolerance. I can't use it anymore. Drugs couldn't be used endlessly, otherwise there would be cultivators in the divine ranks everywhere. The bodies of the cultivators were already particularly strong. It was no wonder that as their power rose, they would become used to a treatment faster. The solution to that was to either undergo a stronger treatment or to stop altogether. In time, the body would purify itself and allow weaker drugs to affect it. Noah had already used the beast's essence in his youth, but his body had greatly improved in the time that had passed. That's why he could almost use 3 full bottles before becoming tolerant. Since his dantian wouldn't be stressed anymore, Noah spent the rest of the night cultivating both the Een body and the dark vortex technique. When the daylight shone and he was about to wield his sabers, a loud knock resounded from the entrance door. Noah was quite surprised and focused to be ready for every situation. He didn't know many people after all, and those that knew where he lived were even less. When he opened the door, he was met by a familiar smiling face full of golden hair. "Professor, how come I'm not surprised that you know where I'm staying?" Thaddeus laughed lightly before pointing toward the interiors of the accommodation. "Can I come in?" Noah shrugged his shoulders and turned, moving toward one of the couches of the room and picking one of Ivor's jars along the way. As he sat, he poured 2 glasses of wine and drank a bit before speaking in a sarcastic tone. "So, in which other shady business can I be of help?" Noah was quite relaxed in Thaddeus' presence. He knew about the royal inheritance, and he also knew that Thaddeus wanted to use him before some complication appeared. Since Noah didn't believe that he had come there for the inheritance ground, he supposed that it was about another activity in which the royal family could not interfere personally. "Oh, I guess we left a bad impression on you after the last time. That was my bad. I apologize." He was referring to the match against Manuel. "Why didn't you use the token?" Noah didn't care much about that matter. It's not like he would have trusted the royal family anyway. "This matter is a bit personal. I wanted to speak in a safe environment," Thaddeus said while slowly sipping the wine in his glass. Noah became slightly interested in the matter. "There is a problem with one of the students. The strong point of the academy is the number of techniques and spells available at a low price. This is what attracts most of the youths and gives us the time to recruit them in our ranks. However, we also know that we can't keep all of them. Some students will still decide to return to their families and aim for the position of the patriarch. That's obvious. You can't expect heirs from large-sized noble families to just join the rulers of the country. They know that they will never be trusted in the ranks of the royals. Most of the techniques that we sell are copies made by the inscription masters in the royal mansion, but there are few exceptions like yours and Daniel's one. Yet, the value of these copies depends on how many replicas are around. If all those scrolls were to end in the hands of the noble families, our appeal over the new generations would fade." "So?" Noah said. He understood what he was saying, but he couldn't see the problem about it. Thaddeus' expression became complex, and he spoke with a soft voice. "So, one student spent 10 million credits and bought more than 100 techniques and spells." 10 million credits? Noah was speechless. He really couldn't imagine a sum that huge in the hands of a single person. How is it possible that a single student is in possession of such wealth? He asked the professor. "That's part of the problem. We believe that some large-sized noble families are planning to build an organization similar to the academy. Yet, their foundation is not as solid as ours, so they are investing that sum to accumulate enough appealing resources. Even if the academy would still be the best school in the country, we can't allow for a competitor to appear." Thaddeus explained in a serious tone. He was taking this matter quite seriously. However, Noah really didn't care about such political struggles. "What do you want from me?" Noah asked his most pressing question. "Stop the delivery of the items to the noble families." "Why don't you do that?" Thaddeus smiled bitterly at those words. "We must maintain the social environment peaceful and calm. If large-sized families were to be suppressed openly, a conflict would be inevitable." "Oh, don't get the wrong idea. The royal family is fully prepared for an internal conflict. We would just prefer to avoid it." Silence occupied the room. Noah was considering the offer. "And what should I do once I intercept the student?" "You take care of him. It will be an undercover mission with other cultivators of a suitable profile. All the information will be delivered to you as soon as you accept." Thaddeus answered. The meaning behind his words was quite clear. They want criminals to do the job so that they can blame them if something goes wrong. Fucking royals. They are so pitiful. Noah internally shook his head. The mighty rulers of the Wuxia nation, undisputed for 2,000 years, asking for help from disposable individuals. What's the point of having all that power if you can't use it? Rules are bindings even in the cultivator world. Noble families are so powerful and yet so frail. He was honestly disappointed by such vision. He felt like a dragon had turned into a scared sheep as soon as one of its wings was pierced. He didn't underestimate the actual power held by the royals. He knew that if he made a mistake they wouldn't waste one instant before taking care of him. However, He felt disappointed seeing such a grand organization unwilling to deal personally with their problems. In a world under the constant threat of magical beasts, weakness was a sin, even if only a circumstantial one. I believe that the rewards would match the enmity with large-sized noble families. Noah broke the silence. Name your price. Thaddeus smiled again. He knew that his proposal had interested the young man. Rank 4 Cultivation Technique of the Darkness Element. There was no hesitation in Noah's answer. He knew exactly what he wanted. However, Thaddeus' eyes widened in surprise and he stood up from his seat. Are you crazy? Do you know the value of something like that? You are overestimating your value. Do you think that we don't know about those inscribed items that your ruined master has sold? This fake identity of yours is reaching its limits. If it wasn't for us royals always suppressing the rumors of a darkness element cultivator, how much do you think your family will take to find you? Show some damned gratitude and remember that your life depends on our goodwill. Thaddeus was mad. Such a request had clearly enraged him. Noah stared with cold eyes as his overreaction unfolded, and he knew that what the professor said was true. He was a pawn and pawns must obey the orders of the kings. This matter must be quite pressing for him to react like that. Rank 3 Cultivation Technique of the Darkness Element. Noah took a step back and lowered his price. Thaddeus sighed and sat back on the couch behind him before answering. That is doable, but you must join some royal organization first, and to do that you will have to make an agreement. Since you are involved in the royal inheritance, we still can't do that. It means that it will take some time for it to be delivered to you. That won't do either. Noah wanted to remain free from bindings. He wouldn't join a noble family just to obtain some immediate benefits. Giving myself away can't be done. If I join the royals, I'll always be an outsider and be suppressed. I don't want to go through the same experiences of the inner circle of the Bulvin family. He had been restrained for a year and a half in the inner circle of the mansion, spending most of his days being a testing dummy for the heirs and having almost no time left for his training. They will probably give me more freedom, but a cage is always a cage, no matter how big it is. I want an immediate payment. I might not come back after all. Thaddeus shook his head. Then you have to choose something else. Rank 3 cultivation techniques can't be given away like that. Silence again. Noah was deep in thought, trying to find what he needed the most at that moment. That would solve most of my problems. Noah found something that fitted his needs and stared for a long time in Thaddeus' eyes before opening his mouth to speak. I want a breath blessing, one big enough to be useful through all the second rank of the Danteon. Thaddeus' expression became stiff. The meaning behind Noah's words was clear. One of the problems in the higher level of cultivation was the amount of time needed to accumulate enough breath for the breakthrough. Places like the academy or the capital were coveted due to the higher density of breath, which facilitated the cultivation process. The improvements of 2 centers of power depended on that after all. Yet, if one had a piece of breath blessing big enough, he could cultivate everywhere, without having to bear the expenses linked to better accommodations. If I have that mineral, I can just live in normal rooms and still cultivate at a higher speed. Not only that, I can even use it when I'm outside hunting, eliminating the problem of a slower pace of training. Thaddeus stared Noah for a while. Giving away a piece of breath blessing wasn't a problem. Their accumulation was vast. They had large reserves of that mineral. The only problem was what giving it to him meant. If he obtains it, he won't need the privileges of the royal city anymore. Those were Thaddeus' thoughts. Cultivators would need better resources as their level increased. In the Utra country, the resources and the techniques were all monopolized by the noble families, with the biggest shareholder being the royal family. It was almost impossible to embark on the cultivation journey without having relationships with them. That need was amplified by the level of the cultivator. Taking Noah as an example, his improvements had been minimal since he stopped being a student, even with his hardworking personality. He had to use precious potions to boost his absorption speed, but that method had its limits as his body would become tolerant to the drugs. The best method was to simply cultivate in an environment rich of breath. Yet, those kinds of environments were mostly danger zones or artificially created. Noah could not survive in the former and had to reach compromises to use the latter. However, the value of that mineral was still inferior to techniques and spells. That's why he was quite confident that Thaddeus would accept his price. He has to decide between me, a lone cultivator that won't be a threat in the imminent future, or a sudden increase in power of the large-sized noble families. It's just about what he fears the most. Noah wouldn't be a threat for their dominion for some more decades at least. They had plenty of time to rope him in. The noble families, on the other side, were already established and powerful. If they really managed to create a structure similar to the academy, the accumulation of power would shift in their favor. Also, they would be doing that by using the Royal Academy as the foundation for their new school. The royals would lose too much face if they let that happen. Deal. As Noah predicted, Thaddeus agreed. I want the mineral before I have to move, Noah reminded him. Thaddeus nodded and stood up. That conversation had left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. The stone will be given to you in less than a week, together with the specifics about the mission. I just want you to remember one thing. Noah waited calmly for the professor to continue to speak. We are not your enemies. As soon as he said that, he left the room and exited the accommodation. Speaking about hidden threats, that Thaddeus must really care about this situation. Ivor said, appearing from the other room. I understand them to be honest. You don't rule a nation for 2,000 years without being paranoid about everything that can endanger your position. Noah answered, laying on the couch and analyzing what had just happened. Why are they so into you? Is it because of your element? Noah nodded and answered Ivor in a plain voice. All they want is control over their subjects. With Daniel being on the side of the nobles, they need someone of equal rarity and talent or their figure would lose importance in the eyes of all the other families. Well, I'm also useful for their dirty work. So, will you join the royals once danger knocks on your door? Noah shook his head. They must have realized by now that I don't like to be controlled. Once my usefulness is over, they will give me an ultimatum. He was speaking about these matters with ease, as if they didn't concern him in the slightest. And what will you do at that point? Ivor asked in a concerned tone. He didn't want to see his student being used by royals, but he also didn't like the idea of losing the last heir of the elemental forging method. He wasn't sure he would survive until he found someone else as talented as Noah. Noah shrugged his shoulders and turned to one side to sleep, saying one last phrase to Ivor. I will be long gone before things reach that point. What Thaddeus had promised didn't take much to arrive. In just 4 days, a soldier in golden armor knocked at Noah's door and handed him a space ring. The space inside the ring was small, not even 3 cubic meters, but contained a pile of sheets and a big blue stone. Noah's eyes widened seeing the breath blessing, and he immediately took it out to place it in the reinforced room. As for the ring, he simply gave it to Ivor to sell it while he was gone. The breath blessing was cubic and its proportions were quite precise. It seemed that it had been cut from a bigger piece. It was 1.5 meters tall and almost the same in its other dimensions. When it came outside of the separate space in the ring, the density of breath increased by a lot and surpassed the one in the best habitation of the academy. Well, it's coupled with the already high density of this room. Just this alone can probably only reach a level lower than the one in the academy. Nevertheless, Noah was satisfied. With this, my training won't be slowed anymore even when I'm outside hunting. I can also use it to lure out beasts. Magical beasts would instinctively be attracted by such precious items. Noah could already imagine the number of traps he could set up in his hunts with that mineral. To think that I finally managed to get my hands on something like this. That was the 3rd time in which he came across a breath blessing. Due to his personality, he had always desired to obtain one of them, yet they weren't easy to find and no one would ever sell it. Noah moved his gaze to the sheets and began to inspect them. His brows furrowed a bit before relaxing in a surprised expression. That's quite the coincidence. Written on the sheets, there was the various information about the mission from the royal family, as well as the name of the student that made that absurd purchase. Samuel Mullows. Noah's eyes shone with a cold light, remembering his previous encounters with him. Noah had never forgotten how the soldiers from the Mullows family had tried to prevent his arrival at the entrance test of the academy. I wonder if that wind mage will be there to protect him. That one should be an interesting fight. The sheets described how Samuel was about to leave the academy after his purchase in the inventory but was instead held back by various means. That was probably a plot from the royals. They needed time to put together a group for the mission. As for the objective of the mission, it was clearly stated on the sheets. Retrieve the copies of the techniques and kill the student that dared to join a scheme against the royal dynasty. They must be really mad about this. I almost feel pity for Samuel. I bet he doesn't really know in what mess he ended up. Noah shook his head thinking about the idiocy of that young man. He couldn't really understand how most nobles were so stupid. 1 month from now, town of Vondur, Three Jugs Tavern. That's the gathering point for my team. There was a detailed map pointing out the best route to reach the appointed town. 1 month. It might be enough to forge something. The bones of the undead chameleon were being refined in his own blood. Before he had to leave to reach Vondur, he had about 2 weeks in which he could continue to experiment. However, that time could be used to increase his power as much as he could. Betting on the elemental forging is quite risky, at least for my current ability in that method. I should just leave the bones to refine and focus on my training. That can only benefit me. Of course, the more the bones were left in his own blood, the more they would mimic its proprieties. Noah needed for them to be recognized as part of his own body by the demonic form spell, otherwise the black smoke would just consume them. Instead of risking a rank for material, he would gladly leave it to refine for some more time to focus on a more reliable power. After all, even if the materials were refined correctly, he wasn't sure he could forge something stable in just 2 weeks. Having made his decision, Noah didn't waste time and gave Ivor a list of items to buy together with the credits needed. He needed to refill his stash of potions and food. He had to buy new sets of clothes. He couldn't be left shirtless in an undercover mission. After he set everything, he took out the Xianxia rune and began to train. Every little improvement could be essential for his survival. A few weeks later, in a small village near Vondur, Samuel sat in a poor wooden house with his 2 hands clenched on a cup of tea. He was trembling and drops of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Young master, it was the decision of the family. You must bear the responsibilities of the cause. Abel stood right in front of him, trying to reinvigorate his spirit. Samuel shook his head and threw the cup on the wall, spilling all its contents on the old wood. And what do you even know? I saw the monsters in the academy and I saw the power of the royal dynasty. They have flying ships, damn it. They could wipe out an entire large-sized noble family overnight if they wanted, and my family wisely agreed to make me the scapegoat for this fucking cause. Did my father know about all of this? Did he know that his sole heir would be the target of the royals' hatred? Abel lowered his head at the man's complaints. He had been a guard of the Mullo's family for his entire life. He had seen Samuel grow and knew how attached his father was to him. However, the cause was too important and the benefits related to it were incredible. He spoke in an apologetic tone with his head still lowered. Young master, the benefits that our family will receive if this mission succeeds would be enormous. We would forever have a privileged position in the Noble Academy, and we were exempted from paying our share to reach 10 million credits. Your father emphasized your worth greatly for you to be assigned to this role. Abel's words didn't manage to calm Samuel down, who continued in his protests. What worth? I'm basically stealing from the Royal Academy. If they catch me, not only me but the entire family will pay the price for the insubordination. Abel raised his head and put a hand on the young man's shoulder. You've never stolen anything, that's one of our advantages. Since you have rightly purchased those techniques and spells, the royal family can't personally intervene in the matter. They can just send cultivators unrelated to them. However, all the strongest cultivators are under their rule or loyal to the cause. Even the other large-size families that are neutral have confirmed that they won't interfere with this matter. With me here, the odds are on our side. Samuel was slightly reassured by his words and heaved a long sigh. What is our actual battle prowess? Abel sat next to him and took out a map from his sleeve, unfolding it on the table in front of them. We have 60 soldiers, 35 of them are rank 1 cultivators in the solid stage while the other 25 are in the second rank. I know that you are still in the first rank, but don't worry. I will personally guard you. Samuel nodded, seeing such manpower, and then turned to look at Abel. You have a rank for body, right? Abel made a wide smile and patted his chest in confidence. Yes, I am a rank 2 cultivator in the liquid stage, rank 2 mage, and have a rank 4 body. I know that my body nourishment method is among the weakest rank 4 methods, but its power must not be underestimated. Also, it sacrifices most of the physical strengthening to focus on healing abilities. I can be your meat shield for the whole journey back in the mansion. Samuel finally became completely calm and gestured toward the map. What's our route? We move to Vondur in a few weeks, and then we take the mountain path to return in the Mullo's domain. Vondur was a small city situated at the beginning of a mountain path. It was mostly inhabited by non-cultivators. The people there lived off simple professions like hunting or farming. However, in the last month, many peculiar people were seen crossing its streets to enter the Three Jugs Tavern. What was also peculiar was that the tavern, which was one of the few recreative businesses in the city, had closed its entrance to the normal citizen. The common people of that world knew that when something unexpected or strange happened, it was likely related to the world of cultivation. Therefore, they began to avoid the tavern and continue with their own business. If those peculiar people were really cultivators, they would rather stay away from them. Noah arrived in Vondur exactly 1 month after he had received the breath blessing. He was wearing tight black clothes as usual, but his head was covered with a large hood and half of his face was hidden behind a tight scarf. Only his cold eyes were uncovered, and they carefully examined the streets of the city. Should be that way. Noah moved toward a small building with a banner featuring 3 jugs. He had trained for the whole month, steadily improving his strength and making the best use of his new cultivation resource. Sadly, he didn't manage to have any breakthrough of the sort. He simply had not enough time for that. I wonder what type of cultivators did the royal family gathered. Noah arrived in front of the tavern and knocked 3 times before opening his mouth to speak through the scarf. The golden eagle eats the red mouse. The door released a metallic sound after those words were spoken, and Noah pushed it to enter the building. He was immediately assaulted by a tense atmosphere as 20 or so cultivators turned to look at him. They were mostly dressed like him, with their faces covered and wary gazes. Yet there were a few exceptions. Another valiant warrior. Would you like a cup of wine? A female voice sounded as soon as the door closed. Noah turned to see a figure walking toward him holding a jug that exuded an intoxicating smell. The figure belonged clearly to a female cultivator, and that wasn't only obvious from her voice. She was almost naked, with only a few strands of clothes wrapped around her bosom and buttocks. Her face was almost completely covered by yellow bandages, revealing only her shiny green eyes. Her sensual forms coupled with her gaze would test the self-restraint of any man. Noah felt that the odor coming from the jug was attempting to affect his mental sphere, so he immediately reacted. A saber appeared in his hand and he swung it toward the wine. The woman dodged the attack, but a few drops of the liquid contained in the jug fell on the ground and began to consume the wood of the floor. In a few seconds, a small fuming hole was created in the tavern. An awkward silence was created in the room as all the cultivators stared at the hole. Oh my! I must have switched the liquid. I'm sorry. Take this refreshing beverage as a sign of excuse. The woman took out another cup and tried to hand it to Noah. Jean, stop it. We all know of your title, Enchanting Poison. Do you really think that the royals would recruit someone that stupid to fall for your traps? A fat man spoke to her from the back of the room. Shut up, fatty. Let me have some fun. Those fucking Elbas have kept me in a cage till now. The man snorted at her rebuke. Didn't you expect that much after you killed almost everyone in your mansion? Humph. They were just blind idiots. They didn't recognize my talent, so they had to die. Jean said, sitting in a corner of the room with her legs spread wide, revealing the covered parts of her lower body. The gazes of the male cultivators turned to stare at her with eager eyes, and many gulps could be heard in the room. Why must I always be surrounded by idiots? Noah internally shook his head and turned to sit near a wall of the tavern. Hey, new one, what's your story? The fat cultivator asked Noah. I don't have a story. Noah casually answered and closed his eyes. He had understood by then that the people in there were just like him. Criminals. But you must have one. I'd even bet an interesting one for you to be here. I'm Fatty Joe. I did some stuff on the western side of the country, and now I'm a dog of the royal dynasty. Jean snorted and looked at Noah. Don't listen to him. He is a fatty addicted to human flesh. I advise you to never turn your back on him if you don't want to be bitten. Come on, don't be that mean. My cultivation technique works like that. I believe that everyone in this room has done its fair share of crimes to cultivate in this world ruled by nobles. He is right, Jean. We are the demons that the royals use when they don't want to get their hands dirty. Another man spoke, joining the conversation. Jean snorted and spoke in an angry voice. Those fucking nobles think that they can set rules that only benefit them and label as a demon everyone that manages to break them. I could have been the genius of my generation in the alchemy field. Instead, I was relegated to be the maidservant of spoiled brats for half my life. No wonder the Elbas family ruled for such a long time. They don't care much about your origins and just accept everyone that has talent. Haha, that's true. But it's also true that they only use us as disposable slaves. Well, we don't have much choice. If we want to continue to cultivate, we need their support. Many other people joined the conversation and Noah listened attentively to their words. In the end, realization dawned upon him. They are just like me, talented people that had to break the rules to embark on the cultivation journey. I guess it's true that the royal family has gathered enough dangerous individuals through their rule. I'm just the last one to join their hidden forces. Heaven and earth were fair. They gave the ability to cultivate to every living being. Yet, the world was ruled by humans who monopolized the means to embark on the cultivation journey. Those that had accumulated more techniques and spells produced stronger cultivators over the years, which allowed them to gather even more resources. Those cultivators were the nobles of the Utra country. However, for each noble there would be hundreds of common people. A few of them would inevitably have wild ambitions and wouldn't be restrained by the rules of the world. As soon as they had the chance, they would strive for power, uncaring of the danger that they would have to face. Humans were ambitious and greedy. They couldn't just sit back watching the minority of them strive for power. If the rules didn't allow the commoners to cultivate, they would just break them. Nevertheless, only a small part of those that rebelled managed to survive. Also, once they survived, they had to face even more restrictions due to the higher powers in the nation. Mortals could not obtain true freedom in a land populated by gods. That's why they would become monsters. The royals called them demons, individuals willing to do anything to pursue strength, and did their best to put a leash on them. Their determination made them the perfect disposable soldiers to use in their sensible issues. More cultivators entered the tavern, and some of them joined the conversation that was being held. In their past, they all had a low status. There were guards, maidservants, cooks, concubines, and even bastards, each one of them unwilling to accept their status as commoners and be ruled by people that were simply born lucky. From the conversation, Noah could understand some of their backgrounds. Jean was a maidservant appointed to clean the inventory of her family. She learnt how to read by herself and discovered her talent in alchemy, secretly cultivating in her free time. Yet, she was discovered and was about to be punished by being appointed as a whore for the guards of her family. She then created a poison that killed almost everyone in her mansion, scorching her face in the process and escaping. Joe was the son of the cook in his mansion. He luckily came across a forgotten cultivation technique that allowed him to cultivate by ingesting objects filled with breath. When his father discovered that he was stealing the best nutrients from the kitchen, he wanted to report it to the nobles of his house, but Joe killed him and escaped. After that, he ate magical beasts and weak cultivators that he found on his way. Those were the stories of the most talkative of the group. They had to wait for the representative from the royal family to arrive before they could move. The sheets that Noah received simply ordered him to wait in the tavern. Hey, why don't you show me that face of yours? If I like you, we might have some fun. Jean neared Noah, stretching her arm toward his scarf. Noah grabbed her hand and stared at her with his usual cold eyes. Oh my, I like strong men. I'm not a man. Noah's answer rendered Jean speechless and made some of the other in the room explode in a sonorous laugh. Leave it be, Jean. I can appreciate you if you want. You found a tough one enchanting poison, haha. Humph. Jean pulled back her hand and returned to her corner, staring fixedly at Noah. Her green eyes emitted some kind of alluring feeling, as if they forced those around her to look at them. What is wrong with her? We are about to engage in a fierce battle and she wants to hook up with a hooded person. But, most importantly, why me? Noah sighed internally at the events in the tavern and could not help but wait with eagerness for the envoy to arrive. As if answering his desire, a covered figure stood up and removed his clothes. A golden armor was shown to the presence and silence invaded the room. How cunning, he was here all along. The 30 of us are all the cultivators recruited for this mission. Listen to me, I was just informed about the strength of our enemy. Everyone's attention was picked and they observed silently as the man covered again his armor and sat back on the floor. They have around 60 soldiers, about half of them are rank 1 cultivators while the others are rank 2. Complaints began to escape the mouths of the present warriors. Their manpower was clearly inferior to their enemies. Calm down and let me finish. We have the territorial advantage and, with Miss Jean here, their rank 1 soldiers are just meat shields. The representative turned toward Jean and pointed at her. She stood up and made a bow before taking out a large barrel that exuded a dangerous aura. This is a similar version of the venom that I used back in my mansion. It doesn't have its same power since I didn't have access to precious materials, but it can kill rank 1 cultivators in an instant. As for rank 2 ones, they would be at least injured. The people in the room instinctively took a step back after hearing her words. If what she said is true, then there won't be any problem in dealing with the difference in numbers. Only one problem remains. What about cultivators in the heroic ranks? Noah asked. He wasn't afraid of other rank 2 cultivators, but he would rather restrain himself from showing all his strength in case a powerful cultivator appeared. I don't believe that the royal family would completely rely on us for this mission. They must have other soldiers lying in wait in case we fail. My body is in the heroic ranks. Does that suffice as an answer? The representative replied to him in a cold voice. It was clear that he felt above the others in the room. Noah shrugged his shoulders and supported himself on the wall behind him. If the envoy was to take care of the real dangers in the mission, then he could simply use his martial art and preserve his strength in case something unexpected happened. After explaining the final arrangements, the representative from the royal family ordered everyone to move. 30 hooded figures exited the tavern together and ran toward the mountain path, outside of Vondur. Meanwhile, right outside the city, on the opposite side from where the group from the royal family went, 60 men wearing the emblem of the Mullos family marched at a steady pace inside the town. Samuel was in the center of the group. He was wearing an anxious expression and his eyes darted every time he heard a loud sound. Young master, please calm down. The royals would never attack inside the borders of a city. The danger will come on the mountain path. Abel was right at his side, whispering with a soft voice to his ear. The soldiers around them were simple guards, unaware of the political struggles that the Mullos family was creating. If they knew that they were against the schemes of the royal dynasty, their determination might crumble and they might even refuse to continue in their mission. I know, but I can't help it. It's the first time that I'm in such a dangerous situation, Samuel whispered. As the heir of a large-sized noble family, he had never faced a deadly danger. Jumping from his lofty position to being an enemy of the overlords of the nation was a heavy blow on his mind. Don't worry. With me here, there are few things that can hurt you. However, Samuel wasn't satisfied with that same answer when the danger was about to crash on them. What makes you so sure that they won't send someone on your same level or stronger? Abel heard Samuel's complaint and organized his thoughts to give him his best answer. Yet, when he opened his mouth to speak, what came out was a question. Why do you think the royals didn't stop you from buying those techniques? Samuel thought for a bit before answering. Because I followed the rules. Exactly. To create the current peaceful situation between the nobles and the royals, the Elbas family had to always stick to their own rules. You must understand that if all the noble families were to fight together against the royals, they would ultimately win. What are you implying? I'm saying that the moment they break their own rules, the other noble families will feel authorized to act. 2,000 years ago, there was no one that could match the Elbas family, but now our nation is flourishing and every noble family has increased their power by a lot. They indeed have many large-size families as allies, but the situation will change if they personally interfere with matters that happened according to their rules. Tell me, would you trust an ally that doesn't respect his own agreements? Of course not. Samuel's answer was immediate. He was beginning to understand Abel's reasoning. This is exactly what is happening. If they were to kill you directly, their allies will lose their trust toward the royals and shift their support to the cause. That's why they will probably use cultivators unrelated to them to make it look like an accident. I bet they have emptied their cells for this mission. Abel concluded, releasing a small laugh to relax his young master. So, you are sure that you will be enough? Obviously, my body is specialized in protracted fights. Even if someone on my level appeared, I will just hold him back to give you enough time to escape. Also, these soldiers are the best that the family could give you. Each of them has a rank 3 martial art. Samuel nodded and finally showed a smile. For simple guards of a noble family, having a rank 3 martial art meant that they had performed many valuable services, which also meant that they weren't inexperienced. Then we should hurry up. Let's refill our stashes of food in the city and move toward the Mullow's domain. Noah and the others in his group reached for the mountain path and waited for further instructions. The representative stood with his eyes closed, inspecting a rune in his hand. That rune was the inscribed item through which the spies of the royal family sent information to him. The other hooded figures were around him, waiting in silence. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and pointed toward an area. They will cross that area. Hurry. Prepare the trap with Jean's poison. The cultivators hastily dug the terrain where the representative indicated, and Jean carefully lowered her barrel inside it. Then, the hole was covered and they went on their respective positions in hidden parts of the mountain over that point. A group of 10 cultivators stood in a newly created cave, hidden with roots and branches. Noah was among them. They had to attack as soon as the effects of the poison vanished. They were basically the vanguard of the mission. Do you want to make a quick warm-up? Jean's almost naked figure was behind him, speaking with a tempting voice. Noah still didn't know how she could exude such a peculiar aura. Why do you bother me? There are others that would gladly take my place. He answered her, keeping his focus on the road below. She tried to lean on him but was stopped by the appearance of a saber pointing at her chest. Noah had wielded it as soon as she became too close. See, that's why, she said, pointing at the blade. Because you are the only one that refuses me. I'm just focused on the mission. Jean chuckled and shook her head. I believe that you are saying the truth, but I also believe that you simply don't care about my body. Noah turned and looked at her figure from head to toe. You have a nice body, so what? Should I drool over you? If that was a normal situation, he would just ignore her. However, since it was during a mission where he wasn't clear about the strength of the enemies, he would prefer to end the conversation as soon as he could. No, I just thought that since you don't care about my body, you might not mind my face. Noah was quite surprised. He wasn't sure if Jean was being serious or if she was just playing with him, but he understood that there was a deeper meaning to her words. Does she want acceptance? He could understand that need, but he really wasn't the right person where to look for it. Luckily for him, some movements in the mountain path claimed the attention of the cultivators in the cave. 60 or so soldiers marched at a slow pace on the road, warily inspecting the area around them. They knew that if an ambush was to happen, it would have been in that area. The atmosphere inside the cave became tense as the cultivators focused on the mission. They had to wait for the trap to set off before they could assault the soldiers. Here is Samuel. Noah spotted the noble in the middle of the group. The scrolls must be with him. I don't believe that his family would give them to a simple guard. Though that man doesn't seem simple. His focus shifted on the middle-aged man that was next to him. He exuded a calm aura. He was definitely an experienced warrior. I feel that he is strong but not extremely so. There is something off about him. Noah couldn't know it, but that middle-aged man was Abel, the wind mage that had chased him back in Evergreen Forest. "You are about to witness a good show," Jean whispered next to him. It was clear from the light in her eyes that she was excited. The group from the Mullos family moved along the road. They felt that something was off, but they could not find out why. At some point, an arrow made of fire shot in their direction from the side of the mountain. Its power was low, but its speed was great. The soldier only managed to react at the last moment and dodged it. However, right when the arrow hit the ground, an explosion occurred. The fire had ignited the barrel that was hidden in the previously dug hole and created a reaction with the poison inside it. Abel was the first to understand that the spell had never aimed at them but at the terrain. He hastily grabbed Samuel and ran away from the center of the explosion while using his mental energy to inspect the events unfolding behind him. The explosion was not strong. It only managed to push back the soldiers without hurting them. Yet the poison burned quickly and released a green cloud. The cloud expanded, covering the soldiers in the area, and suffused cries could be immediately heard from inside it. Abel watched it with wide eyes and decided to act before all his men were enveloped by the poison. As he focused, wind began to blow from behind him. From inside the cave, Noah stared at the spell and could not help but feel some familiarity with it. "Don't tell me that he is actually here." He became a bit excited. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been underestimated back in Evergreen Forest, that wind mage would have caught up with him, preventing him from participating in the entrance test of the academy. However, he had managed to escape and entered the academy, raising his battle prowess by a lot. All his centers of power had improved and his assortment of spells and techniques had increased by a lot. "You chased me back then to improve Samuel's chances in the entrance test, and now I'm ambushing you to kill him." Life can reserve surprises at times. His grievances with the Mullos family were finally about to be solved. Abel's spell dispersed the toxic cloud, revealing the poor state of the soldiers that had been hit by it. They were covered in green bruises, with the weaker of them laying on the ground covered in their own blood. The bruises pulsated. They seemed to synchronize with the heartbeat of the cultivators and began to enlarge as more blood flowed through them. As seconds passed, the bruises became large pulsating pimples before they reached their limit and exploded. Cries sounded again as most of the soldiers fell on the ground, incapable of dealing with the huge loss of blood. Also, the wounds created in that way seemed to stop the empowered healing abilities of their bodies, leaving the soldiers that managed to survive the initial blood loss to bleed continuously. "That was really effective," Noah praised in his mind. Only the weaker soldiers died. The stronger ones managed to expel the toxins in their bodies by circulating the breath of their dantian on the bruises. Yet, their complexion paled. It seemed that a vast amount of breath was needed for that process. "Haha, that was amazing. The breath of rank 1 cultivators can't deal with my poison at all. However, the effects on rank 2 ones are quite disappointing." Jean judged, carefully analyzing the effects of her poison. "If I only had more rank 4 materials, I could have dealt with them too." She shook her head, sighing loudly. "Is it safe to go down there now?" Noah asked her. "Well, you should avoid those corpses if you can, but it is safe now." He then turned toward the others hiding with him. "Should we go?" The leader of the group was the representative of the royal family who was in another area. He would lead the second wave of attacks in order to catch the soldiers of the Mullos family by surprise. "You go first," someone in his group answered him. The others nodded in approval, and even Jean seemed to like that idea. No one would like to be the first to engage their targets, as most of the attacks would be focused on him. Can't say I blame them. Noah understood that he had to take the initiative or the mission would be endangered. He wielded his sabers and directly launched 20 wind slashes on the soldiers below him. His attacks tore through the branches used to cover the cave, exposing their position to the group from the Mullos family, and crashed on them in a few seconds. Noah aimed for the soldiers that had already been wounded by Jean's poison so to better exploit the surprise effect. 2 of them were caught off guard and had their heads severed, but the others managed to either block or dodge the slashes. "Attack!" He purposely yelled to gather the attention on him. He wouldn't be so stupid to charge alone on them, waiting for his group to arrive, so he just moved the focus of the soldiers on his position. What Noah did wasn't for the benefit of the mission. He had revealed their position, killing only 2 injured soldiers. The surprise effect could be considered wasted. Yet, he would rather do that than charge alone on the enemies, hoping for the group behind him to follow. If they think like me, they will use me to identify their abilities and then charge. I won't risk my life for them. He had already obtained the reward for the mission. He couldn't care less if it was to fail because he was unwilling to risk his life. Also, if the royals really cared about this matter, they would have acted personally. Noah didn't believe that his group was the only force deployed for that task. He knew that the royals had spies set up after all, so there was a high chance that there could be hidden troops too. The soldiers from the Mullos family reacted quickly and set up a battle formation around Samuel with their bodies turned toward the now exposed cave. They wouldn't attack since their task was to protect the heir of their family, so they prepared themselves for the incoming charge of the assailants. Since they had been exposed, the other cultivators in Noah's group showed themselves to the crowd below them. There were a few hundred meters of distance between them as 10 hooded figures stared at the more than 40 soldiers on guard. Jean's poison had managed to kill most of the weaker soldiers and injure some of the stronger ones, but they still had the advantage in numbers. "Let's have fun," Jean happily shouted and threw herself at them, launching bottles containing poisonous substances in the group below her. The others followed behind her and stared at the bottles crashing on the soldiers. Those poisons were less powerful than the one she had previously used, but they still managed to do some damage. Some soldiers directly threw up when they came in contact with those substances. Others lost their balance. A few more had cold sweat running down their forehead as they struggled to restrict the harmful effects on them. "She sure is talented in attacking crowded areas," Noah praised in his mind. He didn't let that chance go and joined Jean in her long-distance attacks, swinging his sabers to launch wind slashes. However, the soldiers were ready by then. Noah's attacks had no success. "Most of us will die," Noah thought. Even if the cultivators recruited by the royal family were all strong individuals, they were fewer of them. Maybe the royals also want to use this mission to get rid of most of us. Noah couldn't help but think of that possibility. The soldiers didn't stay quietly to endure the attacks of the aggressors. Those of them that had spells or long-range techniques began to attack the descending group. Fireballs, water bullets, wind slashes, arrows, and more ran through the air and crashed on Noah's group. Noah dodged the attacks and moved toward the area where the trap was set off. Now that the real battle had begun, he chose to separate from the group to act undisturbed among the soldiers. The others used their personal methods to deal with the incoming spells, using spells or protective items to endure the first wave of attacks. The Shadow Step spell was activated continuously, increasing Noah's speed and allowing him to dodge at ease. An arrow made of water crashed next to him, leaving a deep hole on the terrain. A spear moved at high speed through the air. Aiming for his waist, Noah casually jumped, surpassing it. While he was still in the air, another water arrow flew and pointed at his chest. Noah kicked the air to propel himself back on the terrain and dodge the attack. Even without using his wings, he was quite elusive. The others in his group were doing their best to endure the attacks too, and some of them were inevitably injured, yet they still hadn't suffered any real loss. When the distance between the two groups was shortened to 50 meters, the representative of the royal family came out of the other hiding spot and assaulted the rear side of the soldiers, followed by the remaining 20 cultivators hired by the royals. The soldiers were caught by surprise and immediately suffered casualties as the two groups attacked them from two different sides. Noah swung his sabers madly, engaging in short battles with the already injured soldiers. He had still to test his improvements in an actual battle. Even though he was holding himself back, the execution of his martial art was flawless, and he managed to attack and retreat wisely in order to avoid being encircled. His constant sparring sessions with June and the instruction in battle formation of the academy made it possible for him to always be in a safe position while inflicting a fair amount of damage. A soldier raised his sword to hit him, but Noah blocked his blow and used his other weapon to wound his waist. A spear aimed for his shoulder, but he used the Shadow Step spell to jump over the soldier in front of him and reposition himself on the battlefield. He continued to move freely on the perimeter of the soldiers' group, doing his best to wound or kill as many enemies as he could, using only his basic martial art and his rank 0 spell to fight. Meanwhile, at the center of the group, a harsh battle was about to begin. The representative of the royal family charged undisputed toward the center of the enemy troops. His rank 4 body was unmatched in that environment, and he swung his greatsword freely, making a way toward the heir of the Mullos family. Samuel panicked a bit seeing the hooded cultivator getting close, but Abel promptly moved in front of him. "I will handle him. Don't worry, young master," he spoke, fixing his gaze on the incoming warrior. The representative didn't waste time. He swung vertically his big sword toward Abel. However, what happened next surprised him. Abel didn't dodge the attack and let the blade cut his body. At the same time, he took out a small knife and attacked the arm that wielded the greatsword. The greatsword cut Abel's torso diagonally, leaving a deep wound on his body, but he also managed to hit his attacker, stabbing his arm right above the wrist. The two cultivators separated briefly and stared at each other in the middle of the battlefield. The representative of the royal family looked at the bloody wound on Abel's chest. Blood flowed from it, but, in a few seconds, signs of healing manifested. In about a minute, that large cut that almost divided Abel's body in two disappeared and only a faint white mark remained. Impressive, the representative judged. The wound that he had suffered was deep but small. Even if it was still bleeding, it wouldn't hinder his battle capabilities. "It seems that you have a rank 4 body too." The royals didn't spare resources to kill a rank 1 cultivator. Abel said, pointing his knife at him. That weapon was an inscribed item, with its sharp edges shining in a pale light. Also, an invisible air current enveloped it. It seemed that Abel was boosting its power with a rank 0 spell of some sort. The representative's eyes sharpened hearing his remark and opened his mouth to speak from behind the clothes that covered his face. "That is a rank 4 body? But its power seems only to reach the peak of the 3rd rank." Abel nodded and showed a smug smile. "You are indeed right. My body nourishment method sacrifices the physical empowerment to obtain the best regenerative abilities among rank 4 bodies. Sadly, it can only give me as much. My other qualities are similar to a rank 3 body. So, it's quite weak." The representative spoke. He didn't mind spending time speaking with him. The others in his group were generally stronger than the soldiers of a noble family, and the surprise attack had tilted the scales in their favor. They were gradually gaining the advantage, suffering fewer losses than their enemies and pushing the battle toward the center of the group. Instead of engaging in a dangerous battle immediately, he would rather wait for his allies to arrive. "Yes, it's weak, but that's the best that my family could give me. I'm just a soldier after all. However, it doesn't seem that yours is that strong either. I can't see the so-called advantage in joining the Elbis family from you." Abel could not move either. His priority was to protect the noble heir right behind him, so he had to stay still and believe in his men. Even though guards of noble families were generally suppressed and could only obtain second-rate techniques, the men appointed for that escort mission were among the best cultivators in the mansion of the Mullos family. They all had a rank 3 martial art and some spells. They had lost the initiative due to the initial ambush, but they were slowly managing to recover their positions. The biggest advantage that they had was their ability to fight as a group while their assailants were lone fighters. Even if they continued to be pushed back, some traces of a counterattack began to appear on the battlefield. In conclusion, the two groups had actually a similar strength. The representative believed that his allies could maintain the advantage initially created, while Abel trusted that his men would recover their positions and win through their cooperation. The leaders of the two groups knew that the battle would be decided once one of them defeated the other, so they took their time to inspect their opponent. Abel was right in his judgment. The representative of the royal family only had a common body nourishing method. It brought his body in the 4th rank, but it gave him no special qualities whatsoever. It didn't have a transformation like Kevin's one, nor was it specialized in defense like Kurt's one. It was a simple empowerment of its basic capabilities. Humans already had a far weaker body compared to magical beasts. When it was coupled with an average nourishing method with no special abilities, the result was quite disappointing. Couldn't be helped though. They had 3 centers of power after all, and not everyone could have access to stronger techniques. Also, Choosing to wait for a more powerful nourishing method would halt their improvements in the other fields. Reaching the third rank of the Dantian was impossible if you only had a rank 3 body. That's why most common soldiers chose to train in weaker but accessible techniques. A cultivator in the heroic ranks was still a valuable resource. Even large-size families didn't have too many of them. Especially considering those without a noble lineage, there weren't many of them that could be granted access to powerful techniques. Only the royal family was laxer in their control over precious techniques since they had the power to handle unexpected situations. The wound on the arm of the representative finally stopped bleeding, so he decided to resume in his assault. His great sword was swung many times, managing to wound Abel every time. However, the leader of the group from the Mullos family only dodged the attacks that aimed for his vital points and counterattacked promptly every time the greatsword was busy cutting his flesh. It was a reckless fighting style, possible only thanks to the insane regenerative abilities of his body. After more than 10 exchanges, Abel's body was covered in bloody cuts, while the representative had only a few stab wounds on his arms. It became clear to the latter that Abel was purposely relying on the ability of his body to slowly wear out his opponent. Nevertheless, there wasn't much that the representative could do. No matter how many times he hit him, his body would keep on regenerating and the knife would find his way on his flesh. What was worse was that the regeneration didn't seem to slow down even after all those wounds. The representative felt that he was fighting some kind of undead creature. However, he seems wary of his vital organs. Those were his thoughts when he resumed in his assault. The great sword slashed the soldier's body many times, obtaining no apparent results, while the inscribed knife continuously found breaches in the representative's guard and stabbed his arms. At some point, though, the representative released the grip of one of his hands from the weapon and grabbed Abel's arm as soon as the knife stabbed him. He was using the same tactic of his opponent. Being momentarily immobilized, Abel could not dodge the incoming attack and the great sword pierced his chest, dividing his heart in two. The group from the Mullos family immediately lost its morale seeing that scene. Their leader had been stabbed in the chest by the great sword of the enemy. They knew that they would be the next to face that weapon. Samuel was right next to Abel. As soon as the great sword pierced him, a torrent of blood fell on his face, making him panic. The cultivators hired by the royal family didn't waste that precious moment of confusion and delivered precise attacks on the momentarily stunned soldiers, either killing or injuring them as they moved toward Samuel. Even the representative of the royal family relaxed and took out his weapon from Abel's chest, turning his gaze to the noble heir in front of him. However, right when the great sword left his chest and his body was about to fall on the ground, Abel's hand darted and drove the knife that it was wielding directly in the representative's throat. Abel was alive. Everyone on the battlefield stopped moving to stare at the scene at the center of it. Abel's figure was covered in blood and wounds. There was no strength left in his legs as they were laid casually on the terrain. Yet, the grip on his knife was strong. It kept him straight, hanging from the pierced throat of the representative. The representative, on the other hand, had his eyes wide open in surprise. He looked first at the knife and then at the body hanging from it, realizing his mistake. No matter how weak a nourishing method was, a rank 4 body was still in a completely different realm of existence from its rank 3 version. His own body had a strength that vastly surpassed the limits of the cultivators in the human ranks. Abel had the strength of a rank 3 body while he was in the 4th rank, which meant that his regenerative abilities had to be inhumane. Even with his heart pierced, he was still able to move and to deliver a deadly blow to his opponent. The light in the representative's eyes diminished as blood flowed endlessly from his throat. The wound was too deep and the weight applied on it only worsened its condition. All he could do was internally praise his opponent's determination as life abandoned his body. In a few seconds, his body fell over Abel's one. The representative from the royal family was dead. The silence in the battlefield continued. Everyone was waiting to see if there was some kind of reaction from the bodies of the two leaders. Samuel reacted and moved away the representative's corpse from Abel. The stares of the cultivators gathered on the body covered in blood. Cough, cough. Abel coughed, spitting mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. Inside the silent battlefield, His whispered words could be clearly heard. "Give me 2 incenses of time and I'll stand up." Noah was at some distance away when he heard those words and he cursed internally. "Protect Lord Abel." One of the soldiers shouted and the others followed his orders. They encircled Samuel and Abel, forming a defensive perimeter around them. There were only 20 soldiers remaining and some of them were injured while the assaulters' number amounted to 25. Between the surprise attack and the slaughter unleashed when Abel's chest was pierced, many of them had died, further lowering their numbers. However, their leader was still alive. If they managed to hold their ground till he could fight again, then the battle would be in their hands. Even Samuel understood that point and began to use his personal stash of potions to accelerate Abel's recovery. They were all betting their lives on the leader of the expedition. The cultivators hired by the royal family knew that if they wanted to win that battle, they had to act quickly. Every one of them had their personal reasons to follow through that mission, yet some hesitation still appeared in their eyes. If they ran away now, they were sure that they could escape. However, they would then face the consequences of disobeying the orders of the royal family. That hesitation was vanquished by Jean directly throwing another poisonous bottle in the enemy group. When an area was crowded, her methods were among the best in Noah's group. Nevertheless, the soldiers were ready by then to that attack pattern and 3 of them created shields made of water to fend off the poison. Also, a spear made of wind shot from their group toward her. The speed of the spell was too fast and directly pierced the woman's waist, making her fall on her knees. "Fuck!" Noah cursed and decided to act. He didn't really care about whether the mission succeeded or not, but he wasn't sure how his relationship with the royal family would evolve once they learnt that he held himself back. What if they decided to remove his freedom like they had done with Jean? What if they decided that his character was too wild to be controlled? Also, he really didn't want the noble families to create an organization similar to the Academy. He knew that it would take a long time for him to be strong enough to storm Bulvin Mansion, and allowing the nobles to raise their power could only hinder his vengeance. In the end, there was also the fact that he had some grudges against the Mullos family. The first form of the Ashura was performed. More than 15 sabers materialized in the air around him and attacked the formation of the soldiers. He revealed his rank for martial art. The cultivators in his group were surprised by his sudden increase of power, but when they realized that he was single-handedly forcing 4 soldiers back, they joined him in his charge toward the center of the formation. Time was crucial. They had about 10 minutes to reach Samuel and finish off Abel, so they resorted to their most powerful methods to break the line of defense of their enemies. However, even the soldiers were doing their best and used their teamwork at their advantage, synchronizing spells and techniques to take care of the most troublesome individuals. Only Noah remained untouched. His martial art was suited for fighting large numbers of enemies, and since both his Sea of Consciousness and Dantian reached the 2nd rank, the power of the first form had increased greatly. The power behind every slash was incredible, and even his control of the area around him improved. Even though he didn't manage to kill any soldier, they were continuously pushed back. Even though each cultivator recruited by the royal family was singularly stronger than each soldier, they were unable to break the blockage. The soldiers were trained and had good teamwork while their opponents were disorganized. Each of their attacks was strong but always failed to inflict a severe injury on the soldiers. Their number started to diminish. The soldiers would alternate between a steady defense with water shields and wind walls to water bullets, fireballs, and spears made of air. Only Noah was somewhat able to keep pressuring the blockage. They had initially ganged up on him 4 against 1, but as cultivators from the royal family died, they could shift more of their attention on him. He was the only one using a rank 4 martial art after all. He was definitely the most dangerous of their enemies. Due to his relentless offensive, Noah prevented them from preparing spells. Yet his expression became serious after each exchange. The clock was ticking. Minutes passed as if they were seconds, and Samuel's potions accelerated the rate of recovery of Abel's body. The anxiety of the cultivators sent by the royal family was increasing. Noah decided to attack with more fury. The number of ethereal sabers around him increased. From 15 they became 20. The soldiers had their focus to their peak. More enemies attacked Noah to block his unceasingly assault. However, once they moved their attention to Noah, the other cultivators in his group faced less resistance and began to inflict serious wounds on the soldiers. Little by little, the soldiers were being pushed back. Casualties happened from time to time. A soldier successfully blocked the thrust from a hooded figure, and his companion behind him stabbed his sword in the figure's chest. Yet, Joe arrived on their side and strongly bit the soldier's throat, creating a big hole in his neck. That action, though, left him open, and a soldier managed to shoot a fireball at him, turning his entire figure into ashes. As more deaths happened, the blockage was broken, creating small battles all around Abel's body. "It's taking too much," Noah thought. Abel's body was now visible, and his complexion had greatly recovered due to Samuel's potions. He knew that it wouldn't take much for him to stand up. Should I use the demonic form? Noah was reluctant in using it, not only because it would expose his element. The black smoke was uncontrollable, it didn't distinguish enemies from allies. He would avoid using it in that situation if possible. The number of soldiers in front of him was reduced to 3, the others went to take care of the other enemies. Those 3 were specialized in defense. They used all their techniques and spells to slow Noah's momentum. Yet, wounds continuously appeared on their bodies. They couldn't hold for much longer. Then, a yell ran through the battlefield. Noah momentarily moved his attention to where the sound came from, and his expression became dark. Of the cultivators in his group, he was the only one remaining. A heavily wounded soldier stood proudly over the corpse of a hooded figure. After he made a sign of victory toward the remaining 3 soldiers, he collapsed on the ground, devoid of any strength. Did they all die? Noah had focused completely on the area in front of him. He couldn't pay attention to the whole battlefield when he executed the first form of his martial art. It seems that you bandits had really underestimated the power of the Mullo's family, one of the remaining soldiers said proudly. They didn't know that their enemies had been sent by the rulers of the nation, so he supposed that they were a simple bandit group. So, my guess was right. Noah ignored him and inspected the area with his mental energy. He couldn't find anything strange or peculiar, which made him sigh helplessly. I don't believe that the royals have misjudged the strength of these soldiers, which means that they wanted for many of us to die. Maybe they didn't predict the death of their representative. That's why we are in this situation. Vance, don't think that you can run away. You will pay for your sins against my family. Samuel spoke to him in an angered tone. They were in the same class in the academy. He had seen his martial art being executed, that's why he managed to recognize him. Men, seize him. The soldiers followed the order of their young master and encircled Noah. Noah continued to ignore them and looked at the sky. I bet that they are watching everything in front of a cup of wine. Put down your weapons and dash. The phrase of the soldier was interrupted by a swing from Noah's saber. The soldier expected some resistance and promptly created a water shield to block the attack. However, the saber began to release black smoke that consumed the shield in a few instants, allowing the blade to slash on the soldier's neck. Surprise ran through his eyes as the saber directly severed his head. His spell couldn't match the demonic form at all. Couldn't be helped though, the water shield was a common spell of the water element, while the demonic form was a top-tier spell of the darkness one. The difference between their strength was enormous. The remaining 2 soldiers retreated and deployed their defenses. A wall made of wind appeared and a defensive martial art was unleashed. Noah didn't waste time and executed the first form of the Ashura together with the partial demonic form. 10 fuming sabers relentlessly crashed on the 2 soldiers. Their defenses were already strained by the rank for martial art. When a spell of such destructivity was added to those attacks, it became impossible for them to hold on for long. It took only a few exchanges for the soldiers to suffer a deadly injury and being consumed by the accumulated toxic smoke. Only Noah, Samuel, and Abel remained on the battlefield. Which aptitude do you have? Samuel had his eyes wide open due to Noah's power. Those soldiers were rank 2 cultivators after all. He could accept that Noah was able to kill one of them, but 3 at the same time was a great shock. Young master, step aside. He is a genius of the darkness element. I never thought that he could develop so fast. Abel opened his eyes and supported himself to Samuel in order to stand up. the leader of the soldiers could fight again. Did you realize it back then? Noah asked Abel. Once his element was exposed, he could finally stop pretending. I had my doubts. The darkness element has no specific traits and could be easily mistaken for a martial art. However, after seeing it again, I became sure the dash. His phrase was interrupted since Noah began to attack. Abel's complexion had regained some color, and he was able to stand up, but that didn't mean that he had completely recovered. Noah wouldn't let him return to his peak form. His words were just an initial probing. He wanted to be sure that no one in the Mullos family had any suspects about his aptitude. After that was confirmed, he immediately attacked. 10 fuming sabers slashed at Abel, carrying with them the full power of Noah's cultivation level and mental energy. However, Abel was a rank 2 cultivator in the liquid stage with a rank 4 martial art. The power of his art couldn't be shown accurately in his fight against the representative of the royal family because the difference between their bodies was too vast. Yet, against a body with his same strength, he could use it fully. His knife pierced the air and clashed with each ethereal saber. His weapon released sharp lights that successfully blocked every attack, and a few of them managed to overcome Noah's assault, ultimately ending on his body. Noah took a few steps back and inspected his arms. There were 3 deep cuts on his skin, and he could not help but become extremely wary of his opponent. His martial art is as powerful as mine. Yet, his cultivation level is higher and even his body is stronger. My only advantage is the power of my spell. To counterattack Noah's blows, Abel had to come in contact with the toxic smoke. The leader of the noble group stared with wide eyes as the black smoke continuously corroded his hands and fought with his regenerative abilities. After some time, the smoke lost power and the regeneration surpassed the rate of destruction, vanquishing the spell completely. Impressive, Abel praised loudly. If you were a rank 3 mage, I would have no chances to suppress such destructiveness. To think that 3 years ago you were only able to leave scratches on me. The Academy surely is a gathering of geniuses. Noah listened to his words, but his mind was focused on other thoughts. I can probably match his blows if I enter the complete demonic form, yet I can't fight for a long time in that state, and my expenditure of mental energy would only increase if I use shadow and echo with it. His thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind as he analyzed the situation. I can surely run away, but then I will be forced to either completely rely on the royal family for protection or leave the country. I don't believe that the Mullos family will keep the information about my aptitude for themselves. Or, I can fight him and see if my strongest spell can match an exhausted cultivator with a rank 4 body. Only a few instants had passed since Abel stopped speaking, with the 2 warriors staring at each other for the whole silent moment. Then, Noah's determination surged and black smoke began to envelop him. For how long will I have to hide like a rat? Since his escape, Noah had to always be careful of everyone around him. The royals wanted to exploit him. His family was searching for him. And each new individual that knew about his aptitude could lead to irreparable consequences. Noah did his best, focusing only on his training and joining every mission that could increase his power. Yet, no matter how much he improved, he could never shake away those restrictions that he had since the moment he was reborn in that world. I'm tired of running away every time something in the heroic ranks appears. He is wounded and I can make it bleed, which means that I can kill him. Running away would mean that all my hard work can't match a cultivator in such a pitiful state. He transformed into his fiendish form. The demonic form had changed slightly since he became a rank 2 mage. There were the faint shapes of horns growing from his head, and there seemed to be a tail growing at the bottom of his spine. The power of the spell was linked to his rank as a mage after all. It was obvious that it would undergo improvements as his sea of consciousness enlarged. Abel stared with a stern expression at the transformation of his opponent and turned his head to the astonished Samuel behind him. Young master, back off. I can't protect you from that. Samuel gulped and retreated for a few meters. 20 fuming slashes shot toward him as he did that, but Abel promptly stood in their trajectory and swung his knife to block the attacks. Abel watched with wary eyes how the black smoke almost completely enveloped him and began to consume his flesh. The quantity of this gas increased. He judged in his mind, yet his line of thought was interrupted by a black figure jumping at him. Noah used the first form of the Azura, creating more than 10 ethereal sabers that jointly attacked Abel. His physical qualities were empowered due to his spell. His body was now on even ground with Abel's one. Abel fought valiantly, answering to each of Noah's attacks with one of his own. Sometimes, he would let specific attacks wound him in order to exploit an opening in the guard of his opponent. His weapon darted over the fuming figure, piercing the black armor and continuously wounding the cultivator under it. Abel's attacks could pierce the demonic form, yet, as the battle continued, more and more smoke accumulated in that area, creating a black cloud all around the two warriors. Abel was naked. His skin was long since gone and his flesh struggled to reform. Nevertheless, the assault of Noah's spell was unceasing. Abel had to fight in that position or Samuel would be exposed, while Noah could only gain advantages as that part of the mountain path became his personal area of destruction. Just die already. Noah watched as Abel's body slowly lost its regenerative properties and pressed on in his assault. Seeing that he could not keep up anymore, Abel decided to do one last reckless attack. He stopped defending from Noah's blows and focused in one last lunge. 12 fuming sabers stabbed his body at the same time and began to corrode his interiors, but he held on and released a piercing attack on Noah's chest. Abel's knife shined with blinding light and released a piercing blow aimed for Noah's chest. Shadow! Echo! Before that attack could hit him, Noah called for his two blood companions. Two fuming beasts tore Noah's clothes and stood in the trajectory of the incoming attack. The knife cut through their bodies almost unhindered. Those blood companions came from rank 3 beasts after all. They were not a match for Abel's attack. However, the smoke that they released managed to slightly deviate the trajectory of the knife, making it land on Noah's stomach. The knife dug in his body, stopping only after it came out of his back. Noah found himself with a hole at the center of his torso. However, pain wasn't enough to stop him. Even with such a wound, he continued to focus on his opponent. His sabers were stabbed in Abel's body, continuously pouring black smoke in his body. Yet he was still alive. He was defenseless, though, since his weapon was stuck in Noah's body. Give me a bit of that vitality of yours, Noah thought, and released the grip on his sabers as he activated the blood drain spell. His hands morphed into demonic claws from under the fuming armor, which he stabbed right into his enemy's chest. Warmth invaded his body as Abel's blood was absorbed by the spell. Abel's uncovered flesh began to lose its rosy color as the blood left those tissues. The spell redirected the blood toward Noah's injuries, expending it to heal the wounds that he suffered during the battle. Abel, on the other hand, felt his already faint strength being sucked away. He tried to take out his knife to get away from that dangerous situation, but as soon as he tried to pull with his arms, his hands detached from his limbs by themselves and vanished in the black cloud. Not even his body could withstand the joint damage of the demonic form and the blood drain. His healing abilities had finally lost to Noah's spells. Looking at how his body was slowly being consumed, he understood that his end was near. In the end, I failed, he thought, before raising his head to look at the fiendish figure that had its claws stabbed deep in his chest. If I didn't waste most of my energies to recover from the wound that your leader inflicted on me, I would have won, he said proudly, using his last energies to mock the young man. If you hadn't been wounded, I would have already run away. A low and rough voice answered him. In the end, Noah watched as Abel's body was completely consumed by the black cloud, and his claws could not absorb blood anymore. Noah stood inside the cloud, panting heavily as his spells dispersed and taking out the knife from his body. The hole in his stomach was slowly healed by part of the remains of Abel's blood. It must be said that his blood had incredible healing properties. Once it was absorbed by Noah, it filled his body with vitality. It took only a few minutes for every wound to be completely mended, while the remaining absorbed blood accumulated below the acupoints on his back. It's finally over, Noah thought. His body was back in top condition, but he didn't have much mental energy left. The demonic form's main weakness was that its consumption of mental energy was too high. It couldn't be used for prolonged battles. That's why Noah mainly used the partial transformation. It was easier to control and could be sustained for longer times. However, he had to go all out in that battle, even resorting to the blood drain spell to increase the constant damage that he could inflict to Abel in order to overcome his regenerative abilities. In the minutes that he used to heal his body, the black cloud slowly dispersed, showing the area of death under it. Samuel stared at it with an eager expression which turned in a scared one when he recognized Noah's figure. "No! How is that possible? Why are you alive?" Noah had the clothes on his chest completely torn, hanging on his body from their connection with the hood on his head. His pale and toned body was shown to Samuel. It had a large red stain on his waist created by the blood that came out due to Abel's last attack, while a faint scar was visible on the center of his torso. Except for that, there was no apparent injury on him, which increased Samuel's astonishment. Noah inspected his surroundings to search for some remains of his previous battle. His sabers and Abel's knife were on the ground, but they were full of cracks. Even the inscriptions on them had been broken. "I need new weapons. These are now useless." He put the 3 weapons away and then picked a space ring from the ground. He inspected its interiors just to put it in his clothes when he saw that the scrolls were not there. Then he raised his head to look at Samuel at a few meters from him. With just a thought, 2 black sabers appeared in his hands. Those were the weapons that William had given him after his mission with the ironclad spiders. Noah had kept them because he believed that they could be clues to his identity. Also, their value was low. Selling them or keeping them made no difference in his mind. "No!" Samuel shouted as soon as Noah took the first step toward him. "Stay away," he shouted again. The one in front of him had defeated the strongest cultivator in his group. He felt nothing but fear looking at Noah's hooded figure. "Here, take this. You want the scrolls that I've bought, right? I swear, I knew nothing about the cause. My father forced me to do the purchase. Please, spare me. The Elbas family will understand." Samuel pleaded, showing a space ring to Noah. Noah arrived in front of him and took out the ring from his hands. After a quick inspection, he found more than 100 scrolls and books inside it. So many. He couldn't help but be surprised. All those items were spells or techniques with the total value of 10 million credits. He couldn't wait to take a look at them. "Will you spar?" Samuel began to speak again, but Noah directly severed his head with a casual move of his saber. The heir of the Mullos family was dead. The mission had succeeded. "It's over." Noah heaved a sigh and looked around him. The signs of the battle were clearly shown on the terrain. Large red puddles covered the ground and corpses filled the environment. The mountain path had been ruined. Holes and marks were everywhere on the terrain. Normal carriages could not cross that road anymore. "I should first gather all the valuable things and then rest. Even with a rank 2 Danteon. I'm almost out of breath." Noah went to every corpse on the ground and searched for storage devices or valuable items. The soldiers of the Mullos family had no space rings and their weapons could only be sold for pieces of gold, so he simply ignored them. By selling 1 obsidian credit, one could obtain a large amount of gold. That currency had completely lost any value in Noah's eyes. The only exceptions in that group were Abel and Samuel, from whom Noah obtained 3 space rings. As for the cultivators recruited by the royal family, their situations were poor. Most of them had been detained till they were needed for that mission, while the others lived a simple life, spending every credit they managed to gain as soon as it entered their pockets. After all, their situation was different from Noah's. He was enrolled in the academy and his strength was needed in the royal inheritance. Most of his wealth came from those 2 factors. "Hey, could you see my face before I die?" A voice sounded from an area on the battlefield. Noah turned in its direction only to see Jean with a large bloody hole on her waist. The bandages on her face had turned from yellow to red due to the blood that came out of her mouth. Yet, she was still able to speak. Noah neared her and inspected her body. The wound was too deep. She was still losing blood from it, and the internal injury seemed impossible to repair. "Show me," he said. One of the reasons why he could fight against Abel while maintaining most of his strength was due to her poison. He wouldn't mind wasting a few seconds to fulfill her last wish. Also, if she had seen his battle, he had to make sure that she died. Jean slowly raised her hands and removed the bandages from her face. Little by little, the scorched flesh behind them was revealed. She had almost no flesh left on her face. Her facial muscles were clearly visible, but they were green and they constantly released some yellow pus. That image was the complete opposite of her sensual body. "Do you like it?" she asked, trying to perform a smile with her ruined mouth. "It's just a face." Noah answered calmly, inspecting her heartbeat with his mental energy. "I see," she said, closing her eyes and exhaling her last breath. Noah sighed. That encounter left a bitter taste in his mouth. I could have ended in the same situation if things were just a bit different. In the end, Noah managed to retrieve a total of 30,000 credits from all the corpses, even though most of that sum came from the space ring of the representative of the royal family. Also, some of them had inscribed weapons that he could sell, which Noah gladly took with him. Only Abel and Samuel's devices had still to be completely sorted out. Noah sat in on the ground and began to inspect them. Abel's ring only had a few thousand credits in it and some potions of good quality which Noah took without hesitation. The interiors of Samuel's personal storage device, instead, were quite surprising. Not only its volume was of 100 cubic meters, but it was also filled with all sorts of potions and cultivation resources. Most importantly, though, it contained 50,000 credits. Most of these items are useless to me, my cultivation level is too high. It seems that I will have a lot of things to sell once I go back to the royal city. He had way more situational potions than he needed, and a majority of them were of poor quality. He would rather gain some extra credit to purchase rank for materials than keeping items that he would never use. In the end, he sorted everything out except for the ring containing spells and techniques. 83,000 credits, 19 inscribed weapons in the first rank, and more than 100 situational potions. There is also this reagent to sell with all the storage devices that I found. He had taken Samuel's ring for himself but decided to sell his smaller one. 250 cubic meters of space is more than enough for my needs. I should just transform the other rings in credits. According to his calculations, his total gains from that mission would surpass 100,000 credits. Another inscribed weapon that I can't sell. I feel like I'm keeping trophies of my crimes. Noah thought, putting Samuel's weapon together with those of the heirs of the Bulvin family. Now it's time for the last ring. His eyes shone in excitement as he held the device containing the techniques and spells of the academy. "Young man, I believe that one belongs to me." A voice interrupted his line of thought, and Noah raised his head to look in the direction where it came from. A middle-aged man stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He had short golden hair and wore a loose golden robe. Even if Noah was staring right at him, he couldn't sense his presence with his mental energy. How strong is he? Noah guessed that the man came from the royal family, who could arrive as soon as the battle was over after all. He immediately put a shameful smile on his face and stood up, performing a deep bow to the cultivator hovering in the air. "My lord, do you mind if I take a look at the scrolls inside this ring? You know, the battle has been extremely hard and most of my resources have been expended." The man snorted and opened his mouth to speak. "Why do you think I've let you plunder the battlefield? Also, my son had already given you quite a sum for your services. If that big boulder of breath blessing hadn't been personally retrieved by you, I would have never allowed for it to be divided. My son? Is he Thaddeus' father?" Realization dawned upon Noah after he heard those words. He hastily performed another bow in excuse. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for not recognizing you." Thaddeus' father just waved his hand and scoffed softly. The space ring in Noah's hands moved by itself and floated toward the cultivator in the air. Noah stared at it with wide eyes. He had never seen a mental energy so powerful. His sea of consciousness must be in the heroic ranks. The man inspected the ring and nodded before turning to leave. "Your Majesty, please wait. I wonder if you could solve some of my doubts about this mission." The cultivator stopped his tracks and turned to stare at the young man on the wasted mountain path. "I guess you deserve some clarification to improve our future cooperation. Go ahead. Ask me what you want." Noah had a lot of doubts in his mind. Everything about that mission didn't feel right. Why was the force of the Mullows family so weak? As a large-sized noble family, They should have rank 3 cultivators to use. And why was our force so weak? I bet that there are stronger criminals in your prisons. Noah couldn't help but think that this mission was way less important than what Thaddeus made it seem. Sure, there were cultivators A with rank 4 bodies, yet those should still be simple pawns if I consider the powers where they came from. The cultivator in the air thought for a bit after hearing Noah's words and then answered in a calm tone. You can think of this mission as a probe. Noah listened attentively. Since the creation of our dynasty, the noble families have always tried to gain more power. Well, it's in the human nature to strive for greatness. If the chance presented itself, everyone would aim for the position of king. However, the conditions for our rule were fair and the nation developed under our domain. That's why there have never been that many revolts in the last 2,000 years. There weren't many willing to risk their positions for the cause. Yet, a cultivator of the light element appeared and many nobles loyal to the cause felt that their time to rise had come. You might not know it, but a rebellion is likely to happen in the next decades. So, it's still about Daniel. The nobles are betting on him for dethroning the Elbas family. He still has to explain everything though. As for your questions, you are right, both us and the Mullos family have stronger soldiers. Yet, a cultivator in the 3rd rank is extremely valuable, only one step away from becoming an entity in the heroic ranks. Powerful families are unwilling to use them as disposable soldiers. Also, our system is quite strict, so to obtain a rank 3 cultivation technique you must have shown loyalty toward your organization. Sending them in battle would raise the importance of the mission. Noah lowered his head. He understood that rank 3 cultivators were at the peak of the human ranks. Thaddeus told me that I had to join them if I wanted a rank 3 cultivation technique too. I guess they really value those soldiers. Nevertheless, that still didn't completely explain the situation. Your Majesty, are you saying that an heir of a large-sized noble family is less valuable than a soldier with a rank 3 dantian? Thaddeus' father sighed and shook his head. Young man, you must understand that the bigger one organization is, the more there will be internal fights. The Mullos family didn't completely trust the cause, so their patriarch had limited resources. The same goes for my branch of the royal family. There is a tacit agreement between the powerful forces not to use strong cultivators for these missions because the moment rank 3 cultivators fight, even those in the heroic ranks would be dragged in the battle. The last thing we want is a war through all the country. So, the Mullos family sent their heir as a representative for the nobles while our family's branch was appointed to handle the situation. My son and I work at close contact with peculiar individuals and want to create a hidden army with them. Yet we can't hire every single criminal. There was silence for an instant. We need to test them. We need to skim them. We need to be sure that, once that army is created, they won't turn against us. Noah finally understood the meaning of his words. Your Majesty, are you saying that the noble families were just probing your reaction while you were just testing your new force? The man nodded and replied calmly. Exactly. The Mullos family attempted to gain some advantage out of their cause and failed. The royal family was testing its new army and obtained some results. In any case, the nobles can still create a new academy. Even without our techniques, they were just unsure of our reaction. Basically, it was just a casual matter in his eyes. Do we have that little value in your eyes? Noah couldn't help but ask. He felt like his actions didn't matter at all, as if he had fought for a small political game between the royals and the nobles. Well, there is a genius in every generation. Your situation is peculiar because of your element, but until you reach the heroic ranks, you will always be just one human. The cultivator in the air turned to leave but then stopped as if remembering something. Oh, you might be happy to know that we are willing to make you the captain of our new force. Keep working for us like you did till now and your future will be ensured. Noah showed a bright smile and bowed, excitedly thanking him for his words. Yet, Noah's eyes under the hood were dark and cold. The position of the captain didn't appeal to him in the slightest. He raised his head and saw that the man had disappeared, leaving him alone on the battlefield. Anger filled him as he went back to the cave on the side of the mountain. On one side, there were the nobles that wanted more power and wanted to dethrone the Elbas family. They tried to probe a reaction from the royals to understand their line of rule, and sent one of the heirs of a large-sized noble family for the mission. The other one, there were the royals that wanted to maintain control over their subjects. They could not personally attack Samuel's group because doing that would lead to a public uproar, but they also wanted to limit the growth of the other noble families. That's why they used the criminals that they were gathering for the creation of a hidden army. In a world where birthright decided most of your future, there was an overabundance of individuals that broke the rules in order to become stronger. Those individuals were under the control of Thaddeus' branch of the royal family. Noah clearly understood why the royals needed to create such an army. There are too many noble families. No matter how strong they are or for how long they have accumulated resources, one family can't match hundreds of them. Yet, if the royal dynasty manages to create soldiers out of criminals, they would obtain the perfect expendable army and would fix the issue of the numerical disadvantage. He thought after going back to the cave to rest. Noah didn't want to stay in that place for long, but he needed at least a few hours to recover from the battle. His sea of consciousness and dantian were almost empty. He needed time to refill them. Luckily, he had enough potions to use which largely quickened his rate of recovery. I was used as a pawn in their political games. The royals wanted to test the strength of their new force while the nobles wanted to see what kind of reaction the Elbas would have. Even the heir of a large-sized family is nothing in the eyes of cultivators in the heroic ranks. He clearly remembered the cultivator's words. You are just one human. I hate to admit it, but he is right. With my little strength, I can't avoid being involved in these matters. Refusing them would just aggravate our relationship, and my anonymity depends on their goodwill. If I want to keep my freedom, I have to leave. Inevitably, Noah began to think about abandoning the Utra nation and escaping where the Elbas family and the Bulvan family could not reach him. I still have things to do here though, especially the matter about the forging. He still couldn't leave. He needed a safe environment where to experiment with his creations, and he also needed the resources of the capital. The royal city offered too many opportunities. No wonder cultivators don't want to leave it and ultimately accept being on the royals' paybook. Sacrificing freedom for a smooth cultivation journey seems the smartest thing to do. If Noah didn't have his wild ambitions, he would also think of joining the ranks of the royal family. However, for how long will they support me? Will they allow me to become a rank 4 cultivator? Will they allow me to attempt in the breakthroughs for the divine ranks? I don't think so. A ruler, in order to govern, had to be stronger than its subjects. It couldn't allow for individuals to surpass its level. Noah was sure that if he joined some organizations, he would soon be suppressed like it had happened in the inner circle of Bulvan Mansion. He sighed thinking about that. His energies had still to recover, so he had time to sort his thoughts. Is this world all about birthright? Noah ultimately had that doubt. Birth defines your social status, the number of techniques that you can obtain, the spells, and so on. Sadly, I'm not an exception, as most of my battle prowess derives from my element. Noah wasn't underestimating himself. He knew that, even if he considered only his martial art, he was one of the best warriors of his generation. He had trained non-stop since the age of 8 after all. His determination and diligence were unmatched. However, most of his overwhelming strength came from the demonic form which expressed the full power of the darkness element. Does my value strictly depend on my element? If I had a common aptitude, would I still be this powerful? Noah lingered on those questions for a while before determination filled his eyes. I obtained the demonic form spell because I was the best of my generation. I surpassed nobles and nurtured soldiers to obtain it. Everything I have, I took it with my own hands. There was no reason to overthink issues over which he had no control. I might have been lucky to be born with this aptitude, but I've also had to risk my life for each of my improvements. I would have been a great cultivator even if I was of the fire element. He stood up as soon as he resolved his doubts, moving toward the exit of the cave. Noah didn't want to stay too much in that place. Even if the Mullo's family had a tacit agreement to not use powerful cultivators, that wouldn't prevent Samuel's father from arriving on the battlefield and kill the criminal that took his son's life. To prove it, I will create with my own hands something that surpasses every birthright. His resolve was steeled. He knew exactly what he had to do. I need to buy new weapons, preferably inscribed items in the second rank. I need to sell all the items that I don't need and stash rank 4 materials to be always ready to escape. I need to forge using the demonic form as a material. I need to bring my body in the heroic ranks. In the end, I need to create my own techniques. Noah still had some of Abel's blood to absorb, but his priority was returning to the royal city at that moment. Time to go back. Weeks passed after the battle near Vondur. The official report was that the soldiers from the Mullos family had been assaulted by bandits and the young heir, Samuel, lost his life in the process. However, among the large-size families, the truth was clearly known. The families loyal to the cause thought that by using a noble heir that was also a former student in the academy, the reaction of the royals wouldn't have been so harsh. Yet, their expectations weren't met and they suffered quite a loss. The soldiers in their mansion were more valuable than the criminals that they faced. The royals could refill those numbers at ease while the nobles had to slowly nurture worthy guards. It was clear who had been the winner in that event. That's why their plans were delayed and an apparent peace returned since there hadn't been consequences after that battle. Noah vaguely guessed much, but he simply didn't care. He had been busy selling all his useless items and buying new weapons and materials. He also absorbed Abel's remaining blood, slightly boosting the strength of his body. Ultimately, he gained the piece of breath blessing, 110,000 credits, 2 new inscribed sabers, new rank 4 materials, and a large number of potions from the mission. Even though he was still angry about how he had been used by the royals, he had to admit that his gains when he worked with them were always extremely satisfactory. Boom! An explosion rang out from the reinforced room of his accommodation that made the whole building tremble. Noah had resumed his experiments in the elemental forging method, but he still couldn't obtain some good results. The bones of the undead chameleon had successfully mimicked the properties of his blood, but the toxic smoke would always corrode the material, even if at a slower pace than before. Yet, at that pace, Noah was somewhat able to mix the 2 materials. Though, as the corrosion began, the equilibrium between the 2 substances would break, creating a chain reaction that ultimately led to an explosion. "Do you want to destroy the whole house?" Ivor shouted, appearing from the other room of the habitation. "Why is it so hard? And why do they always explode?" Noah's curse resounded from the center of the reinforced room. The inscriptions on the wall were starting to lose their light. It seemed that they had been through a lot in order to reach that state. "It's already the 10th time and the power of the explosions has gradually grown. Usually, that means that you are getting closer to forge something stable, but I'm worried that the building won't hold till that point." Ivor commented, adding something else. "Maybe it's an issue with the material." "Of course, it's the materials," Noah answered loudly before laying on the floor. "Since my body is still on the 3rd rank, its blood can't completely affect the chameleon bones. It simply doesn't have the power to do so. Should I wait for the breakthrough? It wasn't even half a year since he became 18, even if Abel's blood had boosted his strength quite a bit. The peak of the 3rd rank was still at some distance away from his grasp. No, that would take too much. I should just hope that the other 9 bones will benefit from the prolonged refinement. He still had 9 sealed buckets containing the magical beast's material immersed in his blood. Apparently, due to his blood being too weak, 1 month of refinement was far from enough. Noah sighed and stood up. 2 white sabers appeared in his hands as he did that. Those weapons were the new inscribed items that he had bought. The inscription on them vastly increased their durability, allowing Noah to feel at ease in case he was forced to use the demonic form again. He found out that the inscribed items that could fix themselves were rare and extremely valuable. That's why he had to settle for the increased durability. At least they are in the 2nd rank, even if only in the low tier. They should be able to keep up for a few battles. As his mental sphere enlarged, his demonic form would become stronger, hastening the consumption of his weapons. "I really need to forge a weapon with the smoke of my spell, otherwise I would have to stockpile inscribed weapons forever." He had returned to his usual training routine. In body and dark vortex during the night, while Xianxia rune, elemental forging, and martial art during the day. However, the improvements of his body and Dantian were not as slow as before due to the big piece of breath blessing placed on the ground. He had still more than 1 month of paid rent, so he simply focused on his cultivation. Like that, days passed. Explosions would ring out every day, threatening the integrity of the reinforced room. Ivor began to exit the habitation as soon as he felt that his students' creations were about to explode, in order to avoid an increase in his headache. However, one day there were no explosions. Noah was overseeing the forging of his 18th bone. The black smoke slowly seeped into the reddish piece of magical beast. After more than 2 months of refinement, its color had changed and even its internal composition was heavily modified. The two substances mixed and their shapes changed according to Noah's control. Its circumference diminished, increasing the density and the sturdiness of the item. Its edges became sharper and a pointy tip began to form on one of its sides. Then the corrosion began. Noah was prepared. He had seen that same reaction happen 17 times already. He hastily removed the incubating membrane, letting the leftovers of the process disperse in the room. Smoke and broken dark red shards fell everywhere as the item between Noah's hands diminished in size. From 80 centimeters to 50. From 50 centimeters to 20. Noah was cutting off every part that was nearing the explosion point, controlling the chain reaction that would lead to a complete waste of the rank for material. Eliminating the unstable parts would reduce the effective power of the item, but it made possible for the forging to continue. Noah's attention was completely on the internal composition of his creation. Every time he saw signs of instability, he would manipulate that specific part to separate from the core. Little by little, the item in his hands reached the length of a moon needle. Yet, the forging was not complete. The toxic smoke continued to corrode the bone, forcing Noah to cut even more pieces from it. From the size of a needle to the one of a small shard. From a shard to a fingernail. From a fingernail to nothing. The item completely turned into dust. The forging had failed. However, Noah was excited. Finally, it didn't explode. This is the right method to forge with my current materials. I just have to accept that I can't create a complete weapon while I have a rank 3 body. What he was aiming for with those processes was to gather experience toward what would eventually be his main weapon. Yet, his body needed to match the rank of the other material, and only the chameleon's bone was not enough to create something sturdy. The elemental forging method required patience and incessant experimentation. One could not obtain results in just a few months, especially once the material's level rose. I have one last refined bone. I need to at least have some slight success with that one. As for the other materials, I should just wait for my body to reach the heroic ranks. With the wealth obtained in his last mission, Noah had bought more rank 4 materials, mainly undead chameleon's bones. No explosions today? Ivor appeared on the edge of the door, warily watching the reinforced room. I've tried a net stabilization method and it had some results. Noah answered. The idea of cutting off the unstable parts was not his. It came from the accumulated knowledge in the inscription method that Ivor had passed him. It would be stupid for Noah not to use the previous experiences of the inscription masters of the elemental forging method. He had access to all their notes after all. Oh, that one. It surely works nicely, but it inevitably lowers the power of the finished product. Yet, it's the first step toward a complete creation. Noah's interest was piqued. What do you mean by that? He asked. Those moments were the only occasions where Ivor could actually help him, so he didn't hold back any of his questions. Well, even if you waste most of the materials, the remaining stable part would still be an inscribed item, a complete product. Annette worked with dangerous and wild substances. Her solution was to create many small complete products and then forging them again in a bigger item. There are many problems involved with that method though. She could only attempt in it because she was quite wealthy and she had no problems refilling the wasted materials. Ivor explained, making Noah nod in understanding. Even if I don't consider the enormous number of materials needed to successfully apply that method, there is the problem of doing another round of forging on an already inscribed item. Also, there is more expenditure of absorbed breath, and if the second forging is to fail, one would lose everything. It does manage to maintain the initial power though, and maybe even increase it. Seeing that Noah was sorting his options, Ivor left the room and returned to his jars. He knew that, in order to be successful in the elemental forging method, a lot of solitary experimentation was required. Ivor sighed, taking out his knife and softly caressing it. For such a young man to have the will to forge, it means that he had gone through many hardships already. Is it wrong to feel blessed for having found such a cursed student? Meanwhile, Noah went to rest. His mind was fixed on not wasting his last refined bone. He wanted to make sure that his attempt was perfect. That day he didn't train, all he did was reviewing the process in every little detail. At dawn, he opened the last sealed bucket and took out the dark red material. His sea of consciousness was used by then in storing gaseous breath in the second rank. The amount that remained in his mental sphere wasn't enough to create the usual headache. The breath was consumed. The small saber over his mental energy diminished in size until only a tiny amount of it remained to hover there. A small sphere made of toxic smoke appeared in his left hand while his right one held steadily the beast's bone. Begin! The incubating membrane enveloped the two materials and the smoke gathered around the bone. He had been through that process 19 times already. His manipulation was smooth and rapid. Yet, as the two materials fused, the usual traces of instability appeared. Noah didn't waste time and directly cut away every unstable part. The incubating membrane was mainly used to keep the inscription master safe from dangers relative to the forging. However, Noah immediately removed it, laying the item on the floor and stretching one of his hands over it to better control the toxic smoke. The instabilities accumulated and Noah was forced to remove more and more pieces of the item. Dark red pebbles shot out in every part of the room and black smoke came out from the severed areas, making the inscriptions in the room flicker. Since there was less material to forge, Noah chose to diminish the quantity of toxic smoke in the forced fusion. Smoke continued to come out of the bone and small solid parts shot out everywhere, sometimes even scratching Noah's skin in the process. Yet, the item on the floor became darker and darker. The two substances were successfully mixing. Just a little bit more, Noah shouted in his mind as he removed even more unstable pieces. In the end, the forging ended and a small black shard remained on the ground. It was only the size of a pinky and extremely thin. It seemed frail beyond reason, but it was solid. Noah picked it up and inspected it. A sense of danger was exuded from that little shard. Second rank, middle tier. To think that with just one rank 4 material it can already reach such power, the demonic form spell is incredible. Pity it's only a one-use item. His creation was too thin, it couldn't withstand the power that it could unleash. Nevertheless, this is only an initial prototype and I can now confirm that my spell can become the core of my weapons. Let's see, I should call it Demonic Saber. At that moment, though, he remembered his conversation with Ivor when he had passed down his legacy. A slight smile appeared on Noah's face as he decided in his mind. I guess I'll call it Demonic Sword. That scrounger needs some recognition after all. It's a pity that I can't really test it. It would be such a waste. Noah thought, placing the shard on the floor. As soon as he did that, though, the inscriptions on the wall of the room began to flicker in a similar way to when the explosion occurred. What? Noah was confused and inspected his creation. A faint corrosion was happening on the wooden floor where the shard was placed. It seemed that just by being in contact with the inscribed item, the effects of the toxic smoke would activate. Yet, the shard was losing its black color and some gray tones began to appear. Noah hastily took the shard back in his hands and heaved a sigh of relief seeing that the room returned to its normal state. That's a bit more powerful than I expected, Noah thought, noticing the faint mark on the floor. I guess I can't completely judge the amount of danger it exudes since the spell from which it was created is harmless to me. I believe this is my strongest attack now. In his demonic form, he could match the attacks of a rank 2 cultivator in the liquid stage. However, that was quite common. Spells were stronger than martial arts, it was no wonder that he could fight on even ground with Abel. Yet, the shard had the power of the liquid stage without being powered by breath. Noah was rather optimistic about its strength. If I manage to make 2 sabers with the same process and use my martial art while wielding them, my normal attacks will hold the same power as a spell. Right, I should test that thing first. His mental energy was expended and the hand holding the shard began to emit black smoke. The inscriptions in the room flickered again to withstand the partial demonic form, but there was no reaction coming from the shard. It stood among the smoke without undergoing the slight corrosion. I knew it. If I create my weapons in this way, I would solve the issue with the demonic form. I would have normal attacks that match spells in power and that can be further empowered with the spells themselves. I'm getting excited just by thinking about that. His current sabers were inscribed items in the second rank, but they were focused on durability. However, the demonic sword was completely offensive. Just a little shard could create a reaction in the reinforced room. Noah found it impossible to imagine the full power of the complete weapon. Like Manuel could cast way more spells than he was capable of due to his weapon, Noah would eventually wield weapons able to mimic his strongest spell in power. Wait, can I keep it in the space ring? I'm technically wearing it so the corrosion should not apply. Noah put the shard in his first ring and carefully inspected its interiors. The shard laid in the separate space without causing any reaction from it. Noah looked at it for a while before heaving another sigh of relief. If I was to create a sword that could not be kept in a space ring, then I would have to create a sheath capable of holding it. Noah didn't even want to think about that. Just having some initial success in creating something with his toxic smoke had proven itself quite a challenge. If he had to further forge where to put it, he couldn't imagine the amount of experimentation that he had to go through. I guess that all I can do now is hasten the breakthrough of my body as much as I can, yet there aren't many methods available for that. He had become tolerant to the beast's quintessence, and the other drugs in that same field were either weaker or of a similar principle. Simply cultivating would profit him more. Maybe if I was to use the blood drain spell with the breath blessing in my possession, I might be able to reduce the time needed to reach the peak of the third rank. The forging of the 7 hells had left him with 7 acupoints capable of absorbing breath. His fast improvements were mostly due to that. Yet, even with such training speed, reaching the limits of the human ranks was not easy. The body required a lot of time to accumulate the breath needed for the breakthrough, and, since Noah's nourishment method had special abilities attached to it, it required even more time. Cultivation requires time. There's nothing I can do about that. I'll just use my remaining time in this habitation to cultivate, and then resort to the blood drain to further speed my improvements. He set his schedule and immediately acted. Noah had still more than 1 month of paid rent, which he exploited as much as he could. His growth in that place was stable due to the increased density of breath and the breath blessing. However, that came at the price of 4,000 credits per month. He didn't have enough money to stay for 2 years in that place. Also, he had understood by then that purely relying on the high density of breath was not the smartest choice. The centers of power of the humans needed time to adapt to their new strength, and stressing them too much would ultimately lead to injuries. That's why he didn't focus only on the body but diligently trained all his centers of power. In the end, his 4 months of rent expired and he was forced to leave the habitation. Of his centers of power, his sea of consciousness was the one that had improved the most. Couldn't be helped though. He didn't have limits linked to his age, and his many ordeals had only reinforced his mental sphere. Also, he had 2 blood companions that constantly pressured the expansion of the sphere, as well as the breath that he had refilled since his last forging. His dantian had also enlarged, but it was clear that a lot of time was needed for it to reach the liquid stage. His body was the same. Its power had increased, but there was still a long time before it could not be nourished anymore. Nevertheless, Noah still left the habitation and went toward the Hunter's Guild. Noah's biggest issue in using the blood drain spell to boost his body's strength was that he could only use rank 3 magical beasts in the process. Rank 4 creatures gave more nourishment, but he simply didn't have the power to fight them. What happened with Abel was a fluke. His physical strength was in the 3rd rank and he was also injured, making him the perfect target for Noah's spells. However, magical beasts had a far stronger body than cultivators. Noah didn't have the confidence to beat the latter, let alone the beasts. I guess I'll be forced to strive for quantity over quality, Noah thought. He was inspecting the various boards listing the hunting zones in the Hunter's Guild. They are quite crowded, as expected. He sighed internally as he inspected the low-danger areas featuring large numbers of rank 3 beasts. Basically, all the hunters that can't join parties hunting rank 4 creatures are here. There were a lot of names next to those zones. Noah guessed that all the cultivators having only a rank 3 body were there. There were only a few willing to enter areas inhabited by rank 4 creatures. Life had way more value than money after all. Should I go again in a danger zone? I don't see anything with the same favorable conditions though. What he meant for favorable conditions was that he could escape from the powerful beasts living there. I need a rank 4 body as soon as possible. I feel like most of the best resources are hidden behind that hurdle. A powerful body wasn't only needed to match the powerful beast's might. Entering in the 4th rank meant that a cultivator could increase the level of its dantian more freely. Noah knew that his body was slightly holding back the improvements of his dantian. After all, his battle prowess was that of a rank 2 cultivator in the liquid stage due to the power of his demonic form. Noah was sure that his full strength was enough to wound at least the weaker rank 4 beings. Yet, the liquid stage was generally the limit of a cultivator with a rank 3 body, therefore it was obvious to think that the body itself would slow down the improvements of the dantian. William had to obtain a rank 4 body nourishing method before being able to advance to the 3rd rank of the dantian, and he was way older than me. I'm incredibly strong for my age, but I need to be even stronger if I want to stop being a puppet. Bulvin family, Thaddeus, and Thaddeus' father could all use him as they wished. The reason was that he was too weak compared to such powers. Running away now can't even benefit me that much. What if I escape in the wilderness and a rank 4 creature from which I can't escape appears? I need to be able to protect myself. My next escape won't be as safe as my previous one after all. When he had escaped from Eccentric Thunder's inheritance ground, he was traveling toward the academy. If he was to leave the Nation though, he could meet unforeseen dangers. His wild dreams could end with just one unlucky encounter, and Noah had already resolved himself to never bet on his luck again. Quantity it is. I just hope that the other hunters won't get in my way like Doris did. There is a limit to how much I can kill without being discovered. He thought, signing his name under many different boards. If hunters began to disappear everywhere he went, that would undoubtedly raise some suspect. As for the strength of those weaker hunters, he was quite confident that he could beat any of them 1 versus 1. Those hunters had at best a rank 3 body after all, which meant that their level had to be below the solid stage of the 2nd rank of the dantian. Not only was Noah's battle prowess in the liquid stage, but he was also quite confident in escaping due to Echo's wings and the warp spell. I should also drop the scrounger somewhere cheap, he thought, turning to exit the guild. Time passed quickly. Noah would return to the capital rarely since he was busy with his training. He would travel to many hunting zones, killing as many rank 3 magical beasts as he could with the blood drain spell and storing the most valuable corpses in his space rings. Since he had 250 cubic meters of space, the number of corpses that he could carry increased, which allowed him to visit many hunting zones before he was forced to return to the royal city. His days were spent in solitude in each low-danger area, training every night next to the piece of breath blessing and using the blood drain spell when hunting beasts. His body improved quickly and his finances did the same, yet rumors inevitably began to spread in the Hunters Guild. That couldn't be helped. In each hunting zone Noah's name appeared, the number of magical beasts would drastically decrease. The weaker hunters in the guild were rank 2 cultivators as well, but they couldn't keep up with Noah's hunting pace. His knowledge about the magical beasts was too deep, only experienced hunters could match it, and that allowed him to always be the first to find the most populated lairs in each area. Also, he could move freely in each environment thanks to Echo's wings, which quickened his search for the creatures. I saw Vance's name next to the solitary mountain. The price of the winged mouse will diminish soon. Don't even tell me that. 2 weeks ago, I was in Red Lake in the east of the country to hunt singing ducks. When I arrived there, I didn't find a single feather left. Only when I came back, I noticed Vance's name in that area. That kid from the academy is too daring. I had to sleep outside of the capital for an entire month because I didn't manage to hunt a single rank 3 beast. I say we should coalesce and force him to slow down his killing. The hunters in the main hall of the guild complained to each other in front of a jug of wine. Their job became less remunerative since Noah focused on hunting. He is doing everything by the rules. We can't really do anything to him, an old hunter said to those seated next to him. He killed 500 rank 3 magical beasts in 5 months. I don't even have the strength to travel in each of those hunting zones in that period of time. He must be restricted to rank 4 creatures. But you can join the hunts for rank 4 creatures only after you obtain a rank 4 body. Otherwise, you will just die to one of their casual strikes. Another hunter argued. A rank 4 body was the minimum requirement to face a rank 4 creature. Couldn't be helped, humans had far weaker bodies compared to magical beasts. Trying to hunt them with a rank 3 body would mean seeking death. I'm not saying that he has to hunt them, but that he must join the hunting group for them. He can just be appointed to gathering intel while the others will fight the beasts. The cultivators on that table feel in thought after those words. What the hunter said made sense. Noah would just be accompanying the hunting group while getting the increased pay without the need to fight. No one would refuse free credits, especially if they came from rank 4 beasts since their value was far higher than any rank 3 creature. The hunters didn't know that Noah was killing that much because he wanted to exploit the strengthening of the blood drain spell as much as he could. Then, one of the hunters broke the silence and spoke in a soft voice. This can be done, but we must ask for Kurt's permission first. Meanwhile, Noah was cultivating in a cave on Silent Mountain. It was still day, so he couldn't train in the Een body, yet the energy accumulated by his spell was still slightly boosting his strength. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and exhaled a disappointed sigh. Even with all my killing, my improvements are not so noticeable. Rank 3 beasts are simply too weak. In those 5 months, he had tried to speed the advancements of his body as much as he could, but he only managed to gain a few weeks of training. At this pace, I will reach the peak of the 3rd rank in a bit less than a year and a half. That's too slow. If normal cultivators were to hear his thought, they would feel the urge to slap him. He was only 18 and a half, but his centers of power were at an unbelievable level. His sea of consciousness was in the 2nd rank and was enlarging at a way faster pace than normal cultivators. With the Xianxia rune, the breath inside it, and his 2 blood companions, the training speed of that center of power was incredible. His dantian was enlarging but still remained in the gaseous stage of the 2nd rank. As it improved, their restriction that his body imposed became more obvious. His body was in the 3rd rank in the upper tier, but it still needed some time to reach the peak of the rank. Normal cultivators could barely match the rank of his body at that age, while the rank of his dantian was an incredible feat reserved for geniuses. As for his sea of consciousness, no one in the history of that world had ever achieved the 2nd rank in such a short time. Noah knew that his mental sphere was his biggest advantage compared to the other cultivators of that world, even if just for what concerned cultivators in the human rank. As his rank increased, he would face more cultivators in the heroic rank that had had all the time they needed to train the sea of consciousness. After all, balance was needed for a smooth increase in power. The lifespan of cultivators depended on their bodies and dantian. Once the body reached the 4th rank, living for a couple of centuries was not a problem. Of course, reaching the 4th rank of the dantian gave much more vitality and power, yet that was an extremely hard feat. Not only training it was slower, but the cultivators also had to overcome the heaven tribulation, which was considered the hardest of the 3. However, that was still far in the future, so Noah didn't worry about it. All his thoughts were focused on increasing the strength of his body as fast as he could so to finally take a peek at the power in the heroic ranks. Sadly, there isn't much more that I can do. I should just go back to the guild and empty my space rings. At least my credits are increasing with all these hunts. He had killed more than 500 rank 3 magical beasts in those 5 months. Since the average price of each of those creatures was around 30 credits, he had accumulated more than 15,000 credits. Also, he wasn't spending much in rents since he was most of the time outside the capital. At least the rules concerning low-danger areas are laxer. I can do whatever I want and no one can complain. He thought, standing up to return to the royal city. After Doris matter, he had carefully memorized the rules. Nevertheless, as he returned to the guild a few days later, he discovered that he was quite wrong. Noah went through the main door of the guild uncaringly. He had become used to the stairs in his direction in the last months. Yet, that time, Kurt stood up from one of the tables and blocked his path. Does he want to test me again? Noah, though, with a bit of uncertainty. We need to talk, Kurt said, indicating a free seat on a table crowded with hunters. What did I do this time? Can I sell the corpses of the magical beasts first? I don't want their value to diminish. Some of them are already rotting. Noah said in an honest tone. The weaker hunters on the table next to him gnashed with their teeth after hearing those words. Some of them directly gulped their entire jugs to suppress the irritation that they felt. It was impossible for Noah to not notice those reactions, and he looked with a confused gaze toward Kurt as if asking for some explanation. Kurt sighed and massaged his temples before answering to that gaze. Go and sell the beasts, but come here right after. There is something that we need to discuss. Did I do something wrong? Noah asked. Kurt scratched the back of his head before giving a short answer. No, you simply hunt too much. In the main hall of the Hunters Guild, a dozen cultivators were sitting around Noah. Some of them were shouting and pointing at him. Others were angrily drinking from their jugs. It didn't seem that the conversation was peaceful. No, I won't stop. No, I don't care if you can't gain credits due to my behavior. If you can't match my hunting speed, you should just consider changing your profession. Is this clear enough for you? Noah said calmly. He had sold the magical beasts' corpses and then joined the other hunters on their table. Yet, as soon as the conversation started, he was asked to slow his killing of rank 3 magical beasts. It was obvious that there had been a lot of complaints after his initial refusal for the conversation to reach that point. Impudent. We have families here in the capital. We have maintained ourselves for decades hunting magical beasts. I won't accept that a new hunter, that gained his entry with the help of the royals, will ruin my job. Many hunters nodded in approval at the words of one of the oldest cultivators among them. However, Noah just shrugged his shoulders and continued to speak calmly. The rules are with me, you can't do anything to force me to stop. Also, if a newly arrived cultivator can do better than a hunter with years of experience, then you should really consider trying out another job. His words were sharp and inevitably increased the anger of the other hunters. Don't you dare speak to me like that. I'm your senior. If you don't want to do it with the nice ways, that I will just have to the cultivator's phrase was interrupted, or to say it better, he couldn't force the words out of his mouth. As soon as the trace of a threat appeared in his words, Noah released his cold pressure and fixed his gaze on the hunter that had just spoken. Fear was the only thing that the hunter could feel at that moment. Noah's blue eyes were fixed on him and a cold atmosphere was created around him. You will what? Why do you think that I hunt faster than you all? Don't tell me that you are so stupid to actually think that you can beat me. Gulps resounded from the throats of the weaker hunters. They had to admit that they were quite scared of the young man in front of them. Let's all calm down. Avery, remember that you are asking a favor, not ordering someone around. Vance, please avoid threatening your fellow hunters. They are only trying to do their job after all. Kurt spoke, joining the conversation. He had been silent for the whole time, hoping that things could be solved between the weaker hunters, but he realized that the argument would only escalate if it was left as it was. Vance, why don't you leave some hunting areas to your colleagues? If you continue like this, only danger zones will have rank 3 magical beasts left. Noah shrugged his shoulders again and replied to him. So? That's not my problem. As a member of the guild, I can hunt in low danger zones freely. These are the rules. If you want me to change my methods, you must first change the rules. A wave of irritation went through Kurt after he heard those words. Noah knew that he was in the right, so he would just use the word rules every time he could. He knew that he was being unreasonable, but he couldn't care less. What if the hunters were to give you a share of their gains? That way you wouldn't suffer a loss and would have to spend less time hunting. Kurt said, suppressing his anger to speak in a kind way to Noah. No, I need the beasts. I have my use for them. Another refusal came out of Noah's mouth. He didn't care about credits. His behavior was only aimed to speed up the improvements of his body. Kurt was smiling, but his expression froze after hearing those words. He thought that everything could be solved by paying him, but when he understood that Noah's targets were actually the beasts, he lost any hope in convincing him to drop his behavior. Vance, what do you think of joining the hunts for rank 4 creatures? The hunters were silenced by that question. If Noah was to join the group of the stronger cultivators, all their problems would be solved. "No, I like to be alive." However, Noah refused again. There were no reasons for him to go into such dangerous missions. Also, he needed to use the blood drain spell on the beasts when they were still alive and preferably without anyone noticing it. What if you were to take care only of the gathering intelligence part? Your knowledge about magical beasts should be among the best in the guild, since you have been instructed in the academy. Noah still shook his head. "I need the bodies and they must be alive. Also, I need to be alone when I do my stuff." Kurt felt that a headache was coming. The biggest problem was that Noah had not broken any rule. His was one of the rare situations when a cultivator was too strong for rank 3 magical beasts but still not powerful enough for rank 4 ones. When such individuals appeared, the guild would just pay their rent for a period of time and wait for them to join the hunts for rank 4 magical beasts. Yet Noah's situation was different. He is purposely searching for magical beasts. The reason should be linked to his cultivation technique. Kurt thought. There were many cultivation techniques in that world, some quite straightforward while others quite peculiar. It wasn't difficult to understand that Noah's behavior was linked to his training. After all, that was the only possible reason if they excluded money. Kurt seated silently for a long time. He was the one leading the hunts for rank 4 magical beasts. That's why he was considered some sort of leader by his fellow hunters. After a few minutes of stares in his direction, he opened his mouth to ask a simple question. "Are dying beasts good for you?" In a grassland near Elba's city called Mammoth Plain, 7 cultivators walked at a slow pace, warily inspecting their surroundings. Those plains were a danger zone named after the type of magical beasts that mainly inhabited it. They were, of course, elephant-type creatures. "Kurt, remind me why we are bringing this kid with us," one of the cultivators asked Kurt, who was walking in the vanguard position. "Newton, stop complaining. We need to show him that we can safely kill a rank 4 beast or he won't stop hunting rank 3 creatures. I know that you don't care about the weaker hunter situation, but they have harassed me to no end because of Vance." Newton snorted and gave a scolding gaze to the young man at the end of the group. That man was, of course, Noah. After the discussion in the guild, he had reached an agreement with Kurt. Noah would join the group hunting rank 4 creatures and gather information about the beasts without the need to join their fight. Yet, he will receive the same share of profits from the corpses of the beasts and will also inflict the finishing blow once the fight was over. Also, he added 2 more conditions. The first one was that no one was allowed to watch him as he killed the creature. The blood drain spell would expose his aptitude after all. The other one was that he had to first see with his own eyes how the hunting group worked to be sure that he could be safe even in that environment. He would never entrust his life to someone that he didn't know, so he wanted to be sure of their capabilities first. Kurt didn't mind the conditions and accepted, ultimately leading to the situation where they were. The Mammoth Plain was a danger zone fairly close to the capital, which meant that it had undergone many cleaning operations. The magical beasts in the 4th rank were few and scarce, making that area one of the safest danger zones. Also, elephant-type's magical beasts usually had poor reproductive abilities which strongly limited the number of beasts in each pack. That's why, even if they had been walking in the yellow grassland for more than a day, they didn't meet any creature with rank superior to the first. They all have a rank 4 body and a dantian at least in the liquid stage of the 2nd rank. Noah judged. The cultivators in front of him were among the strongest hunters in the guild. Nevertheless, with the exception of Kurt, all of them had a second profession. Some of them were city soldiers or enrolled in the royal army. Others were personal guards of wealthy nobles. They all had another job that fully valued their strength. After all, at their level, they could become captain of the guards of some noble family. Yet they chose to remain in the royal city due to the limited opportunities that it offered. Their bodies were the proof that the restrictions over the techniques in the royal city were far laxer than in any other noble mansion where someone had to accumulate years of loyal services just to obtain a rank for nourishing method. As for their dantian, the liquid stage of the 2nd rank was generally considered the minimum strength required to hurt rank 4 creatures which, coupled with their number, allowed them to successfully hunt rank 4 magical beasts. Kurt should be the strongest since his body is incredibly tough. Newton and the 2 sisters, Ada and Ella, have a common rank 4 body, but their dantian should be in the solid stage of the second rank. As for Hazel and Vic, they too have a common rank 4 body, but their dantian is weaker, probably in the liquid stage. Noah summarized in his mind. Judging the strength of those around him had become a habit by then. I can fight Hazel or Vic if I use the demonic form, but I don't have the slightest confidence in winning. Maybe, if I catch them by surprise and use the demonic sword, I might be able to severely injure them. He was comparing himself to the weakest of that group. His demonic form could increase his battle prowess by 1 stage. If he was to use that form with the shard that he had created, he could unleash 1 attack having the power of the solid stage. That's too naive though. I don't know the actual power of the shard. I'm just sure that it's in the middle tier of the second rank. Also, all of them should have some spells, so their actual battle prowess is hard to predict. Martial arts were weaker than spells. They were generally considered as an imitation of spells after all. That's why it wasn't rare for a cultivator to have a battle prowess superior to the level of their dantian. One simply needed a strong offensive spell to achieve that feat. So, you were a student at the academy, right? Let's see if listening to the explanations of some professors can beat actual experience. What have you discovered about our target from the traces on the terrain? Ada spoke to Noah. She was originally the one appointed to gather clues about the beasts, but since Noah had joined their group, she felt like her position was challenged. Noah was forced to interrupt the mental evaluation of his companions and began to sort his thoughts to answer Ada. We are following the tracks of a pack of shrinking elephants with around 15 beasts of rank varying between the second and the third. There is only 1 rank 4 specimen with them, which also explains why Kurt chose this area to show me your strength. The hunters stopped their tracks and stared at Noah with wide eyes. They were quite surprised about how detailed his explanation was and could not help but look at him in a new light. How can you be sure of it? Ada continued. She knew that there was only 1 magical beast in the 4th rank, but that information came from a report of one of the scouts in the capital of which Noah wasn't aware. Noah pointed to a small hole on the terrain below the yellow grass. Rank 4 shrinking elephants have the habit of reducing their size as much as they can when they travel with their pack. However, they can't reduce their weight. A smaller surface with the same weight will create deeper traces on the ground. Recognizing the danger before it was too late was one of the key aspects of survival. Hunters generally relied on reports and on their senses to understand if an area was too dangerous or if a pack had rank for magical beasts among them. That's why many of them just ignored the study of traces or weren't adept in that field. The senses of a cultivator were generally enough to recognize beings of such might. Yet, having more information could only be considered an advantage, no matter how small it was. This is indeed surprising. I had to hunt in this area for a month before becoming able to recognize the rank of those beasts by their footprints. The academy is worthy of its fame. Ada praised before continuing with her questions. And what do you think will it be the best approach against them? Noah's answer came immediately. In their reduced size, they are too dangerous because they can maintain the same strength behind each attack while removing the weakness of their huge frame. The only way to make them return to their normal shape is to kill each weaker beast in their pack. They will then instinctively feel the need to attract other similar magical beasts and would return to their original form to do it. Yet, that means that someone has to deal with the rank 4 elephant at full strength while the others vanquish the rest of the pack. The other hunters nodded at his explanation. That was precisely the method that they intended to use. Kurt stepped forth and proudly patted his chest. You have the necessary knowledge to be of use. Now, let's find the pack so that we can reassure you of our strength. The hunters resumed their march in the grassland. There were no trees, only short bushes, so their field of view was particularly clear. Ada became more friendly with Noah once she understood that he could give a second opinion to her guesses, and they often exchanged thoughts on the magical beasts topic as they followed the tracks left by the pack. Then, in about half a day of walk, they finally met their target. At a few hundred meters in the distance, 14 gray elephants calmly walked over the plain. The biggest of them was about 2 meters tall, while some of them were so short that the grass almost hid them. The big one is the weakest of the pack. The rank 4 should be hidden in the grass thanks to its small size. Ada nodded at Noah's words and softly patted his shoulder. You stay here, we will take care of them. Noah nodded and could not help but feel a bit of excitement growing inside of him. He was about to see cultivators actively fight a rank 4 creature. Until then, he had always been forced to run away when he met one of them, and the only time he had seen one of them die was inside Toolboya Cliff. Also, if they managed to win, he could use the blood drain spell to inflict the finishing blow. I bet that the nourishment from a rank 4 beasts will help me a lot in shortening the time required for my breakthrough. The Wind Mage's blood had been enough to heal all my injuries and still increase my strength, and he was only a human. The bodies of the magical beasts were far stronger than the humans' ones. The nourishment that they could give had to be undoubtedly higher. That was the main reason why Noah accepted Kurt's offer. After all, his killing spree of rank 3 creatures was caused by his need for nourishment. If he could obtain it from rank 4 creatures without being endangered, then he would gladly stop hunting the weaker beasts. Let's go. Kurt gave the order and 6 figures shot out at high speed toward the pack. There were 14 visible beasts to kill in order to make the rank 4 beast return to its normal size. Time was key. In just a few seconds, the hunters arrived at the pack and launched attacks that had a wide area of destruction. Kurt wielded a big hammer that slammed on the terrain and created a shockwave that made 3 elephants directly explode. Ada and Ella created 2 fire snakes that reduced to ashes 5 elephants in a few instants. Newton rotated his 2 meters long metal stick that slammed precisely on the heads of 3 other elephants, making them explode due to the impact. Hazel threw 8 black needles that accelerated midair and pierced 2 beasts in the middle of their eyes, killing them on the spot. Vic swung his sword and severed the head of the last visible beast. The pack was vanquished in just one move of the hunters. However, Noah wasn't surprised in the slightest. He could accomplish something similar alone with his rank 3 body. How could 6 cultivators with rank 4 bodies be any weaker? The real battle starts now. The last elephant was less than 30 centimeters tall and was hidden under the yellow grass of the plain. His feet were partially inside the terrain. It seemed that the surface of the ground wasn't able to sustain its weight. As the last member of its pack was killed, it felt the urge to create a new one. Yet, its size didn't allow for it to be noticed, so it instinctively chose to return to its normal size. It raised its trunk to the sky and trumpeted angrily. The sound was too strong and created a shockwave that sent back the hunters around it. Meanwhile, the body of the beast enlarged. From 30 centimeters to 1 meter. From 1 meter to 2 meters. It stopped only when it reached a height of 6 meters. Its true form was revealed and it stood like a small boulder in the middle of the plain. Rank 4 shrinking elephant. Its tusks are almost indestructible for cultivators in the human ranks, and it can release sound attacks with its trunk. It is slow, but its charges are almost unstoppable due to the size of its body, and its skin is hard, giving it one of the best defenses among magical beasts. Can they really kill it? Noah thought, reviewing the information about that creature in his mind. Kurt and the others had by then recovered from the shockwave and encircled the beast. The battle was about to begin. 6 cultivators encircled the huge beast. The sound attack that the elephant had unleashed was only able to push them back and could not cause any injury. From his position at a few hundreds of meters away from the battle, Noah could guess the might of that attack. My eardrums would have exploded if I was there, and the specialty of the shrinking elephants is their strong body. The sound attacks are just a casual move. A rank 4 body is the minimum requirement to walk on this world. After that realization, his eagerness to increase his strength was even more powerful. I wonder how will they deal with it? Exhaustion? Since the hunters were only rank 2 cultivators, they didn't have attacks powerful enough to kill the beast in a few blows. A prolonged fight was obvious. Once he had those thoughts, though, the battle began. Kurt jumped at the elephant and slammed his hammer on the head of the beast. He was fast, and the frame of the creature didn't allow it to avoid the blow. The hammer landed on its head and created a loud shockwave that resounded through the plain. The elephant seemed to slightly suffer from the attack since it lowered its head due to the force of the impact. Yet its eyes never closed. They remained fixed on the burly man that dared to challenge it in a physical fight. It trumpeted again and forcefully swung its trunk toward Kurt. The trunk was fast and heavy. The skin over it was as hard as steel. that body part was one of the best materials to create inscribed whips. Kurt could not avoid the attack from his mid-air position and was hit on his ribs. The power behind the blow was immense. It flung Kurt at tens of meters of distance, slamming him on the ground where he created a pit with the impact. Kurt's attack could only make the beast budge a little while the elephant could thrash away the cultivator with just one strike. The difference in strength was incredible. As soon as Kurt was sent flying, attacks rained on the elephant. The other hunters weren't there just for show. 2 fire snakes coiled around the front legs of the beast, scorching the skin on them and hindering its movements. Newton took Kurt's position and dealt with the head of the beast, repeatedly slamming his stick on it to prevent it from attacking. Hazel and Vic managed the rear side, furiously attacking the joints of the elephant with piercing blows that cut its skin and made it bleed. Under the full offensive of 5 cultivators, the rank 4 creature was forced to stay still and deal with the attackers. It swung its head madly, using its tusks and trunk to pressure Newton. However, Newton was experienced and showed an incredible dexterity when he swung his weapon. His stick seemed to release explosions every time it clashed with the beast's body, slowing the elephant in its struggles to escape the encirclement. Yet, he alone wasn't enough to hold the beast still. He was slowly being pushed back after each clash. At that moment, Kurt rose from the pit that he had created. There was a big bruise on his torso and traces of blood were present on the sides of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone with the fire of passion. He seemed really excited to fight such a strong beast. Don't tell me that he is also a maniac? That detail couldn't escape Noah's observation. He was carefully inspecting everything that was happening in front of him after all. Kurt shot toward the creature. 40 meters were crossed in an instant and he jumped again when he was close enough with the elephant. His hammer found again the head of the beast, but there was no retaliation from its side at that time. Under the joint assault of all 6 of them, the rank 4 beast could no longer attack and was forced in a passive state, continuously suffering injuries over time. It couldn't be helped. The hunters were using their stronger methods and good teamwork to deal with each side of the elephant. Kurt and Newton managed the front side, unleashing strong blows empowered with their respective spells. The 2 sisters, Ada and Ella, were restricting its movements, using their spells to continuously burn the legs of the beast. Hazel and Vic were weaker than the others, but Hazel could easily pierce its skin with her weapons, and her spells allowed her attacks to stab deeply in the beast's flesh. Vic struggled to inflict some serious damage, but he never slowed his offensive. Even if he could not be as incisive as his companions, he did his best to hinder the beast's retreat. Little by little, wounds accumulated on the body of the elephant. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for the battle to end. Nevertheless, all living beings had an innate survival instinct. The shrinking elephant knew that if it remained in that situation, it would ultimately die. It decided that it had to escape. It's going to charge. Ada shouted, seeing that the elephant was gathering its strength on its legs. An even stronger cry sounded in the plain, signaling the will to survive of the beast. The ground trembled and the hunters had to momentarily stop their offensive to endure the sound attack. In that moment of silence, the elephant charged ahead. Its heavy steps shook the terrain and created deep holes in the ground. Yet, Newton and Kurt were still in front of it. They had to be removed if the beast wanted to escape. Newton and Kurt were in that position not only because their abilities were suited for close combat, but also because they were the strongest of the 6. Newton slammed on the terrain as the beast became closer. The ground morphed and small golems rose from the ground to slow down the charge of the elephant. As the elephant destroyed them in its advance, the golems exploded and released a torrent of sharp rocks on the beast, further injuring its flesh. Kurt jumped again and his hammer shone as it slammed for the 3rd time on the beast's head. That last strike finally stopped the charge. The beast could not withstand that blow and crashed on the ground, kneeling in front of the hunters. Benlu, N65 Zem T. TC? Noah. I'm not impressed, thanks. Now suck that beast's dry laughing face. Another wave of attacks crashed on the shrinking elephant once it was on the ground. When dealing with a rank 4 creature, it was better not to take any chance. The magical beast was laying on the ground. Its skin was torn everywhere, and its gray flesh sprouted blood on the terrain. Newton and Kurt hit repeatedly its head for a while before they stopped seeing that life was abandoning it. "Vance, it's safe now," Kurt shouted, seeing that the elephant was about to die. Noah didn't hesitate and ran at full speed toward the battlefield. He had come prepared. He was wearing a black robe that featured long and large sleeves that completely hid his hands. That allowed him to perform the blood drain spell as he ran without being noticed by the others in his group. "Turn," Noah ordered once he arrived next to Kurt. Snorts could be heard coming from some of the hunters. Yet, under Kurt's admonishing gaze, they all turned and left Noah alone with the beast. Only when he was sure that each of them went to gather the bodies of the other beasts did Noah stab his already morphed claws into the beast's flesh. One hand went for the uncovered flesh while the other tried to pierce the remaining skin of the beast. However, the second hand didn't succeed in overcoming the natural defense of the beast, and Noah was forced to stab it in another uncovered spot. "The blood drain spell heavily depends on the strength of my body. It seems that my physical strength is still not enough to hurt rank 4 beasts," he thought before being amazed by the immense quantity of vitality that entered his body. What the demonic claws began to absorb the blood of the beast as soon as they came in contact with its flesh. Noah was prepared for that. Yet he couldn't help but be surprised when he realized the amount of power contained in just a single beast. He had used his spell on a cultivator with a rank 4 body after all. Even if Abel's blood could almost instantly heal his injuries and still have power left to empower his body, it was still far away from what he was feeling now. "This is incredible." His claws absorbed blood non-stop, accumulating the energy that it contained on Noah's back, right below his acupoints. He had by then become used to the spell. He had killed more than 500 rank 3 magical beasts with it after all. Just this surpasses the breath given by 50 rank 3 magical beasts, and it's still going. Life slowly abandoned the shrinking elephant, so Noah focused more on the spell to accelerate the absorption process. Yet, in less than a minute, the beast exhaled its last breath and died. At that point, the blood lost all its vitality and became devoid of nourishment, forcing an unwilling Noah to stop his spell. A rank 4 magical beast had died right in front of him, but his mind couldn't be bothered with that thought. He was still internally calculating the amount of nourishment that he had obtained using rank 3 beasts as a unit of measure. 200 rank 3 magical beasts in just one hunt. In a few days, I have obtained the same results of 2 months of slaughter. The breath that he had just absorbed had to be refined through his body-nourishing method to be used, but just its sheer quantity was enough to make Noah gasp in surprise. Magical beasts could absorb the breath of any element to increase their strength, while cultivators had to use the one required by their nourishing method or they would harm themselves. "This is way faster than what I did in the past months. Obtaining a rank 4 body before I turn 20 has never been more feasible." The problem with hunting in low-danger zones was that the number of rank 3 magical beasts was low. Noah had to travel a lot to reach different hunting zones to accumulate all his killings, which was quite inefficient. Sadly, those zones had only a few dozen magical beasts, leading to even less rank 3 specimens. Only danger zones had hundreds rank 3 creatures in them. "Hey, kid, are you done?" Newton asked from his position at some distance away, making Noah come back to reality. "Yes, you can take the body now." The hunters turned and were a bit surprised by the state of the corpse. Noah didn't manage to absorb all its blood before it died, but it was still in a dried state. A few centuries ago these demonic techniques were banished. Yet, the royals discovered that it was easier to control their practitioners if they didn't hunt down each of them. Hazel commented, linking the state of the corpse to an unorthodox cultivation technique. Unorthodox techniques were also called demonic techniques. Differently from the orthodox ones that used the natural breath of the world to function and emphasize stability, the demonic ones worked through extreme exercises. Noah had practiced in one of them in his youth, namely the forging of 7 hells. They usually involved sacrifices and dangerous treatments, but they also gave fast results. Seeing that Noah had absorbed part of the blood of the creature, Hazel could not help but guess that Noah cultivated in one of those techniques. "Your martial art should be the same, right? Those needles of yours seem more the art of an assassin rather than a hunter. Don't worry though, My technique doesn't function with humans' blood. That's why the Academy accepted me even after discovering it. Noah blatantly lied to cover his aptitude. An unorthodox technique would explain his fast improvements and also his relentless hunts. He didn't mind giving some random information about it. As long as he obtained a rank 4 body while keeping his aptitude a secret, he would gladly create the fake story of a cultivation technique requiring beast's blood. That's right, you sure have good eyes for these things. I have to refine my weapons in quite a peculiar way to use my martial art. It's a bother sometimes, but the effects are good. Noah nodded at her words, but his eyes fell again on the corpse of the elephant. He felt some eagerness toward his next hunt. So, will you stop going into low-danger zones and join our hunting group? Kurt asked, arriving next to him and putting the rank 4 magical beast in his space ring. As long as my conditions are respected, I don't see why not. Rank 4 magical beasts' bodies were valued thousands of credits. Each of their body parts was a rank 4 material, and the market of the royal city could never have enough of them. The main reason was that those materials were rare. There weren't many cultivators able to fight those beasts, and those that could weren't willing to spend their lives as hunters. Most of the supplies of rank 4 materials came from the cleaning operations of the royal army, but those missions were linked to the personal benefits of the royals. They weren't aimed to gather the materials needed for the various professions in the capital. Only the Hunters Guild would accept to hunt specific magical beasts if the right price was added to the value of their targets. The shrinking elephant, or more precisely its tusks and trunk, were needed by the Guild of the Inscription Masters. They were the best materials for the creation of strong inscribed weapons that suited their characteristics, like spears and whips. Its bones were also sturdy and its skin tough. Many inscribed items in the 2nd or even 3rd rank could be created with them. Noah later learned that the hunt for the pack of elephants had been given priority because the Guild of the Inscription Masters had paid 20,000 credits in advance. Adding that sum to 35,000 credits, which was the value of the rank 4 specimen, that single expedition had been worth 55,000 credits. However, Noah didn't care about his gains in the slightest. What he was interested in was when he could use the blood drain spell again on a rank 4 beast. First, we need to return to the capital and rest. Kurt needs time to heal, and we have to carefully plan our next mission. With just the 6 of us, we can only handle 2 rank 4 magical beasts at the same time. Now that we have to make you inflict the finishing blow though, that number is halved. Ada answered Noah, who questioned her about their next target. Oh right, why did he charge alone at the beginning of the fight? Wasn't it better to just fight the beast altogether from the start? Ada made an embarrassed smile after listening to Noah's words and thought for a bit before giving an answer. Well, we have an unspoken rule in our group. If Kurt can endure it, we can kill it. I know that it seems stupid and reckless, but Kurt's body is really hard to pierce. If a magical beast can heavily injure him with just one attack, then we don't have any chance of defeating it. Noah's eyes widened after hearing the reason behind that reckless action. How did they manage to survive till now? He couldn't help but have that doubt. I heard that Kurt's body nourishing technique allows him to become stronger as he takes damage. That's why he always takes one hit from the beasts. Vic joined the conversation and spoke in a soft voice. Increase in power based on the damage taken? With that requirement, the effects should be particularly good. Noah had somewhat tested Kurt's natural defenses and had to admit that it definitely wasn't a common body nourishing technique. Yet, if it had that other ability too, the technique would be considered among the best ones that weren't restricted to an element. How did he obtain something like that? Is there a place where one can buy techniques on that level? Noah asked. If there was some specific place in the royal city where he could inspect new techniques, he would gladly visit it. This guy, Newton began to speak while patting Kurt's shoulder, is an illegitimate royal child. His dad gives him cultivation resources and even wants to marry him to some noble lady, but he only cares about fighting magical beasts. He doesn't even take us to drink with all the money that he has. Kurt shook his head and sighed loudly. I told you that this matter had to be a secret. You've only managed to learn about it because I was drunk at that time and you had already told it to the whole group. Will you put a banner in front of the guild next time? Newton laughed and spoke in a happy voice. Come on, we have to take care of the kid until he becomes useful in hunting rank 4 creatures. right? That's a lot of time. It's better to just be open about everything. Ella joined the conversation and pointed at Newton while showing a sly smile to Noah. You know, when Newton is hunting, he becomes very irritable, but he relaxes as soon as he is returning to the capital. Oh, be careful in the guild when you sit with him. He can turn any good man into a drunkard. Hey, don't tell these lies just because I got Kurt drunk once. It took all my talent on that occasion. See, you're not even denying it. The two hunters started bickering and a smile appeared on the others in their group. Are all cultivators like this? Noah again asked that question to himself. Wait, am I like that too? After a bit, he simply put that thought in the back of his mind and joined his group in their return to the capital. The hunt had succeeded. He had to take his share of money and had to absorb the breath of the magical beast. Though, a body able to become stronger as it takes damage seems nice. In theory, my body should have a similar strength if not higher. It has both the restriction to one element and a special ability after all. He thought as they marched. He was quite eager to understand the feeling of having a center of power in the heroic ranks. They reached the capital after a few days and Noah was forced to join a celebratory toast in the main hall of the guild. Apparently, that was a tradition of Kurt's hunting group after each successful hunt. Newton would personally use part of his share to buy strong wine fit for their powerful bodies. Needless to say, Noah could only take one sip from it before feeling some dizziness assaulting him. In the end, they separated after deciding to meet 1 week from then to discuss their next mission. Noah's life became quite engaging. He would still maintain his usual training routine most of the time, but, at specific intervals, his presence was requested in Kurt's hunting group to organize and plan their next mission. They would usually hunt twice a month and only in danger zones where they were sure that the number of rank 4 magical beasts was not too high. Noah was a burden for them after all. They couldn't risk being ganged up by several strong creatures. That's why their focus was on the lone packs in specific areas. They had to be sure that nothing unexpected could happen. It had to be said, though, that Noah wasn't completely useless. The group of hunters soon discovered that, during the planning phase, his insights on the behavior of the magical beasts were extremely valuable, so much that Ada would often ask for his opinion. There was a time when they had to face 2 packs of hellish hounds, both led by a rank 4 magical beast. Noah suggested for the 2 sisters with the fire aptitude to create a pyre and let the magical beasts fight themselves for it. Hellish hounds were innately attracted by fire since it was their nourishment, and the one created by spells was a delicacy in their eyes. Noah knew that, even in the presence of humans, the hounds would have prioritized the fire and fought the opposing pack for it. That had allowed the hunting group to kill 2 rank 4 magical beasts instead of retreating and abandoning the hunt. Another time, they had difficulties tracking a rank 4 furred worm that was nearing a low-danger area, endangering that environment. Noah suggested creating a bait with a pack of ant-type magical beasts, which was the favorite meal of that creature. Pointless to say that the bait worked perfectly and the furred worm couldn't resist the temptation of that meal, exposing itself to the hunters that ably vanquished it. The quantity of information that he had learned in the Magical Beasts course of the Academy was incredible, and he also was really interested in that topic. Noah didn't know why he liked studying so much about magical beasts. Maybe the dragon in his childhood had left a deep impression on him, or maybe the fact that his first kill was a magical beast influenced his psyche. Anyway, his value was acknowledged and his group began to rely more on him. Noah didn't mind helping them out. On one hand, a smooth hunt would ensure his safety and prevent any mishap from happening. On the other one, he needed those rank 4 magical beasts to speed up the growth of his body. Every time he used the blood drain spell on a dying beast of that rank, he would gain days' worth of training. Also, with each successful hunt, his credits would increase and he would gain access to better discounts over items deriving from magical beasts. The speed at which his body improved increased, his money increased, and his stash of rank 4 materials did the same. Everything about the situation was completely beneficial to him. Noah had to just give some pointers when they planned their hunts and he would gain part of the profits. It must be said, though, that his situation was quite peculiar. The Hunters Guild had to choose between letting Noah roam free in low-danger zones and harm the work of all the weaker hunters or forcefully bring him in dangerous missions where his life was on the line. In order to maintain a peaceful environment inside the guild, They had to give some free rewards to Noah or else he would have continued to hunt rank 3 magical beasts. Like that, time passed and the number of rank 4 creatures on which Noah used his spell increased. With their joint work, Kurt's group managed to complete 2 hunts per month. It was impossible to hide Noah's improvements during that period of time. His skin became whiter and his aura colder. It seemed that he was going to transform into a piece of ice. Only Noah knew that the cold aura exuded from his body was caused by the type of breath of the darkness element that he was absorbing. "Vance, today the wine it's on you. That damned pig broke my stick," Newton exclaimed. Kurt's hunting group was in a forest near the border of the Utra country. They had just vanquished a pack of iron-tusk boars and the rank 4 specimen had destroyed Newton's weapon in the process, thus being named Pig by him. 1 year had passed since the events with the shrinking elephant and the hunting group had successfully killed 27 rank 4 creatures in that period of time. Of course, Noah had used the blood drain spell on each of them. Noah's gaze was lost. He was deep in thought and didn't hear Newton's words. He was carefully inspecting his body with his mental energy, quantifying the breath that he had just absorbed and calculating how much nourishment it could give. "Vance, are you all right?" The others in his group noticed his unusual behavior and Kurt gave voice to their worries. Noah came back to reality and saw that the other 6 hunters were staring at him with confused gazes. "I think I will have to skip the next mission. It seems that I need to stabilize my gains for a while before I can use again my cultivation technique. Don't worry though, it's nothing too serious. I should be fine in 1 month." The hunters nodded at his words. Unorthodox techniques were dangerous. They needed to be trained carefully and the cultivator had to stop at the first sign of instability or he could irremediably hurt himself. "Sure, take your time. We will just go hunt slightly bigger packs in the meantime. My body was getting rusty with all this safety first after all," Kurt said with a laugh and patted Noah's head before turning on the path back to the royal city. Noah didn't even notice that gesture since his focus had gone back on his body. "This breath and a couple of nights of training should bring me to the peak of the 3rd rank. Finally, after 1 year and a half of time spent hunting, I can attempt on the breakthrough to the heroic ranks." He masked his excitement with his usual cold expression and then went after the others in his group. It was finally time for his body to reach the 4th rank. Noah returned to his habitation inside the royal city. That new house was closer to the royal mansion compared to the one that he had rented previously when he had to experiment in the elemental forging method. Since he didn't need a reinforced room, Noah could afford a house with a higher concentration of breath at a lower price than the previous one. It was wrong to call it a house though. It was only a large room that he and Ivor shared quietly at the price of 2,000 credits per month. His weekly income had increased since he joined Kurt's hunting group, so Noah didn't mind spending a bit more to have that density of breath that allowed him to make up for the time wasted traveling with his normal training schedule. Inside, there was Ivor waiting for him. Lately, he had begun to sleep more. Noah guessed that the damage on his sea of consciousness was slowly increasing its effects on his daily life. "Ivor," Noah called and patiently waited for the ruined cultivator to wake up. "What is it?" Ivor asked after a bit as he stretched his hand toward one of the jars around him. "How was your pain tribulation?" Noah knew that Ivor had a rank 3 dantian, so it was obvious that his body had been through the pain tribulation. "MHH." Ivor seemed to make a lot of effort to remember that moment of his life, and he would lift his jar from time to time as they reviewed his memories. "Painful." Ivor's answer left Noah speechless. "I guess he is only useful when my doubts concern the elemental forging method," Noah thought, taking out a few thousand credits from his space ring. "I need some time alone. These should suffice for the rent of a cheap habitation and your wine for about a month." Ivor took the credits and moved toward the exit door. As he was about to unlock it though, he turned and said something with a warm smile on his face. "I remember my master's words back then when I was about to go through it. He said, be sure that your entire body is filled with breath before you attempt the breakthrough. Apart from those words, I remember only the pain of the process." Noah nodded to him and watched as he left the room. "If it's just about pain, I believe that it will go quite smoothly," Noah thought, taking out the breath blessing from his space ring and placing it on the floor. The density of breath in the room instantly surpassed that of the best house in the academy. First, I need to reach the peak. The information about the breakthrough to the 4th rank of the body was already deeply impressed in his memory. Generally speaking, the process was the same for each cultivator with some slight differences due to the different body nourishing methods. A cultivator needed to reach the peak of the 3rd rank. Then he had to fill the entirety of his body with breath. Once those 2 requirements were met, he had to activate his nourishing method to start the reconstruction. Many cultivators lose themselves in the pain, some of them die in the process. Yet, the pain tribulation is still considered the easiest to pass. After all, its requirements are easy to meet, and it's quite common for a cultivator on that level to have a strong will, capable of enduring that terrible pain. It's quite funny that most of those that die in that tribulation are nobles or wealthy cultivators. To withstand pain, one must have a strong will. Nobles rarely found themselves in dangerous situations, and their lofty lifestyle didn't allow them to build a strong personality. That's why, through history, nobles had the highest mortality rate in the pain tribulation. Noah sat on the floor of the room and focused on his back. It was still day, so he could not cultivate in the body, yet he still had to absorb the breath of the rank 4 Iron Tusk's boar that his hunting group had killed. The energy on his back circulated through his body and reached his dantian, where a selection process happened. The breath of the darkness element was separated and redirected inside his skeletal system, which emitted a cold aura that slowly nourished the body. The rest of the breath was simply dispersed in the air. Noah exhaled loudly after the process was complete. By then, he had become used to using the blood drain spell to speed up his improvements. Yet the quantity of nourishment that came from rank for magical beasts always surprised him. If I was a magical beast, I could just eat anything that contains breath to strengthen my body, without the need for specific techniques. I have to admit that I quite envy them. Well, at least the potential that humans have due to their 3 centers of power is far higher. From Noah's point of view, the cultivation process of the magical beasts was simply too easy if it was compared to that of the humans. Nevertheless, when a human had all 3 centers of power in the heroic ranks, the power that he held was enormous. Not yet. I still need a couple of days before I reach the peak. Noah calmly waited for the night to come before starting to cultivate in the body. He wasn't going to cultivate both his dantian and body at the same time. In that important moment, he wanted to be sure that all his focus was on the breakthrough. The first night passed uneventfully, with 7 vortexes constantly absorbing breath from the environment and accumulating it below the acupoints. That cold breath was then rendered harmless with 1 refinement of his dantian and redirected to his bones. Noah rested for the whole day, waking up immediately upon the sunset. Just a few hours after his second night of cultivation, he felt that his bones could not receive any more breath, and each time Noah tried to pour more in them, they would just redirect it to other parts of his body. Finally, the peak of the 3rd rank. Peak of the 3rd rank of the body at the age of 19 and a half. That was an incredible feat. Most of it, though, was due to the forging of the 7 hells in which Noah had trained in his childhood. Unorthodox techniques had a faster pace of training but required for the cultivator to undergo risky procedures. The forging of the 7 hells had endangered Noah's life many times. It was no wonder that he could reach the peak of the 3rd rank at such a young age. Now, I need to store breath through my whole body. A lot of energy was required for the reconstruction of the body and, of course, the best source of energy of that world was the marvelous breath. Noah resumed his cultivation. He had to be sure that his body was filled with breath before he attempted in the reconstruction. 1 week passed uneventfully, with Noah focusing each night, concentrating on the body and using the rest of the day to sleep. Rest was necessary during that process. The body needed time to mix with the breath, and the latter had to uniformly nourish each of its components. It was only when the 7th night ended that Noah could not store any more breath. It is time. Noah undressed and sat naked on the wooden floor. The reconstruction process was long and painful. It was similar to the hibernation of the magical beasts when they increased their rank, with the only difference being that humans didn't need to create an incubating membrane during it. The first step toward the heroic ranks, the first step toward complete freedom. Noah's will rose, and he wasted no more time. activating the next step of his nourishing method. The bones in his body had accumulated so much breath that they autonomously radiated a cold halo. They were the part focused by the body after all. Yet, as Noah willed, they broke and released waves of energy through his whole body. Crack! Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. Noah suppressed a loud cry as the pain invaded him. The process had started. Stopping it at that moment would endanger the cultivator's life or inflict incurable injuries. Nevertheless, the idea of stopping the process had never crossed Noah's mind. The breath contained in his bones ran free through his body, breaking everything that it met. The first to be affected were his organs, which were pierced and cut in many places as the waves of energy crossed them. Then it was time for his circulatory system to be affected. His blood vessels exploded, forming large bruises under his white shin. Noah was already laying on the ground, convulsing like crazy. Once his bones had shattered, he could not sustain his sitting position anymore. After that, it was time for his flesh. The waves of energy ravaged the flesh and ripped off the muscles. Anything that stood in their way was destroyed. It wasn't a casual process, though. The breath would only destroy the body parts unfit for the new form that Noah was assuming. Like the dantian boiled away most of its impure breath to reach a higher purity when it increased in rank, so did the body. Flesh was a mortal material. Breath was the true source of energy. All those impure body parts had to be expelled to form a purer body, able to successfully store breath of a higher quality. The dantian needed those impurities to improve its composition, but the body didn't. It had to be said, though, that the impurities of the dantian were still breath, while the ones of the body were the body parts, devoid of any value. Of course, that process was extremely painful. Noah felt that his body was being punctured and cut everywhere. His internal composition was being shaken by an unrestrainable power. He felt like each organ under his flesh was being mixed together to form a disgusting human soup. Then it was time to expel the useless parts. The skin of the living beings was the body part that had the most contact with the external world, which meant that it was almost completely filled with impurities. Noah's figure laid on the floor directly exploded. The entirety of his skin was ripped off, leaving only a bloody human figure in the room. The deadly part had begun. Noah's consciousness was still focused. The pain that he had felt until that moment didn't make him faint or lose concentration. The body activated and a huge black vortex enveloped his sorry figure. The breath that he had accumulated was still inside him, searching for other useless body parts to eject. Yet, after a few rounds of inspections, it couldn't find any of them and began to solidify. Noah was at the center of the black vortex. He was filled with breath, and more of it was gathered by the suction force of his nourishing method. The breath began to solidify, mixing with the remaining body parts and reconstructing the missing ones. The skeletal system formed. It was gray with dark shades all over it. Then it was the time for the organs and the circulatory system. The organs seemed to shine under the daylight, and the blood vessels had a thicker form while being half-transparent. His flesh and muscles recomposed. They were sturdier and denser. It didn't seem that they were made of simple flesh. His skinless figure solidified and started the healing phase. Noah's skin grew. It was white and smooth, devoid of any follicle. Not even a simple imperfection was present on it. 2 black tattoos appeared on his chest, a bat with 2 pairs of wings and a panther, and they roamed freely on the newly formed body. At last, a black membrane was created around Noah's heart. As the vortex continued to absorb breath, a black liquid began to fill that membrane, immersing Noah's heart in that cold substance. The vortex rotated for a few more minutes, fixing the absorbed breath on each part of Noah's body and securing its sturdiness. Then the vortex dispersed, leaving a naked Noah on the floor, surrounded by the filth that had been expelled in that process. Noah felt a huge amount of energy filling him, but his mental sphere was too tired from all the pain that he had to endure while maintaining control on his body-nourishing technique. He could only have one last thought before falling asleep on the spot. Rank 4 body. It took Noah 3 days to wake up. Not only his mind had been heavily stressed during the breakthrough, but his body also needed time to stabilize. It was a completely new body after all. it wasn't just one with fewer impurities. That was gory, Noah thought, looking at the remains of his old body all around him. I even have some pieces of skin in my hair. I should take a bath before inspecting my new body. As he stood up, though, he began to notice some of the new aspects of his center of power. Wow, I feel so light. And what's all this energy that runs through me? His body was made of flesh and breath. The latter was almost immaterial. It was no wonder that the weight of his body had diminished. Everything in my body has mixed with the breath, which is a form of energy. It's obvious that I would feel so energetic. Then, his hand instinctively went toward his chest. His heartbeat was muffled due to the membrane that enveloped that organ, but he couldn't find any problem with its functioning. The liquid around my heart should be liquid breath of the darkness element. It seems that, in order to activate the ability of my new body, I have to inject that breath in my circulatory system. When a body reached the 4th rank, the breath inside it would reach the liquid stage and give far more power to the user. I'm quite eager to test it, but I should first clean everything and let my center of power stabilize. Noah took a long bath to remove all the remains of his old body from himself. Then, he gathered all the filth on the floor in one big bucket and used the black smoke to erase every trace of it. Only the smell of blood remained in the room, but, given enough time, even that would disappear. I feel so free, Noah judged, inspecting his body. He was still naked, carefully observing every part of his skin. There were no apparent changes in his external aspect. His skin was slightly purer and his muscles were more defined, but, apart from those, he looked as when he was still in the 3rd rank. The real changes are in the insides. Noah took out an inscribed weapon from his space ring. It was Fabian's white sword. Its power was in the lower tier of the 1st rank. Noah put strength on his grip and the sword directly broke in half. I can definitely survive the attack of a rank 4 beast now. Oh, it has been more than a week since I've last eaten, and yet I don't feel any hunger. It seems like I'm really distancing myself from the mortal world. The breakthrough had lasted approximately 3 days. Most of that time was expended in the reconstruction of the body. A rank 3 body could survive starvation for a long time, but that didn't prevent it from feeling hunger. Yet, with his new body, Noah didn't feel anything similar to hunger or thirst. He felt like he had just woken up after a satisfying meal. Heroic ranks are so different, and this isn't even the full power of my body. Not only was Noah's body still in the lower tier, but he also had an ability that empowered it. The problem with the tier, though, was not solvable. After the breakthrough, the body would slowly reach the peak of the lower tier as his dantian improved. Yet, to reach higher tiers or ranks, he would need a rank 5 body nourishing technique. Rank 5 is simply too far away. I should just focus on my other 2 centers of power that are still in the 2nd rank. Right, the restrictions on my dantian should be gone. It was still day, but the dark vortex cultivation technique had not the same restriction of the body. Cultivating during the day would just be slower. Noah sat on the now clean floor and created a vortex between his hands that were joint on his waist. The vortex absorbed breath of the darkness element and poured it freely inside the dantian that, to Noah's surprise, showed some signs of expansion after just a few hours. Amazing! The restrictions are completely gone, and it actually seems that the process is smoother. I shouldn't feel any hindrance till the solid stage of the 3rd rank now. Noah happily shouted in his mind as he interrupted his cultivation. His body had just formed. He would rather let it stabilize for a few days before resuming a complete training schedule. Now, I should be able to completely refine the undead chameleon bones. Noah took out more than 30 bones accompanied by the same number of empty buckets. During the last year, the credits in his possession had increased so much that he could freely buy rank 4 materials without suffering any losses. Also, since he was hunting rank for magical beasts, the discounts on those items had risen, allowing him to purchase even more materials. He didn't do that only to always have available materials at hand, but also to be prepared for his big escape. A market rich of such a variety of materials was rare in that world. In the whole Nation, only the royal city had it. Noah didn't want to find himself in a situation where he lacked so many materials that he had to personally hunt each of the magical beasts from which they came from. Noah put one of the buckets below his stretched arm and casually slashed with his white saber that had just appeared in his hand. Clang! The saber hit his wrist, but only a metallic sound resounded. There was no wound on it. I forgot that I can't hurt myself so casually anymore, Noah thought after being speechless for an instant. He pressed the blade of the saber on his wrist and strongly pulled. He used the real strength of his body at that moment, so it was obvious that a quite deep cut appeared on his skin. However, after only a single drop of blood fell on the bucket, the cut healed, leaving no trace of the previous wound. Just stay open, Noah shouted in his mind, giving another strong thrust with his saber. A drop of blood fell on the bucket below his stretched arm. The blood had filled only half of the bucket, but Noah had to cut his wrist for the whole day to achieve that result. As usual, the wound healed right after that drop fell. Damn it! Noah lost his patience and directly made a long vertical cut starting from his shoulder and ending on his palm. The wound was deep and many lines of blood flowed out of it. However, after the bucket was filled by only another eighth of its volume, the cut healed and the blood stopped flowing. This will take a while, Noah realized as he sighed in helplessness. If he made those large cuts, the filling speed was somewhat acceptable. Noah spent the whole night to fill 32 buckets with his own blood, and then proceeded to immerse in each of them one chameleon bone before finally sealing them and putting them back in his space ring. This is over. Now I should just quietly rest and let my body stabilize. Days passed, which Noah spent slowly resuming his normal pace of training. He soon discovered that he didn't really have to worry that much about the stability of his body. Even if just created, a rank 4 body was still a center of power in the heroic ranks. Noah almost didn't feel any need for food or water in that period, and even spending entire nights cultivating in the dark vortex technique produced basically no stress at all on his dantian. There was also the fact that he didn't cultivate anymore in the Yin body. His body had reached the 4th rank, the technique was complete, the breath that he stored in the membrane around his heart would naturally be refilled once expended. Ivor came back precisely after 1 month. What happened to you? He exclaimed as soon as he passed through the entrance door and stared at the young man sitting on the floor. What do you mean? Noah asked. He really couldn't find any difference with his usual appearance. Contain your damned aura already. You know that my sea of consciousness can't sustain much pressure. Don't tell me, the cold halo released from my body has increased even more? Noah pondered, applying a layer of mental energy around his body to hide his presence. Better. Yes, thanks. You can't be alone for 1 month that you already forget that you have an ill roommate. By the way, did you just have another breakthrough? Not yet. I was just too focused and I've influenced my surroundings. Noah lied while shaking his head. He had finally obtained his rank 4 body. His big escape was nearing. He couldn't let people know that his power had risen again. Right now, the powers I have that the royals aren't aware of are the shard of demonic sword and my body in the heroic ranks. There is also the warp spell that I've purposely avoided using so they shouldn't be aware of my proficiency with it. The last 2 should be enough to take them by surprise and allow me to escape. Now I just need the right moment and a better knowledge of the world outside the Utra country. Noah had a vague understanding of the various countries that composed the continent he was in, yet that was far from enough to secure a smooth escape. He was completely unaware of the political situations in the other nations, which was what made him doubtful about his destination. I think it's time to go back on scamming soldiers. He decided in his mind as a cold smile appeared on his face. Noah resumed the hunts with Kurt's group. He was eager to test his new strength, but, in the end, he decided to lay low and pretend that he had still a rank 3 body. He didn't do that only to hide his actual battle prowess and to continue in his accumulation of material. He did that to appear the weakest of the group. Most people would talk in a more unrestrained manner to those that considered inferior to them. Noah knew that fairly well. He used that fact as a way to gather precious information. Kurt's group had the tradition to gather in the main hall of the guild to drink after each successful hunt, and that moment was precisely what Noah was aiming for. He began to drink more in those situations. That wine was made precisely for cultivators. That meant that it could make them drunk. Since Noah was pretending to have a rank 3 body, he could act as if he had gotten drunk after a few jugs and innocently ask for sensitive information to the others in his group. Only Kurt was only a hunter after all. The other 5 hunters had all other jobs outside the guild, many of them in the royal army. As soldiers, it was impossible for them not to know about the political situation of their opponents on the borders of the country. But, this noble system is so restrictive. It is impossible for all the other nations to have the same. A drunk Noah exclaimed loudly, waving his empty jug toward the servants waiting near the walls of the hall. "Ha ha! Vance is drunk again. I told you that I can turn everyone in a drunkard. Newton, don't feel proud about that. He is not even 20 and is already trying to match your amount of wine. You really have a bad influence on people." "Humph, and what does age even matter? We might all die in our next hunt because of some unexpected beast appearing out of nowhere. The way I see it, be extra careful when there is the possibility to die and be extra drunk when there isn't." Newton and Ella bickered as usual on the table while wine continued to be poured on their jugs. "There are different political systems throughout our continent. I know that there is a nation where the power is divided through many independent organizations called sects. They are like a bigger version of the academy but without any restrictions on the bloodline." Ada answered Noah's question. Newton's eyes lit up hearing her words and joined that conversation. "I heard about that too. What was its name, right? Papal Nation. I heard that the cultivators there live in caves where they isolate themselves for entire years. In my opinion, they are just a bunch of savages. What's the point of using a cave when you can have a house?" Vic joined the conversation, expressing his complaints. "Those savages belong to one of the 3 most powerful nations in our continent. It wouldn't be wise to underestimate them," Hazel said to him. "Is there a ranking for the nations?" Noah asked, feigning some hiccups. "Yes, you can say that our continent is ruled by 3 large nations. Our Utra nation is ranked 2nd or 3rd and it occupies the southern side of the landmass. That's why the capital is situated to the north. There is only sea over the southern borders. On the opposite side of the continent, there is the Papal Nation which is ranked 2nd or 3rd as well. Their strength matches that of our country, but they are too far away from us, so there has never been any war. So, Utra Nation on the south and Papal Nation on the north. What about the central area?" Noah had almost forgotten that he was pretending to be drunk and hiccuped only when his question was voiced. That time it was Ada that gave the answer. "At the center of the continent, there is the Shandal Empire, the strongest nation on our landmass. They are a military nation built on strength, where even a farmer can have access to rank 3 body nourishing techniques. If it wasn't for the joint resistance of the Utra and Papal Nation, they would have already conquered the whole continent." "What about the other countries?" "They are either underlings of these 3 nations or weak allies. The Shandal Empire usually uses the people of the countries that it conquers as slaves. It has an economy heavily reliant on war. Oh, there are some uninhabited zones where the magical beasts have wiped out the humans, but they are scarcer than the inhabited ones." Their conversation continued for the whole night before they decided to go back to their respective habitations. Noah pretended to stagger a bit as he returned to his place only to resume his normal expression when he entered his room. "This is quite troublesome," he thought, dispersing the breath accumulated by his last usage of the blood drain spell in the air. His own body was complete. He could not annex external energy anymore. He could only wait for his dantian to slowly propel the body toward the peak of the lower tier. As for the alcohol in his blood, the basic regenerative abilities of his new body were enough to dispel it as soon as Noah drank it. The main quality of his body-nourishing method was regeneration after all. How could booze affect him in the long term? "Is that good wine that I smell?" Ivor woke up due to the smell that lingered around Noah. "What do you know of this continent except for the 3 big nations?" Noah ignored him and drew a simple figure on the floor of the room with the tip of his saber. It was just a big oval with 3 marks on it, 2 at its vertexes and 1 at its center. "I'm pretty sure that our continent is not that linear. Come on, old man. Tell me something useful." Let's see." Ivor took out his knife and drew a second figure around the oval. This should approximately be the actual coastline of our continent. I remember it from when I studied in my mansion. Noah fixed that image in his head and nodded. It is quite big. The three big nations occupy only half of its territory. The other half is divided between weaker countries, wastelands, and big danger zones. What do you want to know precisely? Ivor asked, lifting his head to look at his student and drinking from one of his jars. Anything that you can remember regarding geography and political situations of each area. Noah didn't raise his head and continued to inspect the map. Going into big danger zones would surely be the best solution. The problem is that the magical beasts in there manage to kill all the humans for a reason. I won't be surprised if rank 5 creatures occupied it. Due to his studies of magical beasts, Noah vaguely knew about the layout of the continent. Part of that topic was about the location of such beasts. It wasn't strange that he had learnt about some specific environments. Yet, he really didn't have enough strength to establish himself there. The danger was too high. As for the other two big nations, they were to be avoided too. He wouldn't be surprised if both of them tried to exploit him like the royals were doing. I need somewhere messy, where there isn't a fixed government and it's hard to gather information. Ivor began to describe the fragmented information that he could remember. What he said mostly concerned peculiar places where rare magical beasts were discovered, and he marked them on the simple map. Little by little, the number of marks increased. However, that was just circumstantial knowledge in Noah's mind. He still couldn't find a safe place where to develop. Then, Ivor finally said something that interested him. All around the three big nations, there are destroyed countries. The Narration country is one of them, but its destruction was caused by something that I'm unaware of. Especially in the territories between the Papal Nation and the Shandal Empire, there are a lot of areas where cultivators can build their own little tribes and strive for survival. As you can imagine, though, the strength of those tribes is not that high, otherwise they would be annexed in the nations near them. Noah fell deep in thought after those words. Territories without any fixed ruler that seem perfect. However, how far are those? How do I reach them? How can I cross the Shandal Empire unnoticed? Noah shook his head, punching the map on the floor to erase any trace of it. I don't even know my actual battle prowess yet. I should think of a way to test it. Noah was inside the Hunters Guild, carefully inspecting the boards describing the various hunting areas. I can go almost anywhere now, but I should still find something that doesn't attract too much attention. What he was looking for was a danger zone with a low number of rank 4 magical beasts. He wanted to fight a rank 4 creature alone in order to find out his actual strength. I need to choose one that I can justify easily. My name has become too known inside the guild. The fact that I'm entering a danger zone alone won't go unnoticed. His mental energy swept through the various boards until he found something that could meet his requirements. Excavating worms activity discovered in the bear dungeon. Only one rank 4 specimen confirmed with more than 100 rank 3 beasts in the lower areas. This might work. The bear dungeon was the prison of the previous royal family. After the Elbaz family took the throne, that structure was abandoned and the magical beasts had slowly turned it into their lair. However, the concentration of breath there was quite low, so it took more than 2,000 years for a rank 4 creature to be born from the dominant type of magical beasts in there. As for why Noah considered that area, it was due to the magical beasts that lived there. Excavating worms had a long and sturdy body, with 3 circular rows of sharp teeth as their mouths. They weren't among the strongest magical beasts. Actually, their battle prowess was low due to their simple attack patterns. They could only rely on their bodies and they had no peculiar ability. Also, the value of their bodies was particularly low. Only their teeth were somewhat valuable, but, other than for those, they basically provided no useful material. Yet, they had one quality that could be used as an excuse by Noah. Their bodies had the highest amount of blood among the magical beasts. Kurt and the others will just think that I want to occupy the time between the hunts with them in unpopular hunting zones to maximize my growth. Rank 3 excavating worms are only worth 15 credits each. No hunter would be willing to go there with the possibility of meeting a rank 4 creature. Even if the worms were relatively weak, the bear dungeon remained a danger zone due to the rank 4 specimen in there. If hunters wanted to go in danger zones to gather a higher number of rank 3 corpses, they would choose an area where the beasts had a higher value like Noah did with Mellow Forest. Indeed, there were no hunters signed for that area. Excavating worms, is it? Noah decided, placing his mark next to the name, Bear Dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy division of the academy, Daniel was controlling the temperature of the cauldron in front of him with his eyes closed. The flame under it was created by a special technique that used the breath of the cultivator as fuel in order to give more control to the alchemic process. Daniel had always been talented in that technique due to his element, but he had to work hard to reach that kind of proficiency. In the eyes of his followers, he had always been the perfect cultivator. His family was wealthy and among the most powerful in the country, capable of providing to him any kind of cultivation resource or technique. Nurturing a cultivator of the light element required an exorbitant sum after all. His manners were polite and sophisticated. He was loved in any noble circle, and many young heirs had already sworn their loyalty to him during his time in the academy. His talent was also exceptional. Not only did he have one of the rarest aptitudes, but his centers of power were also at an amazing level for his age. He was only 23, but his dantian was reaching the peak of the gaseous stage of the second rank. His sea of consciousness had recently broken through the second rank, making him one of the youngest rank 2 mages in the Ultra Nation. Also, he had a rank 4 body. Since his future strength was ensured, the Yudi family was heavily investing in him, providing him the best resources to increase his training speed. His aptitude also made him one of the most promising alchemists of the nation, further increasing his fame. However, his family was quite against his studies in the alchemy faculty of the academy. The first reason was that cultivators ultimately relied on strength. Spending time in a profession that was not battle-related was against the policy of most noble families, especially if the one to do it was the main heir. The second one was that the faculty was inside the academy, which was a structure of the royal family. Since the cause was using Daniel as the main reason to kindle the fire of rebellion in the country, the Yudi family was against his usage of structures so linked to the royal family. Yet every youth was a man of his own. Even with all the pressure that his family was putting on him, Daniel still went to train his alchemic skills in the academy. Daniel controlled the flame silently, lowering or increasing the temperature of the cauldron as he followed the procedure that the seniors in the faculty had taught him. In about 1 hour, he stopped providing breath, and the flame was extinguished. Daniel sighed and excitedly opened the cauldron, lifting the lid with one hand. A huge amount of white smoke came out of the cauldron. Yet, when it dispersed, there was nothing inside it. It seemed that the refinement had failed. It seems that I still can't concoct rank 2 pills in the high tier. I have a long way to go. Pills and potions were ranked in the same way as inscribed items. The rank of the dantian was the most detailed expression of power after all. As he stared disappointedly at the empty cauldron though, a young attendant appeared behind him. Lord Daniel, a mission has been assigned to you. One of Daniel's eyebrows arched and he turned, asking in a surprised tone, "What's that about?" The attendant bowed and replied to him, "I'm sorry, my lord. I could only understand that you will be sent to the Bear Dungeon." Daniel stood with his hands behind his back in front of 3 elderly cultivators. They were in a dark room, with the 3 elders inspecting a big cauldron that stood between them and Daniel. "Elders, did you request for me?" Daniel asked in his usual polite tone. His head was slightly bowed as he spoke. "Yes, we need you to go to the Bear Dungeon and collect as many excavating worms as you can. We will reward you and anyone you want to bring along, of course." One of the elders spoke without moving his gaze from the cauldron. "If I may ask, can't we just give this mission to the Hunters Guild? It seems inappropriate for an alchemist to hunt magical beasts." Daniel asked, making a bow to emphasize his respect for the 3 cultivators. "Daniel, what is the main ingredient for the majority of the alchemic products?" Another elder questioned him. Daniel's answer came immediately. "Magical beast's blood. However, we should have plenty of that stashed." "That is correct. Magical beast's blood is the base on which most of our products are created, and yes, we do have enough of it stashed for our normal activities." Yet, we are attempting in something quite far from the ordinary. The elder tapped the cauldron in front of him and showed an excited smile to the young man. The inscriptions on the cauldron flickered and released some of their power, making Daniel take a few steps back to withstand the wave of energy radiated from the item. That cauldron wasn't a common inscribed item. What are you going to concoct with it? Daniel asked in astonishment. Such powerful items were usually used to create pills that had a rank above the third. For a pill or a potion to be in the fourth rank, it meant that it could affect cultivators in that same rank. Products that could accelerate the cultivation were extremely valuable, especially if they were effective in the heroic ranks. Hee. Interested? We managed to find the recipe for a rank 5 potion and, of course, we are eager to try it out. Rank 5 potion. A medicine that was effective on rank 5 cultivators. Even cultivation techniques were rare at that level. Daniel couldn't even imagine the value of a rank 5 medicine. Now that you know what we are dealing with, you must understand the number of resources involved in the process. We can't just stop all the activities of the alchemy division for our experiments, so we need to gather more resources. Sadly, the value of the excavating worms is low in the market of the capital, so no hunter would accept this mission unless we pay a hefty sum. Yet, in order to gather all the materials described in the recipe, we have already spent a lot of credits. We can't afford the services of that guild. The only option is to send one of us there. One elder explained their situation. Daniel slowly recovered from the shock and put a pensive expression. I don't need credits, he said after a while. We know. We also know that your position is quite difficult due to the recent events between the royal dynasty and the noble families. That's why your reward will be the possibility to watch us concoct the rank 5 potion. Daniel's eyes widened and an internal struggle was born inside him. On one side, there was his ambition in the alchemy field. Having the possibility to watch experienced alchemists work will greatly increase his understanding of certain procedures. Also, what they were going to concoct was a rank 5 item. How many times could someone experience such a sight? On the other one, there was his loyalty toward his family. Daniel knew that the alchemy division of the academy was a structure of the royal family. If the elders were to succeed in the procedure, the item would go to the royals. That is still fine since I can't really stop them. Yet, if I was to personally help them gather the needed materials, what will my family think? Daniel thought. Maybe this is also a test from the royals. They want to show me their goodwill in case I was to work for them, and they also want to assess my loyalty toward the cause. He was struggling to make a choice. Damn it, it's a rank 5 item. How many decades will pass till I will be able to watch a similar event? The truth was that Daniel really liked being an alchemist. The idea of taking various ingredients, mixing them together, and creating something miraculous had always intrigued him. That's why he disobeyed his family's orders and joined the alchemy division to learn that mystical art. He couldn't just play the good air in front of something that he liked so much. After a few seconds spent in doubt, he opened his mouth to ask a simple question. Can I bring whoever I want with me? A week passed. A man dressed in a black robe arrived at the bottom of a solitary mountain where a small passage could be seen. This should be the place. It's so strange. Even from here the density of breath is already below the average. That man was, of course, Noah that had just reached his destination. I guess the previous royal family wanted to keep their criminals in a place where they could not cultivate. I don't understand why the Elbas family would let go of such a peculiar place though. Noah inspected his surroundings, but he couldn't find anything unusual. It should be something in this mountain or even at the bottom of the dungeon. Maybe it's due to some strange mineral like the breath blessing. He judged before putting those thoughts in the back of his mind. He had come there for one reason. He wanted to test the limits of his newly obtained body. I can't express my full potential if I don't know what I'm capable of. Also, with my breath blessing, I don't have to fear exhaustion due to the absence of breath. Thinking that, Noah entered the cavity at the base of the mountain. Ancient was the perfect adjective to describe the state in which the dungeon was. As soon as Noah entered the cavity at the base of the mountain, he was met with a dusty and decrepit sight. It doesn't seem that the magical beasts have reached the surface yet. They should be on the lower layers. Noah thought, inspecting the ground floor of the bare dungeon. It was a large cave with only a few rusty cells still resisting the passage of time. The wooden furniture had long dissipated in the past 2,000 years, leaving only some random items made of iron or similar in the wide room. Noah didn't find anything valuable there, so he decided to continue his trip toward the lower levels. The place was dark and all light sources had succumbed to age. Yet, for mages like Noah, darkness wasn't a hindrance at all. At the end of the room, Noah found a passage leading downward which he crossed without hesitation. The breath is diminishing, he noted in his mind as he descended in the first layer. Another big room unfolded itself in front of Noah, however, that one had many more cells than the one on the surface. Here should be where they kept low-level criminals. It's strange though, the walls seem stable even after so many years, which means that the previous royal family had done a really impressive job when they created this place. Why abandon it? He didn't think that the Elbas family would abandon such a good structure without a valid reason. Maybe they wanted to converge the power on the capital. They want to create an army with criminals after all. Yet, it does still seem quite a waste. Doubts assaulted his mind, but he could only repress them. Many important matters were handled by cultivators in the heroic ranks. Common human cultivators could not even imagine the number of secrets kept by them. Noah had learnt some of them due to his peculiar situation, but they were only the tip of the iceberg. Who knew how many secret matters had happened in 2,000 years of rule? There were 3 almost identical rooms in that layer, with each of them having a passage that went deeper in the ground. Since I'm looking for magical beasts, I should follow the higher density of breath. Noah had come there to test his new strength. He couldn't bother with the secrets of that place. Also, if even the current royal family had abandoned it, that meant that any kind of useful item had already been plundered. Noah descended for some time. He had passed more than 4 layers already, but he still had to find any magical beast. How deep is this place exactly? There is barely any breath left in the air. This is definitely not a place where magical beasts would choose to live. Magical beasts fed on breath. Of course, they would set their lairs in an environment with a high density of it. Excavating worms live underground, creating tunnels and underground lairs. Even if they are weak compared to other creatures, they still need an incredible amount of breath to reach the 4th rank. I thought that with 2,000 years of accumulation, that could be possible, but the concentration of breath is far lower than what I expected. How exactly did they manage to survive? After reviewing all the information that he knew about that type of creature, Noah neared one of the walls of the room and strongly punched it. The rock was hard, but a few shards still broke under the power behind Noah's attack. The only nourishment that they could have was the same terrain that composes this dungeon. Noah thought, picking up one of the small pebbles that fell from the wall and inspecting it carefully. The rock was brown and didn't seem to have anything special with it. Noah then used a small part of the breath in his dantian and passed it over the rock. The breath didn't damage the rock and harmlessly dispersed in the air. Yet the quantity in the air didn't match the one used by Noah. Part of the breath had disappeared without leaving any trace. Don't tell me. This is a mine of obsidian credits. The credits were the currency used by cultivators. They had value in their eyes because they contained breath. Yet they came in 2 forms. The first one was in their rocky state when they were still absorbing breath into their core. The second one was in their crystal state, in which they transformed after enough breath was absorbed, and that was then used by the cultivators as a currency. I understand. They are letting this mineral develop in order to mine it when it reaches the crystal form. The worms ate the terrain to create the lair and developed thanks to the breath in it. Though there should be more than a single rank for specimen then. Noah looked at the rock in his hand for a few more seconds before throwing it back on the floor while shaking his head. Abandoned my ass. I bet that the royals come here every few decades to clean the area and disperse the breath of the magical beasts back into the environment to accelerate the creation of credits. Well, at least now I'm reassured. As long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be hidden dangers. The breath that he had just used and dispersed in the air reached the walls of the underground room. At that moment, some slight tremors began to run through the dungeon as if something was crawling under it. Oh? They are quite sensitive. Noah wasn't surprised by that reaction and prepared himself for the imminent assault. 3, 4. Not even 10 of them. I'm still far from the lair. Noah counted in his mind as he analyzed the vibrations in the soil and used his mental energy to cover the entire room. Then, the terrain broke and a 4 meters long and 1 meter thick worm came out of it. The worm was in the 3rd rank. It had red-brown skin and 3 circular rows of teeth as its mouth. It didn't seem to have eyes, but it still jumped precisely at the standing Noah. Finally, however, he didn't budge nor did he take out his sabers. As the worm arrived at his position, Noah's hand shot and sealed itself around the worm's mouth, strongly squeezing it. A rank 3 beast was blocked by a single hand. The rank 3 excavating worm struggled to escape Noah's grip, but to no avail. The hand was sturdy, its fingers strong. The flesh of the beast could not withstand the pressure that they applied on it. The worm screeched as blood began to flow from its oral cavity, but there was nothing it could do. It was against a rank 4 body after all. Noah silently watched as his hands closed into a fist, turning the beast's head in meat paste. A rank 3 beast was killed by a single move without the use of spells or techniques. This? A cold smile appeared on Noah's face as he evaluated the power that his body held. However, his thoughts were interrupted since 2 more worms came out of the terrain and jumped at him. Noah activated the Shadow Step spell and dashed toward one of the beasts. A small black circle appeared under his soul, but it was shattered by the raw power behind Noah's movement. It didn't give any further acceleration. A rank 0 spell could not increase his speed now that he had a rank 4 body. Yet, Noah had never sprinted faster in his life. He reached the worm while it was still midair and directly threw a punch to its mouth. Noah's fist clashed with the rows of teeth of the beast, shattering them and piercing its body from the inside. The teeth were only able to lightly cut his skin. Then, the other beast reached him, but Noah simply gave it a strong blow with the elbow of his free arm. The elbow smashed on the worm's head and tore everything in its path. Teeth and blood flew out in every direction as the beast was sent flying toward one end of the underground room. Noah then turned toward the beast stuck on his arm and punched it, smashing its head and killing it with that blow. 3 rank 3 magical beasts killed in 4 moves using only the sheer power of his body. This is what I worked so hard for, he thought, looking at the corpse on the ground. The remaining 5 worms came out of the ground and warily encircled Noah. Their intelligence was low, but they still understood when an opponent was too strong for them. Sadly, their hunger was unbearable. They had to feed on the terrain to sustain themselves. The only other living beings that they could eat were the specimens in their same pack. A human being was an irreplaceable prey in their sights. However, Noah wouldn't just wait for them to attack. He directly jumped toward one of them. His speed was incredible. He arrived in front of one of the worms in an instant and delivered a strong kick in the middle of its body. The worm screeched as his skin was pierced, yet it survived. It had to be said, though, that Noah did that on purpose. He knew that the weak point of those types of magical beasts was their head, where their mouths were, yet he wanted to test the amount of damage he could inflict if he focused a non-vital part. The outcome made him quite satisfied. He couldn't instantly kill the beast, but its body had been almost severed in half by a casual kick. The other worms took his assault as a signal to begin their attack. They jumped at Noah from 4 different directions with their mouths drooling saliva that traced transparent lines in the air. Noah stomped with his foot over the head of the beast under him and moved. His fist shot toward 2 beasts while his knee crashed with another one. As for the last worm, he had better plans for it, so he dodged its attack. For more rank 3 magical beasts had died in just a few instants. Finally, I have some power. He couldn't stop smiling seeing the dead beasts on the ground. Those were rank 3 magical beasts. I went from killing my first one thanks to the element of surprise created by the Xianxia rune, to being able to kill them without any technique. This power is what I've desired for so long, the power of the heroic ranks. Noah turned toward the remaining beast. The worm was scared stiff and tried to dig an escape route on the terrain, but Noah focused his mental energy on it. The beast could not move anymore. Noah's pressure was too heavy for it to resist. I've still some use for you, I should probably try that. A few drops of breath. should be enough to give me an idea of its power. The membrane around his heart tightened and a few drops of the breath contained in it were inserted in his circulatory system. Noah immediately felt a violent energy surging from within himself and watched as his blood vessels turned black, becoming visible from under his skin. Noah seemed to have pulsing black worms all over his skin as his circulatory system was shown to the beast. The few scratches that he had just received from his clashes with the worm's teeth healed immediately, but Noah hadn't used the ability of the body to mend his wounds. Noah charged at the immobilized beast and delivered his strongest fist to its body, making the whole creature explode due to the might of the impact. Blood flew in every part of the room, leaving only Noah and his excited smile in it. 8 magical beasts in the 3rd rank had been physically overwhelmed by a human, that left him particularly happy about his recent breakthrough. I guess they are just ants in my eyes now, Noah concluded in his mind as he watched his veins return to their normal state. Those drops of breath were a bit overkill. One would have been enough. At least, it seems that the ability of my body is not that hard to control. I just need to use the energy before my blood vessels explode. Noah had seen a rank 4 body when he fought on Toolboya Cliff. Yet, Kevin's transformation seemed harder to control and needed a casting time, while Noah's empowerment was almost immediate, and the only danger was the buildup of internal pressure in his body. If I had met the Wind Mage with my current strength, maybe I wouldn't have needed for the representative of the royal family to inflict such a heavy injury to defeat him. I guess I'm quite strong now. Noah gathered all the corpses in his space ring. He had used only his body to fight them, so he was in his peak form. Only a few drops of breath in the membrane around his heart were lost. The liquid breath in my body should be refilled autonomously by my Dantian over time. There is no need to stop just yet. He resumed his exploration toward the lower layers with his head full of thoughts about his recent fight. The Shadow Step spell is useless in battle now that my body is in the heroic ranks. It can help me only during my flight. Also, my running speed is now higher than my flying one. My blood companions are falling behind my improvements. Echo and Shadow were created from rank 3 magical beasts. Their power was fixed. They could not overcome the limits of the human ranks, no matter how much Noah's centers of power increased in power. Should I attempt creating a companion from a rank 4 creature? Can I even do that? Noah evaluated that idea, but then he shook his head. I'm not even sure if I can kill one of them, let alone subduing it in my sea of consciousness. I should wait for my mental sphere to reach the 3rd rank to be safe. One mistake in the taming process and I might end up like Ivor. If things really become too dangerous, Echo and Shadow should still provide some help while I'm in the demonic form. When he reached the end of the passage that he was crossing, he found 20 excavating worms waiting for him at the entrance of the lair. I guess I should see how much power of my martial art I can express now. Noah, though, smiling coldly as 2 white sabers appeared in his hands and jumping straight in the center of the group of beasts. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage stopped right in front of the entrance of the bear dungeon. It had a rank 2 mountain bull tied to its reins and a series of inscriptions on all its sides. The door of the carriage opened and 4 young men and a young woman calmly exited it and inspected the environment around them. This should be the place. It's quite hard to be mistaken with such a low density of breath in the air. One of the men spoke and then turned toward the man at the back of their group. He was wearing a white robe adorned with golden inscriptions that seemed to have defensive properties. He had short silver hair and a slight but warm smile on his face. Yes, Milo, this is definitely the place. That man was Daniel, who had just arrived at the bear dungeon with his party. Milo lowered his head in sign of respect and hid a smile behind that gesture. Daniel then continued to speak. I want to use this moment before we enter the mountain to thank you all again for joining my mission. I know that you are busy with your lives and that the task from the alchemy division was quite sudden, so I want to be sure that you understand how much I appreciate your company. Thank you, friends. Daniel's words were warm and well-spoken. It was clear that he was used to conversing with other nobles. We aren't worthy, my lord. I chose to follow you the moment my eyes first saw your figure. I don't care if my family is against the cause. Once I become matriarch, I will offer you the full support of my family. The woman spoke in a stern tone, but she could not hide some traces of blushing from appearing on her face. I and the Yudi family will never forget your vow, Phoebe. Daniel answered her words and lightly caressed her face, making her blush even more. Phoebe is right, we are all with you. My Orgu family and your Yudi family has been allies for centuries. The royals can't divide such long-lasting friendship. If Noah was there, he would recognize the man that had just spoken. He was Troy Orgu, one of the youths that had passed the entrance test in Ebenrest City with him. Our force is not weak. 3 of us have a rank 4 body and we are all equipped with inscribed robes in the 2nd rank. Even if we met with the rank 4 specimen, I have full confidence that we can escape. Who knows? We might even attempt to kill it. Daniel cheered everyone's morale with his words and moved toward the entrance of the dungeon, followed by the other 4 cultivators. Lord Daniel, what do you know about this place? Why is the breath so scarce here? The man that had been silent till that moment was Manuel, the student that Noah had defeated to obtain his last accommodation in the academy. I requested some reports from my family. Apparently, this whole mountain will become a mine of obsidian credits one day, so the Elbas family has emptied its contents to accelerate the creation of the mine. They come here every few decades to prevent the creation of a threatening pack of magical beasts though, so it's not completely abandoned. Daniel explained in a plain tone, but the others in his group shot dissatisfied gazes to Manuel. They all knew what had happened in the academy. He lost in a fight against someone without a noble background, making the nobles lose face in front of the other students and also injuring himself. The injury slowed his cultivation speed and left a trauma on his personality, ultimately leading him to still have a rank 3 body. It was obvious that his name was usually mocked among the circle of nobles due to that event. And when was the last time that the royals cleaned up this place? Manuel was unmoved by those stares and continued to ask questions. It should have been almost 15 years ago. There should be a large number of rank 3 worms in there. Of Daniel's group, only 3 of them had a rank 4 body. One was, of course, Daniel, while the other 2 were Milo and Phoebe. However, with the exception of Daniel, all of them had their mental sphere still in the 1st rank, even though some of them were extremely close to the breakthrough. It couldn't be helped, the Sea of Consciousness was the hardest center of power to train. Not only did it require a long amount of time and a painful training, but it also needed for the mental sphere of the cultivator to be thick and sturdy. Such requirements could not be met by such young cultivators, especially if their social status was lofty and comfortable. Sufferings and hardships were required to harden the mental sphere, things that nobles of wealthy families rarely encountered. They had access to a large number of pills and potions that targeted that center of power, but their effects could not match real-life adversities. Only Daniel, who lived under the constant pressure of being the focal point of the cause, could achieve a rank 2 Sea of Consciousness by the age of 23. Being made of rank 1 mages though didn't mean that the party was weak. They were still rank 2 cultivators equipped with protective items in the 2nd rank. They all had a rank 4 martial art and inscribed weapons that suited their combat style. Underestimating them would be a mistake. The 5 nobles crossed the entrance of the dungeon and immediately noticed something. "Someone is here," Milo exclaimed, giving voice to the thoughts of his companions. There were clear signs of Noah's passage on the dusty floor. It hadn't even passed half a day since his arrival after all. "Someone from the royal family?" Phoebe asked, but Daniel shook his head. "Unlikely. The footprints belong to a single person and the royal army always sends at least 5 men on each mission. It can only be a hunter or some lone cultivator looking for hiding." Milo snorted when he heard those words. Lone cultivators. This name is too nice to describe what they really are. Criminals. In a political system like that of the Utra nation, a lone cultivator was almost always a criminal or a fugitive. Techniques and spells were held by the nobles after all. It was impossible to accomplish something in the cultivation journey without having any relationship with them. "So, what do we do about this?" Troy asked timidly, turning his gaze to Daniel. "If he is a lone cultivator, we will question him and decide if he needs to be apprehended. If he is a hunter, we will try to buy the corpses of the worms that he has killed." Daniel answered casually, as if what he was saying was the most obvious thing in the world. The others in the party nodded at Daniel's upright decision. In their situation, anyone could have easily decided to take advantage of the unlucky fellow and make some gains out of him. They outnumbered him, and that location was quite remote. No one would find clues of a battle if they were thorough in covering them. Yet, Daniel didn't even consider that possibility, improving even more his image in front of his party. Such behavior was the complete opposite of the cultivator that was in the lower layers, smilingly killing magical beasts. Noah waved his sabers with impeccable dexterity. In only a few minutes, the last beast was killed, leaving more than 30 corpses laid on the ground. I'm getting closer, but I still have to see any rank 1 or 2 worms. Are they in the center of the pack being fed to stronger beings? Noah thought about the possible options while he gathered the corpses. It should be like with the albino snake, just for a different reason. The environment doesn't have enough breath, so they resort to cannibalism. The terrain can't match a living being after all. He moved toward a deeper area, raising his attention to the peak. I've killed more than 50 rank 3 beasts. If this is still far from the pack, then the report must have been quite old. He was certain by then that the royal family was periodically cleaning the dungeon. Magical beasts weren't as smart as humans, but they weren't completely idiotic either. If the situation didn't force them, they would have already changed the location of their lair, especially with a rank 4 specimen leading them. The fact that the pack still occupied that area was the confirmation that the beasts were purposely being kept there. All these efforts just to create a source of money. Being the head of a country seems really annoying. Noah sighed, internally thinking about how much time the Elbas family had invested in that place. When he arrived in the lower layer, though, the sight changed drastically. It was still a detention room, with cells scattered randomly on the ground. Yet, the walls were full of holes, signing the passage of a high number of magical beasts. Also, the cells had biting signs on them and were vividly consumed. It seemed that something had sucked off the metal from each bar. Were these cells inscribed items? Noah guessed, nearing one of the cells to inspect it more carefully. They have eaten the inscriptions on them. I wonder how populous the pack is. Excavating worms are known for their high reproduction rate. I wouldn't be surprised if the Elbas family had purposely planted those beasts here for this reason. More magical beasts meant more breath, dispersed in the environment when the cleaning operations happened. That method sacrificed the final amount of credits obtained but accelerated their creation. I don't really know how much does it take for a credit to form, but 2,000 years had passed already. The fact that I didn't find a single crystal means that I'm still at some distance from the core. Then, a sound forced him to stop his thoughts. Each hole in the walls began to emit a crawling noise that echoed through the entire underground room. I can't really guess how many there will be like this. I hope they don't destroy the place. Noah wielded his sabers and prepared himself for the imminent assault. At that moment, more than 50 worms' heads came out from the cavities around him. 50 or so excavating worms came out of the tunnels in the walls. Noah waved his sabers without hesitation, sending tens of wind slashes flying in every direction. Blood and heads fell down from the holes before the worms could even exit them completely. In just one attack, more than 15 worms had been killed. Having a rank 4 body not only improved all his attacks but also removed the limit that he had on his martial art. The 3 forms of the Ashura was a rank 4 martial art. Logically speaking, it had to match the might of a rank 4 magical beast. However, Noah's centers of power were too weak. They could not allow him to express the true power of those forms. Yet, now that he had a rank 4 body, some of that power could be unleashed. Noah seemed to have 6 arms that relentlessly slashed the air. 4 of them, though, were still ethereal and could only express part of their true strength. My martial art is almost mastered, Noah thought as he jumped left and right to finish off the beasts that had encircled him. Rank 3 creatures had never been a problem for Noah, yet that was thanks to the incredible power of his demonic form. With a rank 4 body, though, he could kill as many as he wished without tiring himself too much. Endurance had always been one of Noah's weaknesses, since his battle prowess came from the demonic form spell, which expended a huge amount of mental energy. Yet, with his body in the heroic ranks, he could show the results of his constant training. Martial arts were weaker than spells after all. They did not have the same destructive power, but they consumed far less energy. Also, they depended on the ability of the cultivator. Noah, that had fought for more than 10 years with a saber in his hands, could finally show the difference in his ability. 50 rank 3 bests weren't a threat for him. In 10 minutes they were easily killed. Once my mind and Danteon reach the 3rd rank, I can aim for the complete mastery of my art. He concluded in his mind, forcefully slashing with his weapons to remove the blood on them. This makes about 100 worms in the 3rd rank. They know my position by now. Noah neared one of the tunnels, but he could not see its end. After inspecting a few more tunnels and gathering the corpses, he became certain of one thing. Here is where the lair begins. It was at that moment, though, that something unexpected happened. The floor of the underground room began to tremble and a loud crawling noise resounded in the area. Is this an ambush? Noah was surprised but still calm. He came in the dungeon to test his strength against a rank 4 magical beast. Defeating waves of rank 3 creatures wasn't a big issue. However, no worm arrived. The floor continued to tremble until deep cracks appeared on the terrain before it finally broke completely. The ground crumbled, showing tens of worms that were eating the terrain below, creating tunnels that disrupted the stability of the entire structure. The fuck is that? Noah's concerns weren't aimed at the broken floor nor at the astute trap of the magical beasts, but rather at the environment that became visible below him. Hundreds of tunnels went in every direction in the terrain. It resembled the structure of a hive with many bigger tunnels that divided every section. Also, in its deeper part, a pale halo shone, illuminating the intricate underground structure in which the beasts transformed the lower layers of the bare dungeon. Echo's wings tore Noah's clothes and began to flap at his will, and small black circles appeared under his soles from time to time, keeping him in the air while he inspected the situation. This isn't the usual layout of a worm's lair. The magical beasts have precisely dug passages over the years and created this. Did they inspire themselves to the previous structure of the dungeon? But that would require a higher intelligence than what they are capable of unless... Noah remained at the same altitude over the huge numbers of tunnels and caves at 100 meters below him. All he could see were some random worm appearing and continuing in its excavation. It seemed that the beasts had given up on him when they saw that he could fly. Bloodline inheritance. That assumption echoed in his mind, creating waves of shock that assaulted Noah. This is incredible. It makes sense, though. This is the perfect environment for the birth of a rank 4 creature with that quality. A bit of greed was exuded from Noah's eyes as he stared at the illuminated bottom of the lair. I have to kill it. I can't let go of this chance. A beast with a bloodline inheritance was a magical beast that had developed its sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was, after all, the representation of the thoughts of a living being. Beasts acted on instinct, they had not proper thoughts, leading them to have a vague imitation of the human's mental sphere that could not be trained. They were even unaware of having it. However, nature always found a way. They were beings that relied on their bodies for everything. Their blood contained their will even if it was so weak that it could be disregarded. Yet, in the proper situation, that will could be empowered and passed down to their descendants or to those that ate them. Little by little, that blood would accumulate and create a proper center of power, giving to a specimen a higher intelligence. 2,000 years of periodic extermination, forced to eat their own kind to survive, hating the humans that always left some of them alive. That hate has grown and accumulated over the years, carried by the blood of each beast in the pack until a rank 4 creature was born with a sea of consciousness that contained the hate of tens of thousands beasts. That hate is the inheritance passed down by the previous generations of these creatures, which ultimately gave birth to an intelligent magical beast, a miracle. Noah's expression broke into a smile. A miracle that I can eat. The excavating worms had been moved from their previous lair and planted in that barren environment. Then, their numbers had been periodically reduced to prevent them from escaping from the dungeon, forcing them to resort to cannibalism or to eat terrain. The blood of the beasts from 2,000 years ago might have been lost, diluted during that huge amount of time, but the will that it carried remained. It was enough for one beast to start to hate, tainting its body with a firm but weak emotion, for a chain reaction to be generated. That beast died, but its blood was shared among the beast that ate it, awakening a similar will on them. The same happened to those beasts that continued to spread that contaminated blood. Then, the cleaning operation would arrive, reducing their numbers and concentrating once again that emotion in fewer specimens, while being slightly increased in might. Like that, years passed and that cycle repeated itself. An entire pack that shared the same emotion continued to thrive and be destroyed, increasing the power held by its will. Until one day the miracle happened. A peculiar rank 4 creature was born, carrying an unusual concentration of contaminated blood. That blood had the accumulated hatred of tens of thousands beasts. It became so powerful that the normal body of the magical beast could not contain it, leading to the awakening and developing of its sea of consciousness. Because of that, it was called bloodline inheritance. At least, I know for a fact that the royals aren't aware of this. Noah thought, standing mid-air with his eyes fixed on the deepest part of the lair. As for why he was convinced of that, it was because the sea of consciousness of a magical beast that obtained a bloodline inheritance was considered among the best nutrients for the mental sphere of a cultivator. A beast's mental sphere was still inferior to a human's one, which allowed a cultivator to freely absorb it. Is this considered good or bad luck? Noah couldn't help but have second thoughts. On one hand, a beast with a bloodline inheritance was an extremely rare event, impossible to predict. A pack of magical beasts had to be contained for thousands of years, hoping that one of their specimens would give birth to a strong will and pass it down. Also, there were no available methods to test if such will was created, which ultimately led the cultivators to abandon every experiment on that field. It was completely random after all. It was impossible to create an environment that had a high chance of success in giving birth to such a beast. If one added the amount of time needed too, it was easy to consider any experiment in that field not worth the effort. On the other hand, such a beast was smart. It could learn from the environment, it could plan ambushes, it could define the layout of its lair to better suit its needs. Also, it could use its pack to perform complex formations. Overall, it was a powerful foe. This mission has suddenly become far more dangerous than I expected. Noah was conflicted. If I let go of this chance, I will surely lose the bloodline inheritance. I don't believe that the royals will miss it once they see the layout of the lair. The sea of consciousness of the creature would give a huge boost to his mental sphere and also increase his understanding of the magical beasts. Yet, I wasn't sure that I could kill it before I discovered its quality. Now my chances have reduced even more. Minutes passed, with Noah calmly considering his possibilities. Fuck it. The excavating worm has one of the lowest battle capabilities among the magical beasts, and my spells are suited to fight large numbers of enemies. I have tons of potions and a breath blessing. I'm more than prepared for this fight. Even if I can't defeat it and the pack tries to cut my escape route, I can just use the demonic sword to create a way for me. Once he decided, he slowly descended toward the nearest cave, rousing the worms in the tunnels that gathered in front of him. Let's see if your will is stronger than mine. Meanwhile, in the upper layers of the dungeon, Daniel and his group were warily inspecting their surroundings. The tremors that made one of the lower floors crumble had surprised them, and it had momentarily stopped their descent. Milo, what do you think? Daniel broke the silence. Milo raised his gaze and shook his head. Something was destroyed in the lower layers, but I can't deduce anything else. The breath in the terrain hinders even the investigative technique of the scouts of the Elbas family. What should we do? Daniel looked at the ground below him for a while before nodding to the others with him. It's either the lone cultivator fighting or the beasts creating a mess. Either way, we should proceed downward to find the excavating worms. The other 4 nodded and waited for him to point to a direction. Daniel had a large and detailed map in his hands. It was the complete blueprint of the bear dungeon. After a quick inspection, he pointed toward one of the passages. This passage leads to the lower layers faster, even if on that one the concentration of breath is higher. With our strength, fighting a few hundred rank 3 magical beasts is not a problem, so we should descend quickly. The cultivators didn't have any objection and went directly for the passage pointed by their leader. Milo was in the front. He had specific techniques to investigate the environment. He could even surpass the perception of a rank 2 mage when he used them. The group moved fast. They easily crossed a few empty rooms, getting closer and closer to the lair. Then, they were met with the same scene that Noah had encountered. It was a room with more than 100 holes in the walls, with a constant crawling noise coming from them. "They are coming!" Milo shouted and prepared for the assault of the magical beasts. The others in his group did the same and set themselves up in a circular formation that covered every angle. Daniel wielded a silver sword. Milo had 2 daggers. Phoebe held a spear with both her hands, and Troy and Manuel were ready with their swords pointed toward the walls. They should be only rank 3 beasts. No need to waste mental energy on them. Daniel loudly ordered, and the others nodded in approval. Their strength was way superior to that of those weak creatures. 3 of them had a rank 4 body after all. Using spells would be overkill. The worms slowly came out of the tunnels and inspected the situation. In the eyes of those simple beasts, the 5 humans in a circle in front of them were simply too scary. They exuded a strong battle intent, and they were working together. They would rather go after the solitary human in the deeper parts of their lair. However, their leader had given specific orders, so they jumped at them after a short moment of hesitation. The result of that fight was quite predictable. 60 or so magical beasts in the 3rd rank tried to encircle the cultivators but were vanquished in a few minutes due to the immense difference in power. Daniel gracefully waved his sword, which emitted sharp, shining lights that cut the creatures as soon as they came in contact with them. Milo inflicted precise wounds on every worm that came too close to the formation, killing each of them in one blow. Phoebe used wide attacks, fully expressing the power of her long weapon, and preventing most of the creatures from coming close to them. Troy and Manuel were slightly less impactful but still killed a few worms. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that their 3 companions were much stronger than them. When everything was over, Daniel moved to collect the corpses with a satisfied gaze. His space rings were already equipped with items that gathered the blood of the worms, so the collection part was fast and smooth. I should collect 300 to 400 of these to be sure. These ambushes are quite useful, he thought before being brought back to reality by a strong earthquake. The room began to tremble just like it had happened to Noah. "Milo?" Daniel shot an inquisitive look to Milo, but he could only shrug his shoulders in answer. He was confused about that situation too. Then cracks began to fill the floor of the room and big pieces of the terrain fell in the empty space downward, creating dark pits in the ground. In the end, the ground broke and revealed the hive-like structure of the lower layers. The 5 nobles didn't have any method to fly or to slow their descent. When they lost their footholds, they fell straight into the nest, separating themselves during the fall when they managed to reach for a cave. Meanwhile, Noah was running at high speed, killing as many worms as he could. His tactic was simple: kill all the weaker beasts and have a 1 versus 1 against the rank 4 creature. Intelligence is useless if you don't have the necessary strength to use it. Those were his thoughts. The fact that the rank 4 excavating worm had a bloodline inheritance and had awakened its sea of consciousness didn't directly increase its battle prowess. Intelligence required means to be scary. It was almost useless if it didn't have ways to be applied. That's why Noah decided to vanquish its army before facing it. Without the possibility of setting encirclements and formations, the threat of its intelligence would be greatly reduced. However, the exploration of the lair revealed itself quite challenging. Most of the tunnels were vertical and required the usage of his wings to effectively explore them. Also, the worms could freely dig their way away from the battle, escaping Noah's chase and reorganizing in another area. This is annoying. I've only managed to kill around 30 worms since I entered the lair. They always escape when I kill too many of them. The way in which they escape is suspicious too. It seems that they are trying to lure me somewhere. Noah was chasing every trace of life that he found as he had planned. Yet, when dealing with a beast with a bloodline inheritance, he could not act in the same way he did with normal magical beasts. He had to be wary of the plots and traps of his opponent. He couldn't just jump at every worm he saw. If I end up in a closed space with hundreds of magical beasts in the 3rd rank and the leader, I might be in trouble. Then, a tremor ran through the underground area which made Noah stop his advance and jump in the air, warily inspecting the terrain as his wings kept him flying. Did it come from above? A sound shifted his attention toward the upper parts of the lair. As he watched, two figures fell from one of the passages, doing their best to slow down their speed. One of them was a woman wielding a spear that continuously tried to stab on the walls to create a handhold. However, her efforts were vain since she could not exert much strength as she fell, and her weapon always failed to stick in the wall. The other one was a man with a sword that Noah found familiar. He was panicking, looking at how the floor was nearing him. Then, the woman gave up on stopping her fall and used the spear to launch herself toward the man. Once she reached him, she grabbed him and prepared herself for the landing. Thud! A loud thud resounded in the area as the two cultivators hit the ground and created a cloud of smoke. Noah was surprised and calmly went back on the terrain without moving his gaze from those two cultivators. When the smoke vanished, he was able to see that the woman was squatting with a pained expression as she held the man safely in her arms. A rank 4 body was extremely strong, inhuman even. However, falling for a few hundred meters and landing while holding a person was too much even for those that had it. Phoebe felt as if her legs were going to break. Yet, they held on, and she also managed to save Manuel, who was still in her arms. "Get off, I need to sit," Phoebe said, waiting for Manuel to realize that he had been saved. "Thank you so much. You saved my life. Please take this." Manuel took out a potion from his space ring and handed it to Phoebe, who accepted it without saying a word. She then sat on the ground, stretched her legs to speed up their recovery. The injury wasn't bad, but it still required a few days of rest to completely heal. "What are they doing here? I thought that this danger zone wouldn't attract anyone." "Wait, isn't that Manuel?" Noah thought, looking at them. He had retracted his wings out of habit, in case the two cultivators were hostile and tried to attack him. After all, his ability to fly was extremely useful. He would rather hide it when he met with strangers. His presence, though, couldn't be hidden, and the two nobles soon noticed that someone was staring at them. Phoebe raised her gaze and looked toward him with a surprised expression. What she saw was a young man with long combed dark hair and a pair of piercing blue eyes. His clothes were tight and black, and a cold aura was spread all around him. "He is wary of us," she concluded and began to speak. "I am Phoebe, from the Ramget family. I've come here with Dash, however." Her words were interrupted by a loud yell shouted by his companion. "Vance!" Manuel had turned and had recognized Noah. At that moment, all the accumulated anger that he had felt after their match exploded, and he jumped straight at Noah. Sparks accumulated on his sword as he ran at full speed toward the man in front of him, uncaring of the fact that his specialty was the long-range combat. His anger had taken control of his body, and all he could think of was to kill the man that ruined his cultivation journey. However, Noah wasn't the same man that he had fought in the academy. As soon as he saw traces of hostility, Noah attacked. His speed was way higher than Manuel's one, allowing him to reach his position when Manuel was still midair. That burst of speed surprised Manuel, but there was nothing that he could do about it. He could only watch as Noah's saber slashed his waist and used his other hand to grab his throat. Thud! Noah roughly slammed Manuel on the ground and pointed a saber to his head. His foot pressed on his throat to hold him still. Then, another saber appeared in his free hand, which he pointed toward Phoebe. "Why are you here?" Manuel's robe denied all the damage of his weapon. Also, he had decided to hold back. After he recognized Manuel and Phoebe gave some explanation, he was sure that there were more people in their group. Their status had to be quite high too, since those two cultivators were noble. So, he decided to not instantly kill Manuel and probe them. "Are you Vance from the academy?" Phoebe asked in a surprised voice, but Noah only pressed harder on Manuel's throat as an answer. Phoebe understood the meaning behind his actions and hurriedly resumed her explanation. "Wait, I am an heir of the Ramget family, and he is the heir of the Gusho family. We joined Lord Daniel in his mission to collect excavating worms, but we fell here after the floor of the bear dungeon crumbed." Noah remained impassible, but his thoughts raced like crazy. Daniel? What need does he have for the worms? Also, why did he bring these nobles with him? Couldn't he just use the guards of his family? Doubts assaulted his mind, but then he focused back on the situation in front of him. How many are with him? Phoebe listened to his words and became slightly irritated. Can you stop threatening us? We are nobles. You need to give us some respect. She had never been treated so rudely in her entire life. She was aware of some rumors that concerned Vance, but she had never been too interested in them. She was older than him after all. She wouldn't care about a nameless genius when she had the true genius of her generation on her side. However, Noah didn't care for status and simply stabbed Manuel on the shoulder with the weapon aimed at his head. The robe could not stop the strength applied by Noah and easily pierced the inscribed item. Manuel's shout was suppressed by the foot on his throat, but a few rough words could still be discerned. You ruined my life. Manuel struggled those words out of him, but Noah simply stabbed his other shoulder without moving his gaze from Phoebe. We are 5, we split up during the fall. Phoebe said after seeing the cruel reaction that her words had caused. Why do you need the worms? Noah continued with his questions. I don't know. It was a mission of the alchemy division of the academy. Do they need some material? Why though? The worms are only useful for their blood. Noah was confused, but he stopped trying to guess the intention of the alchemy division. He wasn't an alchemist after all. What should I do with these two? His pressing concerns were the 2 cultivators with him. Noah lifted his gaze toward the upper parts of the lair and focused all his mental energy to inspect the area. Echo helped too, scanning a large area around him. Yet, its ability was heavily restricted in that environment. Noah didn't discover anything useful. Tell me, if you were me, what would you do now? Noah spoke casually. Phoebe was a bit surprised and timidly gave an honest answer. Let Manuel go and help us escape the dungeon. Manuel has attacked you first, but you used him to threaten me, so you will have to answer for that. Wrong, Noah said, crushing Manuel's neck with his foot. Phoebe saw blood coming out of Manuel's mouth. She saw how the anger in his eyes slowly turned into astonishment before vanishing altogether. The light in his eyes disappeared as life left the noble. Manuel died right in front of her eyes. What have you done? Phoebe screamed. She could have never imagined that a student from the academy would kill the heir of a noble family. Noble families were the most powerful organizations after the royal family after all. Who would want to antagonize himself with them? However, Noah wasn't a common cultivator. When Manuel attacked, he had already decided to kill both of them. First, he had come there to test himself. There was no better opponent than an injured cultivator with a rank 4 body. Second, those 2 were isolated from the rest of their group. Once Noah saw that nobody else was coming, he decided that it was better to take care of that unexpected threat. Third, he knew that his rank 4 body had been exposed. The woman in front of him simply didn't realize it just yet. Lastly, he needed a bait for the excavating worms. If large quantities of breath were to be expended in that room, many magical beasts would be attracted, preventing Noah from walking into a trap. I killed him, Noah plainly answered, inspecting Manuel's body to gather all his belongings. Do you understand what have you done? The Gusho family will never let you off the hook. They will make you pay, and no amount of protection can save you. Noah picked a space ring and Manuel's weapon and turned toward the woman still sitting on the ground. You really don't understand the kind of situation you are in, do you? Noah shook his head after he said those words and slowly neared her. After that phrase, something clicked inside Phoebe's head and her eyes widened in understanding. She remembered that Vance was younger than Manuel, and yet he managed to defeat him just by using his brute force. That shouldn't be possible, unless... Her thoughts raced until she finally reached a conclusion that surprised her even more. You have a rank 4 body. But how? You are too young. Noah nodded but never stopped nearing her. See, when you are blessed with wealth and power, you usually forget that you aren't so special. You can even be a royal, but in this place, rules can't protect you. Then Noah began to run at full speed toward her. Phoebe was surprised and forced herself to stand up, wielding her spear to block the incoming attack. However, her injury was heavily hindering her movements. She was far from her peak strength. I can win this. He is the strongest student of his generation, but I've cultivated for 3 years more than him. He can't be that powerful. Yet, her beliefs were shattered after their first clash. Noah immediately used the first form of the Ashura, creating 20 ethereal sabers that attacked Phoebe from every direction. She was surprised once again and hurriedly rotated her spear to block the incoming attacks. The spear vibrated at an unusual rhythm, slowing Noah's attacks when they became too close to it and reducing their might. Most of Noah's attacks were blocked by that defensive from, but some of them managed to slip through her defense. The sabers slashed her robe, which blocked many of them, allowing only 2 cuts to appear on it. Yet, when the attacks surpassed the defense of the robe, they were unable to injure Phoebe. Noah felt as if he had hit a hard rocky wall and he was unable to break it. This is annoying. Her defense is tight and I can't waste much time. Noah saw that his attacks were ineffective and decided to use the ability of his body. The membrane around his heart tightened and poured in his circulatory system the liquid breath that it contained. Phoebe had used her best defensive methods to block the attacks and was amazed to discover that the man in front of her still managed to touch her skin. I have the best defense of my generation, but he can break it. Then, she saw how Noah's veins turned black and began to pulse at an even rhythm. More attacks came in her direction after that, and she had no time to think about that sudden change. Her spear rotated again, emitting the same vibrations as before. Yet, that time her technique wasn't able to completely block the attacks and she was slowly pushed back by the relentless assault. It had to be said that she was injured. She could not exert her full strength since her legs were wounded. Also, Noah had stopped trying to find weak points in her techniques and began to focus on her weapon while using the full power of his body. Phoebe was continuously pushed back. Her legs hurt and her hands slowly became sore and numb. She could not last much longer if she limited herself to defend. What should I do? I can't properly attack in my current state and this Vance isn't showing any signs of getting tired. I should stall as much as I can and wait for Lord Daniel to arrive. She decided in her mind and focused all her energy on defending as much as she could. The vibrations created with her martial art increased and began to affect a larger area in front of her. Even Noah's movements started to be affected by those vibrations, yet he had already reached another conclusion in his mind. His attacks began to emit a black smoke that accumulated all around Phoebe. A spell? But I'm using a rank 4 martial art with a rank 4 body and a defensive inscribed item in the second rank. Is he getting anxious? A trace of hope appeared in her eyes, which was immediately shattered when she saw the effects that the spell had on the battle. The smoke destroyed the vibrations that she was creating, allowing Noah's attack to freely clash on the spear and pierce her defense. What is that? A rank 1 spell can't break my defenses so quickly. Phoebe was terrified. Noah's attacks were directly clashing with her spear, transmitting the entirety of their power to her. She took large steps back, enduring the pain that her movements caused. Yet, the black smoke began to affect her robe, slowly consuming it and reducing its power. Also, Noah never stopped pressing her. No matter how much she retreated, he was always in front of her. Then, her back hit the wall of the underground room, preventing her from retreating. Noah's assault became even more violent at that moment. Phoebe struggled to block the attacks, but, without the effect of her martial art, she could not defend as well as before. Many cuts appeared on her robe and wounds began to accumulate on her body. Noah had finally managed to make her bleed. Also, the black smoke accumulated around her figure, continuously consuming her robe and skin. Will I die here? She couldn't see any way out of that situation and ultimately began to consider that option. What can I do? What can I do? She began to panic, committing some mistakes in the execution of her forms which were promptly exploited by Noah. 2 of his attacks stabbed her on the waist, putting an end to her struggles for survival. Why? I didn't deserve this. Phoebe's soft voice resounded in the room as she lost her strength and let go of her weapon. Noah's eyes became dark after hearing her words, but he didn't stop his offensive and stabbed her chest to inflict a fatal wound. Her skin was hard and rough. It resembled a rock. Yet it couldn't stop Noah's blows when he used his full strength. Life left Phoebe right in front of Noah's eyes. Another noble had died because of him. Noah didn't waste time and gathered her belongings, hurriedly taking her body to where he had left Manuel's one. Then, He covered the area with the black smoke and waited for every trace of them to disappear. Next, the battlefield. Noah used the toxic smoke to erase every trace of the battle from the underground room, destroying the bloodied terrain and covering the traces of cuts from the walls. This should do, Noah thought after another inspection of the room. He took out a couple of potions and immediately drank them. The battle had revealed itself quite challenging, and Noah wanted to return at his peak form as fast as he could before the wave of worms arrived. She was strong. Without my spell, it would have taken a lot to defeat her, Noah judged in his mind as he sat on the ground to rest. Then, her last words resounded in his head and made him fall deep in thought. How many of those that die really deserve it? Noah remembered all the experiences of both his lives. In my previous world, poor people were exploited till they died of hunger. Wars were everywhere, and the powerful men were only concerned about their personal gains. The weaklings were always discarded. Here is the same, with the exception that a single man can become a powerful entity, so powerful that rules and ethics have to bow to him. That's why the means for power are controlled so strictly, and the nobles manage to always accumulate more power over time. Good and evil are human ideas after all. They are not absolute in their meaning. That was a conclusion that he had already reached in his previous life. However, in his previous world, humans could not escape those rules. They were bound to the meaning that the few powerful men decided. They were forced to work to buy their freedom. They were puppets in the scary monster that society was. Noah had lost any attachment to life there. He only wanted to spend the rest of his life in solitude, doing the few things that he liked at his own terms. In that new world, though, humans could rise in the sky and destroy mountains. They could become gods and reach for the stars with just their thoughts. Noah had finally found something that surpassed any rule or ethic, something above the vague meaning of good and evil, something that made him want to live again. Yet, humans acted always in the same way. His cultivation journey was obstructed by his status and by those that wanted to control him. In the eyes of the nobles, he was just a pawn that had to be restricted and used. Tell me, my disciple, what can you do against a faster, stronger opponent that you can't outsmart? William's words from his first training session resounded in his mind. Noah had understood the meaning behind that teaching long ago. The world was unfair. Giving up on your ambition was the key to survival if you didn't have a lofty status. Is that even life? A life of compromises can only lead to a life of regrets. Death does not scare me. What I'm afraid of is living another pitiful life and abandoning the very reason that keeps me alive. I simply can't do that. Noah had already reached that conclusion long ago, but Phoebe's words had reminded him of those old doubts. A crawling sound sounded in the room. It seemed that the magical beasts had arrived, just as Noah had predicted. Noah sighed and stood up. He knew that he could not rest anymore. There is another answer to his question. He smiled a little, thinking about his master back in Bulvin Mansion. If my opponent is faster than me, I will lay a trap and prevent him from escaping. If my opponent is stronger than me, I will escape his grasp until he is exhausted. If my opponent is smarter than me, I will sever his limbs and render him unable to take any action. If he is all three of them. 100 or so magical beasts came out of the tunnels of the room. That time, there weren't only rank 3 magical beasts but even their weaker versions. If he is all 3 of them, I will become a monster and do all it takes to defeat him. In the underground room, puddles of blood were everywhere on the ground. Noah was sitting among them, quietly cultivating to aid his recovery. He had just vanquished the assault of the excavating worms and had used again some of his potions to refill his centers of powers. There were rank 1 and 2 specimens this time. I'm getting closer to the leader, he thought. The last ambush featured weaker beasts, which meant that the number of rank 3 specimens had been drastically reduced. Maybe this is another trap, though. I don't really know how cautious I have to be against something with a bloodline inheritance. The knowledge about that rare case was limited. Something like that had happened only a few times for it to be successfully studied. I should dump part of the corpses somewhere. I don't really have any use for them. Also, I have 4 space rings to inspect. I should probably go deeper in the lair before doing that. He had fought twice in that underground room. The traces of battle had become too evident. He wasn't afraid of the other cultivators in Daniel's group. If he met them, he would simply kill them or lie. Yet, he was sure that the pack of worms was planning another assault. I don't know if the rank 4 creature thinks as a beast or as a human. It's obviously trying to probe me, but I don't know if its plan is to exhaust me or something else. I should probably spend a day or two hidden in a small cave to recover with my potions. Using the breath blessing now would be too dangerous. He had initially thought that the breath blessing was his biggest advantage in that environment, but he had to reconsider that idea. He didn't expect for other cultivators to arrive. Using that mineral would expose his position to them and facilitate their regroup. The worms aren't a problem, but I don't think I can win against 2 cultivators as strong as that woman. Especially if Daniel is one of them. The battle against Phoebe made him realize that his real advantage was still his demonic form. His technique was slightly superior to hers, but he couldn't achieve a fast victory with just his martial art. He was dealing with nobles older than him after all. They were powerful and well-equipped. I need to save my mental energy and the liquid breath in my body for the fight against the rank 4 beast. I've already spent too much of the latter. The mental energy recovered while the cultivator rested. It wasn't affected by the external environment. However, the liquid breath in his body depended on his dantian, which was struggling to refill itself in the dungeon. Luckily for Noah, he had a large accumulation of potion and pills which could help in any situation. Let's find that cave and rest, he thought, enveloping his figure with mental energy and moving toward a deeper part of the lair. Meanwhile, a young man was running at high speed in one of the tunnels. He was in a pitiful state. His robe was torn and broken, he was sweating profusely, and some open wounds still dripped blood on the ground as he ran. About 40 rank 3 worms were behind him. They were faster than the cultivator. The dungeon was their territory after all. Fuck! If only Lord Daniel or Milo were here. Damned beasts. Why are they so accurate in their ambushes? That man was Troy, who had been separated from the rest of his group. He had been lucky. He had managed to enter one of the tunnels as soon as the floor broke, suffering only some minor injury. Yet, all his stronger companions had fallen deeper in the lair, leaving him alone in the upper parts of the dungeon. Initially, he had thought about finding a way out and call for help. Yet the magical beasts never allowed him to do so. They began to assault him, never allowing him to rest or recover, forcing him to dive deeper into the lair to escape their attacks. After almost half a day of continuous fights, Troy was exhausted. His protective robe had been destroyed. His centers of power were almost empty, and his body alone wasn't enough to deal with those beasts. 10 or so worms appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Damn it! He cursed in his mind and stretched his hand toward the beasts. A fox made of fire came out of his arm and jumped toward the worms, engulfing their figures in a raging fire that destroyed them immediately. Troy jumped through the curtains of flames and continued his escape, yet his complexion had worsened even more. That was my last spell. I need to find somewhere safe to recover or I will die. Troy knew that without the aid of his spells, he would be overwhelmed by the high number of beasts in the pack. Then, the wall on his side broke and 10s of rank 3 worms fell right over his figure. Troy didn't have time to dodge and was submerged by the tide of magical beasts. Is this the end? He thought as the worms began to bite his body and tear his flesh. However, at that moment, wind slashes ran through the room and severed the heads of many worms, killing them on the spot. Another cultivator appeared, jumping directly in the middle of the group of beasts and sending even more attacks on them. He wielded 2 knives that he waved without hesitation, inflicting fatal wounds on each beast. He walked unmatched among the worms. Those rank 3 creatures couldn't even touch him. Milo! Troy smiled happily, seeing that one of his companions had arrived in his help and struggled to defeat the worms that were still attempting to eat him. Milo arrived in his position and killed the beasts on him before turning and sending 10s of wind slashes on the remaining beasts. In just a few minutes, those 40 or so magical beasts had been killed and Troy had been saved. Milo, thank you so much. Troy struggled to stand up and bowed to his companion as a sign of gratitude. Milo smiled and shook his head while handing a pill to him. This will help to heal your wounds. Focus on recover while I gather the bodies of these worms. We will move as soon as you are better. Troy took the pill and sat back on the ground. Milo had a rank 4 body and was older than him. He wouldn't object anything he said. A few hours passed in which the two nobles quietly cultivated to refill their centers of power. Time to go. I'm worried about the others. Milo ordered and Troy followed without complaints. This place is strange. I never knew magical beasts could set so many traps in such a short amount of time, Troy said, describing the events that led him to that situation. It is indeed strange. I was only attacked once and then I didn't find any trace of the magical beasts. They must have been focusing you the whole time since they understood that you are one of the weakest of our group. Luckily, I noticed your spell with my investigative technique. Otherwise, I would still be wandering aimlessly in one of the tunnels. Troy lowered his head listening to those words. He couldn't help but feel useless. Milo put a hand over his shoulder and smiled warmly to him. You did well. You are still young, but your character is already this strong. I'm sure you'll become a powerful cultivator in the future. If Manuel was in your place, he wouldn't have lasted this much. Troy nodded at that praise and lifted his head. What do we do now? Milo smiled again and pointed toward the deeper part of the lair. Lord Daniel has surely gone for the core of the lair. I believe that if we follow the movements of the beasts, we will find him. What about Phoebe and Manuel? Phoebe is not a problem. She is strong. She can take care of any number of rank 3 beasts. As for Manuel, Milo's eyes became cold as he spoke. If he dies here, his uselessness will be finally shown to the world. Troy's expression became complex after hearing those words. What is it? Milo noticed that change in his companion and asked that. Milo, I know that you don't really like him due to the events in the academy dash. Damn right. He bragged so much about matching Daniel's cultivation speed and then he lost to a brat with common origins. He disgraced the whole noble society with his actions. Milo snorted, interrupting Troy's phrase. I was there, Milo. I was in his class. That guy, Vance, he is a ruthless man. If the professors didn't intervene during the fight, Manuel would have died there. What are you trying to say? I saw him fight every week, Milo. He is honestly the strongest fighter I've ever seen. It was as if he was born with a saber in his hands. Troy was in the gray shade class with Noah and June, and the real battle course was one of the most attended ones. The students there had seen Noah's ability with his weapons. That's why they had never suspected about him having cheated in the entrance test. Stronger than Daniel? Milo's eyebrows arched as he asked that question. Yet Troy immediately shook his head. No. He is even younger than me. He can't match Lord Daniel's centers of power. I'm just saying you shouldn't be so hard on Manuel. In that battle, he did his best, but Vance has been simply too strong. Also, I think he was even holding back. Holding back. At that moment, Milo was really surprised. He despised Manuel for his defeat against a commoner, but he had never imagined that the difference in power would have been so large. Yes, you probably don't know, but it seems that no one is aware of his aptitude. He simply uses his martial art and his puppet every time. I don't believe that, in 3 years in the academy, he didn't buy a single spell for his element. Milo fell deep in thought. He knew some rumors about Noah, but they were mostly linked to his battle with Manuel. Also, Noah was from a younger generation. The heirs of the noble families wouldn't be so interested in someone that young. What kind of cultivator is he? Milo broke the silence to ask that question. Aloof, a true loner. He didn't speak much, and he often isolated himself in his lodgings. He seemed to care only about his cultivation, and he didn't seem to care about girls until he started to live together with his sparring partner. I have to say that they make a scary couple. Milo ignored the last part of Troy's explanation and focused on one particular aspect. Do you think that it would be worth investing in him? Troy was slightly surprised by that question, but then he understood what his companion meant. Yes. I don't see him becoming weak all of a sudden, and he would need someone that finances him. I believe we should try to rope him. He will be a huge asset in the cause. Milo nodded before turning his gaze toward on side of the tunnel. I will consult with Lord Daniel about this. Now we should deal with the worms. As soon as he finished his phrase, Many holes appeared in the rocky wall and 50 or so worms came out of them. There were few rank 3 beasts at that time, with the majority of them being in the second rank. "It seems that we are getting close," Milo shouted. Meanwhile, in another part of the lair, Daniel walked calmly in one of the tunnels. A white orb was on his shoulder which illuminated the area. Daniel didn't need that light to see, but the orb was useful to attract the worms and detect their movements from behind the walls. "What is this?" he thought, stopping when he arrived in a large area full of dark red puddles. Someone has fought here and then proceeded deeper into the lair. Daniel concluded in his mind after inspecting the underground room. He did a quick inspection with his mental energy, but he didn't find any trace of life. Was this the work of the lone cultivator? Or did one of my group clear this area as he continued in the exploration? He couldn't be sure of either possibility. The only method to find an answer was to explore the lair. "I should gather this blood first. It will be useful after a few rounds of purification." Daniel went over each puddle and gathered the blood that made them into one big bowl. After the puddles were emptied, he performed a technique and stretched his hands over the dark red liquid inside the bowl. His hands shone and emitted a specific radiation that heated all the impurities inside the blood of the magical beasts. Gray smoke came out from the bowl and the blood slowly lost its dark shades, turning vivid red. "Now this can be used," Daniel thought, stopping the technique and putting the bowl inside his space ring. The technique he had just used wasn't difficult, but it required a long time to completely purify a material. A few hours had to pass for Daniel to complete the process. His eyes then swept the various tunnels leading downward. There were many of them, some bigger than others, yet they all had some sort of glowing halo at their ends. That light should come from the obsidian credits that have already formed. I can't estimate their actual value from here. Well, even if the Elbas family doesn't openly say it, they are their proprieties. Daniel not only had a wide knowledge about most of the cultivation topic, but he was also adept at politics and social behaviors. The Yudi family was a large-sized noble family. Daniel had received the best teachings since he became able to speak. Also, when his aptitude was discovered, his family didn't hesitate to invest most of its wealth to invite private teachers to further enhance his knowledge. An heir born with one of the rarest aptitudes was a joyful event. Any noble family wouldn't mind contracting heavy debts to nurture such a promising cultivator. After all, how many humans could enter the cultivation world? Only soldiers and nobles were given access to methods that enabled them to cultivate. The others could just dream about becoming cultivators. However, the soldiers weren't trusted. A cultivator with a rare element but without noble blood was seen as a threat that had to be controlled. When the coincidences piled up and a noble with a rare element was born, the family to whom he belonged would invest a large amount of wealth to ensure his future success. That's why Daniel managed to link the pale halo to the fully formed credits when Noah didn't. Their life had simply been too different. Daniel was blessed with wealth and a rare aptitude. His family had imposed its strict teaching on him, which had given him a great amount of knowledge on every aspect of the world. Noah, on the opposite, had a low status and his rare aptitude had always been seen as a threat. Also, his personality was quite extreme, which made him disregard even the common knowledge of that world to focus completely on the topics he was interested on. Aside from fighting and cultivating, his studies only concerned the magical beasts. It was no wonder that he couldn't link that halo to the fully formed credits. "The larger tunnels won't restrict my movements and will allow me to detect any threat before it's too late. I should also take it slowly. This is a danger zone after all." Daniel decided in his mind and carefully walked toward the largest cave, not knowing that, inside one of the other narrow passages, Noah was silently doing his best to refill his centers of powers. Noah's reasoning had been different in the selection of the tunnel. A larger area will just facilitate the ambushes of the worms. The leader of the pack has a bloodline inheritance. It knows how the humans act. There is a high chance that the large passages are watched. Those had been his thoughts when he decided to hide in that narrow cavity. And, because of that, Noah and Daniel didn't meet at that moment. Time passed slowly. The 3 cultivators in the bear dungeon did their best to reach the deepest part of the lair. Yet they moved slowly, wary of the attacks of the worms. Only Noah stood completely still in that period. His potions were slowly showing their effects and he was steadily returning to his peak form. It had to pass a day and a half for Noah to interrupt his cultivation and continue in his exploration. These walls are a hindrance. I can't understand if there have been new attacks on Daniel's group while I was recovering. Noah thought as he stood up and turned toward the pale halo in the distance. I don't even know if they have surpassed my position or if they are still behind me. There are 3 cultivators left and one of them is Daniel. The situation doesn't look good. Noah's plan was to slowly kill all the weaker beasts in the pack to have a 1 versus 1 against the rank 4 leader. However, that strategy couldn't be applied anymore since he discovered the presence of Daniel's group. Not only the magical beasts would be spread inside the lair because of them, but he also didn't know what their reactions would be once he was discovered. The best-case scenario is that I find the rank 4 creature, manage to kill it, and run away without being found out. The worst one is that I can't kill the leader, they find me, and they blame me for the deaths of their companions. We might end up cooperating if the situation requires it, but I need to link Phoebe and Manuel to the beasts. Noah thought for a while before finding a plan that suited him. I need to find the leader first. Killing a rank 4 magical beasts all by himself was a hard task. Noah's Danteon was still in the gaseous stage. It couldn't inflict heavy damages on creatures in the 4th rank, and the breath inside it wasn't enough to completely exhaust the beast. Yet, Noah had the demonic form spell which dealt damage over time and increased his physical capabilities. That, added to the ability of his own body, gave him some sort of confidence in his battle prowess. Also, the fact that the excavating worms were generally considered weak beasts further raised his hopes. However, Daniel's group had changed the situation. Noah couldn't use his large stash of potions or his breath blessing to engage in a protracted battle with the leader. He would just attract the attention of the other cultivators in the lair. That's why he decided that he had to be the first to meet the rank 4 worm. I need to accurately determine the strength of the leader and plant some evidence near it. Luckily, I have everything I need for that. If his strength wasn't enough to kill the worm, he needed to cooperate with the other 3 cultivators. Noah wouldn't just give up the bloodline inheritance because the situation didn't favor him. Noah began to run. Echo's head came out from the back of his neck to better inspect the area behind him, and it used its scanning ability continuously, sending vague images of the area to Noah. Noah also raised his concentration to the peak. He couldn't allow being caught unprepared in that situation. He was fast, he crossed tunnels in a few seconds and directly flew down the vertical ones that he found. His advance was much faster than the other cultivators in the other parts of the lair. The halo is becoming clearer. His target was, of course, the pale light coming from the bottom of those caves. The light became stronger until he could finally understand what caused it. Noah was in a narrow tunnel when he noticed a shiny crystal emitting the same light that came from the deeper parts of the lair. That's an obsidian credit. Of course, the halo must be radiated by a large accumulation of fully formed credits. Noah realized and didn't hesitate to dig out the crystal from the wall. It wasn't circular like the currency used by the cultivators. Its shape was uneven and sharp, yet it was still a credit. This should be enough to create 200 credits. I believe that its value is a bit lower though since it has to be shaped correctly. Noah continued in his march and dug out each crystal that he found. He knew that those minerals belonged to the royal family, but he simply couldn't care less. If they really wanted me to refrain from taking them, I'm sure that Thaddeus would have told me that. His relationship with the royal family had always been complex and it was founded on benefits. Noah believed that since no one prohibited him from taking the credits, he could freely gather them. As he went deeper, the tunnels began to lose their rocky composition and turned into proper passages made of shiny crystals. This is quite a sight, Noah thought as he stabbed his hands in the walls, digging out entire chunks of credits. He didn't have effective methods to gather all that wealth, so he simply took handfuls of crystals whenever he had the chance. He also didn't want to slow his advance, that's why he limited himself to those random chunks. The tunnel led downward and Noah jumped over, smoothly landing in a large shiny area with the help of his wings. Is this the center of the lair? The room was almost transparent since it was entirely made of credits. which allowed Noah to see the layout of the lair even from behind the walls. There aren't any more tunnels leading downward. It seems that I've reached the deepest area. Crunch crunch, a low noise arrived at Noah's ears which made him turn abruptly toward one side of the room. There, he saw a giant excavating worm calmly eating the crystals of the room. The obsidian credits were a hard mineral, but they didn't seem to hinder the worm's meal in the slightest. Found you. Noah smiled at that sight. The worm finally noticed something and interrupted its meal to turn toward the unexpected presence. When it realized that it was a human, it released a low screech and straightened its body, using its lower body to stand vertically in the room. Only then Noah could make out its exact features. 6 meters long and 1.5 meters thick. Its skin is completely red, probably due to the large number of credits eaten over the years, and it is strangely silent, which should be caused by its intelligence. This is definitely the rank 4 specimen. The leader of the pack stood still, quietly observing the cultivator in front of it. Is it studying me? I bet it's surprised that I managed to arrive here without being noticed by the pack. Noah had hidden his presence for more than a day, forcing the weaker beasts to focus the other 3 cultivators. Then he ran at full speed toward the bottom of the lair. The pack simply didn't have time to notice him. I should make my move now. Noah slowly waved his hand and took out hundreds of items from his space rings. The corpses of the worms that he had accumulated since he entered in the bear dungeon were casually laid on the transparent ground, tainting its brilliance with the remaining blood in them. Also, Noah took out Phoebe's spear and Manuel's sword and threw them in 2 opposite sides of the room. The weapons rolled casually on the ground, showing their dented shapes under the light of the terrain. Of course, Noah had created some fake marks on those weapons in order to fool future investigations. From those dents, it wasn't clear if the 2 cultivators had fought against a human or a magical beast. The leader became enraged and released a loud cry that resounded through all the room and echoed in the various passages. The battle had started. Its cry is different from the other worms. Noah judged in his mind as he saw the rank 4 creature jumping on him. 2 sabers appeared in his hands as he prepared himself for the imminent collision. There seemed to be some emotions behind it. After that last thought, Noah shut his mind and focused completely on the battle. The excavating worms didn't have any special attack or peculiar ability. They only relied on their bodies to fight. Their strongest part was the mouth where the circular rows of teeth were. That's why they usually pounced directly on their prey. The worm in front of Noah wasn't an exception. It performed a jump of over 20 meters before hitting the exact spot where Noah was. Noah stood still, enduring the might of the beast without the usage of martial arts or spells. Thud! The power of the leader was too much for him to handle and he was flung away, slamming on the crystalline wall. Noah felt pain in his arms and even his back seemed to have suffered some slight injury. However, his expression was one of joy and excitement. I can fight it! Until that moment, he still had his doubts about the actual strength of his body. No matter how many rank 3 beasts he had fought, he still wasn't completely confident in his abilities. Yet, after successfully surviving the attack of a rank 4 creature and suffering only some minor injury, he was finally able to assess his strength. He could finally battle a beast in the heroic ranks. That thought made him incredibly thrilled. Noah landed on the ground and unfolded his wings. The injury on his back had already begun to heal, and it wasn't a hindrance to the battle. He was ready to fight back. Noah shot toward the worm, executing the first form of the Ashura at full strength. In the eyes of the beast, the human became immediately more dangerous. More than 20 ethereal sabers were created around him which assaulted the worm without hesitation. The sabers slashed the worm all over its body, leaving superficial wounds whenever they managed to hit it. Yet, the worm didn't retreat nor did it instantly attack. It waited patiently, fixing its gaze on the human at the center of the storm of blades. Then, it suddenly attacked. The worm was using its superior body to endure Noah's attacks and kill him. Fuck! Noah cursed in his mind and redirected most of the ethereal sabers in front of him to slow the leader's offensive. Wounds appeared everywhere near the worm's mouth who continued in its attack, hitting Noah's true blades. Thud! Noah was once again flung away by the impressive strength of the rank 4 creature. It didn't panic and waited for the right moment to exploit the weakness of the first form. Impressive. Noah analyzed in his mind. The first form of the Ashura was able to multiply his attacks even if in a slightly weaker version. Yet they were useless if they couldn't manage to heavily hurt the enemy. The opponent could simply jump straight in the middle of the blades and focus the cultivator that created them. I never thought that it could discover the weak point so quickly. A beast with a bloodline inheritance sure is scary. The rank 4 creature waited for Noah to attack again. It stood still among the corpses of the beasts in its pack, warily inspecting him. It doesn't even have the usual recklessness of the other magical beasts. I bet that it's waiting for its remaining pack to arrive. The battle cry from before must have had that meaning. Noah was a bit hesitant. The strength of the leader was fearsome, but he had yet to reveal his strongest attacks. However, if he exhausted his energy and didn't manage to kill it before the weaker beasts arrived, the situation would become dangerous. What a careful worm you are. Noah mocked the beast in his mind as he assaulted it again. That time, the leader didn't wait for the sabers to multiply and stab its body. It retracted its upper body inside itself and then it shot at an incredible speed toward Noah. Has it imitated a metal spring? Noah felt an intense sense of danger coming from the nearing beast, which made him resolutely activate the ability of his body. His veins bulged and turned black, momentarily empowering its physical abilities. The leader was too fast. It clashed with Noah's sabers before he could even activate the first form of the Ashura. Only his 2 pairs of ethereal arms aided his material weapons in defending from the beast's attacks. Thud! Noah felt an unstoppable strength crashing on his arms and throwing him away. He crashed on the walls for the 3rd time, digging into the crystalline surface until the power of the attack was dissipated. Noah felt his bones cracking while part of the skin on his back had been torn. The leader had managed to inflict some serious damage at that time. However, the liquid breath in his veins was already aiding his recovery, fixing the small cracks on his bones and repairing the torn muscles. This thing has invented a technique. Inside Noah's mind, there were no traces of wavering due to the pain but only amazement due to what he had witnessed. This beast has actually managed to exploit the proprieties of its body to create an attack that surpasses its limits. The body of the excavating worms was soft. It could be compressed and stretched easily. That's why it didn't have much value as a material for the creation of weapons. Yet, the creature with the bloodline inheritance had managed to use that quality to increase the power of its assaults. Compressing itself before pouncing an enemy largely increased the power behind its attack, just like a metal spring. Such a weak type of beast can achieve something like this with a bit of intelligence. The bodies of the magical beasts are indeed on another level. Noah finally gave up on trying to fight the leader without using any spell and prepared himself to exit the cavity that his last impact with the wall had created. However, at that moment, a voice sounded above him. "Vance, is that you?" Turning back time a little, Troy and Milo were nearing the crystalline part of the lair. However, their journey wasn't nearly as peaceful as Noah's. They had been ambushed many times by swarms of excavating worms. Yet the number of rank 3 specimens seemed to decrease every time. "I believe that the pack is becoming short of strong magical beasts," Milo said with a satisfied smile as he collected the corpses of the beasts around him. "Which means that we are getting closer to the leader," Troy added. The bear dungeon was publicly a danger zone. Everyone knew that a rank 4 creature was laying somewhere. "Yes, we are. The fully formed credits are taking the place of the non-formed ones. The central part of the lair starts now." Milo spoke with a bit of hesitation in his voice. The threat of a rank 4 magical beast was not to be underestimated. Milo had a rank 4 body, but his Danteon was only in the gaseous stage, while Troy had a rank 3 body. He was completely useless against a beast in the heroic ranks. "Do we advance?" Troy's question was on point. They had to decide if it was worth exploring further. They wouldn't want to risk their lives for a mission of the alchemy department. "The question is, will you follow me?" A voice sounded from behind them which made them turn abruptly. However, when they saw the golden hair of the young man and his warm smile, they smiled happily and cheered loudly. "Daniel!" You are safe, Milo exclaimed, hugging Daniel happily. Troy was a bit taken aback by that affectionate gesture, but he decided to limit himself to a bow and a greeting. Lord Daniel, I'm glad to see that you are fine. Daniel chuckled and freed himself from Milo's embrace while stopping Troy's bow. No need for such formalities. You have risked your life for the sake of my mission. There is no need to add Lord to my name. Troy raised his head before bowing again. He really couldn't muster the will to drop such basic formalities. Milo laughed and patted his lowered head. Troy, you have always seen Daniel as a lofty character, but in reality he is quite simple. He just likes to cultivate and hang out with friends, so you can just address him as Daniel when we are in private. You know that I will probably be the leader leading the cause in the future? That's why I need to make fun of you right now. I won't have the chance in the future. Troy watched with wide eyes the playful exchange of words of the two nobles, and the tension accumulated in the few days spent in the dungeon lessened a bit. Any sign of Phoebe and Manuel? However, they were still in a danger zone. They didn't have much time to waste. Milo shook his head at Daniel's question, and the mood of the three cultivators turned sour. I will go deeper to find some clues about them. You can just find a way back and call for help. I don't want to endanger you more than I've already done. Milo shook his head again and laid his knives on his shoulders. I won't let you go alone against a rank 4 beast. If something has happened to Phoebe, we will make it pay. Daniel nodded and turned toward Troy. As he was about to open his mouth, though, Troy spoke with a resolute voice. Daniel, I can take care of the remains of the pack while you deal with the leader. You are far stronger than me, but you will still need help against a rank 4 beast. Daniel saw the unshakable determination in his eyes and sighed before showing a warm smile to his two companions. Then it's set. Let's save our friends. They moved quickly, passing tunnels over tunnels until they arrived at the part of the lair completely made of crystalline credits. Then, a loud cry echoed in the passage, which made them stop abruptly in place. What was that? Someone must be fighting the leader. We should hurry. Daniel answered Troy's question and took the vanguard position in his march toward the bottom of the lair. Thuds and crashes echoed in the tunnel as they moved, telling the story of a battle happening right below them. Then they saw the deepest area. It was a large underground room made of transparent crystals. Tens of worms' corpses were laid on the ground, and a massive red worm stood proudly at the center of the room, staring at a fixed point on a wall in front of it. The three cultivators followed the worm's line of sight and saw that, in one of the cavities below them, a cultivator was kneeling with his guard raised. The tunnels were all transparent in that area. It wasn't hard to discern the cultivator's features from behind a wall. He had long black hair tied together in a casual manner. He was dressed in a tight black robe with its upper part torn in many spots and wielded firmly two white sabers that he pointed straight at the worm in front of him. Troy couldn't help but link that figure to his fellow student, and he instinctively spoke to him. Vance, is that you? Noah turned his head and looked at the three cultivators standing in a tunnel above him. They have finally arrived. I was about to go all out. He didn't speak but simply stared at them for a short moment before turning his attention back on the rank 4 creature. He didn't want to suffer from a surprise attack of the worm after all. Daniel, look there. However, Milo's attention was caught by something else. He pointed toward a spear and a sword lying among the corpses of the magical beasts in order for Daniel to see them. Daniel recognized those weapons and turned abruptly toward Noah. What happened here? His voice had a tinge of anger in it as he asked that question. Noah simply shrugged his shoulders and replied in a plain voice. Don't know. Everything was like this when I arrived. There were a few seconds of silence in the underground room. The rank 4 worm was in the middle of the room, warily watching the 4 humans in front of it. Noah had his eyes on the beast. He was doing his best to recover from the previous injuries, expending the liquid breath in his body to do so. Daniel, Milo, and Troy alternated their gazes between the worm and the weapons on the ground. They seemed to be struggling internally about what to do next. What are you doing here? Daniel broke the silence to ask Noah a question. I am a hunter, I hunt. What about you all? I have a mission from the academy. Why is it not attacking? It's probably waiting for the whole pack to converge here instead of fighting when outnumbered. This beast is quite smart. Noah didn't mind revealing some partial pieces of information. The less they think about it, the more they will consider it as a smart beast rather than one with a bloodline inheritance. Noah was being as careful as he could about that quality. However, he was overthinking. The appearance of a bloodline inheritance was an event so unusual that most cultivators wouldn't even consider it. Many didn't even know about the existence of something like that. Also, Daniel's group was too focused on their dead companions to evaluate the intelligence of the beast. Crawling sounds began to resound in the area, which made the cultivators turn their heads to find the source of that noise. Many excavating worms in the human ranks could be seen nearing their position from every direction. The walls were transparent after all. It wasn't hard to notice hundreds of magical beasts coming to them. Will they run away or will they fight? Noah was waiting for their reaction to decide his next move. He wasn't afraid of the swarm of magical beasts. They were weak after all. Only a small part of them was in the third rank. However, the rank 4 worm has revealed itself quite challenging. Noah didn't have the slightest confidence in killing it, and that without adding the hindrance of the weaker beasts. Noah had chosen to fight it because of its supposedly weak battle prowess, but the reality was different. I need their help to kill it. I just need to wait for the right opportunity in order to have some claims on its body. Vance, can you fight? Daniel spoke again to Noah. Yes, but I need some time to recover. Noah answered as his eyes shone with a cold light. Everything seemed to work as he had planned. Also, due to the situation, it seemed that Daniel's group still hadn't realized that he had clashed with a rank 4 creature and was still alive. I will probably be forced to reveal the power of my body though. I don't know Daniel's actual strength, but it can't be that far from mine, and Troy surely doesn't have a rank 4 body. I guess it will be up to the other noble to make up for the difference in power. Yet, I don't know if that will be enough. Noah had seen many rank 4 beasts die thanks to his hunting group. They were fearsome creatures, having a seemingly endless endurance. It took careful planning and the joint efforts of 6 cultivators with a rank 4 body to safely kill one, while they were short both in numbers and strength in that situation. Daniel nodded to his companions and jumped in the area where the leader was. Milo and Troy followed behind. Milo and I will fight the leader. Troy, you take care of the pack until Vance can come in your aid. Our power is not much, but the excavating worms are weak. We might have a chance to avenge our friends if we fight together. Daniel ordered and wielded his sword. Milo stood at his side and put himself in guard. Troy gulped and turned himself to face the incoming pack of worms. His seniors needed to focus completely on their battle. He had to prevent any beast from interfering with them. The leader stood still. Its pack was arriving and the superficial wounds that Noah inflicted had healed by then. It was back at full power. Also, all the intruders had gathered in one place. It was the perfect moment to use the full power of its pack. Then the battle began. Milo slashed the air with his knives, creating fast and precise wind slashes that flew directly on the head of the leader. That's the rank 4 nails of the Kamaitachi. Noah recognized the martial art from his safe position. He was staring attentively at the battle to decide if they had any chance of defeating the beast. Daniel executed some complex forms with his sword, which shone with a white light that created sharp lines in the air. He then stopped and slashed one last time to launch those lines toward the leader. Transparent wind slashes and white lines crashed on the body of the rank 4 worm, inflicting many superficial wounds through all its body. The damage they were capable of matched Noah's one. I need to use my spells if we really want to kill it, Daniel said. Milo was still a rank 1 mage. His spells could only match the might of his martial art, or being slightly weaker, it wasn't worth wasting mental energy for them. Milo understood the meaning behind his words and went in the vanguard position, launching even more wind slashes toward the leader. However, the rank 4 worm was done waiting. Once it tested the power of its opponents, he compressed its body like a metal spring and shot toward them at an incredible speed. Milo's eyes widened, seeing his attacks being destroyed by the worm's assault as it jumped in his direction. Yet, as the two were about to clash, a ball made of white light appeared between them. The ball then exploded, releasing a shockwave that sent back the worm for a few meters and created many deep but small wounds all over its body. Milo, on the contrary, was unharmed and turned himself to look at the cultivator behind him. Daniel smiled at him as he ate a pill to hasten the production of his mental energy. The effects of the spell Daniel had just used were amazing. Not only was it able to stop the leader's charge, but it was also able to inflict some real damage to it. Not as destructive as my demonic form, but it is able to distinguish allies from foes, and it doesn't seem to consume nearly as much mental energy. Really a spell worthy of the light element. Also, Daniel has become a rank 2 mage. He sure is the leader of his generation. Noah judged from his position inside the wall. Yet, not even 10 of them are enough to take down the leader. The rank 4 worm recovered immediately from the impact and pounced again the 2 nobles. That time, though, it aimed for Daniel. Daniel didn't hesitate and launched another white ball which stopped again the charge of the leader with its explosion. I'll refill my mental energy with my pills. Let's attack it while it's busy recovering from the blasts. Daniel ordered, creating many white lines that crashed on the rank 4 worm. Milo did the same, launching more wind slashes on the beast. The leader of the excavating worms suffered more injuries and tried again to charge toward the cultivators, but another ball of light sent it back, unable to react to the other series of attacks that crashed on its body. The morale of the 2 nobles rose as they continued to use that tactic, yet, after more than 6 spells were used, the weakness of that strategy was shown to them. The leader was covered in injuries, but they were mostly superficial and shallow. Not one of those created with their martial arts had ever surpassed the layer of muscles under its skin. Only Daniel's spell was somewhat able to leave some lasting wounds, but even those were simply small cuts compared to the surface of the beast's body. It was clear that they had to change strategy. Daniel had traces of sweat on his forehead, but he didn't hesitate to use a different spell after the 8th ball of light exploded. He closed his eyes and a pale light enveloped his figure. The light became denser, hiding his features and almost blinding everyone in the room. Then, the light separated from his body, creating a shining silhouette that stood still in front of him. I can only use this one after accumulating the sun rays for an entire day. I'm afraid we might consider escaping if even this spell doesn't work. What should I do? Milo asked after launching another series of attack toward the leader. Stab your weapons in the light. It will empower your knives, but you'll be forced to fight in close combat to see its effects. I'll handle the rest. Milo nodded and immersed his knives in the silhouette of light before shooting toward the recovering worm. The leader had understood that something had changed, so it used that time to focus on healing. It didn't need to personally deal with the 2 cultivators. It only had to use the superiority of its body to slowly exhaust them. Also, its pack had arrived by then. Hundreds of excavating worms in the human ranks came out of the various tunnels of the room. They directly pounced at every human they saw. Their orders were clear. Worms began to rain in the underground room, momentarily halting Milo and Daniel's assault. Troy knew that it was his time to act. He created 2 foxes made of fire that ran on the ceiling of the room, spreading their destructiveness on the exit of each tunnel. Tens of worms died in one instant. The spells of a rank 1 mage were more than enough to handle those weak beasts. However, more worms kept coming, and the firefoxes were slowly consumed to handle them. Troy had already a potion in his hands which he gulped before creating 2 more foxes. This spell is strong. The foxes can be moved at will, and they will keep burning everything in their path until they exhaust the fire. I believe that's one of the strongest spells of the fire element. Noah's judgment wasn't that far off from the truth. Troy's spell was powerful. His family had expended a large sum of money to purchase it from the academy. The only problem was that Troy's Sea of Consciousness was still in the 1st rank. Not only couldn't it handle a protracted usage of that spell, but even the effects of the spell itself were limited to the human ranks. However, Daniel and Milo were reassured seeing their companion taking care of the pack and resumed their assault on the leader. The shallow injuries that they had previously inflicted on it had already healed in that short break. Only the small ones caused by Daniel's spells were still visible on its body. Milo jumped on the leader, his knives shone with a white light. The rank 4 creature compressed itself and pounced Daniel, uncaring of the other human that was coming at him. However, Milo's attack revealed itself quite more dangerous than it had expected. Milo performed fast movements. His weapons almost disappeared as he slashed the body of the leader. His martial art emphasized speed and precision after all. His attacks were extremely fast. The knives stabbed the worm's skin and pierced its muscles, stopping only when they touched its bones. Also, the light on the knives dispersed inside its body, burning everything in its path before being consumed. The leader released a loud screech, but it could not stop its momentum, clashing with the white silhouette that Daniel had promptly moved in front of him. Daniel's spell held on. It blocked the worm's charge and burned the flesh that touched it, making the worm release another loud cry. Then Daniel slashed with his sword. His weapon passed through the silhouette and covered itself in the light before inflicting a deep cut on the leader. The rank 4 creature was forced to retreat. The power of Daniel's new spell had surpassed all its expectations, and it needed to plan another approach. It was at that moment that it noticed that the light inside the silhouette had dimmed greatly. The Silhouette of Light was an extremely powerful spell that required the accumulation of sun rays to be used. It was very ductile, useful both in attack and defense. However, the more its light was used, the faster it would be expended. The spell had blocked one attack from the rank 4 creature and empowered 2 attacks of the nobles. A large quantity of light had already been expended. Not even that would be enough. Noah understood the endurance of a rank 4 magical beast better than anyone in the room. Those injuries would have at least hindered its movements if it was a beast with limbs. Yet, it's a worm-type creature. A few deep wounds aren't enough to take it down. The leader of the worms was hesitant. It was trying to find the weak point of the strategy of the nobles to decide its next move, but all it could think of was to slowly exhaust the cultivators until some of them committed a mistake. It was at that moment, though, that a cry for help resounded in the room. "They are too many. I can't stop all of them," Troy shouted, gasping for air as he swung his sword to kill the beasts that were surrounding him. 7 of his foxes made of fire had been exhausted, and his potions could not keep up with the expenditure of mental energy. All he could do was resort to his martial art to slow the advance of the pack. The beasts around him were not strong. Most of them were in the 1st or 2nd rank, however. They amounted to more than 1,000. They were slowly overwhelming Troy with their sheer numbers. That was exactly the situation that Noah was trying to avoid by hunting the weaker beasts before he discovered that Daniel's group was in the dungeon. 1,000 mosquitoes could take down a bear. There was no reason why those worms couldn't do the same. The rank 4 leader found the opportunity that it was waiting for and pounced toward Troy, forcing Daniel to interrupt its charge again with the Silhouette of Light. Boom! Another loud crash resounded, but, that time, the leader was ready for the impact and held its terrain, continuing to push on the silhouette and enduring the pain caused by the burning light. "It's trying to reach Troy. Milo, we must take it down," Daniel shouted, but Milo was a bit hesitant. He watched as the light of Daniel's spell dimmed every time the leader pushed with more strength. He knew that it wouldn't take much for the spell to fade. "We should run." Milo spoke in a soft voice, but Daniel heard it clearly and stopped in place. He gave another look at the battlefield, understanding Milo's point of view. He had used his strongest spells and had cooperated with Milo, but all they managed to obtain were a few deep cuts on the leader's body. They would need at least 20 of them to really hope killing it. Yet time was not on their side. Troy was being overwhelmed by the weaker beasts, and more worms kept on coming from the tunnels. The entire underground area would be filled with magical beasts soon. If we escape now, we can make a way through the weak worms and aim for the surface, hoping that our speed is faster than the leader. However, if we keep on fighting, our escape routes will be closed and Troy would be endangered. What should we do? I have a spell that I'm sure will allow us to win, but it takes a lot to prepare. Many thoughts ran through his mind, but he couldn't decide which one was the best solution. If I let this go, my status will be heavily impacted. 2 heirs have died because of me after all. What should we do? If only Milo could buy me some time. Then, realization dawned on him, and he turned his head toward the cultivator that was quietly resting inside a cavity on the wall. There was only the rank 4 beast when we arrived. That would mean that his injuries were caused by a fight with it. He has a rank 4 body. Daniel stared at Noah in amazement. He has finally realized it. Noah smiled at that gaze, but his thoughts were elsewhere. We can't kill it if that's the best they can do. I should better escape now. Daniel continued to stare at him, and was even more surprised when he found out that he could not clearly feel his presence. Is his sea of consciousness on my same level? Is it stronger? Daniel couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the situation forced him to take action. Vance, can you work with Milo and keep the leader occupied for one part of incense? The nobles were confused. They didn't understand why Daniel would ask Noah to face a rank 4 creature for one entire minute. However, Daniel continued to speak. I have a spell that I'm sure will sever its body in half, but I need 60 breaths of time to prepare it. Will you help me? Noah stared at Daniel with uncertainty. Is he serious? A spell in the 2nd rank that can kill a beast in the heroic ranks. He didn't know if he could believe such a claim. It might be possible. 1 minute of preparation is a long time. Yet, it could be said the same about holding the leader back. I can't do it with just my martial art. The leader kept pressing the blockage made of light, and Troy did his best to kill the worms around him, but he was slowly losing his ground. The clock was ticking. How badly do I want the bloodline inheritance? Noah had to decide between an immediate improvement of his mental sphere and revealing his strength. This might also be the best situation for that. I guess I've had enough of hiding. I want the head of the rank 4. Noah spoke, jumping off the cavity and landing on the crystalline ground. What does he mean by that? What is happening? Milo was confused by the exchange of words between Daniel and Noah. The weaker beasts had arrived in his position, and he was swinging his knives to fend them off, but he still had the time to ask that question. Deal. Daniel didn't bother answering Milo, but limited himself to give his approval to Noah. Noah nodded and jumped toward Troy, unleashing the full power of the first form of the Ashura. A large part of his liquid breath had been expended, but his body had completely recovered thanks to that. 20 ethereal sabers swept the battlefield, sometimes launching wind slashes, sometimes directly beheading the worms. In a few seconds, Troy's encirclement was broken. Noah had successfully cleared the area around him. Go back there and focus on protecting Daniel. I'll take it from here. Troy and Milo were stupefied by the speed in which Noah killed all the beasts, and Troy instinctively felt that he had to follow his orders. Daniel nodded at Noah and followed Troy to the back of the underground area. Only Noah and Milo remained on the battlefield. You go there too. What? Milo, Daniel, and Troy asked at the same time. I can't really fight with other people, but if you really want to stay, you do that at your own risk. Noah plainly answered and took off his upper clothes. He was ready to go all out. Echo and Shadow came out of his body and stared fiercely at the rank 4 worm that was still trying to break the blockage of light. Then, Noah's veins bulged and became black, which made them completely visible from over his white skin. Lastly, black smoke came out of his figure and slowly covered his entire body, spreading itself to his 2 blood companions. Milo's pupils constricted due to the sense of danger that he felt coming from Noah, and he instinctively retreated where Troy and Daniel were staying. The 3 nobles watched with an incredulous expression as Noah transformed into a fiend. The demonic form had been activated. Daniel was the first to understand what was happening due to the repulsive emotions that he felt watching the execution of that spell. It can't be. His aptitude is darkness. He couldn't help but give voice to his thoughts. Troy and Milo's eyes widened even more and finally realized the source of that dangerous feeling. Vance, the strongest student of the academy of his generation, was a cultivator of the darkness element with centers of power that matched Daniel's ones. That how? He is too young, Troy said with unwillingness. He was 1 year older than Noah, but he had been in his same class for more than 2 years. He could accept that Noah was a battle genius and that his talent in the martial arts was unparalleled among his peers. Yet, he really couldn't understand how he improved so fast. The centers of power required time and resources. He had plenty of them as a noble. However, all his efforts and status paled compared to the young man in front of him. Noah turned toward the 3 nobles and spoke in the usual guttural voice that he had when he entered the complete demonic form. 60 breaths. Not one more. Milo and Troy gulped at that scene, but Daniel resolutely nodded and sat on the ground. He was going to focus completely on the preparations of his final spell. More worms rained from the ceiling and tried to attack the 4 cultivators. Nevertheless, Milo and Troy were enough to block their assault. As for those that aimed for Noah, they were consumed as soon as they came in contact with the black smoke. A screech resounded in the underground area, which made Noah focus on his opponent. The leader of the worms had finally destroyed Daniel's spell. It's not weakened by its recent injuries. This will be tough. Noah judged, seeing the leader inspecting him. I really hope that Daniel's spell can kill it. I'd hate to have gone to such length only to lose the bloodline inheritance. I'll have to rely on the shard in the worst-case scenario. His mind was set, so he didn't hesitate to jump on the beast. 20 fuming ethereal sabers were created in the air around him as he charged, and his 2 blood companions followed closely on his sides. The leader of the worms recognized that technique and used the previous tactic to break it. The beast shot like a bullet in the air and crashed on Noah's body, uncaring of the blades that landed on its body. However, this time, Noah's attacks were empowered by his spell, and the black smoke that they released was extremely corrosive. The sabers pierced its skin and stabbed themselves deeply between its muscles, where they released even more smoke from inside its body. Noah was flung away due to the impact, but the rank 4 creature was forced to stop its charge to fight back the smoke that was corroding its insides. Meanwhile, Echo and Shadow assaulted it to prevent it from attacking and recovering. Echo was unable to inflict any damage and could only increase the quantity of smoke around the leader, but Shadow's fangs managed to pierce its skin. Fusing the elemental forging method with the body inscription spell was indeed the right choice. Noah was satisfied by Shadow's battle prowess, and he struggled to stand up. The last clash had destroyed the protective membrane of his spell and even dislocated his shoulder. The sheer power of the leader was incredible. Crack! Noah adjusted his shoulder and relied on the healing properties of his body to fix it. In a few seconds, he was back at full strength and the smoke reformed around the uncovered part. I can't endure this kind of damage for 1 entire minute, he thought, slowly approaching the leader that was continuously destroying his blood companions only to see them immediately reform. Noah waved his sabers. Those movements seemed slow. They created some slight distortions in the air where they passed. Then, his weapons began to treble, increasing the distortions around them. Noah felt an incredible pressure weighing on his arms and shoulders, but his body was strong enough to endure it. The leader was enraged. It turned its attention toward Noah and pounced at him again. Noah's 6 arms combined together, joining the 6 sabers to form a single one. As the worm was about to clash with him, Noah performed a downward vertical slash that precisely hit the head of the worm. To the surprise of everyone in the room, Noah and the worm were both sent back by a few meters. Second form of the Ashura. Fusion. If the first form of the Ashura multiplied Noah's attacks and allowed him to fight when outnumbered, the second form condensed those ethereal sabers into his 6 arms, vastly increasing their power. As for why Noah couldn't use it until that moment, it was because his body simply could not withstand that much power. There were more than 20 ethereal sabers after all. A rank 3 body could not endure the pressure created when they were concentrated in 6 arms. It still hurts a bit, but the liquid breath in my body will keep me going. Noah was pushing his body to its limits in order to perform that technique and fight on the same level as the leader. Also, the physical empowerment of the demonic form allowed him to match the blows of a rank 4 beast, even if just those of a weak one. Even with my full power, I can only match it for a short amount of time. I can't resist that many clashes. My body won't last that much. The rank 4 excavating worm had suffered many injuries by then, but it didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. On the contrary, Noah felt his mental energy and breath depleting at high speed. It can't be helped. I'm still too weak. Yet, once he had that thought, he charged again at the leader. Noah's fighting style had always been extremely aggressive. He would rely on defending only if the situation didn't permit any other approach, and he would gladly suffer some wounds if that allowed him to hurt his opponent more. That situation wasn't any different, actually. Defending would only make him suffer more injuries. I need to force it on the defensive. Echo and Shadow never stopped attacking the worm. They bit and scratched to no end, trying to slow for even a second its movements. Then Noah arrived, slashing with 6 weapons that carried so much power that the air around them curved and distorted. 6 attacks landed on the worm, each one from a different angle. Noah's sabers cut everything in their path, stopping only after they reached the internal organs of the beast. The leader stood in place, enduring the impact and attacking with its head toward Noah. It can even use that technique with only half its body. Noah felt a hammer slamming on his head and throwing him back, chasing on a wall behind him. Damn it! Noah rose from the crystalline debris that fell from his crash on the wall. The protection of the demonic form in his upper body had been broken, showing the blood that flowed from his mouth and nose. His breathing was hindered and a whistling noise resounded in his ears, but he could not buy time to heal his injuries. The leader of the worms had charged in his direction. Noah hastily focused to reform the protection of the demonic form and again used his 6 sabers to perform a single vertical slash. He and the leader were again sent back 2 opposite directions. I can only fight like this. This form makes me too slow. The weakness of the second form of the Ashura was the pressure imposed on the cultivator. Having so much power concentrated on him made Noah's body stiff and clunky. That weakness would be fixed once his body became stronger, but, at that moment, he could only endure powerlessly the counterattacks of the beast. Also, that form was the only attack that could restrain the worm. Noah really didn't have any other choice in that situation. The 2 blood companions never left the beast's side and assaulted it to no end while Noah charged at it every time he was flung away, seemingly uncaring of the injuries that kept accumulating on his body. From the perspective of the 2 nobles, Noah's fighting style was simply too reckless. Milo and Troy watched as Noah jumped on the beast, dealt a few blows, and was sent back by its attack, only to stop the next charge of the worm with his stronger slash. That course of actions repeated itself more than 10 times right in front of their eyes. They couldn't even imagine the kind of pain he was enduring to stand up after every clash. They were busy killing the endless wave of weak worms that were coming at them, but they could still watch Noah's battle. Milo had a rank 4 body and Troy was strong for his age. They had no problem handling a few hundred beasts in the 1st and 2nd rank. Amazing! Troy couldn't help but praise as he watched Noah standing up for the 15th time after the leader's attack. Focus! Milo ordered. They were protecting Daniel that was sitting behind them with his eyes closed. They couldn't allow his concentration to be broken. Noah's battle prowess was amazing, but he alone wasn't enough to kill a rank 4 creature. Daniel's spell was needed to get them out of that situation as winners. 5 more seconds. Noah shouted in his mind as he charged again toward the worm. His body was screaming in pain, his arms hurt, his ribs were cracked, and his nose had been broken at least twice, but he pressed on. Even the leader of the worms had begun to suffer from the continuous clashes. Its body was filled with deep cuts and vivid red blood flowed incessantly from them. Its offensive had also slowed. As it saw the fiend attacking, it pounced only to be stopped by a sharp slash. Noah had finally managed to hold his ground against the leader. His sabers slid against the rows of teeth, incapable of inflicting any damage. However, the black smoke consumed the leader's skin, allowing his blood companions to stab their fangs on its uncovered flesh. Soon I'll be able to take you down all by myself, Noah said in his mind. Then, the minute passed and Noah retreated by a few large steps. It was at that moment that Daniel opened his eyes and pointed his hand toward the leader of the beasts. Daniel's hand shone with a blinding light. It created colorful wonders inside that crystalline area. The light then converged in his forefinger, gathering its might in one single point. Next, it shot out. A beam of white light was launched. It was fast, so fast that the leader of the beasts couldn't even understand that Daniel was attacking it. The beam pierced the rank 4 creature's body and came out from its backside, burning the wall at the end of the underground room. The leader screeched. It tried to curl up to defend from that powerful spell, but to no avail. Daniel's spell severed everything in its path. Then, Daniel moved his hand. It manipulated the beam to slowly trace a line on the beast's body. Noah was astonished as he watched the leader of the worms slowly being cut in two. This spell is way stronger than my demonic form. No wonder it took a whole minute to cast it. The rank for excavating worm was powerless. It couldn't avoid the spell nor protect itself. It cried to no end as his body was divided horizontally. Amazing! Noah was the nearest person to the beast. He praised in his mind as the effect of the spell unfolded. A straight line was drawn on the body of the leader. Its long form was cut in half, making it fall powerlessly on the ground. The leader struggled to stand up, but half of its body was gone. Its efforts only made it lose more blood. The weaker beasts cried. They stopped their assault on the nobles and returned to the tunnels. They wouldn't dare to fight humans that were able to kill their leader. Is it over? Noah neared the upper body of the worm. He wanted to inspect its head to look for the bloodline inheritance. However, at that moment, the worm jumped from its lying position. It bit on Noah's shoulder and rolled its remaining body around him to prevent his escape. This fucking bastard. Just die already. Noah was still in his demonic form, but his movements were hindered. He could not perform his martial art. Also, the leader seemed set on eating him. It didn't care about the damage that it was suffering due to the black smoke. Noah felt his blood being sucked by the beast's bite. He understood that the leader was using its remaining strength in a desperate attempt for survival. Damn it! Noah didn't hesitate. A black shard appeared in his free hand and he injected breath in it. Then, he launched the shard toward an opening of the worm's mouth. That shard was his strongest attack, the inscribed item that he created after many attempts and tens of wasted materials. It was the first success in the creation of the demonic sword. The shard entered the beast's body and exploded. It wasn't used in the execution of a martial art, so it didn't have the power to cut the beast's flesh. Yet, the power that it held was incredible. The explosion destroyed the leader's internal organs and created a cloud of black smoke right inside it. That smoke was different from the one created with Noah's spell. It wasn't as wild and untamed. It focused all its destructiveness in a single spot, inflicting way more damage. The leader tried to endure the internal pain, but it had suffered too many injuries. Its body was severed in two. Its skin was consumed and scorched, and its internal organs were wounded due to the constant damage that they suffered. It was with unwillingness that life abandoned its body, making it release its grip on Noah's shoulder and fall on the terrain. The leader of the worms had finally died. Damned worm, you better have what I need. Noah dispersed his spell and cut the worm's head from the rest of its body. Once the beast was dead, most of its defenses were lowered, allowing Noah to easily cut it. Then, he inspected the head with his mental energy and stabbed his hand on the bleeding side to better analyze its insides. It was only when he found a small solid crystal that he heaved a sigh of relief and put the head in his space ring. It was indeed a bloodline inheritance. I was not wrong. Until that moment, he still held some doubts about the existence of that miraculous item. It couldn't be helped. The sea of consciousness of a magical beast was too rare, and it was really hard to discover. Noah could only be certain of its existence after he saw it. Now, I should tell a good story. Noah turned toward the nobles. Daniel seemed exhausted. His complexion was pale and large eye bags had appeared under his eyes. He seemed completely drained. Troy was in a similar situation. He had fought magical beasts non-stop with his weak body. He had reached his limit long ago and was only supporting himself with the help of his pills. Milo was far better compared to those two. He had fought for a long time too, but he had never suffered any injury and he had only used his martial art. His centers of power were relatively full. Then Noah inspected himself. He was full of wounds and his insides needed some time to recover. Also, his centers of power were almost empty. The liquid breath inside his body was depleted. His dantian was empty, and only a sliver of mental energy remained inside his sea of consciousness. I need to recover before going out of here. He was exhausted and beaten, but the situation forced him to act. Noah took an item from his space rings. It was his breath blessing. It instantly increased the concentration of breath inside the underground room, and it surprised the three nobles. You are indeed full of surprises, Daniel commented as he gulped some potions. Noah sat right over the big mineral and drank a potion to aid his recovery before opening his mouth to speak. Let's talk. Inside the deeper part of the lair below the bear dungeon, three nobles sat on the crystalline ground. staring at a young man that was silently cultivating on top of a breath blessing. The room had been swept clean by the three nobles. The corpses of the worms had been gathered in Daniel's rings, and the weapons of the other two nobles had been retrieved and carefully stored. Then, the three of them sat in front of Noah, waiting for him to speak. However, Noah didn't seem to really care. He was doing his best to refill his centers of power and heal his injuries. The nobles were losing their patience. How did you manage to grow up so fast? You don't have any noble background, so you couldn't have that many resources. Troy was the first to break the silence. He was the most unwilling of the three to accept Noah's strength. It couldn't be helped though. Troy had been in his same class in the academy and, in just a few short years, the gap between them had enlarged by a lot. Noah's centers of power were on Daniel's level after all. Such a feat was unbelievable for a man that wasn't even 20 years old. Noah opened his eyes and replied to him without interrupting his cultivation. The royals have discovered my aptitude in the entrance test in Shelfen Mountain. I've been working with them since then. He didn't hide his cooperation with the Elbas family, but he didn't explain further. Secrets like the royal inheritance or Samuel's assassination had to remain hidden. The black vortex between his hands constantly absorbed breath, refilling his dantian, which slowly nurtured his body and added liquid breath in the membrane around his heart. Were you here because of the royals' orders? Milo joined the conversation. No, I just wanted to test my strength. Yet, these beasts had laid many traps in their lair. I ended up falling for one which directly brought me here. Noah continued to answer, creating a story that could satisfy the nobles. Why did you injure Manuel's sea of consciousness back then? At that time, Daniel asked his question. Manuel had already lost the battle when he resorted to a spell aimed to kill me. Thaddeus purposely waited on interrupting the match to test my real strength, so I acted. He should consider himself lucky. If it wasn't for the rules of the academy, I would have killed him already. Killing intent was radiated from Noah's figure as he spoke those words. Those events had really angered him. They were one of the main reasons why he was hasting the preparations for his big escape. That's a lie. Manuel was strong and upright while you only used your puppet during that fight. I know that something strange had happened inside the thunderstorm, Troy replied to him. He was a bit scared by the thick coldness that Noah was exuding, but the presence of his companions gave him enough confidence to speak openly. My mental sphere was already in the second rank by that time. Do you really think that I needed to cheat in order to win? Noah's statement made the three nobles gasp in surprise. The battle had happened almost 2 years before, which meant that Noah had become a rank 2 mage by the age of 18. A monster. An unparalleled genius. Their thoughts couldn't be calmed in a short amount of time. Noah was the youngest rank 2 mage that had ever existed in the cultivation history. Noah didn't mind waiting for them to accept the situation. He was cultivating after all. His real intentions were to buy enough time for him to recover. You must have gained a lot from your cooperation with the royals. Their missions aren't always that ethical though. Daniel spoke, seemingly hiding a different meaning behind his words. I did some bad stuff if that's what you're asking. I'm not really ashamed of my actions. I needed resources and they were willing to pay. That's it. So, would you sell yourself to them just to continue cultivating? Troy was still heated. Noah's last revelation had surprised him even more. He had finally understood that he had never been Noah's equal. Yes. Noah didn't explain further, but his eyes seemed to be enveloped by a dark light. The nobles watched as his aura became colder. He resembled a beast encircled by enemies. Does he see the entire world as his enemy? Daniel had that thought seeing Noah's reaction. Alone. He is completely alone in a world that wants to make use of him. He hid his element for so long and secretly worked with the royal family through all this time only to reach my level. Admirable. Daniel praised in his mind. He had realized long ago his privileged position. Not only his family was one of the most powerful among the noble families, but he had also been nurtured as the main heir since his aptitude was discovered. The reason why he had so many spells of the light element was that his family had spent an exorbitant sum of money to purchase them. Sometimes they have had to deal with other countries to purchase them. Yet, a man younger than him who had no support whatsoever managed to reach his level. I wonder to what length he had to push his moral compass to obtain such strength. Talent had only a small influence on the improvements of a cultivator. Resources and hard work were the means by which someone could become strong. So, what do you want to talk about? Daniel had internally recognized him as his equal. It was time to hear his intentions. Noah turned his gaze toward him before speaking. The royals speak quite openly about some of their political struggles. I know about the cause and how the noble families want to use you as a flag for their revolution. And Daniel's eyebrow arched as Noah compared him to a flag. The royals have been trying to tighten their leash on me for quite some time already, and I don't have the strength to escape their control. Yet, there is a power that is planning to depose them, and that could give me the freedom that I want. I want to join the cause. What? Troy and Milo expressed their surprise at the same time, but Daniel simply continued to stare Noah in the eyes. Why would we even accept you? We know nothing about you, and I'm sure that your record isn't clean either. Why would the noble families even accept you? Troy continued to express his enmity toward Noah. My aptitude and, well, I'm the most promising cultivator that has ever existed. Noah answered plainly. He was the only one that really knew his own strength, and he knew that his achievements were unmatched. Such gall! The most promising cultivator is right in front of you, and Milo began to speak, but Daniel raised his hand to interrupt him. Enough, he is right. His centers of power are on my same level even though he is way younger than me. Don't let your status blind your judgment. Daniel had a broader point of view compared to his fellow nobles. His family had pressed him to study the art of politics since his aptitude was discovered. He knew the value that a cultivator like Noah could have in the cause. Also, if he really managed to bring on his side such a promising man, his status would rise by a lot and more families would be willing to join the cause. A cultivator of the light element and one of the darkness element fighting side by side against the domain of the royal family. I bet that most of those undecided families will immediately join our ranks if this news was spread. He could see the bigger picture and projected in the years to come. Noah was a valuable asset that could convince the public opinion to side with him. I believe that you want something though. You clearly know your value. Daniel's words surprised the other two nobles, but they didn't dare to complain. If Daniel wasn't against it, there was nothing that they could do about it. Resources, techniques, spells, and time. Noah didn't hide his intentions and basically asked for everything he could think about. Spells are off the table. My family has already indebted itself to nurture me. It can't support another cultivator with a rare element. Resources are not a problem, and techniques can be purchased with the joint support of the other nobles. What did you mean by time? Noah nodded and fell silent for a bit, pretending to be struggling to find an answer. The royals control me. They would rather kill me than seeing me join their enemies. I need time to prepare, and I want to set a meeting with the one leading the cause. I believe that would be your patriarch, right? Daniel nodded and waited for Noah to continue speaking. I need 2 months of time in which my aptitude must remain hidden. The royals will apprehend me as soon as I'm discovered. Also, I need a safe place where to meet your patriarch. The royals have cultivators in the heroic ranks making plans for me. I need the protection of someone with a similar strength to effectively switch side. Daniel put a hand under his chin and fell deep in thought. Noah's requests were reasonable. He knew the spying network that the royals had throughout the country. He was sure that they would act as soon as they heard rumors about treason. Yet, Dad will be hesitant in openly accept him. He will probably think of this as a trap that the royals have set to catch him. I have my doubts too. I don't trust you. Daniel hesitated a bit before saying those words. His position forced him to be careful. His status couldn't be affected by his poor judgment. Yet, 2 heirs had died in his mission. No matter how pained he was about that loss, he had to think of a way to make up in front of the other nobles. Also, Noah was right. His cultivation speed was unmatched. Bringing him on his side would be an incredible feat. You can set the time and place. Honestly, I don't really care who comes at the meeting as long as he has the strength to protect me. I just need those 2 months to handle some personal stuff. Noah took a step back in the negotiation. The truth was that he really couldn't care less about the meeting. He only needed 2 months of anonymity. Daniel thought for a long time before nodding to him. Deal. Let's meet 2 months from now on the mountain path near Vondur. The nobles have claimed that place after a certain event, so the royals can't really control it. Noah smiled and closed his eyes again to focus on his recovery. The 3 nobles did the same. They were exhausted too, and Noah's mineral allowed them to spare their precious potions. Took an entire day for Noah to recover. He hadn't moved from his position for the whole time, and his veins would become black from time to aid the healing of his body. I will go first. I believe that you should be fine. Daniel nodded. He had completely exhausted his mental energy and was in need of sleep. He needed more time to heal. See you in 2 months. Noah smiled at those words and took back the breath, blessing in his space ring before climbing out of the room. Do you trust him? Milo asked as soon as Noah went away. He wanted to understand Daniel's true intentions. Not really, but we know his secret. He has to keep our mouths shut in some ways. Anyway, we will decide what to do after the meeting. Meanwhile, Noah was running as fast as he could toward the exit of the dungeon. His wings were unfolded and helped him in the vertical tunnels, and, in less than 1 hour, he managed to return to where the floor had crumbled. 2 months of time. I need to use every second. Noah didn't stop and continued to climb until he reached the exit leading to the surface. The light of the sun illuminated his features, and he stopped in place as he crossed the exit. His gaze turned south. He knew that in that direction, after many forests, mountain ranges, and plains, there was a mansion in the middle of a grassland. He clearly remembered its features: the defensive wall, the buildings of the outer circle, his old lodgings. Then, a smug face appeared in his vision. It had a blindfold on its left eye and looked at him with disgust and arrogance. My hatred will bring me back there eventually, but I'm still too weak, and the leash around my neck is becoming too tight. He sighed, suppressing his killing intent and turning his gaze north. Then, black flames enveloped his figure, making him disappear in less than a second. 2 months passed quietly in the Utra country. The events in the bear dungeon weren't a rare sight in that world. Cultivators would often test their luck or skills in danger zones only to die because of some unexpected situation. Also, 3 nobles had witnessed the weapons of their companions laid among hundreds of magical beasts' corpses. Their testimony was enough to prevent any investigation. The lives of Manuel Guscio and Phoebe Ramget had been lost in a fight against a rank 4 creature. Their families could only blame their recklessness. Yet, another piece of information had reached the ears of a few large-sized noble families. These families were among the wealthiest ones in the entire nation and were also the ones leading the movement called Cause. It was due to their lofty position that they could think about opposing the rulers of the nation, planning a long-term revolution by using the bright star that was Daniel. This piece of information was about another bright star, possibly even brighter than Daniel, but that was in the grasp of the royal family. Young master, are you sure that this Vance won't use you to improve his position with the royals? A female cultivator with her face hidden by a veil asked Daniel that was right next to her. They were near Vondur, on the mountain path where the battle between the Mullos family and the criminals hired by the royals had been. He is alone, Octavia, a lone cultivator forced to accept any kind of offer to obtain resources. The royals might treat him well because of his aptitude, but there is a limit to how much they can give without forcing him to join their ranks. Instead, Father is willing to offer him a noble status once the revolution is over. He will be able to set his own family and be one of the closest allies to the next rulers of the country. Daniel answered with confidence. He had discussed the situation with his father, the patriarch of the Yudi family, and they had reached that conclusion. They would offer Noah resources and techniques as long as he fought with them, and they would promise not to hinder his personal freedom. The last part was a point that Daniel strongly insisted on. He had understood some of Noah's character. He was a lone wolf, completely focused on his personal power. People like him would just stab you in the back if you tried to control them. It was better to give them a generous offer and refrain from forcing his hand. What if he has no interest in being a noble? Octavia raised another doubt. She was Daniel's personal guard for the meeting and also the cultivator in the heroic ranks that Noah had requested. Being a noble means having the resources to gather spells and techniques. That is exactly what he wants, and becoming a noble is the option that will preserve his independence without becoming anyone's servant. He will accept. Octavia became silent after those words and moved her gaze on his surroundings. The mountain path had been reconstructed and a 2-story tall pagoda had been built on its side. The Mullos family wanted to remember their fallen soldiers and their promising heir, so they built that monument in their honor. Also, some soldiers had been stationed there. It could be said the influence of the nobles on the city of Vorder had largely increased after that battle. However, Octavia didn't see anything worthy of praise. In her mind, those soldiers had died under the assault of criminals and lone cultivators, the same status of Daniel's guest. She really couldn't bring herself to trust such a character. "You could have let us doing some investigations at least. I don't like not knowing my opponent," she complained, interrupting her silence. "He is not your opponent, and you know that the network of the royals is incredible. They would become suspicious if my family suddenly looked for records about a cultivator of the darkness element." Octavia sighed. She knew Daniel's character. He was set on bringing Noah to his side. "Young master, you are a good person. You always try to see the best in people. Yet, you must understand that there are monsters out there, beings without any care for rules and ethics, beings that will never be subjected to any society. The world is big, and our political system is just one of the many of this continent. You won't be able to see the bigger picture if our customs blind your eyes." Daniel lowered his head before raising it, wearing a determined expression. "If he tries something funny, we'll just kill him. It is better to remove him than leave him to grow with the royals. I'm honestly a bit scared of his potential." Octavia nodded, hearing that. She felt glad that Daniel was slowly abandoning his righteous character when it came to matters involving his family. Hours passed and the morning became afternoon, yet there was still no trace of Noah. "He's late." Octavia was running out of patience, but Daniel was still confident. "We didn't set a specific hour. I'll wait till dawn if needed." Yet, the afternoon became night and Noah had yet to appear. "I don't think he will come." "Then why would he set this meeting?" "Trust me, he will come." Then, the night became morning. The appointed day had passed, but Noah didn't deign them of his presence. "Why? I was sure he was telling the truth about the royals, so why didn't he come to our side?" Daniel had lost hope by then and was clueless about what to do next. His position had been endangered due to the loss of 2 heirs in his recent mission, but if he managed to recruit Noah, those losses would be forgotten. Maybe he was discovered by the royals and killed. Octavia gave him another idea. "That's unlikely. He doesn't seem the type of person that would just get caught." "Well, I don't know what his intentions were, but I know what our next move will be." Daniel sighed as he continued to speak. "Let's reveal his aptitude. I really want to know where the royals found such a genius." A rumor began to spread in the nation. Vance, the strongest student of the academy of his generation, was secretively a cultivator of the darkness element. Also, he had kept his aptitude a secret thanks to the help of the royal family, with whom he worked to obtain resources and techniques. The rumor spread in every direction, surprising everyone that had met him, and the Yudi family even provided a drawing of his facial features. They were basically aiming to destroy his anonymity. As for why they did such a thing, there were many reasons. The first one was to uncover his actual identity. The Utra nation was built using the noble families as its foundation. It was almost impossible to become a cultivator without the approval of a noble family. That meant that there had to be some records about the birth of a cultivator of the darkness element somewhere. He couldn't have just appeared out of anywhere and have the strength to pass the entrance test of the academy. Another reason was to uncover some of his businesses with the royals. If they kept his aptitude as a secret, it meant that the missions in which he was involved had to be socially unacceptable. The last one was to remove that pawn from the clutches of the royals. A simple rumor could hinder the plans that they had for such a cultivator. It didn't take much for this rumor to reach the ears of Evan Bulvin, the second son of the patriarch of the Bulvin family. He was in charge of the economic aspect of the family. It was in his duties to be informed of the changes inside the nation that could affect his investments, so he was the first to obtain that information. Of course, he immediately suspected something and activated his network to gather more information. The rumors piled up. As more people spoke about Noah, his stories would be distorted and modified. making him appear like an unfathomable character. However, Evan couldn't care less about the rumors. His attention was completely focused on a large sheet with a male face drawn on it. This man was young. He had long black hair and icy blue eyes. His facial features were delicate, but they didn't exude any warmth. There was only coldness radiated from his expression. It's him. Evan was surprised beyond reason. The investigation in the Shasti's inheritance ground had brought no results for almost 5 years. He was beginning to lose any hope in finding his daughter and son. Noah Bulvin is alive. He must know what has happened there. Those were his first thoughts as he hurriedly stood up from his desk and ran toward the lodgings of his big brother. Adrian, big brother. Look at this. Evan was quite fat, but he ran faster than he had ever done in his life at that moment. A door opened, revealing a burly cultivator with black hair and a stern expression. What is it? That man was Adrian Bulvin, Thomas's firstborn. He was in charge of the personal army of the Bulvin family and handled all the missions outside the mansion. Look at this. Evan couldn't mask his excitement as he handed Noah's picture to him. Who is this? A cultivator of the darkness element? Wait, do you think that the bastard survived the events in the separate dimension? Adrian had never seen Noah's face, so he could only make that connection due to his element. I don't know, but this man is definitely him. He will surely know what has happened there. Adrian fell deep in thought for a few seconds before speaking with a dark expression. We can't be sure. Let's confirm his identity with little brother first. Evan's expression became dark too, but he nodded immediately. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of a luxurious room. The stench of booze could be sniffed even outside it. Reese, we need to talk. Adrian spoke, but no answers came from the room. It's about Noah, your son. We believe that he is alive. Evan added. Some noise could immediately be heard from the other side of the room and, in a few seconds, the door opened to reveal a shabby middle-aged man with a patch on his left eye. What did you say? Adrian and Evan ignored the stench coming from the room and handed him Noah's picture. Reese watched incredulously at the sheet. Even if Noah had grown since the last time that he saw it, his features were extremely similar to Lily. He recognized him immediately. It's him. He is alive. Where is he? What has happened to Fabian? Reese seemed revitalized once some clues about his lost son appeared. We don't know. Apparently, he had been in the Royal Academy all this time. He is considered one of the strongest youths of his generation. Evan spoke, but Reese had already started moving toward his father's lodgings. I don't care. If that bastard has something to do with my son's disappearance, I will personally tear his limbs one by one. Adrian shook his head, but Evan's eyes became cold at that though. He still hadn't considered that possibility. Thinking that his son and daughter might have died because of Noah made him even more determined in finding him. The three arrived in the main hall of the inner circle and reached for a door at the end of that room. Father, Noah has reappeared. The Elbas family had him. Let me see. Thomas materialized himself right next to Evan and took Noah's picture from his hands. Evan seemed used to that behavior and wasn't surprised by Thomas's sudden appearance. It is indeed him. Tell me everything you know. Evan didn't hesitate and began to report all the rumors that he heard about him. Adrian's eyes widened as he listened to that, while Reese gritted his teeth with more strength every time another heroic deed was told. Noah had broken the record of the entrance test of the academy. He had been the strongest student of his generation. He had secretly worked with the royal family, and these stories were only the official ones. I understand. It seems that I have to make a trip to the royal city. Thomas spoke once Evan had ended his explanation. Wait, father. Let me come. Reese begged Thomas, but the latter answered with a cold gaze. This genius could have been part of our family if you could have handled your lust. Go back in your quarters until I return. Adrian, you are in charge while I'm gone. Adrian bowed and Thomas disappeared right in front of their eyes. A man shot through the sky of the Utra continent, dividing the clouds that he encountered. That man was Thomas Bulvin, Noah's grandfather, who was flying on top of a transparent circular platform made of air at high speed in the direction of the capital. That platform was a spell of the wind element. Even though Thomas could naturally fly, He preferred to arrive at the royal city as fast as he could. The matter concerning the concealment of his grandson had great importance in his mind. It could be said that the future of his family depended on it. After all, a noble family was founded on strong cultivators and resources, and the Bulvin family has lost both of them in the separate dimension. They lost 3 heirs, 20 among the most promising soldiers of the new generation, and the resources that they carried. Also, if they really were dead, all the resources invested in them would have been for naught, gravely endangering the future prospects of the family. Yet, since Noah was alive, there was a chance that the other cultivators were alive too. That kid has the answers. I must find him. Those were Thomas's thoughts as he hurried toward the capital. He surpassed large forests and vast plains until he could finally see the shape of the huge defensive wall of the capital. That travel took him less than 2 weeks. Crossing the country for a cultivator in the heroic ranks was not a big issue. Thomas reached the top of the defensive walls and spoke in a soft voice, seemingly to no one. I am Thomas Bulvin, patriarch of the Bulvin family. I request an audience with the royal dynasty. His manners were polite, and he even bowed as he spoke those words. However, nothing happened no matter how much Thomas waited. Do they want to wait until the storm quiets down? Humph. Thomas retreated slightly and focused his breath on his vocal cords. Noah Bulvin, I know that you are disguised as Vance of the Academy. Come here and greet your patriarch. His voice reverberated from his position mid-air through all the royal city. The defensive walls trembled, and a transparent membrane that enveloped the skies of the city did the same. Apparently, the walls were only one of the defensive formations of the capital. There was another one that covered the entire upper part of it. However, Thomas's voice was not an attack. It wasn't blocked by the membrane, and his voice was able to spread throughout the city. Gasps and surprised shouts could be heard among the citizen. Many of them were cultivators after all. The news of a cultivator of the darkness element was known even there, along with all the rumors that it carried. Vance is a noble? But I believed that he was a commoner. Bulvin family? I've never heard of it. It's a medium-sized noble family. They were quite wealthy for their status until a tragedy hit them a few years ago. I don't know the specifics though. Wait. If Vance belongs to a noble family, does that mean that he escaped? The first cultivator of the darkness element to appear after such a long time is a criminal. Voices rang everywhere inside the streets of the city as the cultivators began to wonder how many secrets a 20-years-old man could hold. Another rumor was added to the pile. Vance, the student of the academy, was secretly Noah Bulvin, a noble. That realization inevitably led to a conclusion. The royal family had helped his concealment. It wasn't a secret that the royals worked to bring promising heirs on their side, but purposely hiding a possible criminal was a completely different matter. Once the citizen understood that the royals could use criminals for their means, their image of them was greatly affected. As for the voice that spread through the city, they didn't bother thinking too much about it. The patriarch of a medium-sized noble family was generally a cultivator of the heroic ranks. They knew that his power had to be unfathomable. Thomas waited with a complacent smile right over the defensive walls. He didn't dare to take a step inside the formation without the permission of the Elbaz family. Nevertheless, the transparent membrane soon opened, showing Thaddeus' father standing in the air behind it. Thomas. There was no need to create such a mess. His expression was dark and his brows were furrowed. They stressed his displeasure toward Thomas's actions. Thomas Bulvin greets His Majesty Cecil. Thomas performed a formal greeting and waited for a reaction from Cecil. You can't just come here and do whatever you want. Your family has no special privileges. You must use the official ways to get in contact with us. Cecil didn't give him permission to stand, so Thomas remained in his bowing position. I beg to disagree, Cecil. This matter involves the future of his family. You will surely forgive his lack of manners. A voice sounded behind Thomas as a cultivator with long silver hair and a loose white robe appeared in the air. The cultivator then slightly bowed, performing a simple greeting. Ian Udy greets His Majesty. That man was Daniel's father, the patriarch of the Udy family, one of the wealthiest men in the entire country. What are you doing here, Ian? Cecil was surprised by his presence. That event was too coincidental. He is looking for answers, Your Majesty. All of us are. A female cultivator appeared right next to Ian. Her facial features resembled Phoebe's ones. She was clearly her mother. I would like to know if my daughter met a criminal in her mission. A criminal that you disguised as a student. Meredith is right. I also would like to know if this so-called student had something to do with the events near Vondur. A third cultivator appeared mid-hair. He had long golden hair and he very much resembled Samuel. Fred Mullows is here too. I bet that these vultures have waited all this time nearby. They knew that someone like Thomas would appear. Cecil's eyes became cold at that thought, but he still smiled on the surface, signaling to the 4 cultivators to follow him inside the city. My son is in the capital. Follow me if you want to hear what he has to say. Turning time back a little. Thaddeus was in a dark underground room which had inscriptions that deflected the probing of external mental energy. He was standing in the middle of the room and a woman kneeled in front of him. So, what's the matter, Hazel? Why did you want to see me so suddenly? Thaddeus spoke to her in an annoyed tone. The woman in front of him was Hazel, the huntress in Kurt's group. Vance has gone to the bear dungeon all by himself. I didn't know what to do, so I came here looking for your orders. She replied with her head lowered. He is probably looking to increase even more the boost of the blood drain spell. That kid really can't contain himself. I think his body must be near the pain tribulation. Hazel listened to his words and her mind was filled with shock. She couldn't help but raise her head to ask more questions. Is he reaching a rank for body already? But he isn't even 20. He would be on my level after that breakthrough. I don't know if I'll be able to handle him if he tries to rebel then. Apparently, Thaddeus had ordered her to keep an eye on Noah and, if the situation required it, to suppress him. Don't worry, I'm not certain about that either. I'll involve Newton in the operation too, just to be safe. You can go now, remember to inform me as soon as he comes back. Hazel lowered her head again before standing up and leaving the room, leaving Thaddeus there deep in thought. He is growing even faster than I imagined. It seems that I'll have to have another talk with him about the royal inheritance as soon as he is back in the city. His eyes shone with greed as a golden rune appeared in front of him and made him disappear in an instant. The events inside the bear dungeon unfolded themselves and became public knowledge. Thaddeus had a more detailed version of them, of course. The surviving rank 4 creature from the last cleaning operation is dead. Daniel and Vance Shore make a fearsome duo. However, Noah has yet to return to the capital. He is probably undergoing the pain tribulation. Such talent, such will, the royal family has to bring him on its side. However, weeks passed, but there still was no trace of Noah. Is he dead? Impossible. He survived the forging of the 7 Hells nourishing method in his youth. Passing the pain tribulation should be easy to him. Worries kept accumulating in Thaddeus' mind. He was considering sending an investigative troop in the dungeon to discover more about his position. No, 2 heirs have died there. Our soldiers would be too eye-catching. He is probably taking it slow to become accustomed to his new body. Like that, more weeks passed, inevitably reaching the day after the scheduled meeting between Noah and Daniel. Thaddeus was a bit anxious. His control over Noah was strong inside the capital and when he was with Kurt's hunting group. However, there was only so much he could do when he went hunting alone. He couldn't just place a cultivator in the heroic ranks as a personal guard of a man with a rank 2 Danteon. Also, if discovered, it would only worsen the already precarious relationship that he had with Noah. He had to give him some space. Your Majesty, you have to see this. A servant hurriedly ran in the room where he was resting, holding a sheet in her hands. What? Thaddeus felt annoyed but still took the sheet. His servants were well trained. They wouldn't dare to enter unannounced in the room where he was staying if the situation wasn't serious. The sheet depicted Noah and there were some lines of text below it that described the known information about him. Thaddeus stared at the sheet with wide eyes and hurriedly took out a token from his space ring. Father, we have a problem. Back to the present, Cecil escorted the 4 nobles toward the royal mansion. Thaddeus was waiting for them right in front of the main entrance and he bowed at the sight of so many powerful cultivators. Thaddeus Elbaz greets the nobles. Thaddeus' position was lower than his father. He was only a professor in the academy on the surface after all. Cecil, why did you bring us here? Ian spoke with a tinge of arrogance in his voice. He knew that those events were the perfect opportunity to bring more noble families on the cause's side, so he didn't hesitate to openly show his aversion toward the royals. My son is the one in charge of the matter of the academy. He can explain the events linked to Vance better than me. His name is Noah Bulvin, son of Rhys Bulvin and a concubine. Thomas spoke. The three nobles next to him were slightly surprised by that information but hid their reactions. They were using Thomas to discredit the royal family after all. They needed to appear as stern as possible. Vance, no, Noah has hidden his identity well. Not even our network could discover such a thing. I believe he has fooled everyone. Thaddeus spoke with sincerity. His acting abilities were surely incredible. Do you really want us to believe that you didn't know his true identity? Would you rather pass as incompetent than speak the truth? Fred spoke. His words were filled with a subtle killing intent. He had lost his son in the battle near Vondur. He was aware that the royals were using criminals for their needs, and he couldn't help but wonder if Noah had something to do with it. Fred, remember that you are speaking to the rulers of the nation and that you are next to our mansion. I would watch my words if I was you. Killing intent began to radiate from Cecil. He couldn't allow being openly offended by those nobles. Cecil, we came here for the truth. Please, tell us where this Vance is. Meredith spoke, trying to pacify the situation. Cecil's expression became ugly and he turned toward Thaddeus. The other cultivators did the same and they expectantly waited for him to speak. It was with hesitation that Thaddeus opened his mouth to say 3 words. He has disappeared. Those 3 words silenced the nobles. Only Cecil was aware of the situation. The truth was that after Noah's element was revealed, they had actively investigated his whereabouts without being able to find any clue. Noah seemed to have disappeared. He hasn't returned to his rented habitation, and his academy and hunter tokens can't pinpoint his location. They are either in a space ring or broken. Thaddeus added with his head lowered. He really wasn't prepared for such a situation to happen. He had given Noah plenty of resources and kept his identity as a secret. He really couldn't understand his actions. Generally speaking, his terms were the best ones that a cultivator could hope to find in that nation. There was really no one willing to give away that much to a lone cultivator. Humph! How would we know if you are telling the truth? Let's say that you really didn't know about his real identity. How can we be sure that you are not hiding him now that this information is widely known? Ian pressed on. He wouldn't let go of that chance so soon. At that time, Cecil stepped on. Our family division had a meeting about that. We have decided to let any willing noble join the investigation of the royal dynasty. The nobles were surprised by that statement. Allowing the noble families to join an official investigation of the royals had a great importance on many sides. Not only could they prove their innocence in front of witnesses, they could also satisfy the need for information of the nobles. Ian, Fred, and Meredith weren't that happy about those terms, but Thomas was ecstatic. If that's the case, I'm willing to follow the royal dynasty in the search of my grandson, he said, performing a deep bow. It couldn't be helped. Thomas was only the patriarch of a medium-sized noble family. His power alone couldn't make the royals budge. He was more than happy to accept those terms. His goal was to uncover the whereabouts of all his lost heirs. He had more to lose than anyone. Cecil nodded to Thomas and waved a hand in the direction of a specific quarter inside the capital. Then, Lord Bulvin, I believe you'll be interested in what his master has to say about him. His phrase piqued the attention of the other nobles who silently followed the 2 royals toward Noah's previous habitation. They arrived at a relatively simple building, but that featured a high density of breadth. In Thomas's eyes, that place was already extremely luxurious. Cecil took out a token from his space ring and he used it to open a certain flat. The flat was composed of a single large room where a shabby cultivator was sleeping. I must warn you, this man has a cracked sea of consciousness. The only information he is able to store is that concerning his inscription method. Cecil warned the nobles and entered the room, lightly tapping on Ivor's shoulder to wake him up. It took a while for Ivor's eyes to open and to gain clarity. It really seemed that his mind was reaching its limits. You again. Those were the first words that came out of his mouth. It seemed that the royals had already questioned him. Would you mind telling what you said to me a few days ago to these lords? Cecil's manners were polite. He even took out a jar of wine and handed it to him. What did we talk about a few days ago? Ivor took the jar and began to drink, expressing his confusion about the topic. Your student, Vance. Tell us everything you know. Thaddeus said. M.H. Ivor took a long time to sort his thoughts. He is a talented kid, one of the most prominent in the elemental forging method. Honestly, his life must have been tragic for him to have such a strong mental sphere. Ivor's words made the cultivators in the room turn toward Thomas, who could only sigh helplessly. He knew that Noah's life hadn't been easy, but he was only a bastard. There was no reason to give him any special privileges. Also, as soon as his aptitude was discovered, his mother had killed herself to stop being a burden to her son. Thomas could only curse to how fast those events had occurred. Yes, his life wasn't easy. Do you know where he is now? Thomas changed the focus of the conversation. No idea, he just comes and goes as he wishes. He never tells me where or why. Oh, now I understand. You have lost him. Ivor was shaking his head when realization dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but break in a sonorous laugh. Ha ha ha. That kid is the most talented mage in the history of this country, and you actually managed to lose him. What a joke. Ivor continued to laugh but was forced to stop due to the waves of pain that his mind sent to him. Thaddeus neared him to speak in a soft voice. Your student has abandoned you here. Don't you want to find him and ask him why? However, Ivor only laughed more to those words. Ha ha. Who cares about me? I'm just a wasted cultivator and I've already passed all my knowledge to him. It's actually comforting knowing that he is willing to abandon the people close to him. You will never find someone with that character. I can be ensured of the survival of my method now. Ivor's words made the expressions of the cultivators in that room turn dark. Can't we simply inspect his sea of consciousness? Fred asked to those around him, but Cecil shook his head. His mental sphere is almost completely cracked. We would just destroy it as soon as we try to examine it. Silence fell in the room. They really didn't know how to approach Ivor. It was at that moment that Ian snorted and turned his attention toward Cecil. He is clearly hindering the investigation of the royal family. What will you do about it? Cecil understood the meaning behind his words and focused his mental energy on Ivor's mind. That action took only an instant, but Ivor's mind couldn't withstand the pressure radiated from Cecil and broke, making Ivor's consciousness vanish in the world. The light in Ivor's eyes vanished and he fell back on the sofa where he was sitting, spilling the wine in the jar everywhere. Ivor was dead. Was him your only lead? Thomas asked plainly. The death of a cultivator wasn't really a big deal. Thaddeus answered him with his gaze still fixed on Ivor's corpse. No. We will go to the Shasti's inheritance ground next. In the domain of the Shasti family, there was a separate dimension created by a powerful cultivator. The information about that cultivator had been mostly lost due to the passage of time. The only things known were his title and the cultivation level that he had at that time. There was another piece of information that could be determined about that dimension. Even though it gave rewards to anyone worthy, the true legacy was reserved for one single heir. No one knew that the inheritance had been claimed some time ago by a young woman with a wild attitude. Inside the inheritance ground, in the third layer of the separate dimension, June swung his spear surrounded by hordes of magical beasts. Those beasts were each of a different type and they seemed to have an ethereal body. They were clearly a creation of the dimension. June pierced a mole's head. Then she kicked toward a snake that was coming from behind her. Each of her strikes killed a beast in one attack, and they were all beasts in the peak of the third rank. After seeing that the number of beasts didn't diminish no matter how many of them she killed, June stabbed her spear on the ground, injecting all her mental energy into it. The spear released countless sparks on the fake terrain, which then exploded all around her, creating a thunderstorm that destroyed the encirclement of the magical beasts. June supported herself on the weapon. She was gasping for air and her complexion was pale. That last spell had exhausted her. You have finally become used to your new body, but your sea of consciousness is still too weak. It can't express the true power of my spells. Eccentric thunder was in the air above her. He had carefully watched the battle of his air. That's all thanks to Master Eccentric. My body would still be in the 3rd rank if it wasn't for your amazing refinement method. June bowed to the old cultivator hovering in the air. The refinement method was only the last part of the process. What was amazing was your determination and the formation that I have personally created. You are quite lucky. I was only able to create the true thunder body refinement method when I became a rank 5 cultivator. You are so young and yet you already have a rank 4 body. I have to say that I envy you a little. June smiled at her master's words and bowed again. She had really improved a lot since she became Eccentric Thunder's heir. Not only all the wealth of the separate dimension had become hers, but she had also gained access to tens of spells and techniques of the thunder element, improving her battle prowess by a large margin. Also, Eccentric Thunder had used a method to forcefully bring her body in the 4th rank, giving her a body that could enhance the power of everything that used the thunder element as its core. My master was really a monster. He has personally created a formation able to emulate the pain tribulation so to immediately refine a rank 4 body. I wonder how powerful he was back then. She really couldn't be happier. She had a ridiculous amount of wealth, techniques, spells, and even a personal master that guided her training and helped her in the breakthroughs. Her future had never been brighter. And all of this is because of him. June's mood turned sour as she thought about Noah. The separate dimension stored all the information about the various trials. She had watched Noah's battle in the 2nd layer many times, and she had also witnessed his rebellion against his family on the 1st layer. I thought I had it hard. My family simply forced me to become strong while you fought against the suppression of your entire family and still managed to become stronger than me. Your will is simply in a different realm. Eccentric Thunder noticed the change in her mood and landed on the ground right in front of her. Still thinking about him? He knew what bothered his disciple. They had been together for more than 1 year after all. He had learned all about June. Yes, sometimes I wonder about how dark my prospects were before I arrived here. This inheritance gave me the means to easily become a rank 4 cultivator in the future and has given me far more than the royals could have ever allowed. All of this is thanks to him. Eccentric patted her shoulder and smiled at her. He was happy to have found such a talented and honest disciple. He was really thankful to Noah. That kid is probably doing something unreasonable or conning some old man for a few pieces of gold. You don't have to worry about him. Actually, you should focus on yourself. We both know that you won't surpass him easily. June nodded. Her mood had slightly improved thanks to her master's words. She was about to turn and resume her training when Eccentric stopped her and handed a large metallic hat to her. Wear it. Eccentric smiled to her, but June only looked at the hat with aversion. Master, I hate hats. I don't care, wear it. They stared at each other for a long time before June gave up and finally took the hat. The truth was that Eccentric's hat was an inscribed item specific for cultivators of the thunder element. Yet June really hated to wear it while she fought. Not only it hindered her vision, but it was also hard to keep on her head during a fight. However, Eccentric Thunder had never accepted to inscribe a different item for her, and she was forced to learn how to fight wearing that heavy thing. Master, listen. I know that hats are great and everything, but can't you just inscribe something different? I don't know. I personally like dash. She interrupted her phrase because she noticed that Eccentric's figure was staring at the ceiling with his brows furrowed. What is it? Eccentric stared at the ceiling for a long time when an earthquake ran through the entire layer. Master? June didn't know what was happening. A called for her master. Eccentric ultimately moved his gaze away from the sky and turned it toward June. He sighed and hundreds of orange runes gathered around him and June. It seems that someone is forcing the entrance of the dimension and they actually have the power to do so. I have waited so much for a worthy heir to appear and heaven only gives me a bit more than a year with her. Damned luck. Eccentric shook his head and gestured for the runes to envelop June. I'm sorry. Our time together is over. I'll transfer everything valuable inside your storage devices and send you as far away from the invaders. Be safe, my disciple. The runes shone in a blinding orange light, making June disappear on the spot. Over the entrance of the inheritance ground, the known one near Mossgrove City, 8 cultivators stood in the air, carefully watching as one of them sent brown runes on the terrain below. 5 of them were from different noble families, while 3 of them came from the royal dynasty. The nobles were Ian Udy, Fred Mullows, Meredith Ramgett, Thomas Bulvin, and Kent Shasti. The latter had joined the group since the investigation involved his family's domain. The royals were Cecil, Thaddeus, and the woman that was forcefully opening the inheritance ground. A rain of brown runes came out of her stretched hands, and she kept her eyes closed to focus on the task. The cultivators around here watched in reverence as the process continued. Her status seemed to be superior even to Cecil, since he stood with his head lowered on her side. After a few hours, a gap opened on the terrain which showed the seemingly endless green plane of the separate dimension. The woman then opened her eyes and sighed. The entrance is open and most of the defensive measures have been destroyed. There is only a will inside. The other 7 cultivators bowed toward her, and Cecil personally expressed his gratitude. Lady Edna, your might incredible. Such a powerful inheritance ground couldn't last a few hours in front of you. Lady Edna snorted at those words. Most of the work was done by the time that has passed since its creation. Eccentric Thunder was a monster with a rank 6 dantian. He specialized both in runes and formations. I could have never obtained this result with my power alone if thousands of years hadn't passed. She uncaringly replied before continuing with her explanation. Remember, even if it has only a small part of its former power, this is still a separate dimension of a mighty expert. Don't try to go all out at once. Just slowly exhaust its reserves. I will go now. I've lost way too much time in sorting your mess. Lady Edna vanished from her spot, but the cultivators there still performed a respectful bow. The truth was that Cecil had specifically requested for her help to enter the inheritance ground. He simply didn't have the power to force its entrance. I'll lead the way. Kent took the vanguard position. It was his family's domain after all. He couldn't let anyone guiding him inside the inheritance ground that they have guarded for hundreds of years. The group of 7 entered the pit and found themselves in a green plain with an orange sky. Even though they were all cultivators in the heroic ranks, they were still surprised by the width of such creation. Standing on the plain, there was an old cultivator that wore an extremely large hat and a luxurious orange robe. Eccentric Thunder had appeared as soon as the cultivators entered his dimension. You must be Senior Eccentric's will. It is an honor to finally meet you after so many years. Kent bowed toward Eccentric's figure, but the others in his group didn't follow his example. They didn't have any special relationship with him, while the Shasti family had built its wealth on that separate dimension. Eccentric snorted and opened his mouth to speak. It is fun seeing some intruders speaking of honor. Have you come for the resources of my dimension? Ha! I will destroy them before handing them to you. The runes that composed the dimension began to flicker and emitted an ominous noise. It seemed that Eccentric was ready to detonate the entire dimension. It was at that moment that Thomas flew in front of Kent and bowed toward Eccentric, pleading him in a loud voice. Lord Eccentric Thunder, please wait. We have come to investigate a matter concerning the opening of the inheritance ground 5 years ago. The entire group of cultivators from my family has vanished, and there is no trace of it. I wonder if you could tell us what has happened back then. Eccentric fell deep in thought. He knew exactly to what event he was referring to, but he was somewhat conflicted about showing it. That kid is not my disciple, but he still provided me with an heir. I also have to buy some time for June to safely escape the area of the dimension. I'm sorry, kid. My disciple has the priority. Eccentric sighed. Even as a will, he still maintained his human gestures. I can provide that, but you have to close the dimension afterward. I'm still looking for an heir. Deal. Cecil answered immediately, and Eccentric sighed again before making an ample gesture with his right arm. The runes on the terrain shone and some faint images appeared. They pictured a group of soldiers in red armor that was silently encircling a suffering youth with his eyes closed. That was the moment when Noah had just come out of the second layer and was enduring the transmission of the demonic form spell. The Imagine then moved and showed to the cultivators the battle that followed that event. There was also the sound of their voices. Thomas couldn't help but knit his brows hearing Noah's conversation with Lena. Then, Noah used the demonic form for the first time and completely overwhelmed the heirs of the Bulvin family, taking all the corpses in his space ring and leaving in a certain direction. A moment of silence followed the end of the images. The cultivators were still surprised by what they had seen. Not only the complete demonic form was clearly powerful, but also its wielder couldn't be underestimated. After all, Noah was only 15 during that battle, and he was already extremely proficient in combat. Some of the nobles couldn't help but internally shake their heads seeing such a talent being forced to rebel against his own family. "I hope you would forgive my frankness, Lord Thomas," Meredith spoke, turning her head toward the patriarch of the Bulvin family before continuing her phrase. "How could you not suspect him from the beginning? He is clearly one of the strongest youths of the country." Thomas showed a complex expression at that question and coughed a couple of times before he was able to give an answer. "I didn't even know that he had a space ring." The truth was that Noah had always been careful in showing his strength and, also thanks to William's help, he had been able to hide some of his strongest abilities. His most important trump card at that time had been the body inscription spell. It was the ability that had allowed him to triumph in the inheritance ground and obtain the demonic form spell. Then, there was his space ring, stolen from the members of the Grey Shadows, which he had ultimately substituted with a better one. In the end, he had hidden the incredible pace at which his sea of consciousness improved, hiding his status as a mage thanks to William's assistance. What had simply been a bastard with some skills in Thomas's eyes was, in truth, a beast that had hidden his sharpest fangs. "I have really underestimated him," Thomas concluded, shaking his head. He had found his answers. The heirs and soldiers were dead, and all their resources had been plundered by Noah. There was really nothing else that he could hope for. "So, are you saying that this demon has been a student of the academy? Do you simply allow anyone inside?" However, Fred wasn't happy with the results of the investigation and expressed his complaints. Thaddeus opened his mouth to answer him. "The entrance test values the battle prowess, and he has performed far better than anyone in his generation. The royal family is not to blame for being willing to nurture such a talent." "What now? Do you have any other lead?" Meredith joined the conversation and sided with Fred. Thaddeus shook his head at that question. He really didn't know where Noah could have gone. Silence fell again in the group of cultivators. They were slowly accepting the worst option. It was Thomas, the one that gave voice to their thoughts. "I bet that he has left the country already. This is my fault. The kid was raised without any loyalty toward his family or nation. He is only interested in his personal power." Cecil neared Thomas and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, we are at fault too. We will emit an arrest warrant and his picture will be affixed everywhere in the capital. If he dares to show his face, we will surely catch him." His voice was firm, which gave some confidence to the other nobles. Fred and Meredith nodded. They had lost their heirs after all. What they wanted the most was to find the main suspect for their son and daughter's demise. Ian was a bit regretful, but he could only accept that outcome. The royals had already lost enough face with that matter, and he could not prove that they were aware of Noah's real identity. He had to accept that small victory. The only one completely uncaring about the matter was Kent. His worries concerned the inheritance ground from which his family gained most of its wealth. Knowing that it had been damaged made him fear about the future prospects of his family. It was with hesitation that he spoke to the group. "Should we leave? I don't see any reason to protract our stay." Thaddeus smiled and pointed at the terrain. "We have a complete inheritance ground in front of us. I say that we see what it contains. Don't worry. The royal family won't take anything, and you will share the profits equally." The cultivators became immediately interested. That was a separate dimension created by a mighty rank 6 cultivator. It would surely contain something that interested them. However, eccentric thunder was ready for that turn of event. The runes that composed the dimension began to tremble as soon as Thaddeus spoke. Then, they began to explode one by one, creating a chain reaction that detonated bigger pieces of the dimension. "What? How can this place still hold so much power?" Cecil was surprised and began to retreat. The other cultivators that came with him did the same. Eccentric didn't answer. He was using the last reserves of breath to destroy the entire dimension. They can't know that someone has taken the inheritance. It's time to vanish for the sake of my heir. He was only a will after all, and his mission had been completed. He would gladly use his remaining power to erase the traces of June's passage. Explosions rang everywhere. Space itself began to curve due to the power expelled by the orange runes. Little by little, the entire inheritance ground began to crack and transform in smoke. Eccentric Thunder's figure slowly transformed into smoke. As soon as it vanished, the 3 layers of the dimension exploded completely. Pillars of orange fire shot out in the sky in the spots where the entrances to the dimension were. There were 9 entrances in total, but they were replaced by 9 fiery pillars. June turned due to the commotion that was happening behind her. She was in a murky swamp, at tens of kilometers from the Shasti's domain. Master destroyed the separate dimension. It seems that the invaders were strong. She had learned all the defensive protocols of that place. She could immediately link the orange pillars to the destruction of the dimension. All of Master's wealth is with me, and he even left me some of his lessons in the form of runes. He was already prepared for a similar situation. I should just go back to the mansion. I have a lot to study. She walked in the direction of the Balor mansion, unaware that, upon her arrival, she would learn a lot more about the man that gave the inheritance to her. Noah soon became publicly a criminal. The information about his past was revealed as it did his deeds. The Bulvin family actively cooperated with the royal family to create a complete profile of Noah. In just a few days after the destruction of Eccentric Inheritance Ground, Noah became widely known throughout the nation. His picture was affixed near the criminals' board of the capital, and a bounty was set. However, no one was able to find him, and many began to think that he had completely abandoned the nation. A shadow ran near the western side of the continent. It was fast. It shot through the plains without hesitation. Only looking at was in front of it. That shadow was, of course, Noah. He was clad in a tight black robe with a hood that covered his face, and he was speeding in a straight line along the coastline. He was using it as his landmark. 2 months have passed by now. I bet that the information about my element has become public already. Noah knew that the noble families would retort in some way to his absence to the meeting. He had already considered the worst possible outcome, and he couldn't care less. Even if they label me as a criminal and start a manhunt, I am already outside their reach. In the 2 months after the events of In the Bear Dungeon, Noah did everything he could to cover his tracks and escape the Utronation. He had destroyed his Hunter and Academy's tokens for fear of being tracked down by the royals. He really didn't want to bet on Ivor's words. Then, he had inspected Phoebe and Manuel's space rings, gaining a large number of resources and potions before destroying the rings too. Lastly, he had cut his hair short. He didn't think that a simple haircut would hide his identity in front of other cultivators, but he believed that it could slow down the investigations. As for his escape plan, it was quite simple. The Bear Dungeon was already near the border of the nation. It was at only 1 week of travel from the royal city after all. Reaching the border took him no time. Noah had chosen to move to the westernmost part of the country, though, before abandoning the nation, and he had his reasons for that. The first one was that he had no idea about the actual layout of the other countries. He could only use the coastline to be sure of his path. The second one was that the western side of the country was the one with fewer cultivators. At the center of the border, there was the royal city, and on the eastern side, there was the academy. Those 2 structures gathered the majority of cultivators of that part of the country. The others would just reside in their mansions and would generally avoid the areas populated by commoners. However, Noah preferred to hide his presence even in front of those commoners. During his travel, he had encountered many small or large villages that had only a few weak cultivators in them. Those were the moments when he would use the warp spell. Noah had always held back in using that spell during his battles. The main reason was that he wanted to hide his actual proficiency with it, but there was more to it. The warp spell was hard to perform. It required a great deal of concentration and mental energy, and required for the user to see or to sense the place where he would teleport. Also, it needed some time to cast it. Its efficiency in battle completely depended on the situation. Yet, one big advantage was that it left no traces of the user. Noah had used that spell as soon as he came out of the bear dungeon to make any possible spy of the royals lose track of him. Then, he had proceeded in using it every time he found some human settlement. That was the best approach to prevent anyone from noticing him. The distance crossed by one teleportation could only cover a few kilometers at best, but it was enough to surpass those villages. Another time when his spell had been required was when he had reached the border of the nation. Noah was sure that there was a formation in place there, so he had used the warp spell repeatedly to cross it. That formation mostly prevented outsiders from entering the country. It hadn't been created for the opposite situation, but Noah still had chosen to use his spell. He really didn't want to notify the royals of his escape after all. The rest of his escape was spent running. 2 months spent running had allowed him to cross thousands of kilometers and, thanks to his rank for body, he had only needed to rest a few times to recover. Another village. Noah saw another human settlement in the distance. It didn't seem the kind of place that could be inhabited by cultivators, but he still decided to resort to the warp spell. Noah focused his mental energy on the other side of the village and activated the spell, being immediately enveloped by a black fire only to reappear at a few kilometers in the distance. Yet, as soon as he reappeared, he found 2 fishermen staring at him with wide eyes. Fuck, my mental sphere still can't give me a perfect perception when it comes to long distances. Noah uncovered his hood and smiled at the 2 commoners, all while performing a bow. Do you know which country is this? The 2 fishermen had seen that man coming out of the black smoke and were even more surprised when they saw how young it was. This is Ather country. My lord. Noah nodded and continued to smile. Do you happen to know which countries are their allies? The fishermen thought for a while before shaking their heads. We are simple commoners, my lord. We don't really understand the stuff about cultivation. It seems that I still can't stop. Noah released 2 strands of black smoke that enveloped the fisherman and performed another warp further in the distance. The partial demonic form devoured those commoners in an instant, leaving no trace of them. I still don't know if I left the area of influence of the Nation. However, Noah didn't care at all about those 2. He had decided to kill them as soon as they saw the black flames. That world was a dangerous one. One day you could meet a dragon and die under its might. In another one you could meet a man escaping from his country that was ready to do anything to cover his tracks. Luck can determine life and death. Only personal power can cut the strings that control your fate. It was with that thought that Noah continued to speed in the distance, uncaring the beauty of the crystalline sea on his left. More time passed. Noah had never stopped in his escape. He would only rest when his body reached its limits, only to run again as soon as he recovered. The continued use of the warp spell and the relentless march were beginning to affect his psyche, but he didn't dare to stop. The royals had cultivators in the heroic ranks at their disposal, and Noah wouldn't bet on their negligence for his escape. If only I could stop overusing the warp spell. Never mind. It's too dangerous. Noah was using his potions to refill as much mental energy as he could to support his spell. The constant stress and efforts prevented for his mind to be at ease and slowed the pace at which his mental sphere produced energy. He had to resort to his stash of medicines to continue running. Also, he could avoid using the warp spell if he stopped crossing inhabited areas, but he would risk entering in danger zones that way. It is clear that I still can't kill a rank 4 magical beast alone, and I have already used the shard of the demonic sword. I am at my weakest right now. Since he didn't know the actual layout of the continent, he could only cross inhabited areas because he was sure of their safety. Humans could never develop in a danger zone. Only special structures inhabited by cultivators could survive there. Like that, his journey continued. He crossed plains and mountains, small forests and lakes, always keeping the sea to his left side. He had seen the sea in his previous life already. That sight was not enough to make him stop in wonder. How big is this damned continent? I would have crossed half of my previous world now. The speed that he was capable of with his rank 4 body was incredible, but it still didn't seem enough to reach the domain of the Shandal Empire. Once I reach the area of influence of the Empire, I will be momentarily safe. That was the first stop planned in Noah's mind. He had a lot to do. There was the bloodline inheritance that still needed to be absorbed. Noah had momentarily sealed the head of the rank 4 worm in a barrel filled with the blood of the weaker worms that had been in his space rings. However, that was only a momentary solution. He could not completely stop the deterioration of the head. Also, he had to forge his demonic swords. His battle prowess was too low for him to be safe in a foreign country. Then, he wanted to resume a normal pace of training and gather information about his whereabouts. He couldn't continue to run blindly in a straight line. As for why he had chosen the Shandal Empire as his first stop, it was because it was the strongest nation in the continent. Ideally, since I'm on the coastline, I should arrive in one of the countries subjugated by the Empire. I should be quite safe there. He didn't dare to directly enter the Empire. He just wanted to lay low in one of the countries around it. It was only on his 4th month of travel that he encountered some changes in the environment. Noah found himself in front of an endless mountain range that seemed to cut the continent in two. These don't seem normal mountains. They seem the work of a formation master. Noah carefully neared the mountain range and felt an ominous sensation coming from them. It's either a formation or a danger zone. I can't simply cross it in both cases. He thought about the issue for a moment before 2 pairs of wings came out of his back. Then, he flew in the direction of the sea to see if that sensation vanished. There, he was surprised to see a large and seemingly bustling city right between the sea and the mountain range. What? How wasn't I able to sense it? Is it because of the formation? Noah was amazed by its concealment and could only address that ability to the formation. It doesn't seem possible to sneak inside the next country. I should just see if I can pay them. Noah landed in an empty spot on the sandy beach and calmly walked toward the main gate of the city. That city had a simple defensive wall that surrounded it, and many inscriptions could be seen on its surface. It should be more dangerous than it looks. I bet that it's one of the cores of the formation. Formations needed a constant supply of breath to work, and that city seemed to provide some of it. Welcome to the independent city of Slyfall. I need your identification token and 1,000 credits to let you enter. A soldier in a rusty armor blocked him right in front of the gate. Noah didn't answer but looked around to see if there was someone else observing him. Yet, it seemed that the soldier was the only guard appointed for that spot. Who does this city serve? Noah asked in a plain tone. The soldier seemed used to that question and showed a wide smile at his words. We serve everyone. The city is placed right between the areas of influence of 2 great nations, so we can't really take sides. I have to say that we are more inclined toward the Empire, though. Noah nodded. He had guessed much already. To be part of the formation, this city must have the protection of a strong party. Their independence is just a facade for the gathering of information. What if I gave you 10,000 credits? Would that be enough to buy your silence? The soldier smiled again but shook his head. You must be a noble on the run. I have seen many of your kind. However, I still need to give you a token to allow your entrance. I can't just create a fact dash, 30,000 and an earth pill. You want to break through the solid stage, right? Noah raised his offer. He had already noticed that the soldier was rank 1 cultivator at the peak of the liquid stage. The only thing that could hold him back from attempting the breakthrough was the lack of resources. The soldier finally stopped smiling and looked at Noah with a bit of wariness in his eyes. The hooded man in front of him had to be way stronger than him to discern so accurately his level. It took the soldier just a few seconds for him to smile again and taking a token from his space ring. Welcome to Slyfall, Mr. Adam. The city of Slyfall was a simple one. It wasn't luxurious or clean. It only featured a large market, a few hostels, and many taverns. This really resembles one of the pirates' hideouts of my previous world. I kind of like it. The streets were filled with drunkards and women with revealing clothes. What surprised Noah even more was that most of them were cultivators. It seems that I ended up in the gathering point of the criminals of both nations. I should go on my way as soon as I finish my most pressing matters. Noah had his hood lowered. The soldier had advised him not to wear it inside the city, and he had finally understood why. Everyone here should have quite a record. They won't like someone unwilling to show his face. A hood would just attract trouble. He went looking for the best hostel that he could find, and he rented a room for the exorbitant price of 100 credits per night. Noah didn't care much about that price. He was in a seemingly lawless city after all. They could set any price they wanted. Also, the one chosen by Noah was one of the best hostels in the city. He needed the right structure for what he was going to do. I can't just absorb the bloodline inheritance anywhere. I need a safe and silent space to focus completely on it. The records about the bloodline inheritance were scarce. Noah only knew how to absorb it and its effects. Yet, what he knew for sure was that the head of the rank 4 worm was deteriorating, and he needed to hurry in absorbing its sea of consciousness before it became ruined. Noah immediately went to his room and closed the door behind him. The room was simple but wide. It had a large bed and one couch with a mat laid on the floor. Also, the density of breath wasn't bad either. Noah guessed that all the expensive habitations had a way to increase its concentration. This will do. I don't think it will take more than 2 weeks. Noah had paid the rent for 3 weeks already. He needed that amount of time to return to his peak form and undergo the absorption. For months of constant march weighed on his physical condition. He couldn't just straight up cultivate again. He needed to rest. Noah went directly to sleep. The fatigue of the travel forced him to rest for more than a half a day before his mind could be considered recovered. According to the records, I will undergo the life of the beasts while I absorb it. Noah ate a satisfying meal before sitting cross-legged on the mat on the floor. Then, he took out the barrel where he had sealed the head of the rank 4 worm and he opened it. A pungent smell immediately enveloped the room. For months were really too much even for a rank 4 material. Noah stabbed his hand in the severed part of the head and took out a small dark red crystal from it. That was the solidified sea of consciousness of the magical beast, the bloodline inheritance that he had worked so hard to obtain. To think that this small thing is one of the best medicines for the mental sphere of a cultivator. My mind should be able to handle it, right? What worried Noah the most was the capability of his mind. A bloodline inheritance essentially contained all the experiences of the magical beast and of its predecessors. Could come in many forms, depending on how much time had passed from its creation. Of course, the more a beast with a sea of consciousness lived, the more its mind would be valuable. The sea of consciousness of a magical beast was essentially a worse version of the human's one. It contained only raw thoughts and strong emotions. It couldn't really be used for the casting of spells and similar. However, that was exactly why the cultivators could absorb it. Their thoughts were denser, their emotions more diversified. They basically had a more complex mind. Yet, if a beast had lived for too long, its mind could equal the might of the heroic ranks, making it impossible for cultivators in the human ranks to absorb it. It shouldn't have been more than 20 years. I don't believe that the royals would have let it live if they had recognized the inheritance. Noah didn't know it, but the last cleansing performed by the royals had happened only 15 years ago. His mind could completely cope with the absorption process. The crystal seemed frail, its surface was rough and uneven. It was really far away from a perfected sea of consciousness. Noah exhaled loudly and then neared the crystal to the middle of his eyebrows. The crystal crossed his skin and trespassed his skull, passing unhindered Noah's brain to reach for his sea of consciousness. As soon as it entered Noah's mental sphere, its borders broke and the mental energy contained inside was poured in Noah's mind. It was at that moment that he lost control of his body and began to dream. Cultivators scarcely dreamt. As their mind improved, they would be more aware of their surroundings in their sleep. Yet, Noah completely lost control of himself as his mind started to absorb the thoughts of the beast. In the dream, Noah opened his eyes only to see a dark underground place. He ran through tunnels and cavities by instinct. His mind was only led by one basic feeling: hunger. Noah had never felt so hungry before. It seemed something compulsory, an instinct that he could not suppress. He followed the trail of the breath. He knew that it came from a living being. However, when he arrived in the place where the breath was exuded, he found himself in front of 100 of worms' corpses. Those were his companions, his pack. He was momentarily stunned by that sight. Then, a human appeared in the air. His facial features were unclear, but Noah clearly recognized the golden color of his armor. The cultivator simply waved his hand. creating a dense layer of air that completely stomped Noah, reducing him in a meat paste. It was at that moment that Noah died, the exact moment when hate appeared in his mind. Noah died, but his will remained. It wasn't a conscient will, only a sliver of the strong emotion that he had felt when he died. His body was left on the ground to feed other worms. Noah felt as if his conscience was spread among other beings. The hunger returned. It was an instinct too strong to suppress. Noah had to eat or he would go crazy. Yet that place didn't have that much breath to begin with, only the terrain offered some kind of nourishment. Noah ate the terrain without hesitation. His mind was divided between 10 or so worms, but his experiences were the same. All he did for years was excavating and eating terrain, without ever managing to satisfy his hunger. Then that feeling became even stronger. Noah couldn't control himself. He went looking for his companions. When he found another magical beast, he pounced at it without hesitation. He fought, using his body to perform simple attacks. The surprise effect didn't allow his opponent to defend. He was able to kill it in a few attacks. Then he ate it. The feeling of having his hunger pleased was incomparable. He felt full, almost complete in some ways. Yet, that moment of pleasure left him unguarded. Other worms had watched that act of cannibalism and didn't hesitate to follow his example. They pounced at Noah from different angles, killing him in a few seconds. Noah died again, but his will spread to those that had eaten him. Those same events repeated themselves for many years. It was a simple life, guided only by his instincts. Then the humans invaded his lair again. The worms lost themselves at the sight of such an appealing prey, but they couldn't match their power. They could only jump at them while the humans simply waved their hands to kill tens of them at the same time. Many of the worms carrying Noah's will died, increasing his hatred toward those powerful humans. The corpses of the beasts became the nourishment for the new pack, spreading Noah's hatred in each surviving worm. He was now inside each beast of the pack, but they still had a different will. He couldn't control them. Another life of cannibalism began. Noah found himself dying and eating at the same time. That feeling seemed natural. He lived to satisfy his hunger after all. There was no ethic in the world of the magical beasts. Yet, the humans would always come to kill him. That cycle repeated itself many times. Noah felt his will becoming stronger and denser after every death. Like that, his thoughts became more complex. At first, it was only simple hatred. He hated those that had killed him so many times. Then, he began to feel envious of them. They moved their bodies in a strange way to obtain amazing effects, and Noah wondered if he could do the same. He began to actively feel his body. It was soft but resilient. He wondered if he could use it to imitate the humans. Yet, he was too weak and his conscience was still too spread. His thoughts only lasted for a few days before disappearing completely. He spent hundreds of years like that. Dying, eating, thinking. He felt the death of each worm. He felt the hunger of each worm. Then a change happened. The humans began to feel threatened by them and decided to leave only a few beasts after their cleansing. Those few remaining beasts fought themselves for the privilege of eating their dead companions, leaving only one of them alive. Noah's will was finally concentrated in a single beast again. The feeling was amazing. He had a clear mind and he could finally think before following his instincts. That allowed him to survive more easily. It allowed him to actively choose when developing his pack and when to resort to cannibalism. It finally allowed him to actively use his body to imitate the humans. Then Noah saw himself. He watched the entire fight against Daniel and his group from the point of view of the rank 4 creature. Noah held on. His body was filled with injuries, but he still performed the technique that he had spent years to create. Yet, those efforts were in vain. He ultimately died again at the hands of the humans. His will remained, but it didn't spread to other beasts. It was held captive in a barrel inside his lifeless head. Then Noah saw himself picking the bloodline inheritance and nearing it to his forehead. He felt himself disappearing, fusing with the mind of the human. It was at that moment that Noah woke up and his consciousness returned to his human body. He released an inhumane screech before thrashing himself around while holding his head. He felt as if his mental sphere was going to explode. It took him a while to calm down. His mind was still sore. He couldn't assess its actual improvements. However, He could focus again on the room and watch what he had done while he was dreaming. The room was almost destroyed. Noah could see as every piece of furniture had been broken and bitten. There were bite marks everywhere. Noah inspected his mouth and found many pieces of wood between his teeth. Don't tell me that I have actually eaten part of the room. Noah inspected his body but found nothing wrong with it. Even if he had eaten something strange, there were no apparent consequences. That was so strange. I have completely lost myself in the experiences of the worms. What a pitiful life they have. Noah clearly remembered every sensation of when he was a worm. Yet, as a human, he couldn't imagine being completely driven by his instincts. His mind was simply too complex. That hunger, is that what every magical beast feels? No wonder they are so aggressive. They literally need to eat or they would go mad. Noah could only have those few considerations before deciding that he was too tired. The process of absorbing the bloodline inheritance had exhausted him. He needed to recover to assess his actual gains. He went to sleep on the remaining part of the bed, hoping to have dreamless sleep. When Noah woke up, he could clearly feel the benefits of the bloodline inheritance. His mind was clearer, his thoughts faster, his mental sphere firm. Every advancement of the sea of consciousness would actively increase the capabilities of a cultivator's mind. Not only it made him smarter, but it also enlarged his point of view, allowing him to consider more possibilities that he thought impossible before. Of course, what Noah immediately noticed was the increased size of his mental sphere. I've gained 2 to 3 years of training, the records about the bloodline inheritance were right, it really is the best item for the training of the mind. Absorbing the sea of consciousness of a magical beast directly increased the mental capabilities of a cultivator. There were really no other potions or pills that could achieve something like that. However, such a sudden enlargement could lead to an injury or worse. Noah had relied once again on the advantage of his sturdy mind to absorb that inheritance. I should stop applying pressure on my mental sphere for a while to let it stabilize. I'm not resuming my training schedule just yet after all. Noah decided and focused on the gaseous breath contained in his mind. He immersed it in the crystalline sea inside his sphere. That water was the representation of his thoughts and will. He was going to refine that breath. However, he didn't leave that energy inside the sea for long. He took it out as soon as he became able to control it. Then he simply dispersed that breath in the air. His mind had to always endure a constant internal pressure due to his blood companions and the breath needed for the elemental forging method. Noah had decided to remove one of those things to ease it. Without the breath inside my mind, I basically feel no pressure at all. His normal state had been one on the verge of a splitting headache for the last 2 years. He had to admit that having a completely relaxed mind was a good feeling. I'll stay like this for a few weeks, then I'll increase the quantity of breath stored. I need to become a rank 3 mage as soon as possible. Of course, peace and relax were the last things that Noah wanted. His Dantian was improving at a fast pace since he obtained a rank 4 body, but even if it reached the liquid stage, the actual advantages would be limited. Noah guessed that, if he reached the liquid stage of the 2nd rank of the Dantian, he would finally be able to kill a rank 4 beast all by himself. That would still require me to go all out, but my attacks will surely inflict more damage. Yet, the 3rd rank of the mind would put me on a completely different level. Since he was reborn in that world, Noah's biggest advantage had always been his fully formed mind. Then, Noah began to rely more on it because his most powerful spell depended on his mind. Performing the demonic form spell with a rank 3 sea of consciousness would increase my battle prowess far more than when reaching the liquid stage. It is a completely different rank after all. It can't be compared to a more concentrated breath. Noah knew that both those breakthroughs were still quite far in the future, yet he couldn't help but be expectant toward them. I should cultivate for a few days and then be on my way. I don't trust that soldier nor anyone in this city. I need to reach some real independent country. Also, I might have an idea about a new technique. Noah did exactly as he planned. He cultivated for a few days in order to revitalize his centers of power and return to his peak form. The high density of breath of the room coupled with his piece of breath blessing created an environment that surpassed even the best training rooms of wealthy nobles. His Dantian was refilled in no time and Noah was even able to improve it by a bit. At least my body is autonomously reaching the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank. My lack of body-nourishing methods isn't a pressing matter just yet. After he had recovered, he left the room in a hurry. It was best to disappear before the poor state of the habitation was discovered. Noah went for the market of the city. He needed to find information about the actual layout of the continent. He couldn't just blindly follow the coastline like he had done for the past 4 months. The journey from that place would be somewhat more dangerous than before. He was now marching toward a powerful nation instead of running away from it. Noah wanted to avoid meeting soldiers of the Empire at all costs. All he wanted to do was to lay low for a few years in some messy country in order to work on himself. Yet, detailed maps were hard to find in that environment. Most of them simply showed the form of the continent. They didn't have any detail on them with the exception of a few big cities. Don't you have one with political borders and danger zones? Noah asked a merchant that was proudly showing his maps to him. Are you kidding? That stuff belongs to rulers and powerful organizations. If I had something that precious, I wouldn't have to set a shop in the middle of the street. The merchant's answer made Noah frown. In the capital, all the shops had access to high-quality items. Things are really different in the small cities. Can't you at least tell me where I can find one of them? Noah insisted he was really in need of a detailed map. Yeah. Knock on the Lord's mansion and ask for one. Stop bothering dash. The merchant's phrase was interrupted by Noah unleashing his cold pressure and nearing his face. Look, I don't want troubles. Tell me where I can find the map and I'll reward you. Let's do this the nice way. Noah smiled to the merchant, but the latter couldn't feel any good intentions coming from that expression. He then understood that Noah was being serious, and he lowered his head to hide his mouth from the people in the street. The broken cup has an underground chamber with stolen items. They should be quite precious, so that is the only place that could have what you are looking for. Underground chamber with stolen items? I can already smell the trouble from here. Noah fell deep in thought after learning that information. Those items must come from wealthy cultivators. There is nothing that prevents them from stealing them again from me after my purchase. Noah was aware that the best way to maximize profits was to rob your customers, those that seemed weak at least. I am alone and lost. I would be their perfect target. Damn it. Noah threw a few thousand credits to the merchant before opening his mouth to speak. Where is this place and how do I enter that room? A few minutes later, Noah found himself in front of a simple-looking tavern. It had a wooden tag that depicted a broken cup. Noah knew that he had arrived at the right place. The tavern was small. It only had 2 floors filled with wooden tables on which men and women happily drank. The main hall was messy and the sound of cheers and shouts could be heard coming from each group of people. So many cultivators, they don't seem particularly strong though. Noah crossed the main hall and reached for the reception desk. Yet, he was soon interrupted by a few women with revealing clothes. Hey handsome, why don't you buy us a drink? 3 young women approached him. They immediately tried to lean on him or to grab his arms. However, they soon stopped in place, petrified by the cold gaze that Noah showed them. He then continued to walk toward the desk as if nothing had happened, uncaring of the mocking that followed his actions. Humph. I hate men that don't know how to have some fun. He doesn't deserve us. His thing must have some kind of malfunction anyway. That's right, only eunuchs are able to turn us down. Yet, seeing that their words had no effect on him, they soon stopped, searching for another man to exploit. What can I do for you? A waitress spoke to Noah as soon as he reached the desk. Noah didn't answer. He took a small bag from his space ring and handed it to her. The waitress was confused. She inspected the bag only to find that contained 5,000 credits. It was at that moment that Noah spoke. I need to meet with Miss Jillian. I have some business with her. The waitress stood in place for a while before hiding the bag inside her robe. Wait here. Someone will come for you. She then filled a jug with wine and handed it to him before hurrying somewhere. Noah inspected the wine and slowly tasted it. Its quality was far worse than the one he usually had in the capital, but he still drank it. He wanted to show his goodwill to anyone that was observing him. It was only when he emptied his jug that another waitress reached for him and spoke with her head lowered. Miss Jillian is waiting for you, follow me. Noah followed the waitress in a deeper part of the hall where they entered a small corridor that had many doors on its sides. The waitress then went to one of them and pressed on some specific points of the door, activating some kind of inscriptions that kept it locked. The door opened, showing a dark staircase that led toward an underground area. "Miss Jillian is down there. I can't escort you anymore." Noah nodded and carefully went down the stairs, enveloping his figure in a layer of mental energy and focusing his senses. At the bottom of the stairs, Noah could see a wide table that radiated a soft light. A middle-aged woman was supporting herself on that table. She had long brown hair and was smoking from a long pipe, filling the room with a strange scent. "That smoke should have relaxing properties. It's not strong enough to affect me, though. So young and yet so lonely. I wonder what course of events led you here in this forgotten city." Jillian spoke, laying her pipe on the table and crossing her legs as he sat on it. That gesture was slow but firm. Noah couldn't help but think that it had a more profound meaning. "Your mind is also quite strong. There aren't many men that can look at me and still be so stern. It seems that the scent of the pink rose has no effect on you." Jillian continued to assess Noah. She was quite surprised to see someone with a strong mind at such a young age. Noah bowed and didn't waste time in further greetings. "I've been told that you might have something I need." "Who told you that?" "Someone." Silence enveloped the room, but Jillian nodded at his answer. "Young, handsome, and righteous. Are you sure that you don't want to entertain me for a while before we start doing business?" Noah bowed again but shook his head. "I'm tempted, but I'm in a hurry. I'm sure that anyone would be willing to please you after I'm gone." Noah gently refused her offer while still complimenting her, surprising Jillian even more. "So, you even know your way with words. Tell me, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for a map of the continent, a detailed one. It should feature the political borders and the known danger zones at least." Jillian fell deep in thought before tapping a few times on the table behind her. The light of the table flickered a few times before 3 items appeared on it. They were 3 simple-looking scrolls, but Noah could immediately notice that they were inscribed items. "I have 3 items that meet your requirements. Their prices indicate how many details there are on them. The cheaper one is 20,000 credits. The most expensive one is 50,000 credits. As expected, they are way overpriced. Luckily, money isn't really a problem for now." Noah neared the table, but the scrolls immediately disappeared and Jillian released a soft laugh. "I don't do business with men that I don't trust." She left the table and neared Noah with those same slow movements as before. "And I don't trust men that don't have time to please a woman." She then placed a hand on his waist and used his other one to slowly caress his face. Noah watched the scene unfolding and sighed internally before opening his mouth to speak. "Is this really necessary?" Jillian laughed again and nodded. "If you want the map, you need to earn my trust.